The Mimic. I got married 2 months ago to my fiancée. And we're very happy, so maybe that's why I haven't seen it. But there were some things I forgot to mention I'll say now. Me and my best friend both heard what sounded like someone knocking on the basement apartment door, but not loud, very, very soft. I told her it sounded like a woman's knock because we ladies tend to knock softer, and she agreed, hoping it was my husband's grandmother who died. I'll be honest, I sort of do too. I had been home alone, or, at least downstairs alone anyway. I heard what I thought was my husband coming through the door, because his keys on his lanyard always jingle. So, I got excited. But the longer I waited on the couch, the more I realized that it wasn't him. I had heard it before when I was in the bedroom, so I asked my mother-in-law about it. Well, she said that his grandfather and his uncle, who's now deceased, both would jingle their keys. So maybe it was them. Here's how I know I'm not crazy. My husband was on the couch with me one night. We both heard what sounded like some sort of metal drop. The sound was like metal dropping into the oven, bouncing off and then onto the floor. But when he goes to check it, he never found a thing. We do have cats, 4 to be exact, but they weren't anywhere near the stove when we heard that noise. Another time, my husband was on his computer and I was on the couch. That's when I saw what looked like a white piece of paper fly toward him. He turned around and said, "Did you just throw something at me?" And I said, "No, I promised I didn't." So obviously, he saw the same thing I did. I went to look, and yet again, there's no sign of whatever had been, thrown or throwing this thing at him anywhere on the floor or the thing that had been thrown. And this was happening before the scarier mimic-type stuff even happened. My mother-in-law has told me many ghost stories about not only this house, but about how her and my brother-in-law saw the literal Grim Reaper. But my brother-in-law is scared to live in the house across the street due to his experiences. Lately, whatever this mimic thing was, it hasn't shown back up, and I'm hoping it stays that way. But I will tell you one last extremely scary thing. I'm best friends with my ex-boyfriend's girlfriend. She's not only an atheist, but a witch. And one day I was telling her my experiences. That's when out of the corner of my eye, I saw an all-black face peek out from behind the big brown shelf that we had there. It was before we moved it and had no eyes and no mouth. Just like an all-black face, and that was by far the scariest thing I'd ever seen. I truly believe that thing I saw was the same thing my best friend had seen. Last part, I swear. At least a month before we got married, I was talking to my best friend after work. She was telling me that she had heard what sounded like a woman like a woman's muffled voice coming from her bedroom. A man and a woman. When I asked what they were saying, she said that she didn't know. All she knew was that they were muffled and most definitely a man and a woman. When I talked to my friend, the witch, about what she thought, she said, "Show me your bedroom." And when I did on FaceTime, she said that she saw a little girl in the corner of my husband and I's bedroom. I said, "Do you get a good vibe or a bad vibe?" She said, "Oh, bad, definitely. It's a demon attached to one of those dolls over there, one with the red hair." You see, I recently started collecting porcelain dolls. Some are in our bedroom. Now, needless to say, I will be giving them away because I prefer our bedroom to be a safe haven, not a demonic place. Thank you. Anyways, you don't have to believe my stories. I mean, I probably sound crazy and kind of like a hypocrite for talking about being friends with a witch as a Christian. But I know what I've seen and I know what I've heard. All I know is I need some advice. Do y'all think it's really gone or will it come back? So, me and my husband have been married almost a year now, and just recently with my best friend, the Christian one. When she came back over, she's been coming over more recently, yay. Things started ramping back up. I've been more busy at work lately and I'm getting more hours. But anyways, here goes the scary encounters I've had and my best friend have had lately. One day a few weeks ago, me and my best friend were in the bedroom watching YouTube in the middle of the day. It was broad daylight. We heard what sounded like my mother-in-law's voice coming from in the living room. I paused the video and yelled, "Mom," to see if it was her. There was no response. Admittedly, and well, me and my best friend were just freaked out. She asked me, did I hear that? I said yes, and I also heard my husband's voice coming from the living room as well as my mother-in-law's voice. She says she didn't hear his voice, only my mother-in-law's voice. I clearly heard both their voices having a conversation in the living room. We get so spooked, in fact, that we call my mother-in-law and ask her if she'd come downstairs. Then went back up and she says no. We would have heard her talking to the cats downstairs. So admittedly, we're extremely freaked out at this point. Other times, she's texting me on Snapchat while I'm at work telling me she heard the basement door open. She heard it open and then close like somebody was coming into the living room. And when she was hearing these noises, like the door opening, my husband would be at work, so was I. So now she hates being alone and refuses to stay in the living room while we're out at work and comes into the bedroom. It's because that's where she feels safe. She says that she even brought my dogs in one night to avoid hearing the noises, and the noises that she hears, hoping that maybe the dogs will hear what she's been hearing. There's even one point where I was in the bathroom playing music. She was sitting in there with me just for comfort. I needed another person's presence. I got scared. My music all of a sudden stops playing. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Now, admittedly, my YouTube on my Google speaker will sort of let me know when I'm playing too many videos and stop playing my music. But that wasn't the case this time. While listening to music after my shower, it all of a sudden just stopped playing. My husband even heard it stop. And the funny thing is he said, "Hey, Uncle Steve, you must not like that music." By the way, that's my husband's uncle. A lot of the time when these things are happening, they're harmless. The only thing that truly scared us was the fact that we both heard my mother-in-law's voice distinctly coming from the living room as if she were having a conversation in there. There's nobody there. Well, I haven't seen it lately. I don't think she has either. However, she told me that she heard footsteps on the stairs while her and I were playing Uno. However, hubby wasn't even home yet. She also said that she was home alone and heard footsteps on those same downstairs steps. Heard a light knocking on the door as if a man was knocking with his knuckles. Felt comforted because she thinks it was my husband's uncle. Now that encounter isn't that scary, but here's one that's extremely creepy and I can't explain. See, I have two dogs, Chloe and Freckles. Chloe's a lab-hound mix and Freckles is an Australian shepherd. Freckles doesn't like being alone after being abandoned at the house across the street from us. So, Chloe's crate is in our living room. Freckles is basically just in our bedroom. My best friend says that she keeps hearing noises coming from Freckles' crate. That's when she's home alone, keeping in mind that, well, I have a pen outside that my dogs stay in at night most of the time. So they do get their exercise, so there's no way it came from my girl Freckles. She was outside. Well, a night after, and from here on I'll refer to my best friend as F. F and I were in the bedroom and we were just goofing off and screaming. Okay. I hear rustling and what sounds like my dog shaking herself off in the crate. So obviously I look down and I knew that she wasn't inside, but I still go and I look. My friend looks at me and I said, "What?" I said, "Remember when you said that we were hearing noises from Freckles' crate? Well, I just heard the same thing. Literally sounded like something was inside my dog's crate, like moving around and shaking it." Another story my friend told me that freaked her out is when she heard what sounded like me whispering her name from the top of the stairs. When she reached the actual top, I wasn't even there. The last two things, I promise. This person makes a lot of promises. So, I have this Native American porcelain doll in our bedroom, and my friend's air mattress is right beside the shelf the doll sits on. One night she tells me she saw the same doll leaning over her. Now I feel comfortable around this doll, like she's protecting me. I also love listening to Native American flute music and rain to sleep. I have Cherokee in my blood. So the doll never scares me, but she's afraid of that doll now. The last and most recent thing she heard was what sounded like somebody tapping on the bathroom door as she was getting into the shower. She said that made her immediately feel fear, so she called her grandmother. So what do y'all think? Is it back, or is this just a different spirit? Let me know. Okay, so the same poster continues to write, but possibly different stories. Let's find out. Let me preface this by saying me and my friend had gone with this ongoing joke about whenever something happened that we couldn't explain, or just we did something goofy in general, we would say, "Oh, that's just Max," and continue on with our day. But when I got this ghost app, we found out that we may have conjured up a real ghost named Max. When we first used the app, it sounded like a growl noise. It threw my phone. When we continued using the app, I saw a black shadow person go by the window twice. It freaked me out, but this only happened when F and I were using it alone. Another freaky thing was I was trying to calm F down. I told her it was spitting out random words. It said no. So apparently, yes, the app does work. If it's the app that I think you're talking about, no, it does not work. Last thing involving the app, and then on to the scarier stuff. I was watching Supernatural with my friend when the app said scared. So I turned it to call the midwife. Paused it and the app said thanks. And then van. The scene I'd paused with the midwives were getting out of a van. Now onto the more spooky stuff. So the first thing my friend told me was this. She had left the bathroom after taking a shower, was going back to the bathroom to change, saw a black face out of the corner of her eye above the shelf beside the couch. When she turned to look at it, it ducked behind the wall. We were on the couch watching Supernatural, and she felt a hand on her shoulder. When she slept with me and my husband, because she says I scared her and made her not want to sleep alone, we both heard the whimpering and rustling coming from Freckles' crate. I didn't hear it at first, but after a few minutes I finally heard what she was talking about. So we said a prayer. One night when she was sleeping on the air mattress after my husband and I fell asleep, she was almost asleep. That's when she heard a male voice hum into her ear. My cat Salem, our oldest cat, she was meowing in the kitchen, and right after that she got done meowing, I heard what sounded like an old man or a man's voice copying her meow. Almost like mocking her, kind of like how my husband does, just to be goofy, but it scared me so bad. We were riding around on this golf cart it's a golf cart-like thing. I saw a black shadow on the ground on all fours like a dog. I'm hoping it was just one of the barrels that we had outside at the time. My husband wound up getting sick, and so I was helping take care of him. I was in the hallway after coming out of the bedroom heading to the kitchen. I was just about to throw away trash when I swear I heard my husband's voice behind me, thinking it was him coming to thank me for helping him feel better. I turned when nobody was there, and I froze. I ran back into the bedroom, closing the door. Never been so spooked in my life. It sounded like my husband's voice, like really close to me. I just couldn't hear what he was saying. So, the mimic thing I asked to leave seems to not have left at all. My friend was laying awake at around 12 a.m. She doesn't know the exact time, and she heard Freckles' crate rattling like she was shaking. Heard that 2 times, a few minutes apart. She heard the basement door open and shut around 1 a.m. that same night. She thought it was my husband going upstairs for something, but he said he never did, basically he didn't go upstairs. Friend heard what sounded like me breathing beside her when she was in her room alone and I was napping in the living room. Freckles wasn't in there. It was just my friend. And then she heard a male voice whisper, "Hey." That was in the bathroom. That was while I was about to walk out. My husband got sick and I had a fever, so I was taking care of him. When he felt better, I fed him and was walking back into the living room. That's when I heard what sounded like my husband's voice saying something I couldn't quite hear. So I turned around and no one was there. I froze, then ran back to that bedroom so fast. We were sitting upstairs after having made her food and waiting for it to cook. My friend was on the love seat and I was in my mother-in-law's chair. I looked up and saw what looked like a black shadow standing next to my father-in-law's chair. When I looked up again a few seconds later, it looked like it was sitting in the chair. Another time, while we were upstairs, my friend says she felt a touch on her shoulder. I was downstairs feeding my husband because he was hungry but had a headache and kept telling me to come upstairs because apparently she'd gotten spooked. She said it felt like a man's hand. It was that time again when I was going past the hallway upstairs. It looked like a gray person walking toward me via the hallway. I remember being in the kitchen and I heard what sounded like my friend yelling hello. So I turned to look down the hallway, but nobody was there. I thought it could have been a YouTube video on TV, but it sounded exactly like my friend. Not a few seconds later, here she comes out of the bedroom. I've heard the downstairs door close while in the bathroom and thought my husband was home and opened the door to check, and no, he wasn't. I was in the kitchen and I saw what looked like Pookie, or Poge, my mother-in-law. That's her passed-away chihuahua walking toward me. By the way, that one isn't scary, or at least as scary. I was coming toward the bathroom to use the restroom when I saw a white-gray shadow at the bedroom door over the corner of my eye, just standing there. I kept the bathroom door open and I saw a small white face low to the ground, looking into the bathroom. I thought it was my cat Mel. So I waited to greet her. She didn't come in until 5 seconds later. One night I was passing by my mother-in-law's small old gaming room next to the sewing room upstairs. I saw a black shadow about his height standing in that room, and often now when I walk by that same room, I keep thinking I see the same shadow just standing there. Creeps me out. Me and my friend both keep hearing that same rattling and shaking from my dog Freckles' crate. I was in the restroom and my husband was in the living room. I heard something moving around in the bedroom. We both keep hearing the downstairs door opening and closing, and that's when my husband won't be home for a long time. And most recently, I was in the living room and all the cats were with me. I heard the toilet seat close down. When I went to tell my friend, she tells me right after I heard that she heard a man saying hey into her ear. Lastly, this has got to be like the 8th lastly, but lastly, I was going to get my dogs and bring them in when I hear my husband say something to me. He was at his computer, and I promise you I heard his voice directly into my ear, not at his desk. It was right behind me. I turned, thinking he was standing behind me, and it turns out he was at his desk, which is nowhere near me. So unfortunately, the mimic has now started mimicking my dog in her crate when my dog isn't even inside. But it's feeling slightly darker than before the mimicking, that was before the mimicking of my dog scaring us. Oh, and one more encounter. My best friend and I were sharing their air mattress and goofing off at like 3 a.m. She tells me she heard a giggle outside the window. So what do? You don't have to believe me, but I promise you everything word for word I'm typing is true. Edit. I just heard the downstairs door open and close while I was watching a video. I heard a woman whispering. I thought it was my video, but when I paused the video, I still heard it. When I looked up the pocket door to the work bathroom, and I saw a black shadow was standing in our bathroom. Now on to the next story. Strange encounters in Missouri at my father's house. Starting off, I grew a pretty hardcore atheist. I was a non-believer in the paranormal also. Even the thought of extraterrestrial life forms with technology capable of light-speed travel seemed pretty far-fetched and improbable. God seemed impossible, and if God did exist, well, according to his scripture, it felt like he was a being without good morals. Around 2017, I became more agnostic, who shattered his ideals of absolution, but still did need evidence or proof. I didn't claim to know what could or could not be out there anymore. All I know is that the possibility does remain. My father lives off of Highway 44. That's between St. James and Cuba, Missouri. For several years now, he's had strange events and sightings at his house and in his area. Going back to 2018 is when I first felt off. Me and my father and my brother were all out. We were at the pole barn late at night. It was roughly 10 p.m. We were doing work on my father's truck. We normally have some type of firearm nearby when outside. As I was smoking a cigarette outside the pole barn, I just felt really uneasy. Nothing had happened out of the ordinary, but I felt like I was being watched with someone having a scope on my forehead. The neighbors live about a quarter-mile down the road on the side of the father's house. On the other side is just an open field. In front of the house is the road with the woods on the other side of the road. Behind the house, about 4 acres of land. It stretches all in the square. It's mostly open with scattered trees and forest. I felt like the threat was coming from the woods and from behind the house. I told my father and brother, but they felt fine apparently. He told me if I felt off to shoot several slugs in that direction. So I shot 3 slugs off into the woods. I didn't hear anything move from being frightened, but the feeling persisted maybe another 10 minutes or so. I figured I was just psyching myself out. I didn't think much of the situation much more. This happened near late summer, early fall, I believe. Nearly a year later, in mid-July, I went back down there. This time, my father instructed me to listen for a sound. It was nearly inaudible. It sounded like a heartbeat coming from the floor of the house. It was only possible to hear it if everything was dead silent and your head was near the floor. Nothing shook, but the sound was so consistent that it persisted at all times of the day, sometimes for several months. I'd ask him if it was always happening. At least when I left, he would always tell me, yeah, until about October, I believe. It was odd, to say the least, but it never made me feel unsafe per se. In September, however, I went down there for a weekend. I had one of the scariest encounters of my life. I felt like a small child who wanted to cry for help. My father and brother and their dog and my cousin all went to town. So instead of sleeping in one of the couches, I sleep in my father's room. It was roughly 8 to 10 a.m., and I went to sleep in this king-sized memory foam mattress. I don't really know how much time had passed when I fell asleep, but I was suddenly woke from my slumber when I felt the bed slightly moved. I figured the dog had jumped up, but I was so tired I didn't even open my eyes. Seconds later, the bed violently raised and slammed up and down for what seemed to be 10, maybe 30 seconds. Scared out of my mind, I was paralyzed still. I didn't hear anything other than the bed slamming and the box fan sweeping across the floor. As soon as it stopped, I opened my eyes and looked around the small room. There was the closet near the door that was closed, and the door that was cracked open, which is not necessarily unusual. Afraid to move for nearly 20 or 40 minutes, I just sat there. I was hoping, nothing was in the closet. I grabbed the shotgun near the bed and I opened up the closet, and it was empty. I then checked the rest of the house. Some were just open windows with the screen still in, and both doors leading outside were bolted locked. I proceeded to look up if an earthquake happened, and for the next few days I really didn't see anything as such being reported. I just sort of coughed it up to me having a seizure, which I had when I was younger, but even that idea didn't really make sense. The box fan had been moved nearly 5 feet. It was on the floor, face down. My family returned after this incident about 2 hours later. I kept silent because I forced myself to believe it was just a seizure. Nearly 2 years later, 2021 is when the unexplained phenomenon started to happen. It was on an almost weekly basis. My brother moved out, so the only 2 people who noticed it were me when I was down there and my father. We started off the conversation when I arrived there one Friday night with, "I'm not on drugs, but I need your eye to tell me if I'm going insane." Since I was open-minded at this time, I agreed to listen. I was going to look at what he wanted to show me. It was nearly 11 p.m. and he instructed me towards his room. He shut off his lights. What I saw was a silhouetted human figure. It would almost leave traces of itself, as if it would walk between 2 different trees in the backyard, from point A to point B. However, at point B, the figure would basically teleport back to point A and repeat the cycle. It also happened in my brother's room, except the figure would seemingly disappear and reappear behind multiple different trees. But it would still be in a pattern. I honestly thought my father's eyes and, my eyes were both just playing tricks on us. I was just maybe feeding off of his delusions. Until I saw a light flashing in the woods. It looked yellowish-orange, but it flickered 3 times right at the house in 3-second intervals. Then it would slowly fade down. He didn't see it at the time, nor did he tell me about it. But when I told him what I had just seen, it was as if I had just confirmed his fears. He said that he had also seen lights in the same area of the woods. We both covered our windows that night with blackout sheets, slept with the firearm next to our bed. I would also hear almost like stomping sounds in the attic late at night. Almost any time I was down there for 2 to 3 day periods at least once. Too scared to check, we would just ignore it. But I've also seen rusted metal illuminate green, which is, highly odd. As for the first time I seen the shadows, before I convinced myself they were real, I coughed up multiple ideas as to what was causing them. Maybe it was the moon, the clouds. Nope. It was a new moon and there was not even a single cloud. Maybe it was something like a bird or a bat or a bug flying around the pole lights. The pole lights don't reach the edge of the woods and the silhouette was so dark it was as if some mass had to be right there. These are all my first-hand accounts. I have several others, but it could just be more of a coincidence than actual strange occurrences. I'm currently a 26-year-old male with perfect eyesight, slightly overweight at 5'7" at 210. I don't scare easily, nor do I really believe in the supernatural. My father's first-hand accounts. I don't know all of his timeline, by the way, but things he claimed that he had seen and heard. Translucent humanoids. A chappy robot-like figure in a meat suit. Strange lights that could not be from a vehicle. Black shadowy figures and one white misty-looking figure. A giant black cougar. Something saying help in the woods and also hello. Taps on his windows at all hours of the night, screeching sounds that he's never heard before. All of this along with 2 different creatures howling like the ones on the Hulu show. The 411. Or, excuse me, the Hulu show The 411 Missing the Hunted. A strange name. Sometimes his vehicle will be dead when he goes to start it in the morning, along with some of his family members. Some what? Sometimes his vehicle and his family members will be dead when he goes to start his car. A wee bit confused. Moving on. This past spring, 2022, my father was out during the day near the tree line foraging for mushrooms and deer antlers. That's when his dog, which was fully grown, full-blooded pit bull, He weighed maybe 50 or 60 pounds. He was kicked nearly 10 to 15 feet into a tree. We heard the dog yelp and was limping all the way back to the house. He swears he didn't hurt the dog, and, well, kind of believe him, considering the dog didn't show anything but love for him after he was hurt. He wouldn't stray into the woods any longer either. Neither would I if I was thrown 10 feet. My family thought it was my father that hurt the dog. However, if my dad would have hurt the dog, I believe he would have just shot it. He would have only shot it if the dog were severely sick or trying to kill him. The dog's tamed and only shows aggression towards strangers. It's literally his only friend since me and my brother no longer really live with him. When they go to town with him, they leave him in the truck because he's literally the best guard dog I've ever seen. Don't worry, they leave him in there with several minutes and the windows are fully cracked. This past winter, January and February, my father heard knocking on his window around 5 or 6. He was pissed that somebody was trying to break in and went outside with a shotgun and the dog. When inspecting the side of the house, he claims he was pushed or thrown 5 or 6 feet backwards, spraining his hands. He grabbed the dog, just got in the car, leaving his gun, and left towards another relative's house. His hand was severely swollen. He was having trouble lifting just even a cup of water. Returning to his house the next day, he saw his imprint on the snow. He was thrown forwards and no tracks other than his were visible. The gun was right where he fell. While he was hunting in the winter, he was in his tree stand. As he's sitting there in the blistering cold with snow all around him, he heard snow crunching, as if something was stepping there. When he looked down, he saw no tracks and no sign of any creatures. He was paralyzed with fear like I was because he swears that he saw something almost identical to the predator. Some nights he claims his woods will illuminate even though it's in a new moon. Other nights his motion sensor floodlights will turn off and, even though there's nothing out there. At some point the floodlights just stay on and don't go off for hours. At 7 a.m. this morning, he witnessed something that looked like Bigfoot. He's going along the trail at the back of his house. His 8 km where he heard something jiggle, sort of like a collar, but a dog was inside. Then he claims that he heard some type of odd music almost. He thought he was hallucinating. Then he noticed a creature roughly that was 8 feet tall, 450 pounds. It looked like it was all muscle with black hair. It just started walking towards him. It was only about 15-20 feet away. He's walking backwards, and once he noticed it, he just kept following. He let off 25 roads. 7.62 times 39 at this thing. Excuse me. He claims he was shooting for its chest, and not a single bullet made contact. Each time seemed to sort of phase right through it like it was a hologram. Finally, making his way back out of the woods and to pull the barn creature finally stopped at the tree line. Went back inside the house, grabbed my grandmother. Had her look at this thing, and she claimed she saw it as a tall black shadowy figure, just sort of standing in the tree line. She's around 84 years old and doesn't have the best eyesight, but she claims that she did see something. My father was so scared. Well, at least when he first saw it. He doesn't even remember what its face looked like. He just had iron sights pointed at the chest of the creature the whole time. He's had other strange occurrences near him, but I can't really recall them in great enough detail. Neighbors' strange occurrences in a 10-mile radius. The man who opened the open field, or owns the open field next to my father's house, he had 3 cattle mutilated in a 2-day span. Their throats just cut with a precision like tool. The cattle are friendly if you're on the outside of the fence, and I've fed them apples and veggies before. However, crossing the fence, the cattle will chase you out. Knocking the owner, he just gave my father permission to check on the property from time to time, but the cows continuously just chase him out. I'm not sure if someone or something could stop them from getting chased out and perform precision-like cuts killing animals, but don't really know if any organs were missing, but from what I heard, it looked like they were just needlessly killed. When they asked my father if he noticed anything strange, he denies all claims. He doesn't want to sound like a nut job or people thinking he's a drug addict and hallucinating. Down the street about 10 miles is another couple who owns chickens. They're pretty down to earth, and I've hung out with them several times. They're older, in their late 50s, and in August, something killed their chickens in the locked coop, taking only the heads, putting the chicken corpses in a circle inside the coop, all without breaking or moving it from what we've seen. Another individual claims to have heard the odd howling and screeching too. Something with the weight of a human or like land on his trailer. He said he looked out his window looking for anything strange, and when he got near, he saw like something with a 15, maybe 20-foot wingspan taking off. I honestly don't know what to think about all this. Other than my own accounts, typically I don't really believe such strange occurrences. But all these things just can't be coincidence. I'm completely lost on what the facts might even be anymore. I'm really kind of scared going down there anymore, even with the firearm. I would love to hear some ideas about how to capture some photo evidence that doesn't require internet. He had deer cameras out there, but they no longer power on, even if you replace the power source. So, the most important thing is, has anybody had a similar experience? Well, more thoughts or help would also be greatly appreciated. I feel like typing all of this down makes me sound insane, and honestly, I understand why my father doesn't tell his neighbors now. I literally just talk about strange lights and shadow people, the predator in my bed being violently shook by an unknown force, Bigfoot and more. I swear I feel like I'm in a terrible movie script. Fun fact, a lot of people are. Haunted in Slanesville. Brian Kendall worked as a carpenter in Baltimore, Maryland. He lived there along with his wife and 2 kids. As the buzzy city life didn't suit the family well, they decided to move back to the state of West Virginia, which was the place Brian and his wife Belinda grew up. After doing a thorough search, Brian stumbled upon a house in Slanesville, West Virginia. This house was on an isolated single-story house present in the middle of the woods. The family liked the house and the solitude it brought with it, ended up moving into it in '91. To protect the house, Brian bought an adorable black Labrador retriever, named her Coco. Coco slowly became a part of the family because of her friendliness, and she protected the kids ferociously. An eerie balloon. After moving into the new house, Belinda decided to invite her brother and his family, throw them a party. Belinda's brother had a small girl named Jordan, had her birthday just a few days back. Belinda decided to throw her a surprise birthday party. So, her brother's family reached her house and a surprise birthday party commenced. After the cake cutting, the adults went to the kitchen to have coffee. The kids were playing in the living room. As they kept sipping on the coffee, they noticed something unnatural happen right in front of their eyes. They saw a helium balloon. It was slowly descending from the ceiling with a stiffened thread. It appeared as if somebody was pulling the balloon down, but they weren't able to see anybody at the end of the thread. This balloon slowly drifted across the room until its thread reached Jordan. The balloon immediately caught Jordan's resistance. Jordan turned around and told "thank you," looking at an empty space. She reached around trying to hold the balloon, and when she almost got a hold of the balloon, it ascended back into the ceiling. Jordan got a hold of the balloon's thread and continued playing like nothing happened. Belinda and the other adults were startled by this event, to say the least. asked Jordan whom she thanked while getting hold of the balloon. The 3-year-old pointed to an empty corner and told them it was him. Although petrified, they convinced themselves, saying that there was a leak in the balloon that made it drift across the room, and the invisible man that Jordan pointed to was her imaginary friend, which was pretty normal for the children of her age. But deep down, they knew that something unexplainable was behind this event. A burnt vehicle. A few days later, Brian's daughter, Blair, asked him if he could accompany her to a walk through a forest on the backside of their property. Brian readily agreed, and along with his daughter, walked into the thick forest. After a few minutes of walking, the duo stumbled upon an odd sight. They saw a burnt vehicle right in the middle of the forest. It appeared somebody had intentionally put the vehicle on fire sometime before. The vehicle was completely charred and it emitted an uncanny vibe. Brian asked Blair to stand back and walk toward this vehicle to get a closer look. The burnt vehicle was filled with burnt kids' toys and half-burnt spring mattresses. Brian loitered around the van trying to find a path for the vehicle to move in, but he wasn't able to find any. The strangeness started to get on his nerves. Brian decided he had to leave the place at once. On returning home, Brian informed Belinda about this vehicle, hoping to get a rational explanation, but upon hearing this, she was as confused as Brian. The first real sighting. Brian was still working in Maryland, and this meant he had to travel multiple hours every day. This was extremely tiring. Brian wasn't even getting enough sleep due to the number of hours lost in travel. After doing it for 2 months, Brian concluded that commuting so many hours wasn't really working well. He decided to stay at his mom's house in Maryland during the weekdays for work. Thus, the next Monday, Brian drove to Maryland for his work and stayed at his mom's house until Friday to work, and then returned to Slanesville on the evening of Friday to stay with his family. Seeing this was better, Brian made this a routine, but this meant that Belinda had to stay alone at the house during the workdays without a car. Belinda was used to being alone in the house in the middle of a forest. It's her childhood, and she wasn't really bothered much by this. But this separation was new to the kids, so they were finding it hard to cope. With Blair constantly asking Belinda to spend the night at their RV camper, she decided to let her camp for a night, just to get used to her new life. So that night, Belinda sent Blair along with Coco into the camper, locked the door, asked her not to open the door again, and left back to the house. The camper had 2 windows, one big one with curtains on Blair's right and one small one on the door on the left. After gazing at the forest for some time through the window on her right, Blair turned off the lantern and went to sleep. Her slumber did not last long, as a couple of hours later she had woken up by Coco's strange behavior. Coco was barking, looking at the window on the door, and acting as if she was petrified by something. Blair looked through this window with her sleepy eyes. She noticed a figure moving past the door. She thought that it was her mother who turned up to check on her, but Coco just didn't calm down, and now she was looking at the bigger window while barking. To make sure it was her mom, Blair walked out of the camper, but she couldn't find anyone around the camper. Also, all of the lights of the house were now turned off. It appeared as if the figure that had passed the door previously was not her mom. Blair was creeped out by this thought and shut the door after running back into the camper. While Coco was about to get on her bed, Coco started to act as if someone was standing near the window, covered with curtains. So, Blair slowly walked toward this window, pulled away the curtains, and anxiously peeked through it to see what was bothering Coco. The moment she laid her eyes on the bare window, she saw a silhouette of a man on the window and it appeared to be staring at her. Blair jumped right back into the bed, leaving the curtains, and covered herself in the covers in horror. Eventually, she fell asleep. While Blair was going through this in the camper, her younger brother Sean was going through something similar. After locking the door of the camper, Belinda returned home to put Sean to sleep. Sean was a 3-year-old who never woke up in the middle of the night after being put to sleep. But that day, he walked up to Belinda's room claiming that there was a monster looking at him through the window in his room. Since their house only had 1 floor, Belinda thought that he was getting scared by seeing a wild animal loiter around. Put him back to sleep. But he kept coming back to her room complaining of this monster. The cycle continued. Little did Belinda know that it was not an animal, but something more paranormal. The next morning, Blair was relieved to find herself safe after the previous night's events. After waking up, she immediately rushed out of the camper, ran back to her house. While having breakfast, Belinda asked Blair about her camping experience. Blair just told her that she didn't like camping and didn't want to do it again. With Blair blatantly shutting down her questions, Belinda stopped asking her questions about the previous night. The remainder of the day went normally. When it was time for bed, Belinda put Blair and Sean to sleep in their rooms, went to the room to fall asleep. Strange dream interrupted. That night, Belinda was woken up by a strange dream. In her dream, she saw a boy running away from the foot of her bed. She saw him run out of the house. When she tried following him, she walked into never-ending lines of white clothes. She suddenly felt something on her foot and stopped. When she bent down to see what it was, she saw a clothespin stuck on her bare foot. Although not a scary nightmare, she woke up from her sleep and, realizing it was just a dream, went back to sleep. The next morning, when she was folding the blankets and making her bed, she saw a clothespin near the foot of the bed. She was shocked and confused as the family didn't own any clothespins. Belinda wasn't able to find a logical explanation for how it ended up being there. From sleepwalking to being controlled in her sleep, multiple thoughts kept running through her mind. Not being able to arrive at an answer, Belinda called her sister asking for help. A burial site in the backyard. Hearing what she told, Belinda's sister told Melinda that the solidity of the house and her routine were starting to get the better of her. Offered to visit the house to give her a little time for herself. So after her sister arrived at her house, Belinda left her kids under the care, walked into the forest behind the house to explore it. Strange. After taking a few steps, she stumbled upon a burial site with 4 small headstones. The headstones didn't have any details on them, but their size and the spacing between them suggested that they could have been children. Creeped out by how close this site was to their property, Belinda immediately rushed back to her house. The shadow figure returns. A couple of days later, Blair woke up without a reason in the middle of the night. Found the curtains on her window pulled over. Since the incident in the camper, she felt uncomfortable leaving the windows uncovered. So she herself covered the window in her room with a curtain, so she wasn't able to understand how it was uncovered. Despite the confusion, she decided to cover the window before going to sleep. While she was about to cover the window, she saw the same figure she had seen a few days back, standing in the tree line of the woods around the house. As she kept staring at the figure, it slowly started moving towards her, and within a few moments it started to run towards her. Blair ran away from the window and crawled under her cupboard in fear. At the same time, Coco, who was in Belinda's room, started barking and acting weird. After Belinda's best efforts to calm Coco down didn't work, she decided to take her out of the house for a walk. The moment she opened the door, Coco ran towards Blair's room and became calm. When Belinda followed her, she found her petrified daughter covering herself under the cupboard in the room. When she asked her daughter what frightened her so much, she told her about the figure she saw through the window. Similar to what she told Sean, she told her that it could have been a wild animal and put her to sleep. After making sure that she was asleep, Belinda and Coco went back to Belinda's room and she fell asleep too. A couple of hours later, Belinda felt like somebody was tapping on the back of her head. Belinda, without even opening her eyes, thought that it was one of her kids. told them not to worry and to go back to sleep. After her words, the tapping stopped, but a few moments later, felt the taps on her head yet again, and this time Coco stood up on the bed and started barking in the direction from which she felt the taps. Belinda was completely caught off guard when she opened her eyes and saw no one nearby. She initially thought that one of her kids should have tapped her on the head and walked away, but when she saw them sound asleep in their rooms, Belinda understood that her assumptions were wrong. The first tragic event and Coco's disappearance. Belinda was extremely scared by the events of that night, decided to spend some time away from the house. So the next day, Belinda called her mom asking for her car, since the only car in the house was taken by Brian for work. When her mom dropped off her car at the house, she locked up Coco in her outdoor cage, left the house with her kids to buy some things for them. After driving for a few minutes, Belinda noticed that the car had very little fuel. It stopped at a nearby gas station to refuel. While refueling, she met a friendly local woman at the gas station. The woman started a general conversation. This woman was a longtime resident of the town. She asked Belinda where she lived. When Belinda told her the address of her house, the woman immediately asked her if she knew the history of her property. When Belinda said that she didn't know, this woman just told her that there was an accident. I think they messed that up. This woman told her that an innocent family were previously burned to death on her property. When Belinda heard it, she wasn't scared but felt bad for the family. She felt that if her house was really haunted by this family, no harm would be caused to her and her family by them. When she and her kids returned back home after finishing their work, they found Coco's cage empty. It was perfectly locked, but Coco wasn't there. Only Belinda had the key to the cage, and she wasn't able to understand how she went missing. The family were never able to find Coco again. Damn. The strange dream repeats itself. A couple of days later, Belinda had the same strange dream that she had a few days before, but this time she was able to walk past the clothes on the clothesline and reach a clearing. On the clearing, she saw a boy, approximately the age of Sean, standing in fear. He anxiously looked to his left as a dark figure of a man walked past the clothes. This dark figure stared at the boy with its emotionless face and started running towards Belinda. Belinda immediately woke up from her sleep, drenched in her own sweat. The moment she opened her eyes, she heard Sean shout from his room. When she rushed to his room to see what caused the shouts, she saw him lying on the floor with one of his arms twisted to his side. They rushed him to a hospital. They figured out that he had a multiple fracture in his arm. When Belinda asked him what caused it, he said the monster did it. The second tragic event. 3 days later, Belinda took Sean along with her in her mom's car for a doctor checkup. On their way back, their car broke down in the middle of the road. One woman who passed by them offered to drop them at the house. Belinda accepted her help and got into the car. As Belinda guided her towards her house, the face of the woman turned pale. When she asked Belinda, "Do you know the history of your house?" Belinda responded saying that she knew about the burnt family. The woman immediately told her that one of the previous occupants of the house was burnt to death by the locals of the town. She explained it to her, saying that the previous occupant of the house was abusing and torturing children to death in their house. The locals grew suspicious of him, and since they weren't able to find any evidence to support their claims, they burnt him to death. His body was never found after that. This story seemed to justify the figure that the kids were seeing and the figure that Belinda saw in her dreams. Belinda immediately convinced her husband and the family vacated the house in fear. And I wonder who bought it. And I wonder who's still hearing this. See ya. Eerie Encounters. The Bill Vale Story. A After working at NASA as a robotics engineer for 15 years, Bill Vail quit his job in 2002 after divorcing his wife and moving back to Arlington, Texas. He wanted to be with his brother. To have a fresh start in his life, he started working his brother's water purification company. Terrified by a strange woman. Just a few weeks after he joined his brother's company, Bill had to take up a Saturday house call to make a good impression on his coworkers. Bill's work was to demonstrate the installation and the usage of the company's water purification system in the customer's house. When he was about to leave for the customer's house, the dispatcher told him that the customer was adamant about him reaching her place at exactly 5 o'clock. She wanted to make sure that he didn't arrive a minute early or late. Although it kind of sounded weird to him, Bill obliged. When he reached the customer's doorstep at exactly 5 o'clock, Bill was greeted by loud, terrifying screams, coupled with the voice of a woman chanting something nonsensical. In the middle of her chant, she kept saying, "Go away," multiple times. Not really sure what was going on, he peeked through the slightly open door of the house. As he visually scanned, he saw 3 men kneeling down on the floor, forming a circle. A woman was walking around them with a book in her hands, chanting something that didn't make any sense to him. Although a complete skeptic, the eeriness of the chant was starting to get into his head. He decided to leave the place. While he was about to leave, the woman started staring right into his eyes while pointing her finger at him. Bill felt that the woman was trying to harm him, escaped the place at once. Once he was at a safe distance from the house, he called the dispatcher, told him about what just happened, and requested not to be sent to that house ever again. A terrifying night. Later that day, Bill cooked his dinner, sat in front of his TV to watch it while he had his dinner. While watching the TV, he noticed something dart across the room in his peripheral. Bill assumed that it was a rodent that should have infiltrated the house, and he scanned the entire house hoping to find it, but his efforts ended in vain. Since it was already late, Bill decided to check again. He went to sleep the next day. His sleep, however, didn't last long. He was woken up by the sensation of something running over his foot. He immediately concluded that it was the rodent that he had seen earlier and checked the room completely, but he found nothing. Bill convinced himself, saying that he was just making stuff up, and went back to sleep, only to be woken up yet again, and this time he felt his bed shaking, which immediately brought him out of his slumber. But when he opened his eyes, the shaking stopped. Bill thought it was an earthquake, but all the other objects in the room were in place. Being a pragmatic person, Bill tried to find a rational explanation for this. He couldn't find one. As Bill kept surfing the internet searching for any nearby events that could have caused the shake, his internet connection stopped working. Since he wasn't able to really troubleshoot the issue himself, he called the service provider. While speaking to the executive, he suddenly started hearing a static sound, which interrupted his conversation with the executive. Nonsensical chatters and a demonic voice followed the static. Bill was creeped out hearing this voice and immediately cut the call. A few moments later, the executive called him again to inform him that the internet connection was sorted out. When Bill asked this executive if he had heard this static, he confirmed that he had also heard it and apologized to him for, the fault being on his side. After searching on the internet for a more radical explanation for a really long time, Bill finally gave up and went back to his bed. As Bill was trying hard to go back to sleep, he started hearing sounds coming from underneath his bed. It started to frighten him. As he kept keenly listening to the sound, he saw a hand. It was slowly crawling up the bed. When it was about to catch his leg, he pulled his leg to his chest. The hand went back. Bill got into a fetal position and spent the rest of the night in fear. Eeriness continues. The next day, Bill did his best not to say anybody about the weird events in his house. He felt people would not believe him. He returned home later than usual, left the lights turned on for the night. As he kept watching the TV in the well-illuminated house, the lights turned off by themselves. Petrified by this, Bill ran into the closet to retrieve his flashlight. While in the closet, Bill started hearing the boxes on the topmost rack of the closet slamming. With every minute he stayed inside the closet, the slamming grew intense. Bill understood that whatever was inside the closet did not like him being there. So what was the entity terrifying Bill? Something in the closet. Terrified by the slamming, Bill rushed out of the closet. He called his brother Bob and asked him to come to his house. When Bob arrived, Bill asked him to go to the closet without saying anything. Although Bob initially refused to go in as it sounded pretty weird, he eventually gave in to his brother's pleas. So, Bob got into the closet, turned off the light, and shut the closet door. While he was standing inside the closet filled with darkness, he started feeling hard hits on his head and legs. When he instinctively turned on the lights to see what it was, he found nothing. Creeped out, he immediately got out of the closet, but instead of telling Bill what he experienced in the closet, he told him everything seemed to be fine inside it. It was all in order and not to creep his brother out. Bill, however, felt terrible hearing this, as he felt he should have conveyed the events better to his brother. Bill's friend creeps out. After his brother left, Bill called one of his close friends named Michael. He wanted to tell him about things happening around him. Michael was caught off guard hearing Bill rant about the paranormal events occurring around him, as something of this sort had not really happened before. As Bill and Michael kept speaking, Bill started to hear the same static he heard while speaking to the customer executive. He started shouting on the phone, asking Michael not to listen as it was evil. Michael, being a sound engineer, started recording the static. When the static stopped, he played the recording to Bill. This recording clearly captured Bill's shouts, but the static was non-existent. Michael was stunned as he heard on the call was this static, but it wasn't recorded by the recorder. Michael asked Bill to stay safe and to cut the call. Bob confirms. Scared to be alone in the house, Bill invited his brother Bob and his wife to come over to his house for dinner. That was the next day. During the dinner, Bill was sitting in the chair in front of the TV. Bob and his wife sat on the couch. As they were watching TV, Bill saw something dart across the room in his peripheral, which made him get out of his chair and chase it. Bob and his wife were confused by Bill's behavior, and when he returned, they asked him the reason behind it. Without saying anything, Bill asked Bob to sit in the chair he was sitting in previously, focus on his peripheral vision. When Bob did what Bill asked him to do, he got up from the chair and was pretty startled. When Bill asked him what he saw, he confessed to seeing a 5-foot-tall bipedal creature running across the room. To make sure he wasn't just making stuff up, we asked his wife to do the same. She also confirmed seeing this creature. They were unnerved, and the couple asked Bill to come over to their house for a couple of days, but Bill refused. He didn't want to give up his house. Although disturbed, Bill felt relieved as though, he wasn't the only one seeing these strange things. Brian and his crew investigate. For the first time, Bill accepted that things were going on in his house, and they were paranormal. He started surfing the internet to know more about it. As most of the things on the internet weren't really fact-checked, Bill reached out to a paranormal investigation team to help him out. This team was led by Brian, and they visited Bill's house the same night. The team inspected Bill's house thoroughly and set up multiple laser beams in Bill's bedroom where the events were most intense. With nothing unordinary happening, the team started to provoke whatever was in the house. And this actually worked. As they were taunting this entity, a laser beam in Bill's bedroom fell down on its own. The crew immediately rushed out and checked the footage from a camera placed in that room. The foliage showed a mist forming in that room when the members started taunting, but the members swore that they didn't see anything. When they cranked up the volume of the footage, the team noticed a demonic voice say, put it back. Not only that, but it also said, he's coming. Feeling that they had enough evidence, the team packed up their stuff, left the house. But before leaving, Brian requested Bill not stay in that house anymore, as he felt that something evil was occupying the house. The entity turns violent. That night, Bill left all the lights turned on, played upbeat music, tucked himself up in his bed. As he kept listening to his music, he heard what sounded like a truck smashing into the side of the house. Bill jumped out of his bed and ran out of his house to see the damage to his property. But to his surprise, there was no truck and everything was intact. As he stepped back into his house, confused, he heard the same sound coming from the dining room. And this room is where he saw the creature dart through. So he rushes into the dining room to see what was causing the sound. He found all the things in the place as if nothing had even happened. Before he could gather himself, he heard the car alarm go off inside the house. At this point, Bill understood that the creature in his house was messing with him. He decided to confront it. When he started screaming at the top of his voice, asking the creature to show itself, he started hearing the crashing sound from his bedroom. He ran into his bedroom to fight this thing, but he saw nothing. Similar to the dining room, all the things were intact, but unlike the previous time, the crashing sound did not stop when he entered the room. The deafening sound continued. The loudness of the sound kept increasing as Bill knelt down on the floor, covering his ears. When the sound finally stopped, Bill got back onto his bed, decided to sleep. How do people do that in stories? He was lying in his bed trying to sleep, and he saw a 6-foot-tall figure come out of his bed. It stood near the foot of his bed, staring at him after a few minutes, and it crawled onto the bed until his face was right in front of his. Without breaking eye contact, the figure opened its mouth to reveal its huge tooth. It grunted loudly and disappeared. The next morning, Bill woke up with deep scratches on his chest and back. Things moved from bad to worse as the creature became more violent. Waking up with scratch marks became a routine for Bill. He was even hospitalized a couple of times. Also, random things were sporadically thrown upon him by something apparently invisible. Bill felt as if he was never alone in the house, and he constantly saw shadow figures and apparitions darting across him. Despite doing multiple exorcisms on himself and his house, things never got any better. When asked why he didn't sell the house and move on, Bill told him that he didn't want anyone else to go through it. Genesis. As Bill kept researching demons, he got to know more about exorcisms and possession. It was then that he got reminded of the strangest encounter that he had had at a customer's house. It was where the lady was chanting something nonsensical. On giving it a deeper thought, he understood that the lady was exorcising the 3 men kneeling near her, as her chants resembled the chants that he had heard in a few exorcism videos. He understood that the woman used him as a vessel to hold the demons that she drove out of those 3 men. My 3 strangest experiences. Story 1. The first one I have to share is the most recent one. I have to give a trigger warning for this one since I'm going to talk about panic attacks. So I know just hearing about the symptoms can cause them to you. Well, to cause them to kick in at least. Anyway, this happened 2 summers ago. I was celebrating Midsummer's Eve with my boyfriend, his family, and their neighbors. We were having a lovely time, but I was still not really myself because of something that had happened a few days earlier. I essentially had PTSD. For me to celebrate this holiday with them wasn't actually planned, but because of this thing that happened, I ended up traveling to his house that night before. That was because I knew I'd feel safe there. The other people there knew what had happened, but didn't really understand just how much of it had affected me mentally. I don't think I understood it myself, to be honest. But long story short, they talked and asked a lot more about it than I was comfortable with. And of course, I could feel a panic attack brewing. I excused myself and I hurried into the house, since the party was going on in the garden. I made it inside and collapsed onto the floor. I was hyperventilating, shaking, the good stuff. Because of my username, let's pretend my name is Nim. From behind me, I heard somebody say, "It's all right, Nim, it's going to be okay. You're okay, Nim." You know, calming and encouraging stuff. But I hate when people see me like that. So I scrambled up from the floor and hurried further into the house to be alone. I finally calmed down and went and sat down on the sofa. My boyfriend soon joined me since he was starting to suspect something was up. He told me the guests had now left. I said that I still wish they hadn't seen me like that. He said that he didn't think that they'd notice. He hadn't even really noticed at first. He just thought I went to fetch something. I then told him that something had been standing behind me, trying to comfort me. He then just looked at me with concern for a few seconds before saying, "Nim, we were all still outside. No one followed you into the house, so you were alone in there." I could just feel the blood drain from my face. Sounds cheesy, but this time I actually felt it. It was only then that I realized I couldn't place the voice that I'd heard. I just felt it sounded familiar. I didn't actually know really whose voice it was. Often when I'm having panic attacks, I almost feel myself splitting in two. One part who's having a panic attack and one part who isn't. The second part, by the way, I like that statement. The second part is always making sure I stay safe. Tries to remind me to stay steady in my breath, catch myself if I lose my footing. But it's still always the same conscience. I always experience both at the same time. This is the first time in one of those parts where I'm actually talking to the other and I was freaking out too much to realize it was my own voice I was hearing. So yeah, that was a story I feel has a reasonable explanation, but it still creeps me out a bit. At the same time, it's quite comforting to know that I am, well, looking out for myself. Story 2. This happened maybe 5 or 6 years ago. So when I was around 22. I was out walking my family's old dog. I suddenly see something flashing above us. We were in quite a central part of a decently large city, so I just imagined that somebody's in the apartment above us and they must have lit a very bright lamp. I instinctively just looked up. The sky was bright blue, and a bright light like lightning was running across it. Maybe not too strange, you might think. If it hadn't been for the fact that this was at the end of March and late in the evening, and the sky had been pitch black moments before, but now the sky is bright and everything is lit up like daytime. I just stare at it in awe for a moment and blink and the sky's black again. Everything's back to normal. It's as if the universe had just glitched for a moment, as if God had accidentally hit the wrong switch and was like, "Oh shit," before turning it off again. I just look up in confusion for a bit, and did I imagine it? It happened so quickly that I really hadn't processed it before it was over. So maybe I did imagine it. I looked down at my dog, trying to see if he seemed confused as well. Maybe a little. That might just be because he sensed I was. He was a very empathetic dog, after all. I finally decided that I was probably very tired. I needed some sleep. We went home, but of course I didn't go to bed. Wasn't even that tired. I was by now 95% sure I had been imagining it. But those remaining 5% really had me by the tits. Wouldn't let me go. Finally relented and I started Googling. Turns out a bunch of people in my city and some of the cities close by, they'd had the same experience that night. Blue sky, bright light, some people had even heard explosions. My brain was just heading kind of terribly close to alien invasion mode. That was before I finally reached an article where a scientist had spoken out. What we had all seen was a bolide, A bolide is apparently an exceptionally bright meteor. This particular bolide had been strong enough to light up the sky almost as bright as the fucking sun. The flashes I saw before I looked up was probably when it actually passed over me. Guess I looked up at it, or at the end of it. The light thing I saw was probably its tail, and as soon as it passed, everything went back to normal. So even this crazy glitch in the Matrix story had a perfectly logical explanation, which definitely gives a different perspective on other quote-unquote unbelievable stories that I hear. The answer might be so much simpler than we think. Story 3. Unless... If you've been keeping track and are still reading, you'll know which of the 3 categories this story falls under. Yeah. This is the earliest of the bunch. It happened when I was 12 or so. I was visiting our holiday home with the family. I can't remember where we had been or what we had been doing, but I'm guessing we had been swimming in the ocean. In either case, we were now heading back home. The first story, I was experiencing PTSD and panic attack. The second, me and my dog were alone at night in the dark. Both creepy circumstances, yes? All this time, it was daytime around lunch or afternoon, bright, warm, and sunny. The least horror story-esque most people can really imagine. If there was one moment my child brain was not expecting to see, it was something creepy, right then and there. We were practically home, just walking past the last yard before ours. I happened to look into their yard and froze, causing my parents to carry on without me. Somebody stood in their yard. They looked at least somewhat ordinary in almost every way. The height of an average male, if I remember correctly. He walked upright, had 2 arms, 2 legs, you know. He was dressed either in actual rags or in very tattered clothing. Can't quite remember. His hair, though, was quite unusual. I remember it kind of like tentacles, kind of like the alien from the Predator movies. It might just simply have been dreadlocks. Standing some 30 meters or 100 feet away. It's hard to tell, and while my 12-year-old self wasn't exactly used to people with dreadlocks. Either way, nothing about this appearance was necessarily that unusual, so far. The hair was actually just dreadlocks anyway. But his face... When he realized that I looked at him, he froze too and looked back up at me. His skin was gray, not grayish or sickly pale, or I'm going to throw up gray, but concrete ash clay. You get it, gray. Not only that, but sort of wrinkly. Not like a very old person, but with a few big deep wrinkles, like a wrinkly dog. Like a sharp eye or something. To the point that they completely warped his facial features and almost hid his eyes. I just stared at him in shock for a few moments, and he stared back at me, honestly, kind of with the same expression. But wait, there's more. Later the same day in the early evening, when the sun had just started to set, I believe, I stepped out of the house. Can't remember why, I was just about to head down the stairs into our yard. That's when I felt myself freeze again. There he was, in her neighbor's yard again, fucking waiting for me. It was roughly the same distance from me as the previous time, and this time he didn't look shocked, but stern and somewhat puzzled. This time it was I who copied his expression. We just looked at each other for a while. Finally, he seemed to have had enough. He turned around, hurried back behind the house again, disappearing behind the same corner as before. I woke up from my trance-like state once again. I can't remember what it did after this, but what I thought or how I behaved or what happened. I've asked my mother about this, and apparently I told my parents about what happened, and I seemed quite shook. That was around 16 years ago. I've been back there many times, and I never saw him again. Never heard anybody mention any similar experiences in the area either. Or anywhere, really, to be honest. I don't know what to think of this, or what to feel. Could have been imagination, because boy do I have that. But even at a really young age, at 12 isn't even that young, I could always tell reality and imagination apart. I simply liked making up stories. Also, it was quite sunny and warm, so sunstroke has always been a plausible theory for me. I experienced a horrible case of sunstroke. It was like a 40-degree fever. Can't sit up without fainting, literally almost died kind of sunstroke. But I never really experienced any visual hallucinations, only mild physical ones. When I closed my eyes and touched my hands, they felt significantly smaller. So for me to have a sunstroke was so extreme that I saw things without experiencing any other symptoms. Seems kind of unlikely to me. Another theory is that it simply was a dude in a mask and face paint. But I wasn't alone the first time. My parents had walked right in front of me. There were other people walking back and forth on the road, or two from the water. Whatever he was, he clearly stood out and he stood close to the road with an open lawn. Someone else should have seen him, and yet no one did. So that theory doesn't really sit well with me either. Even if that would be the case, and this might sound strange, but I'm not afraid of him. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. I saw no trace of malice in him, at least, and the way he looked at me, he looked like, well, the way I looked at him the first time. He seemed just surprised that I could see him. The second time, he seemed to want to decide if I was a threat or not. I suppose I felt the same. We both seemed to settle on not, but seemed to come to a mutual understanding to stay out of each other's way. I'm completely open to having a logical explanation, or just open to it not being that. But to be honest, it doesn't really matter. When the world feels boring and mapped out, I just remember this experience. I'm reminded that there are still mysteries out there. Judging by the way he looked at me, it might even be someone else's mystery. Here are a few things I've experienced over the past 5 years. Hope you enjoy. The experiences I'm sharing with you are all genuine. These are not experiences I've pulled out of thin air, which I know some like to do. These are just a few experiences which have been the bane of my existence. I've been going through things like this since a young boy, and especially since I started messing with Ouija boards and astral projection. Hope you enjoy. 1. I saw a bright white orb about the size of a golf ball while in my camper van one night that hovered from one end of the camper van all the way to the right in front of my face. And then it proceeded to hover right in front of me, to which I then started to run my finger through it before it faded out and disappeared. 2. Laying on my bed around midday one day with my eyes closed. All of a sudden in my mind's eye appeared this floating white light and realm. Then all of a sudden the sound of birds in a rainforest, and I would call ultra high definition. They appeared out of nowhere, which I could hear to the left of me. Then shortly after, a feeling of intense full-body euphoria and bliss came over me while listening to the birds in the rainforest. It lasted about 10 seconds. Sounded like a heavenly realm. 3. Laying in bed one night to be woken up by the feeling of something crawling all over my back, which was not actually there. It felt to be around the weight of a large rat, which was latching onto my back. I then fell asleep, shortly after I wake up to an out-of-body sound of a loud bang in the stairway of the house, and then the sound of boom, 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 someone heavily walking up the stairs. I then shot out of bed in a panic, still out of body, to hold the door shut to protect my partner at the time who was in the door. But then I remembered my mom was sleeping on the floor below. I felt I had to protect her, so I sharply pulled open the door and then realized the being coming up the stairs was coming up the first flight of stairs, and not the one I was on. The house had 3 floors. I then looked over the banister and I saw a bright red light from about halfway up the stairs where the sound of the footsteps were coming from. But as I looked over the banister, I could see more of what it was like, a dog. It looked like a dog in the top of the stairs looking up at me, giving me direct eye contact. The dog had bright blue eyes and had patchy fur. I then woke up shortly after. 4. Lying in bed one night, sick and weak, still awake. And whenever I would close my eyes and relax my body to try to get some sleep, I would fall into paralysis. An extremely loud humming sound would appear in my mind to what sounded like a light traveling at a high speed. It sounded like it came from a distance, to which it would then travel to just the center of my brain before it would jolt me out of a paralysis. This happened about 5 times over roughly a 15-minute period. Then after that, I was laying there with my eyes closed, and once again I fell into paralysis, to which I then started to see in my mind a light appear, and a figure with long hair and a beard and robes, which looked similar to Jesus holding up some sort of 2-fingered hand gesture, peered out of the light, and then spoke the words, "I've always loved you." Then came out of my paralysis, and I then shortly after fell asleep. 5. Laying in hospital one night, and I fell into paralysis with my eyes closed. Then after this happening a few times, it came on again, and I then found myself laying there with a pale, dark-haired, really skinny, almost gaunt-looking girl. Almost a heavy drug addict looked like about her. Latched onto my side, holding me tightly, rubbing my genitals. Like the story on the birds in the rainforest, where I could feel a euphoria through my body, I could feel a similar feeling with this girl, but maybe 50% of its potency. While this was happening, even though my eyes were closed, I could still see, like in the room, as if it was an out-of-body experience, but laying in my body still. This went on for maybe 15 seconds, then all of a sudden I jolted out of paralysis, opened my eyes. Same hospital. A few days later, laying in bed. I fell asleep into paralysis, and I found myself standing in a dark room with a dark-haired, pale girl sat on my shoulders. I looked up at her, and as I looked up my eyes, she looked eye to eye, and she said to me, "Hi, my name is Babe." I then jolted once again and proceeded to open my eyes. 6. Laying in bed once again, I fell into paralysis. I could see as my eyes were open, and in the room was a demon-looking being hovering in front of me, trying to get closer to me, and as it would get closer to me, I would speak the words, "Come on then," in hopes to show that I wasn't frightened, in the hopes that it would leave. And when I would say these words, it would back away from me. This would happen back and forth, maybe 5 times before I managed to jolt myself out of a paralysis. 7. Around midday, I decided to lay down for a while. As I was laying there, I fell into paralysis. As I did, I found myself looking into an environment outside of my own. It was almost here and there. I was still aware of the room I was laying in, while I also was aware of this other realm. I came face to face with a demonic-like being, and I went to go hug this being to show him not scared. You don't need to be this way to be out of nowhere, and a separate being shouted extremely loudly as if it were in the room, and I was laying in and shouted in an almost panicked voice, "No!" This made me jolt, and I came out of my paralysis. I then opened my eyes. 8. Unfortunately, I was going through a light phone phase at this point, taking a break from smartphones, so didn't have a smartphone to capture any of this. Wish I did now, though. This went on for about a year. Got to the point that I would see orbs on a regular basis, to such a degree I would see several hundred a day. Whoa. And also to such a degree that I at times would be surrounded by multiple in one sitting. As I would sit in rooms filled with orbs, I would hear voices that came along with them. They would say things such as, "Chris, stay there. Don't do that. Leave it. Listen. Come home. Stop." These voices reached a degree at point where I would hear full conversations faintly in the room chattering away. The voices I would hear were what sounded like 2 different presences, 2 female and 1 male. What also came with those orbs and voices were experiencing being physically touched across my body. I would feel pokes and strokes all over my body, my genitals being the most popular area of the body, which would be pretty much regular basis. Bear in mind, these pokes and strokes across my body would be at points reaching a level of pain where it got so painful to experience I would shout, "Ouch!" I'd have to tell it to stop. At some time of all this happening, there was also bangs and knocks on the walls, which would reach such a degree that I would hear them almost every 5 seconds or so. Some of these bangs were so loud that they would make me jump out of my skin with fright. 9. Laying in bed one night and I fell into paralysis. And as this came on, I opened my eyes, and in the dark room I was laying with the sound of somebody sprinting up the stairs, and they came out of nowhere. The sound of somebody sprinting up the stairs would then proceed to run from the stairs and into the room I was in, and then jump on the bed, to which I could literally feel the bed move. After this happening, I would then have it force myself out of the paralysis. This happened about 3 times in one night. 10. I woke up on 3 occasions in the night to a girl sucking my toe on 2 of them. The other, she was sat on my lap grinding on me. The first night I was sleeping on my own, as I normally do, from the front. Then I woke up to my left leg, which had been lifted back and up into the air. Felt someone holding my foot and sucking on my big toe. I looked back and I pulled my foot away, and when I did this girl, which had really long straight hair, thin structure, stood up really sharply in a tantrum and shouted, "Ah!" That was because I wouldn't let her do it. I looked away briefly to push myself up out of bed, and then I looked back and she was gone. The second was a similar experience, although this time I didn't pull away and I let her carry on. It felt really good, so I just let it happen. I then fell back asleep. The last experience was I'd fallen asleep on my back this time, which I usually avoid because when I do, I normally end up in sleep paralysis. But I had fallen asleep on my back anyway, and I woke up really tired and drained to the same girl on top of me grinding on my crotch. She was pulled in really close to me with her chest and faced up against me. This was intense and extremely sensual. I didn't push her away, and it went on for maybe 20 seconds until I fell asleep. Bear in mind, my mom visited a demonologist. Think that's what it was that they're called. She likes to see mediums from time to time, and before I told her about any of this, the woman she saw told her that I had a demon attached to me that won't leave me alone. It's always with me, and that it's trying to drain me. She then proceeded to tell my mom that the demon doesn't like what's on my back and it angers it. My mom had to think for a minute to grasp what she may have meant by this. Then my mom remembered that I have a tattoo of an angel on my back. That very last line gives me a thought. But sweet dreams. Demons in the family roots. Demo Dar, an extremely intelligent and friendly 10-year-old boy. He was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Ketkar just after his 4th birthday in May of 1923. He gelled well with his new family and quickly became one of them. He was living the life any poor orphan would dream of until his 15-year-old biological elder brother named Krishna joined him in the summer of 1927. Krishna moves in with the family. When Dr. Ketkar found Krishna, he was completely malnourished. He lived in extremely bad conditions. Dr. Ketkar figured out that he was being exploited and overworked in a tea shop. He'd arranged for Krishna to be put under the care of a clerk while attending school. This setup seemed to be successful for the first year, but things would take an awkward turn from then onwards. On the very first day of his 2nd year at school, while Krishna was walking on the corridor with a shovel in his hand, he suddenly blacked out. The very next moment, he found himself standing in a completely different spot without the shovel in his hand. Krishna wasn't able to comprehend what was going on around him, decided to seek the help of a clerk who was taking care of him. The clerk, however, didn't really take care of him, apparently. Or at least, he didn't take care of him seriously. He thought that the boy was joking, but as he kept telling him about the way he was getting teleported, he slowly started to believe him. Within a few weeks after this incident, the clerk reached out to Dr. Ketkar and asked him to take Krishna off his custody. He felt that paranormal events were happening around the boy. Thus, feeling bad for the traumatized kid, Dr. Ketkar decided to take him under his wing, took him to his house. Dr. Ketkar's house was being inhabited by him, his wife, his sister-in-law named Cohen, and Damodar before Krishna moved in. And after he moved into the house, Dr. Ketkar's wife and sister-in-law started taking care of him. The sisters initially thought that the creepiness that surrounded Krishna was because of his sleepwalking, but they would soon understand that their assumptions were wrong. The family witnesses the paranormal. One night in August of 1927, while Cohen was observing Krishna sleeping, she saw a 16-inch-long mirror get thrown off the wall above him. However, instead of crashing down, the mirror landed slowly as if something invisible was slowly placing it down. Cohen rushed to make sure that it was an accident, and that the thread was connected to the mirror to a nail and it must have fallen off. But when she gave it a closer look, she noticed that the thread was completely intact, and the nail was still firmly present on the wall. This indicated that the mirror was intentionally removed from the nail in the wall, but Cohen and Krishna were the only ones in the room where Cohen was watching it happen. Krishna was sound asleep throughout the incident. A couple of nights later, Cohen saw a heavy paperweight slowly descend through the thin air and gently land on a glass table without any commotion. Even this time, the kid was fast asleep when this happened. The same week, the family were woken up by a deafening banging sound. It seemed to be coming from the room in which Krishna was sleeping. When they rushed to his room to see what caused the sound, they saw Krishna unconscious on the floor. Had a heavy wooden table that he was sleeping on being turned 45 degrees towards him. He was surrounded by deranged furniture, books, and apparel. When Dr. Ketkar brought Krishna to his senses, he told Ketkar that something had thrown him off the bed, and the impact that he had while hitting the floor made him go unconscious. By the end of 1927, the story of the eerie events surrounding Krishna spread across his neighborhood, and the skeptical neighbors who thought that it was a hoax started asking him to stay with them during the nights. But these stays would not last for more than a couple of days, as the strangeness around him was too much for them. Things used to disappear around Krishna in broad daylight, only to just reappear. It'd be in a completely different spot later. And also, coins used to sporadically fall out of thin air. Haunting of the younger brother. In early 1928, the activities that surrounded Krishna started happening around his younger brother Damodar. One day, while Miss Cohen was enjoying her breakfast sitting at the dining room table, Damodar's ball comes rolling from the dark hallway with extreme force. It hit her hard on her ankle, thus injuring her. And just a few days after this incident, his closet burst open and one of his toys flew past him and Miss Cohen with extreme force as well, as if someone was trying to hurt them. Although creepy, these events didn't cause any major harm, but things did escalate the very next day. The next day onwards, every time Damodar tried to eat or drink something invisible forcefully pulled them off him. No matter how hard he tried to grip these things, they still kept flying away from him. This went on for over 7 days. The poor boy was left completely dehydrated and drained out of energy. Also, he was chased by something that threw one of his own toys at him with a great force. It appeared as if this invisible entity was hell-bent on harming him. An uncanny origin. Trying to find a solution, Dr. Ketkar dug deep into the brothers' origins. His research told that losing their child to an unknown entity was not new to the brothers' family. Damodar's mother used to see phantoms and experience extreme paranormal activities around her. This led her deep into depression. She ended up killing herself by lighting herself on fire. A few months after her death, her elder son, Damodar, and Krishna's elder brother, they started seeing the phantoms his mother saw. No matter how hard they tried, his guardian never believed him. With the paranormal events getting worse every single day and him not getting any sort of help, the 9-year-old decided to kill himself instead of living with the trauma. Ever since then, Krishna inherited the demons from his family's roots, started having sporadic unexplainable events which became a constant after his first teleportation. Strangely, with his brother still alive, this obscure entity started to traumatize Damodar. From bad to worse. On the 12th of August, 1928, Mrs. Ketkar saw the entities that were haunting her adopted sons for the first time. She was woken up in the middle of the night by extensive whispers. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw 2 huge shadowy figures staring right at her with their emotionless faces. These figures disappeared into thin air after making a few nonsensical whispers. From the day onwards, Damodar started seeing these figures follow him from the moment they opened his eyes till he closed his eyes. He said that these figures had terrifying faces, and they whispered terrible things into his ear, but with time, Damodar started feeling hard pushes in his back while he stood near the stairs. He had to literally sit down to save himself. These pushes slowly evolved into getting thrown and levitated. These events were affecting the mental health of the kid, and he just started to get depressed just like his biological mom. Damodar, almost always frightened, grew extremely pale and started having issues with his physical health as well. Things got so bad that one day his pulse was almost gone. Doctor had to be called to revive him. The doctors, despite multiple checkups, weren't really able to find any underlying cause. Damodar appeared to be completely healthy, both mentally and physically. Multiple exorcisms were performed on the kid. It only made things worse. In April of 1929, the entity grew even more violent as thick bite marks filled with thick, bubbly saliva started appearing on Damodar's neck, legs, and hands. He was also brutally scratched by the entity, which left his body covered with horrific bloody scratch marks. Damodar's baby sister, who was also adopted by the family, just a few months back, was strangled by this entity with her own hair and almost died. The events just didn't stop there, as the little girl's thumb was being sporadically hit and cut by this entity. Damodar's dress was being torn, making audible tearing sounds while he was still wearing them. Rusty blades were being thrown across the room to hurt Damodar. Lastly, aftermath. A couple of more exorcisms were performed, but nothing seemed to help the boy nor find what had latched itself to him. There were multiple claims that were made by the exorcists, but they remained just claims. The story of this terrible haunting appeared in May 1930 issue of the American Society of Psychical Research. And what happened to Damodar and his siblings after that stays a mystery. Sweet dreams. I'm starting to think that my childhood bedroom might be haunted by something. I've had trouble sleeping my whole life. It's one of those things that's been a constant in my life. For some reason, I just can't quite put my finger on it. That was up until I was in my early teens. I suffered frequent night terrors and sleep paralysis, as well as having insomnia from the resulting fear and anxiety. At night, I couldn't for the life of me turn off the light in the bedside lamp. It was because I had this huge suffocating feeling that I was being observed by something. Like a feeling that would only get worse when I turned off the lights. This only happened to me when I slept alone in my bedroom, whereas when I slept elsewhere, or with other people, this feeling would disappear, even though the learned anxiety didn't go away as easily. I grew up from most of this at the time, at like 11, 12 years old, which coincided with my family moving. At her new house, this feeling of being observed disappeared, but I still did have trouble sleeping, something I blame on all the sleepless nights of my childhood, which somehow ended up sort of shaping my brain to stay alert at night. For most of my life, I brushed this off as me being young and afraid of the dark, most children at that age. But I grew up and forgot about it, and life went on as usual. Now, quick note so you understand what I'm about to explain. I'm an artist, I make music, and I have a habit of writing down random thoughts I have during the day, usually in the form of short phrases without any particular meaning, such as lilies underfoot or our Mother Earth weeps, for she has been widowed, or look, she wilts away slowly. All of these are real examples, but yada yada yada, you get it. Having this habit aids me in my creative process because it helps sort of give shape to abstract ideas flowing around in my subconsciousness. Okay, moving on. Ditto, though. Fast forward to this summer. I came home from where I'm studying to spend the holidays here in my hometown. I'm staying at my parents' house. About a week ago, we had to move into our old house. We never sold it because we still use it from time to time. It's because of a renovation at our current one. I've been sleeping in my old bedroom, and to be clear, I've already slept in here several times being older, and this is nothing new to me. Nowadays, being in this bedroom at night gives me a subtly eerie feeling, but nothing too drastic like when I was younger, and nothing that can't be explained away as the power of suggestion or just nostalgia. That is, until last night. Before going to sleep, I had one of these random thoughts. I wrote it down. This time it was, tonight is going to be one of those nights. As ominous and creepy as this might sound after reading the title of this post and having read everything up until this point, but at the time I didn't think too much about it. I'm used to my random thoughts being like this, creepy and ominous. These two descriptors are quite fitting for the music I make, so to me it makes sense. Creatively speaking, I work this way. I wrote it down, forgot about it, read a book, checked Twitter for a bit, and finally went to sleep. I had a strange dream. I was trying to sleep and this kid kept entering my house. He was loudly running and screaming, as if he was really scared or running from something, making a lot of noise and waking me up each time. Despite me leaving my bed every time to go get him out of my house and locking the door, somehow he just kept entering over and over. This happened 4 or 5 times over the course of the night, and at some point, annoyed, I threatened to beat him up if he entered again. He promised not to. Nonetheless, he ended up entering again. So this was sometime later with the usual screaming and running. Now, I was really pissed off. I got up again and loudly said, "I'm gonna kill you," while walking to where he was. He was really scared. I pinned him to the ground, pushing my knee against his neck. And again, I told him, "I'm gonna kill you." Goes without saying that I obviously would never do that in real life, but I'm never this aggressive with anyone. But for some reason in this dream, I was really fucking angry that I couldn't sleep. It's kind of funny. Crying, he told me that he was a homeless orphan, and that he had nowhere to go to sleep. That's why he kept entering my house. I calmed down and then I asked him why he didn't go to the police or something to get help. He told me that he didn't know how to get there. Wishing to finally be able to go to sleep in peace. Pretty selfish, I know, but I offered to sort of just accompany him to the police station. He agreed. It was like 4 in the morning and we were walking through the street. I told him something along the lines of, "Look, I'm going to teach you to go ask for directions and to know how to get to places." I looked for someone in the street and spotted a middle-aged woman. I told him to pay attention, and I asked her about how to get to the police station. She looked at us for a brief moment and then she said something along the lines of, "You have to go there," pointing to an old building. "The police station is over there," she said while pointing in the opposite direction. "But from what I'm seeing here, that's not where you two need to go." thinking that the lady was telling us to go to like a social services office or something like that instead of the police station. I thanked her and we went on our way to the building in ruins. At this point, my consciousness began to fade, so I started to fall asleep again. I was in my bedroom again. I don't really recall entering that building, leaving the kid and walking all the way back. I just felt that I'd done what I had to do and that I could finally sleep in peace in my bedroom. Or so I thought, because once again I heard the noise of the door banging against the wall and a child's fast and unusually heavy and loud footsteps. They were approaching my bedroom. And with that, it was accompanied by the same high-pitched scream. Same sequence of sounds, really. Only this time, when I tried to get up, I couldn't move. I was having sleep paralysis. At this point, I realized that the dream was over. I was fully awake. My room was unusually dark. It looked pitch black, like there was something huge blocking the dim light coming from the street through the window. I felt a suffocating presence behind me, standing in the middle of the bedroom. I felt I was in danger. As soon as I regained control over my body, I quickly turned on the light to see that the room was obviously empty. I paid attention. Couldn't hear anything beside the white noise coming from the fan. It gets pretty hot where I live, especially in the summer. I don't have an AC in my old bedroom, so I need to use a fan to sleep. Gradually, the feeling of impending doom went away, and I was left with this uncomfortable, eerie sensation that something had been watching me. I turned on my phone and it was 5:30 a.m. My first thought was, holy shit, what a weird dream. I quickly started to write it down on my phone, because I feared I would forget it in the morning. After thinking about it, I thought that maybe there was a real noise coming from my neighbor's house. Perhaps the kids are playing around or whatever, and that maybe this noise just worked its way into my dreams, explaining the whole ordeal, really. With this explanation, I felt comfortable enough to go back to sleep. I didn't hear anything else other than the sound of the fan for the rest of the night. In the morning, I told one of my friends about this dream, thinking it was pretty funny and weird. I was about to brush it off as an anecdote, until suddenly I remembered it. The note I wrote last night. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of freaked out. Did it really affect my subconscious so much? I went to sleep like I would have any other day. And this isn't the first time I go to sleep after writing down something like that. In fact, I've written down way worse stuff. This one note was pretty vague it's pretty open to interpretation. I didn't think about it for more than about a minute after writing it down. I quickly forgot about it, whereas other notes had made me think about them for a while. So, this is where my fascination for the occult self sort of kicks in. Perhaps there was something more than pure suggestion. Well, perhaps that one seemingly random thought was me becoming aware that something would happen tonight. That I would be visited by something. What do you people think? Also, I've been thinking about trying to approach this being, to see if it's just my mind playing tricks on me or if there's actually really something more that might answer my questions. Do you think it's safe? What's the best way to do it? My first-hand ghost experience. This all begins about 19 years ago. The house that my parents first moved into was originally an old church, but it was remodeled into being a house. Not much of the old church was left in the house, minus the wood flooring in the den. Now apparently, my parents had heard choir music, the sounds of boots on hardwood floors, and I'd even seen a shadow figure once. But as for what happened to me, my parents were trying to move me from sleeping in their bedroom to my own. But for some reason, I just wouldn't do it. My only reason being was I was scared to. So my mom asked me, "Why are you so scared to sleep in your own room? Do you need a nightlight, maybe?" And apparently I said, and I quote, "Because of the tall, dark man in the corner over there." Then apparently I pointed over to a corner of my room where, surprise, surprise, no one was. A few other things happened in that house, but none to me personally. If there's interest, I can make a separate post on it. Fast forward a few years, and we're at our second house. And this is where shit starts to get crazy. I feel like I should preface by saying that there's a room in my house. We'll just call it the den. Since day one of being in this house, I never liked that room. I felt like I was being watched every time I was alone in there. So I did everything in my power to stay out of that room. I still do even to this day. The first incident was when I was no older than 9, maybe 10. It was the last day of school for me and my little brother Mark. Me, my mom, and Mark were at our house. Mark realized that he's left the towel at school. Needed to go back to go get it. My mom then turns to me and said, "Are you okay at staying at the house for about 10 minutes while we go back up to the school and get it?" I said I was. The school is less than a mile from where we were at. A few minutes after they left, I'm sitting in the living room and I start to hear my mom and Mark talking from my mother's bathroom. Even though I'm completely home alone, I then hear them start to laugh. Then it stops and everything was quiet. A few minutes later, my mom and Mark walked back into the house. However, 10-year-old me didn't even bother to mention it for some reason. A few years ago, well, until the next incident, a few years go by. Now before we keep going, I need to explain 2 things to you, dear reader. First thing, I need to tell you that, personally, I'm very much a night owl. Staying up to 3 or 4 in the morning is nothing new to me. The second thing, in my house there's a hallway. At one end is the front door. At the other end is the back door. Now, this hallway has 4 doorways and entryways. The den, the office, and the kitchen. Then my parents' room. The kitchen has a bar, so you're able to see the whole living room and into my parents' room. If their door is open, at least. And then further up next to the front door is the den. This next part takes place a few months ago, around 2-ish at night. I'm standing in the kitchen, I'm washing dishes. As I'm doing so, I hear 2 things crystal fucking clear coming from the den down in the hallway. I hear an old man go, "Shh," followed by a little girl giggling. I freeze in the middle of what I'm doing. I'm the only person awake right now. I don't have a little sister, and both Mark and my dad are asleep. I am the only person awake. Now at this point, I'm panicking on the inside. However, I'm trying to keep my composure on the outside. I turn off the water in the sink and I walk to my parents' bedroom. I then shake my dad awake and I say, "Is there anybody else in this house besides me, you, and Mark?" He simply said, "No, there isn't," and just falls back asleep. Annoyed, I walked out of my parents' room and I'm immediately looking down the hallway. Right towards the den, there's nothing. Just like there should be. I sigh and I go back to doing dishes because ghost or no ghost, I still have chores that need to be done. The next night, again, same story. I'm doing dishes and now something to note. I had just stood up and my shorts slipped a bit and I pulled them back up. So now the front half of my shirt is pretty untucked. The back half of my shirt is tucked into my shorts. And as I'm washing dishes, I feel something grab the back of my shirt and pop it. Very similar to the way your mom would grab you and fix your shirt by popping and pulling it out of your pants and shorts. And surprise, surprise. That's just what the fucking ghost did. It untucked my shirt from the back of my shorts. I just simply ignored it and kept doing dishes. But again, inside, I'm extremely terrified. One other incident I forgot to mention. Next to the den, there's a room. We just simply call it the office, like I said above. There's a few things in this room. 2 recliners, the family computer, mini fridge, and most importantly of all, the router. Now again, it's about 1-ish at night and the Wi-Fi is being extremely slow for some reason. I groan, I get up, and I head into the office. Now again, the office and the den are right next to each other, so I never really liked going to the office alone. Well, especially at night. But tonight I had to. So I'd go into the office, go to the router, press the reset button, and then sit down from one of the two recliners that we have in there while I'm waiting for the Wi-Fi to reset. Now, the office door is actually a twin set of doors. Both these doors open the same way, so there's a small gap in between them. And where does that small gap look into? Right into that damn den. So I'm sitting there and I can't shake this feeling that I'm being stared at. Like two eyes are looking at me and burrowing into my very soul. I shake my head and I try to ignore the feeling. After the Wi-Fi box resets, I head back to my room and lay down on my bed. And that's when I feel it, a red-hot burning pain on my hand. I look down at my hand and there's 3 red scratch marks on it. Fast forward a few months. Nothing happens. Just the same old feeling that you're being watched, wherever you go. Until one night the metaphorical dam finally burst. I'm heading to bed, and now this involves making sure the front and back door are both locked. So, first thing I check the front door. It's locked, so I walk down the hallway. I reach the back door and unlock it. I then turn around and I see half a person walking into my den. The lower half. It's cut off right at the waist. And now this person was completely see-through and sort of gray, like the ghost in the Harry Potter movies. So I stand there for a few seconds in pure disbelief at what I just saw. I then very quickly walk from my room, shut the door behind me, because everybody clearly knows that ghosts can't follow you into your room. The most recent incident was last month. This time I was not the only person awake. However, I was the only person in the house. My dad was out in the garage working, so I'm standing in the kitchen eating a sandwich. It's important to note as well that my parents' door was open in the story. So I look up for my food for a second, and I see it again. Half of a person standing in my parents' room. But this time it's the top half. I look back down at my food, and it's only after about half of a second that my brain processed what the hell I just saw. I then quickly look back up and into my parents' room. There's nothing. No one was there. Now here we are in the present day. Nothing new has happened as of late, however the feeling of being watched at night grows stronger by the day. It's actually gotten to the point where I don't like to be out of the kitchen or anything at night. And also, before anybody asks, no, I'm not the only person who's experienced stuff. Both my parents and Mark have as well. And probably most of you. And me. See ya. I think I may have been cursed. I keep seeing things that keep disappearing before me. Let me start with a little bit of a background. I grew up in a house that has well over 200 plus years of history one way or another. The property originally used to be a complex with a few buildings. But we're going to focus on the house where my family stayed, 2 rooms barely big enough for a single 6-foot person to lay down. A small shack toilet next to the rooms as well in the yard. The place was situated right next to a graveyard. In one of the original rooms, there's a window facing the graveyard, so you could see the graves 2 feet away from you if you opened the window. It was close. Nobody knows what the building used to originally be, nor when the original buildings were built. But with a bit of digging in local history and land records, I was able to dig up that it was originally using, I guess, maybe a royal estate, and seemed to change hands maybe 2 times before my family moved in. That was a little bit less than a century ago. There's conflicting information about it being a taxation office around the 1700s, later being purchased by a trader. Don't have any information about the trader. I was unable to find anything, but the property had definitely changed hands to a different person since then. At least from whom finally my grandparents had bought the property from. Around that time, my country gained independence. My grandpa was sort of involved in this independence movement. So the place had also become a spot where many of those resistance meetings were held in different buildings in the complex. Much of the reason why my grandparents resided in such small rooms on one side of the complex. Around that time, 2 people committed suicide in one of the rooms in one of the buildings. There are legends that when it was still under the royal estate, a lot of people were killed here for one reason or another, unable to pay tax. My grandma used to tell me this and don't really know much about it, so it's unconfirmed. Moving on, since I don't really know much about what happened after that, but after independence, most part of other buildings, excluding the house, were converted to a small hotel and modified. It was put on rent as shops, and some presence from the independence movement occupied some parts of other buildings in the complex. Anyways, around 1960s, the area changed. A lot of graveyards were eventually moved. Don't really know why. The area was redeveloped. My grandpa also expanded the house where they stayed, but with the original structures incorporated into it, like building more rooms and better toilets. He also purchased some adjacent plots at the time and built a wall around much of the perimeter. A few years later, one day, they find a dead body floating in the well. Somebody jumped the perimeter wall and committed suicide in the well. The body was taken out and the well was cleaned. They continued drinking water from it. Sometimes I wish I had a video recorder on. I want it to be the gecko making the noises. It is 4:28 a.m. And everybody knows geckos are asleep by now. Back to the story. So they found a dead body floating in the well. Somebody had jumped the perimeter wall and committed suicide. The body was taken out and it was cleaned, and they continued drinking water from it. Ugh. Later in the 70s, there was a bit of a communist uprising in the country. A lot of violence took place, and a person was stabbed to death inside of our house. And it was bombed by communists. 1 or 2 were killed around the complex as well as other buildings. After a decade or so, the political climate had much settled down. My grandparents once more decided to expand the house. This time building an entire new house right next to the old one in the plots, which was part of the graveyard previously. This is a little bit of background of the house, much of which I didn't know till 3 years ago. So now my story begins. Since I was 3 years old, I apparently used to see a lady around the house and talk to her. But when somebody would ask whom I'm talking to, I would point and tell them that nobody was there. Well, it's not just me with whom such incident has taken place. My grandma used to see a lady in another building, and my parents have had a similar experience of seeing people around the house, as well as some guests who didn't know anything about it. But I'm going to stick to what happened to me. This incident was when I was around 5 or 6. One day at night, the power went out, and when the power returned, I saw this shadow of a humanoid creature with a fox-like tail going up the stairs. I saw it vividly as such. I can remember it still now, and I got fever, immediately. I was sick for a few days after that. Nothing much happened to me after that, nor that I can remember. But I think it was the beginning of my horror. When I was 12 or 13, I had this friend, and she one day said that she would come over to my house and she saw something. She got so scared and immediately went home. She never talked to me completely, cut contact, never saw her again. The vibes of somebody staring at us or going up or down the stairs, etc., that everybody felt in the house, other than that, nothing much really happened to me. That was till 2016, when I was around 15 or 16. That was when I started having dreams of talking to this girl who had glasses on, a very vivid dream. I still remember her very clearly. Both of us were talking on the roof of our house. She would tell me about herself, and these dreams continued in like multiple dreams. Every night this would happen. Around the same time, my school crush used to come over to my house, and we did, And we did, And one day after she left my house, it was pretty late. She went to her home. She lived close by. That night she woke up in the middle of the night and heard a voice calling for her around from a tree in her yard. And when she took a look out her window, she seemed to saw someone hanging on the tree. We soon after got distanced. She was super frightened, and they moved away to another city soon after, which was already in plans. Meanwhile, my dreams continued of the same girl, where we would be confined, so much of our stuff to each other, and stuff then came one evening. What is going on? I saw this girl, the girl from my dreams. The girl from my dreams I've been having months, same dreams. She was standing outside my room. She called my name, turned around and left. I was in the bed. I run after her because it was impossible, because first I knew the front door was locked and nobody was there except me and my mom in the house. Nobody had seen her leave. There's a bunch of people working outside in her front door, and she didn't have a cross past them, and none of them saw her, nor did I see her leave the front door, and my mom, who was also in the house at the same time, saw and heard her clearly and ran after her. Didn't seem to see where she went either. It's almost over. From that day on, I stopped having her dreams. Or your dreams with her in it, perhaps. But new problems did start to arise soon after that winter. I saw that shadow creature with a foxtail again this time. It was followed by death in the house soon after. After that, it felt super uneasy for everybody to stay in the house. After a few weeks, things had settled down a lot. Till I started having super strange dreams. But since 2016, I would most of the days have the strange dreams or nightmares, mostly always related to ghosts, that continues to this day. People still continue to see these things around the house. Let's not get too upset at him. I believe this is translated. Candy Wrappers and Eternity. When I was a child, my world was filled with fleeting movement. Quick flashes darted in the periphery, or more sinister entities that lingered, seemingly reveled in my fear. They felt so real, but no one believed me when I spoke of the Shadow Man, the Wispy Man, or the head with the slow-mo voice. As a result, I became the weird kid, the one who seemed perpetually on edge, out of step with everyone else. The kid who did strange, unsettling things, yearning for a sliver of attention in a world that dismissed him because of who he was and the things that he said. I feel you. I got my vindication one day, on a cloudy, humid afternoon, the kind of typical midsummer day you'd expect to southwest Missouri. I was off by myself, as usual, sitting in my beloved swing. The wooden swing sat beneath a pergola-style canopy. Its slatted roof casted dappled shadows on the ground below. Built by my grandpa, it cradled two comfortably with a smooth backrest and gentle armrests that invited quiet moments of reflection. Sturdy, angled beams held the structure steady, while the sort of natural wood grain of the bench felt soft, almost like a cushion. It was my favorite spot in the garden. I rushed to cave in where time seemed to slow and the world softened, where no one laughed at me or judged me. I was eating Starburst, my hands covered in sticky dirt. An unwrapped piece, I unwrapped piece after piece from the package, popping them into my mouth and tucking them into my cheeks like a macaque, sort of maneuvering each one just to chew when I was ready. As I was swinging and chewing, I noticed a figure emerging from Route 5, the state road that serves as a border of my grandpa's front yard. He moved closer and closer, But I felt no fear. Instead, I sat transfixed by how the sunlight seemed to pass through him and around him. As he approached, I could see he was old, at least old to me at the time. His gaze is forever burned into my memory, even some 30 years later. His face was etched with the rugged lines of age and hard work, each crease a testament to years spent in the elements. His eyes, set deep beneath a furrowed brow, held a stern, contemplative gaze. His thin lips were set in a straight line, neither a frown nor a smile, but something more serious and introspective. A dusting of gray hair peeked out from under a straw hat, wide-brimmed and well-worn. He wore a plaid shirt in red and blue. The fabric slightly faded and softened from wear. The shirt was tucked neatly into a pair of blue overalls, sturdy and utilitarian, thick strap buckled over his shoulders. His attire and countenance painted the picture of a man who had long been acquainted with the land. Perhaps a farmer, like my grandpa, I thought. There was a familiarity to him that made me like him pretty much immediately. He sat down beside me without a word, not even acknowledging my presence at first. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, staring intently at what seemed to me nothing more than alfalfa in a hayfield gently swinging in the breeze. Beyond that lay a fence that separated my grandpa's field from Mr. Grant's, a rather unfriendly man who would fuss whenever I wandered to the fence line to watch his ostriches. Finally, he turned to look at me, twisting his thin lips into an unnatural smile. Then he asked me for one. As I handed it to him, his unnatural smile widened ever so slightly. His weathered eyes, squinting and creased from years in the harsh sun, briefly opened wider, revealing a glimmer of unexpected joy as he accepted it. He popped it into his mouth without unwrapping it, then went back to staring straight ahead, lost once more in the hayfield as if desperately searching for something. The air grew heavy with a palpable tension. I felt an all too familiar lump forming in my throat as I swallowed hard. "Mister, you're supposed to unwrap it first," I said. The silence lingered a moment longer before he turned his gaze back toward me. His smile now seemed almost sinister. His eyes grew unnaturally dark and his hands fidgeted in front of him, rubbing together. As he spoke, the sky seemed to darken a little, and he loomed over me, growing almost larger somehow. I peed a little, staring deep into my eyes. He said, "They're always better that way. You spoil 'em when you peel 'em." Standing up from the swing, he added, "If they give you a hard time about not peeling 'em, you tell 'em your old Uncle Walt will have to pay him a visit." With that, he slowly ambled back toward the state road, laughing loudly and muttering to himself. I watched as he grew smaller and smaller, too afraid to move until he was completely out of sight. My legs numb and my body shaking with fear, I jumped from the swing. I would never sit there again. I ran to the house, stumbling, falling 3 times along the way. Bursting into the dining room where my grandparents and great-aunt were having their coffee, I was nearly bawling. I collapsed to the floor, exhausted and gasping for breath. My grandma rushed to my side, grabbing me by the shoulders. "What the heck has got into you, boy?" she demanded, her voice sharp with concern. Looking into her eyes, not daring to look away, I told her everything. I still remember the look of confused fear in her face, and I described him with a very high level of detail and clarity that I shouldn't have been capable of at such a young age. As I revealed who he claimed to be, her face blanched. The color drained away as if she had seen a ghost. "Go to your room," she said. Walking slowly to my room, I sank down into my bed, laying there for what felt like forever, running the story over and over in my head. I felt guilty, as if I had done something wrong. I knew I hadn't, so why they sent me away, I asked myself. As I stewed, trying to make sense of it all, I finally heard my grandpa call for me. "Adam, get in here." Rushing to the dining room, I sat in the chair, my heart pounding. My grandpa looked at me sternly. "Are you sure that's what this man looked like and what he said?" "Yes, sir," I replied. He sighed deeply, his eyes searching mine. Adam, your great-uncle Walt died 10 years ago. 1 year before you were even born. I never saw the old ghost again, and to this day I never eat Starburst, peeled or unpeeled. The movement out of the corner of my eye has never ceased. However, and sometimes I'll hear whispers from another place, a place where removing candy wrappers is frowned upon and old farmers forever search the horizon for an end to their eternity. Not for nothing. But I also used to do that. Anybody else ever used to eat the wrappers off of Sunburst? Wasn't expected to be reminded of that during a ghost story. The scariest experience I've ever had. I work a very early morning schedule at my job. I go in at 2 in the morning and work until noon 4 days a week. I used to sleep in until about 7 o'clock on my days off. That's because of how exhausting my schedule is. But recently, I found it easier to just wake up at my normal time at 1 o'clock in the morning every day of the week. It's not easy, but I get paid good money at my job, and waking up at the same time every day is sure so that I won't be exhausted all the time trying to balance my schedule out every week. I'm very disciplined about my health and my well-being, so I've always been a runner. I always try and get about 15 to 20 miles of running in every week. I've always preferred running outdoors rather than on a treadmill or some gym somewhere. But where I live, it can get a bit hot outside, so I always ran early in the morning or late at night. Ever since getting my job, I've went for my runs at 2 o'clock in the morning on my days off. I usually find it very relaxing. I love the emptiness of the streets at night. The atmosphere provokes a lot of deep thoughts within me, which always makes me run sort of easier. Now, I am a very tall and muscular man, so I've never been too terrified of running into some creep at night on my runs. I also used to take karate when I was in high school, so I always feel as if I can defend myself if a situation of sorts ever presented itself. Basically, if somebody ever tried to get tough with me, I'd be more scared for them than I would of myself. However, my self-confidence and courage recently disappeared after encountering whatever that thing was. It was during one of my runs. A couple of months ago, I was on the morning run. I was running the same route as I always do. I was about 2 miles into a 5-mile run, meaning I was 2 miles away from home. I always run on the outskirts of the giant park that borders the north side of my town. It's filled with trees and bushes and a lot of animals. So, with that being said, it isn't really uncommon to have some encounters with badgers or possums or birds at night. I've pretty much grown used to all of the weird noises I hear coming from the trees. However, this night was different. I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary while running along the path next to the park, but I got this deep, dreadful feeling in my stomach. I'd never felt anything like it before. Fear arose within me. I had no idea why. My sixth sense kicked in that night. I didn't know what I was feeling or even thinking. I just knew I had to get out of there as fast as I could. My jog turned into a run, which then turned into a sprint. My senses knew I was being followed by someone or something. I felt the leaves crumbling at my feet with each step I took. I didn't even think about where I was running or where I was heading as long as I got out of there. I wanted to look behind me just to know if I was actually running from something or if I was just being paranoid. My body just wouldn't let me look. I was too afraid to know the truth. The dread and fear only began to grow within me. Even after running for a good couple of minutes, I still didn't feel safe. Suddenly, I found myself trying to shout and yell for help, but I just couldn't. I couldn't even make a sound. I was hardly even breathing. My vocals were drowning in just despair. I was about out of breath at this point, so I made the mistake of turning around in hopes of to find myself alone. As I turned around, my foot kicked into a rock sticking out of the ground. I fell to my face. In fear, I looked behind me. In fear, I stood up and prepared myself for whatever came my way. My flight reactions were about to turn into fight reactions. I clenched my fists, I stood up straight, making myself appear as threatening as I could be. Surprisingly, I found myself alone. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Nothing. Why would I be so afraid of nothing? What was I running from? Was I that paranoid? I had a hard time just believing that. This couldn't all be my imagination. But that's what my eyes were saying, because no one was there. Nothing was there. I felt relief, and I began to slow walk home, just to catch my breath. I was farther from home now than I was before. The only way back home from where I was back on that path next to the park where I just came from. I decided this time to walk directly through the park to avoid the same path I was just on. I soon regretted this decision. I had never walked through the park at night before, so I had no idea that there were no lights on the paths. It was pitch black, the darkest black I'd ever seen all around. I couldn't turn back now, though. I had to get home. I wanted to put all this behind me. I kept putting one foot in front of the other and only looked forward. As long as I felt the pavement below me, I knew I was going in the right direction. Suddenly, I felt my stomach drop yet again. That same feeling and the same fear was growing within me. This wasn't the exact same, though. I knew I was in real danger, and it wasn't just paranoia this time, because this time I saw something. I saw something in this pitch darkness, the darkest black I had ever seen. I saw something. How? I didn't know. I saw this figure, and it was moving in front of me. It was darker than black. The deepest, darkest thing I'd ever seen in my life was moving toward me on the path I was walking on. This time I didn't fight. I didn't run. I froze. I was dead in my tracks. I just froze. I couldn't make myself move. I tried, but I was paralyzed. I had to watch the darkness of whatever this was approach me. The dark black of this being grew closer and closer till everything was darker than black around me. I felt immersed into the darkness. I opened my mouth to make a sound, and this time I actually could. I let out a fearful cry, closed my eyes, and felt nothing. I can't explain this feeling. I just felt nothing. I honestly thought I was dead. The sounds of birds chirping slowly started to fade in. Too afraid to open my eyes, I continued to listen to the chirping birds. In the distance, I could even hear the voices of people. I felt a soft breeze touching my nose, and I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes. It was daytime. The morning dew covered me. I was laying in the park on the path right where I was attacked. But how could it be morning already? A few seconds ago, it was just the darkness of these woods, and now it's daylight. I felt exhausted and confused, and I headed for home without question. I'm still confused about this experience to this day. I've never slept, or, well, rather sleepwalked in my life, and at least that I know of. I just can't explain what happened to me, but it's safe to say that I don't run at 2 o'clock in the morning anymore. Something evil lurked in my childhood house for 6 years. The horrifying events that drove us out. When I was a kid, we lived in a small, isolated house on the edge of a half-developed neighborhood. There were only about 6 houses on our block. Ours was the last one before many overgrown weeds and empty land stretched out into the dark. At night, the area was deserted. You'd rarely see anybody stepping outside. I lived there from the ages of 7 to 13, and looking back, it felt like I was trapped inside one of those disturbing, uncanny horror films where reality always seems just a little bit off. Before I dive into the incidents, it's worth mentioning that our life in that house was filled with a sense of suffocating dread. Financially, we struggled a lot during those years, drowning in debt. Strangely enough, things turned out for us as soon as we moved out. Everything turned around. Family fights erupted daily. I remember feeling terrified constantly. I remember not going too far into any rooms so that if anything jumped out, I could run through the door easily. I don't know why I did that, to be honest. Here are some of the events that made me believe that something was haunting us. Incident 1. The Unseen Watcher. I remember staying home from school one day because I was sick. I was curled up on the couch watching Barney and Friends, trying to distract myself from the eerie feeling of the house. At some point, I felt somebody standing beside me. I assumed it was my mom joining me to watch the show. I didn't think much of it. A few minutes passed and I casually asked her something. There was no response. I asked her one more time and there was no response again. I turned to find no one there. That's when it hit me. My mom wasn't even home. She had left for work hours ago and I was completely alone in the house. This freaked me out and I opened the front door, sat on the porch until my parents came home because it just was feeling too real. It felt like somebody was actually there. Incident number 2. The Yellow Ball and the Swarm. This incident happened to my sister, but I'll explain it in my point of view. We all used to sleep in the same room since our house only had one bedroom. Me and my sister would sleep in between my parents' bed to sort of feel safe. One night my sister was studying for a test and I was in the living room and it was around 12:30 a.m. I was starting to fall asleep when suddenly my sister bust through the door running and jumped under the bed scared. They were crying. After calming her down, she told us what had happened. She was in the living room studying for a test when out of nowhere, a yellow ball with a smiley face on it rolled to the hallway from the other room as it came to a stop. Then dozens of cockroaches scurried out from the same room, like they do when you hear humans walking. Our house had a pretty serious cockroach problem. The floors practically came alive with them at night. Terrifying. She said that a heavy sense of dread washed over her as she just stared into this dark hallway. Then she saw it, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, moving in a way that made her feel cold all over. She told us that she felt stuck for a second and frozen in fear basically before running to the bedroom. Incident number 3. The Disappearing Glasses. One morning my dad couldn't find his glasses. He had recently undergone cataract surgery, so they were essential. The whole family spent what felt like hours scouring every inch of the house. We checked his shelf multiple times, which was where he usually kept them. They were nowhere to be found. We left for school defeated, convinced that the glasses were gone for good. But later that evening, as we were sitting around, my dad suddenly called out to my mom, sounding almost angry. We rushed over to find the glasses sitting right there on the shelf, exactly where we had checked over and over again. My dad thought we were playing a prank on him. We weren't. There was no explanation for how they could have reappeared like that. It wasn't him pranking us either. He was so mad that day. Incident 4. The Mysterious Fortune Teller. So this one is actually scary, so strap in. How would you feel if a random creepy-looking guy stood in front of your house and started chanting? Well, in South Indian culture, there's a figure known as Kudu Gudupu Karan. I've not heard much about them, but they're like devotees of God who roam the streets and randomly tell fortunes to people. But most people do avoid him, fearing that his predictions might bring misfortune. My encounter with one of them was when I was very young. I remember hearing a man singing some kind of a religious song near her doorstep, like literally a few meters away from her door. I went to check on it, but my mom quickly grabbed me from the back and told me to be silent, not to make any sound. We pretended like there was no one home and eventually went away. I was so confused and asked my mom who he was. She didn't explain and just brushed it off. Years later, as the strange happenings in our house grew more intense, a similar figure began appearing near our house. That was while my dad was home alone. For several days, this man stood near our door, chanting and seemingly delivering cryptic messages at night. And finally, my dad confronted him, telling him to stay away. I never saw the man again after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was somehow connected to the disturbances. Incident number 5. The Chanting Yogi. My sister also had a recurring nightmare while living there. She remembers one in particular that terrified her. She would wake up to a vivid vision of a figure, like a yogi or a mystic, sitting on her chest chanting in an unknown language. She could feel his weight pressing down on her, making it almost impossible to breathe. This vision plagued her until we left that house for good. We finally moved out of that place, and to our relief, the strange experiences almost entirely stopped. Our financial situation improved, the family conflicts became less frequent, and that constant creeping fear seemed to lift. Can't explain what was happening in that house, but living there always felt like I was stuck in a disturbing horror film, one that I desperately wanted to escape. My family met a ghost and interacted with it for years. Ask me anything. I grew up in a very old house in the Midwest that my parents got for steel. It was originally built as a hotel, and the seller was very, motivated to get rid of it. Growing up, weird little things happened all the time. The typical malarkey that's easy to ignore for years and years. Footsteps, strange shadows, the feeling of being watched or the feeling of being followed. Swearing that someone's in the room right as you wake up. The room in the basement that chills your blood every time for no reason. But the occasional hard-to-explain moments do happen. I moved to the West Coast in my 20s for school and self-discovery. During a visit from my family, my sister told me that they had met a ghost in the house. I was pretty skeptical, but my entire family backed her up. She was in her room and her radio had been acting up. So just on the off chance, she said, "Okay, if you are a ghost, could you just please stop it?" The radio turned off. She waited a moment and then said, "Wait, if you are a ghost, turn it on." Radio turns on. After some experimentation, they devised a system of communication. Volume up was yes, volume down was no. The digital readout on the volume was 0 to 30. So 1 was A, 2 was B, 3 was C, so on and so forth. If the radio turned off, then it was sort of a hard no or an off-limits question. Through the system, the ghost had explained that he wanted to be called Jason. He had died in the house in 1905, at age 5 when he was sick. And he, quote-unquote, lived in the house alongside of us. That's with his kind mother and his evil father. When they asked if he loved his father, the volume went to 0, turned off. In fact, he refused most questions about his father. Apparently, he was the cause of the more malevolent experiences that people had in that house. I was definitely intrigued and went back home that year to visit for a chance of experiencing this for myself. However, when I arrived, Jason refused to interact with me. I would leave the table and the radio would pop on. My sisters would call me back and the radio would turn off instantly. He didn't want anything to do with me. As I thought about this, I remembered an experience I had before moving to the West Coast. I'd been lying in bed one night and I felt a hand ruffle my hair playfully. I freaked out, shot out of bed, turned on the light, puffed out my chest, and overconfidently yelled, You don't know who I am or what I'm capable of. If you try that again, you'll regret it. Don't you dare mess with me." And then several picture frames on my desk flew off into my floor belligerently. Stayed at a friend's house that night. On another night on my trip, after Jason refused to talk to me, I spoke out loud. "Hey, I'm sorry if it was you who I yelled at that one night. Bet you were trying to play or introduce yourself to me and I got scared. I didn't need to be so mean to you, and I understand if you don't want to talk to me." The radio turned on. "Hey, you the Jason I've heard so much about?" The volume went up. "Did I tell you that night before I left?" The volume went up again and then went back down to a reasonable level. "I'm sorry about that. Can we be friends?" The volume goes up again. It was incredible. He'd introduced himself to several family friends as well to prove that he wasn't some sort of hacked radio. He would do additional tasks. He would ring our doorbell. He would push crayons around the table, and he would even do an incredible trick for us. You see, while asking about the logistics of being a ghost, he had volume up that he couldn't really travel anywhere almost instantly. Or rather, that he apparently could travel anywhere almost instantly. To test it, we called up a family friend on the West Coast. His friend put out a newspaper on their kitchen table. Jason then wound up visiting them, came back to set the volume to the date of the paper. The radio turned off for a moment, then seconds later it was set to 17. So friend said, so close the paper was for the 18th. Jason wasn't convinced. Volume up, volume down, 17. Volume up, down, 17, 17, 17, 17. The friend checked again and apologized. "Oh, no, he's right, I misremembered it. It's the paper from the 17th. He refused to answer questions about God or religion. He gave us a few answers that contradicted as well. He told us he didn't need to sleep, but he had told my sister a few months earlier that he did. One thing he seemed to know was how long he would be there. Through the volume sort of Ouija system, he told my sister he would be around until her 28th birthday. Then his family would move on to the next phase. At the time, this was a couple of years into the future. Sure enough, we never heard from him after that. During his time with us, he would occasionally visit our dreams. We would have these extremely realistic dreams where a boy in a white hooded robe would come say hi to us, ask to play hide and seek or something with us, ask us questions about ourselves, and then he would confirm with my sister that he had visited us. He used the radio primarily, but in the final year he got better at manipulating other electronics. He could make printers print messages. He could manipulate televisions. He could even send us texts in the last few months. My mother had texted me, "I see you," with a laugh emoji. That's when I was in the West Coast a couple of years after all this. I texted her back, "Did you come out here to visit? Where are you?" She was confused. She said that she was in the Midwest at home and her phone had no evidence of sending a text with that message to me. I texted back, "I think Jason sent me a message. Hi, Jason." I got a reply, "Hi, again tomorrow, not from my mom." My sister even once got a call with a picture of Obama in the caller ID saying, "Mr. President." There was nobody there. When she answered, and apparently there was no callback number. The radio confirmed with the volume up that Jason was goofing around. It was a wild few years with that crate haunting our other devices. My family still has that radio out just in case, but it hasn't turned on in years. My sister's now well into her 30s. I know this will be met with a lot of skepticism, even as I was very skeptical until I was able to meet it myself. However, I think it's finally time to share this, and to answer questions people might have about it. So what do you have? Ask me anything. Give me a call. The Boy That Drowned. First off, I believe people have the right to worship however they choose. They're welcome to whatever faith or beliefs that they have. But When I was a young man, I was shown the truth, and I've understood since that God is a very real thing. As a boy, I went to church every weekend with my grandmother. It was something that was normal and expected without complaint. But being the pre-teenager that I was, I grew bored and restless. It was the summer of 2002. I was about 12 years old. I was staying with my grandmother, and I was at her house, and there really wasn't very much to do. I asked my grandma if my friend Michael could stay the night one evening. She agreed. Michael and I just began, watching TV, laughing, joking, and carrying on. It was around 10 p.m., and while flipping through the channels, we stopped on the channel of a priest who was conducting a Catholic Mass. We began discussing the possibility that maybe God wasn't real. Having doubts, we determined that there was no real proof and concluded he obviously wasn't real. Maybe an hour or so later, we decided to go walk at my cousin Emily's house. That's because Michael had a crush on her. It was around 1 mile away, and we were so bored, so it seemed like an easy decision. It was a warm summer night. There was no wind, everything was calm. The temperature could only be described as comfortable. We arrived at Emily's house. Her and Michael began teenage flirtation talking, and I decided to give them some space. Yep. So, I sat on the curb. I pulled a Pepsi out of my pocket. I remember drinking the Pepsi on the curb and thinking it was such a peaceful night. Approximately 30 minutes later, Michael said goodnight to Emily and met me at the curb. We decided it was time to head back home to my grandma's. We started walking down the dark street, and after about 30 feet we stopped. Something was off. I could feel it. So could Michael. Kind of hard to describe, but something had changed in the air. There was a certain discomfort that I can only describe as the feeling of being watched. I looked at Michael. He said to me, "I feel it too." As we slowly proceeded forward, we began to notice things. There was absolutely no wind or breeze, yet wind chimes all over the neighborhood were ringing like crazy. It was very odd, but they all seemed to be ringing at once. All of the dogs in the neighborhood were barking like crazy, which may not seem so strange. If one dog starts barking, others are likely to join, but it was a weird coincidence in combination with the wind chimes. We were moving very slowly now. We were both positive that something unnatural was happening. We started seeing movement in our peripheral vision, not fast and aggressive, just shadows that we could catch in the corner of my eyes. And that was just the beginning. I remember being halfway home when we stopped. We were about 3 houses away from my friend Tyler's house. A sort of childlike excitement rushed through me. I wanted to see more. Michael did not. He just kept telling me that he wanted to go home. We stood on that street for a few minutes discussing everything that we just witnessed. Then, out of nowhere, we noticed something very eerie. It was a voice, and it was singing something in the distance. It's like it was echoing far away in the sky, but we could hear it so distinctly. A little boy's voice singing, "Michael, Michael, Michael." Can't really describe the feeling in words. It was very eerie, yet I didn't feel like I was in danger. This voice continued to sing for approximately a minute, over and over again, chanting Michael's name. I went up close to Michael, being the excited little boy I was, and noticed Michael was being very quiet. As I approached, I noticed he was in tears. He looked at me and said, "I want to go home now." I realized I was being selfish, and he was upset, so we immediately made our way back to my grandma's. Nothing else occurred on our way back. Spent the rest of the walk contemplating why this just happened to us. Michael spent the rest of the walk silent. Once we were inside my grandma's house, it hit me. I shouted at Michael. This all happened because we challenged God. He gave us a sign tonight. Michael looked at me with the most pale face. It's the palest face I've ever seen him wear. "I know that voice was singing," he said. That was my friend Chris. He was my best friend and one of my neighbors. 2 years ago, he died in a swimming accident at the lake. I proceeded to ask him more questions, but Michael stopped me. He looked at me and said, "I never want to talk about this night again. Never bring it up." Throughout the next few years, Michael and I grew apart. We remained in contact sparingly, but any time I decided to mention that night, he would denounce what I was talking about, shrug it off, or change the subject. It's just so happened when I was 15 years old, my mother purchased a house. I remember going there for the first time and realizing this is odd. As I pulled up to the house, I recognized the street. My mother purchased the house right next door to Michael's. I was all excited to go and tell Michael I was going to be his next-door neighbor, and all the good times we were going to have. Michael seemed to have some high spirits as well. The next several years passed. I was an adult man now at 23 years old, with a 3-year-old little girl. I would often visit my mom with my daughter. She played my mom's house fairly often. I would usually stay the night. But my mom would tell me that my daughter would say things. Things like she was playing with the little boy in her room and there's a boy who talks to her. This went on for months and my daughter started telling me about the boy as well. One day I happened to be visiting my mother as Michael was visiting his parents. I went outside just to catch up. It's been a long time since I seen Michael. He had his own family now. We talked about life and our jobs and kids, until I decided to bring up my daughter and the little boy. Yet again, Michael's face went pale. He looked at me and said, "Do you remember what happened when we were kids?" I immediately knew what he was referring to, and I said, "Yes." He mentioned that I told you about my neighbor friend who drowned in a swimming accident, and his name was Chris. Again, I responded with yes, and he looked at me yet again and said, "Well, you're living in his house." Legend comes to life. There is this legend where I come from. The Galipote, according to Google, this is the definition. To become a Galipote, one must make a pact with the devil himself, selling their soul for the ability to change oneself into another form. A witch doctor is also able to help transform a human into this evil creature. This is not one of those legends created to make kids be respectful or to scare them into not doing wrong things. This is a nationwide legend. It's used, from what I understand, to alert people who like to travel alone or in pairs. People who are too kind and like to pick up people from the road to give them rides, or just people with luck who finds them running around. Anyways, I was about 10 years old when this happened. Galipotes have never been something mentioned as much in the city as in the countryside, and so I never really believed in it. My grandma always tells stories about them, though. She'll say things like, "You guys heard that chicken clucking? That's a Galipote because it's after 6 p.m. They should be sleeping by now." But I never really thought there was such a thing. Well, at the end of 2009, one of my cousins, let's call him Andreas, had disappeared out of nowhere. He was on subs and stealing, so everybody knew something like this would happen at some point. Well, 2 months later, February, I all went to a cousin's house. All my family was talking about him. The last time somebody saw him was 2 blocks away from said cousin's house. So anyway, the clock hits 1 a.m. and my cousins are watching a horror movie. I don't remember what movie it was, and me and my older cousin, 16-year-old female, we decided to go and listen to the gossip of the grown people. We go outside and we sit with them. It was my aunt, my grandma, my aunt's cousin, and her husband. 2 of their neighbors and us. So they were talking about how Andreas was so funny when he was younger, and how his mom was the one who introduced him to drugs and robbery. And as we're sitting outside, it was on a hill, by the way, we heard something running really fast, almost like a horse. It was indeed a horse. 1 a.m. in the city. Weird, but not that much. We went running at the end of the hill and we saw him. Nobody was riding him, and out of nowhere somebody's running behind him chasing him. We all got up because obviously we got a little bit scared. My grandma immediately asked us to go inside, to which I said no and went crawling to her. The neighbors got so startled that they looked and took all their chairs and went inside their houses. My aunt just said, "That's a galipote," and started laughing. Well, we go inside and tell our cousins about what happened, and they didn't believe it. My grandma told them, and that's when they got scared. Well, it's around 2:30 a.m., probably. We're all in bed trying to sleep. We heard a knocking on the window. It was 6 of us in a room. We all heard it. My cousin, an 11-year-old male, and he said to me, "Get up and open the door." To which my other cousin, let's call her Anna, 13-year-old female, they said it was at the window. I didn't say anything, but I knew it was out the window. My aunt comes into the room and tells us to go to sleep. Her son asks her if she was knocking on the wall. She said, "Why no son?" Oops, I cannot speak Spanish. Almost just tried. But it roughly translates into, "Isn't it you? Stop playing and shut up." My older cousin started crying, saying that it was a galipote. Her mom came into the room and told her to grow up and left. Not even a minute after, somebody knocked on the window so hard that it felt like I was going to just have the whole thing break. My aunt winds up coming running into the room, and we're almost all crying at this point. I don't know why or how I'm on the inside of the closet with my 2 younger cousins, but we are, and we're sobbing. She said something between the lines of, "Why are you guys making all this noise at somebody else's house?" I think she thought that we were playing or something. Then the front door. Somebody knocked hard enough for my uncle to come all the way from the back room, and he goes, "Who is it?" "This is Carmen." And he opens. It was the neighbor. She said that there's something knocking on her window. Everybody came out, but not my grandma or us. We stayed inside cuddling, and my grandma was praying Santa Maria Madre Dios. Oh, Spanish again. I'm not good at that. I took German. We managed to fall asleep in the living room, while the adults were scattered around the living room and the room where we were. The sun is out and everybody gathers up outside. They found a shoe all dirty, a piece of hair on both sides. The neighbors and ours. And pieces of corn. Fast forward a month later. All my cousins were at my grandma's house. 9 of us and my little sister. They were 3 years old at the time. They're sleeping in a room, and she especially is by herself. My grandma had this feeling, and she asked us to tune in for the news. There he was. The man in the news was asking for people to come all the way to the countryside to identify the body. And it's Andreas, who's originally from, well, a location I can't share. My grandma only said, "I knew it." They showed his body, his face had been ripped off. He was only wearing jeans and they threw him in a hole. His wallet was on the side of the hole. Ugh. Minutes later, my sister started crying. My grandma yelled at the window in Spanish, and it roughly translates into, "Leave. It's time for you to sleep. It's past 6. And then we heard a chicken. That was an interesting one. But just so you know, chickens can be night owls too. Or, you know. Haunted warehouse. When I was younger, I think ages 18 to 24 years old, I worked at my family's trucking company. It was a small operation with around 17 trucks. I did dot compliance and log auditing. One Friday, as I was preparing to go home, I was informed that they had decided to open a warehouse as well. I would apparently be responsible for setting it up and the daily operations. They handed me a set of keys to the building and an address to report to on Monday. Guessing being the youngest member of the family working there meant that I was the first one to get moved around to other jobs. So Monday comes and I show up to the building at 8 a.m. It was an old metal manufacturing building that was built in the 60s. The company that originally built and occupied the building is closed years ago, and the new owner had divided the building into 50-foot wide by 200-foot long sections. Each had a front door, a rear door with steps, a dock door, and a plate, and 2 small bathrooms built into the front left corner of the unit. After we'd been open for about a couple of weeks, I built a small office right sort of in the center of the unit. This way I could have space to set up a computer for inventory control and invoicing. As this was a small warehouse operation, I was the only employee. When we needed something shipped out to our customers, they would send our local delivery driver with a tractor trailer to deliver the product thing. At first, everything was normal. I would show up and I would wait for orders, and they'd come in and pull the pallets and let dispatch know that I needed a driver to pick the tractor trailer and make a delivery. It was pretty boring as I was the only one there. One day after we'd been open for about 6 months, I was rotating pallets on the aisle, and as I backed out of the aisle with the forklift, I saw an old man out of the corner of my eye. As I was supposed to be the only person in the warehouse, I was certain all the doors were locked. I turned to cuss out whoever was standing there, but when I turned, there was no one there. I chalked it up to my imagination and went on with my business. It was probably 2 weeks before I saw the old man again. I was getting pallets pulled for an order, and as I was backing out of the aisle, I saw him again out of the corner of my eye. He would just be standing there in blue jean overalls and a red button-down flannel shirt. When I would turn to look at him, he'd be gone. This happened off and on for about a year, and I was told that I'd moved back to the main office and they were hiring somebody else to run the warehouse. I worked at the main office for about a year. They decided they wanted to expand the warehouse by getting the section next to ours. So now we had 2 identical sections, and the owners were going to cut the frame sort of an A-hole in the wall by the dock door so we could use a forklift on both sides. So come Monday morning, I start working at the warehouse. That's with Jonathan, the guy that was hired to take my place. This was a sort of on-demand shipping warehouse for manufacturing companies, and we had a lot of downtime. I'd been there about a month, and we were sitting in the office goofing off talking about this and that. I mentioned how the warehouse was kind of creepy. Jonathan replies with, "Yeah, especially that old guy you'll see standing at the end of the aisles as you're working." I'd never even met him before working together, never mentioned seeing the old man to anyone. We started trading stories about seeing this old man, and 30 minutes later went back to work. After we discussed the old man is when things started heating up. We'd be working in the warehouse and hear the bathroom doors on the opposite side of the office wall open and slam closed. You would hear footsteps, and when you went to investigate them, there'd be no one there. To try to stop the bathroom doors opening and closing, I put padlocks on them. This stopped them for a while. One day, as we were sitting in the office, I heard the bathroom door open and slam closed so hard they shook the wall, which was made of 6 layers of fireproof sheetrock. We ran to the other side of the warehouse, and both doors were closed, but the locks were laying on the floor and they were still locked. Fast forward 6 months, and I get a call at midnight that one of our customers had an audit in the morning. Needs to have a count of all of their product in our warehouse by 8 a.m. So I get dressed and I drive to the warehouse. Get there around 1 a.m. and I have to walk 200 feet in pitch black to the back of the warehouse to turn the lights on. I start doing the inventory when I heard 3 loud knocks on the back door. I just froze and I listened. Then 3 more loud knocks on the door. Then the roll-up dock door, which is a good 4 or 5 feet off the ground, started shaking violently. It was like somebody was trying to rip it off. I threw the clipboard on the ground and ran out the front door, jumped in my car. It was about 3 miles down the road when I pulled into the church parking lot. I talked myself into going back to lock the doors, and I drove around back to see if maybe it was a truck driver that had showed up there early. I drove back around the front and I locked the door and I went home. The final experience was one night as I was going to bed. My wife always went to sleep before me. I'm sort of a night owl. I had laid down in the bed and I just started falling asleep when my wife goes, "Why are you standing at the foot of the bed?" And when I say my heart stopped beating, I'm not exaggerating. I sit up in the bed and at the foot was a shadow figure, just standing there. And as I type this, I'm getting cold chills just remembering it. I jumped out of the bed and he just disappeared. As this was during the age of the internet, I started looking up information, and the main thing I kept seeing was that it wasn't trying to cause you harm. Then just try speaking to it. So the next day when I went to work, I stood in the middle of the warehouse and I just said out loud, "I'm not sure who you are or what you want, but I acknowledge that you're here. I mean you no harm. I just work here and I'm here to do a job. You're welcome to stay here if you're friendly. I'll leave you alone, and if you leave me alone." I did the similar when I got home, except I stated that this was my home and that they were not welcome at all. I wanted them to leave, basically. Since that day, I never experienced anything else at the warehouse or my home. I no longer work for my family or at my warehouse, but I will still drive by there sometimes and thinking about the old man in the overalls. Hopefully you made it through my long story about my experience. I'm pretty sure that we have a ghost cat. I'm 44. I live in a townhouse with my hubby and my cat. My cat is my first pet ever. I have an extremely hard time going to sleep, and I'm also a very light sleeper. I have blackout curtains and I wear earplugs and a sleeping mask because even the most minimal of sounds, movement, or light will wake me up. The air conditioning can drop 1 degree and I'll wake up too. I don't even have a sound in my alarm because the vibration on its own will wake me up. I keep my cat in the bathroom at night because I can't handle her running over while I'm sleeping. And the hubby sleeps in a different room because he snores very loud to the point that earplugs don't even help me. So I have my sleeping mask and earplugs on as always. I was still wide awake. I was just lying in bed trying to fall asleep. My cat's in the bathroom and we call it her room. Hubby's in his room, and suddenly, I felt something plop on the bed. Something small, but had a little bit of a weight to it, like a cell phone or a wallet maybe. Enough to slightly feel the impact on the mattress. I thought that was odd because there's nothing remotely close enough to accidentally plop on the bed. And then shortly after I felt something touching my hair gently, and then I felt something walking on my pillow next to my head and above my head. It took several steps, like maybe 4, maybe 5 slow steps. I could feel and hear my pillow sinking with each step. It felt like a cat walking, except my cat isn't in the bathroom with the door closed. I immediately covered my head with my blanket, pretending to be asleep. Then this started happening more frequently, starting off small and now almost the exact time each night about 10 or 11 p.m. I was starting to become scared. Despite his snoring, I asked the hubby to sleep in the room. I also started letting my cat sleep in the bedroom at night, which to my surprise, he was actually behaving now. Just a few days ago, we were about to go to sleep. My cat was already asleep in her window bed, and I kid you not, I felt what seemed like something literally jumped up the wall on my side, landed between us with impact, then sprinted across the bed toward hubby's side. I could hear it too. Quickly steps like pack, 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 pack. Then almost instantaneously would jump on the bed from the opposite side, on the side of the bed in the left corner, then walked along my pillow and stopped to play with my hair. I'm starting to think that there's more than one ghost cat. And that might sound weird, but I feel like I know what's about to happen or when it's happening. I feel like I can sense it now. I'll be lying down and I'll feel this weird pressure, mostly around my head, whenever it's about to touch me. Even though I have the windows closed, I'll sometimes feel a gentle, cool breeze running through my hair, touching my arm under the blanket. Sometimes I'll feel something like a humming vibration on random parts of my body. Sometimes I'll feel something like static electricity even when I'm lying still. One time I got zapped in the left temple while I was awake. I was alone and just reading on my phone, and my head actually tilted to the right. It reminded me of when my family went to Vegas and my brother and I would just run our shoes across the carpet to try to zap each other. It didn't hurt, but I was more surprised, if anything. It doesn't feel malicious to the point where I need to bless the house or anything. It just feels different. I don't have nightmares, and my cat doesn't seem to react to it. It doesn't bother the hubby at all. I don't actually see anything either when I do take off my sleep mask. I even set up cameras in my room, but all I see is, like, me moving around at night. I think it may be a little scared of my cat. Nothing happens when my cat's next to me. So this all started pretty recently, like maybe within the last couple of months. It's almost become a nightly thing. We're the first owners of this house and lived here for 15 years, and nothing like this happened before. It happens so often that I'm no longer scared, but mostly a little bit annoyed. Not sure why we have a ghost cat and how it even got here. I don't think I'm going crazy. Does anybody else have a ghost cat? I don't know if anybody heard the cat noises several weeks ago, but there was a cat. One of the first cats that genuinely liked me for some reason. Came running down the street, and this is in a sort of a third world country, underdeveloped area, and anyway, this cat comes. And it had the loudest meow you'd ever hear, to the point where you could be asleep and it'd wake you up from outside the house, 2 stories down, you could still hear this cat. This sort of pseudo-neighbor's dog one day just had all these red marks all over its face. Said that it was from this cat that would walk around and was actually incredibly nice. My dog is a little bit of a dick and I put up with my dog, so I don't see why this puppy would get scratched by it, but anyhow, dog's face is covered in all of this red, almost mange-looking stuff, but could be that the puppy was attacking it or playing with it and the cat would scratch its face. But anyway, I think the neighbor picked this stray cat up, put it on their motorbike and drove away some distance and dropped it off because I can't find it. I was gonna adopt it, I'm not really wealthy enough to be able to feed everything on the planet here. But I was gonna anyway because I'm an idiot and I can't find this cat. I've never really owned a cat seriously, but being a person who reads haunted stories and stuff like this, a black cat was kind of funny. Having a black dog and a black cat. So, point is, usually when people say they see things in the corner of their eyes, I get it. I mean, certainly there are reasons for this to happen, but I do gotta say, after not being able to find this black cat, that felt like I was, gonna be the one caring for it. And ever since I can't find it and I keep driving around looking for it, I do keep hearing it. I know everybody says that their cat has a very specific meow, but this cat wasn't even mine, but I'll tell you, it was a very specific meow. So yes, does anybody else have a ghost cat? Recently, sort of. I'm gonna shut up now. Lived in a haunted house for 3 years. Only remember 7 months. As a kid of about 9 years old, my mom moved my brother into this house that was very close to her school at the time. I spoke to my mom about this house one day, reminiscing of our time there. I said by the end of it, I'm so glad we only lived there for 7 months. My mom, shocked and confused, exclaimed, "We lived in that house for 3 years. For the life of me, I can't recall more than 7 months. And these are the things that I do remember. There was a gray Persian cat that kept coming to the house even though all the windows and doors were closed. You would let it out, and as soon as you turned around, it would be behind you, always just staring. Still have a photo of the cat. The room I shared with my brother was always icy cold, even colder at night, so we couldn't sleep in there. Slept next to my mom. Every morning you would hear pots stir in the kitchen sink. My mom always said not to go in the kitchen when it happens. One time I did and saw a black figure just standing by the sink. My brother and I always shared birthday parties. We were 2 years and 10 days apart. I only vaguely remember the one party. I was walking down the hallway and I could hear breathing and footsteps behind me. Everyone was outside. I turned around and there was nothing. Went to the bathroom, saw a face behind me in the mirror. I don't remember any other time I'd used the bathroom. I just don't remember that bathroom except for that one moment. One night I woke up and saw my mom staring at something. I looked over and I saw red eyes. My mom just said, "Close your eyes, don't look." And as I closed my eyes, everything started to shake. In my home country, we're not known for earthquakes. That was before going deathly quiet. Every time my brother and I would come back from school, we would see a black figure sitting by the window, always closing the curtains as soon as we would get to the door. The last thing I remember, I used to play hide and seek with my mom. Whenever she would come back from work, I pretty much would do this. But this particular time, I decided to play in the closet, or rather hide. I giggled as I heard my mom calling for me. At that moment, I heard something giggle beside me. My blood ran cold as I turned my head and saw the same red eyes, that same black figure sitting next to me, smiling at me. I started getting premonitions. Through dreams since the incident in the closet, started as small things. Seeing our cat chase the gray Persian cat. Our cat never chased the Persian cat and never went outside into the street like shown in my dream. But one day our cat got out, and when we came back from school, we saw our cat chase the Persian cat exactly like in my dream. These dreams progressively got worse. Another where I twisted my ankle before a netball tournament. A week later I twisted my ankle during practice. Another where I would get chased by another kid and I'd twist my wrist. After we transferred to a new school, a boy was chasing me because he wanted to kiss me. My foot got caught in the gutter and I twisted my wrist and I fell forward. I had some that weren't as bad as dreaming of a driving instructor that was talking to me like I was a child and told myself, "This guy'll make you fail." And when the time came for me to learn to drive, I met the same guy from my dream. Exact same car, same way of speaking, same jersey and everything. So I wound up opting for another instructor. Passed my first try. I also dreamed of my own death. I woke up telling my mom I'll die by the time I'm 33. Currently I'm 32. How to feel you on that? Since moving away from the house, my memories feel like they're not my own. Like I'm watching from the outside. Whenever I close my eyes, I see shadow figures standing over me, smiling that same smile. My dreams were filled with demons with the same smile. They always said, "They're coming for me." And as the years went on, it progressed to, "Your time is near." I then met a guy. He told me 2 shadow beings have attached themselves to me, but a bigger being is waiting to claim me. He did something to exorcise these things, and since then he vanished. I didn't believe him. I'm still unsure if I do, but since he exorcised them, there are a lot of changes that have happened. Complete personality change. No longer disassociated to decisions or new memories. Not as impulsive, not constantly looking for a way out. Not looking for ways to get hurt and less clumsy. It's like I've finally gotten control over my own body, over my own mind. I went a complete 180 in a day. And the guilt of my actions over the years up until then is weighing on me as if I never acknowledged them before. I'm unsure what to do from here. Since turning 30, I've been feeling like my time is near. My body's been slowly degrading. I'm hoping I'm just paranoid that maybe though all my trauma, maybe I'd lost my mind. I can't shake this feeling that something's going to happen. A few things. I normally don't comment on stories, but kind of have to. Something is always going to happen. It doesn't matter where you're from, what you are. You can be a butterfly or a rock. Something's gonna happen. Can't stop that. Now, as far as thinking you're going to die at a certain time, I feel you. I've had, from, let's just say, different ways of thinking about this. I've had people who come from different angles all say these sorts of things to me about a certain time, and I always thought bullshit, but then you have 6 different people from different things all saying the same prognosis. You start to believe a little bit. And you can't blame yourself if you're got 6 against 1 or 1 against 1. Depends how strong the other side feels. And even if your time is sooner than later, well, doesn't seem like there's much sense in fighting it. So, fill what time you got left with proper endeavors that, you feel proud of. Cheers. Dreams. She came back. I've always had weird dreams, ever since I was a child. Dreams in which I seem to be looking down at my body or slowly getting out of my body. I've always called them dreams, but I'm never really sure. There would be times I would be getting out of my body, in quotes, and I would see these clear people standing in front of my bed. One time, one of these clear people told me, "Do not be afraid." And obviously, me being a super chicken, I freaked and went right back to the same position I was asleep in. Most of these things, I would never really get too far from where I was sleeping. But there was a time I had this dream where I had a conversation with my dead grandfather. I even remember smiling and saying that I would make him some mac and cheese. He told me something to tell my mom. I remember I winded up telling her and she looked pale. She started to cry. It's because I never met or knew what my grandfather looked like. Yet I described him to a T. I once dreamt of a place. A dark, dark place. The buildings, they seemed to be made of sand. The floors, sand. But as soon as night came, it felt like it was almost like in limbo. And the serpent came around my neck and told me I was going to be okay, to not be afraid. Mainly because I have this huge fear of the dark, and always because I would see shadow people. But here's where it's strange. As a child, I've always had recurring dreams of a woman in a hospital gown, blue, purple, green skin. I don't know how to really describe it, it's kind of a strange color. I don't know exactly what her face looks like, but she always looked wet. Almost. It's like as if she drowned. Here's a side note. Strange things always happened in that apartment growing up. Things falling out of nowhere. My mom's Bible smelling like rotten meat. Seeing shadow people. The weird dreams and nightmares. Stuff disappearing then being in the exact same place days later. I always had to be on my toes. Felt like things were unpredictable. Unfortunately, don't really remember much of my dreams as a kid. The only reason I even remember it now is because I used to write about it. I would also used to draw her. I threw all that out pretty much as I got older. These are the dreams that I do remember. One in which I was being led into the sewer. There was barely any light going into there. There was water all over the floor. It felt like I was being led here. Towards the end, there was this room with tiles and a barred window. But it wasn't really a window. I call it that, but it's more of a metal thing that people step on when they're walking. I really don't have a clue what it's called. A grate? Thing is at the end she was there. In her gown. Waiting for me, it seemed. The light reflected onto her skin. She was approaching me, but I got scared. I could hear that she couldn't really breathe. It was as if she was having water into her lungs. Frankly, I couldn't breathe either. that's when I woke up. I remember telling my mom this, and what's weird was she looked spooked, because she said that same night she felt like she couldn't breathe. Another time, when I was just falling asleep, the Automan, I think it's called. An ottoman, not an Automan. That's pretty cute, though. It's a chair, like a couch. It was dark. I opened my eyes. I was thinking I was awake, but I wasn't really. I see my feet, and I see the bathroom light on. I see my mom asleep in the bed because we had a bed in the living room. I look up because I see hair, like almost coming from the wall. The green-blue lady in the hospital gown was coming out of a painting my mother had. She was trying to reach for my hand to bring me with her. All I remember was she said, "Come." I saw her pulling my arm, and I kept telling myself, "Wake up, wake up." I did, but it was hard for some reason. I was around 18-ish at the time, or rather I was. Then we moved. I assumed it would all be gone because we, moved. Thought we wouldn't be having any more experiences. I was already maybe 20 at this time. It felt like my dreams followed me. She was there again. I was told by a psychic medium that my mother trusted at the time. Apparently, I had a spirit guide watching me because she always felt the air around me. I was always curious as to who they were, but something slightly related. It's still in the dream arena, but I did have a dream about a deity, or at least I thought it was a deity with a veil covering them. There was sort of a sunlight shining behind them, and I remember clearly offering them something of mine that was purple. It's been 3 years, and I don't touch that purple thing. I don't know why, it's just kind of there. What purple thing? So sorry, I'm making this longer than it has to be. To make this long story shorter, I moved recently back in May of this year. I'm dreaming of this woman again. It's like the dreams followed me. As well as whatever energy it takes. I know it has because I'm scared to look in the mirror again. I didn't feel that way when I first moved in. I didn't feel this uncomfortable gut feeling. Things have started to get misplaced again, and I'm losing things, and I haven't seen the shadow people yet, though. I try to at least keep one light on at night. I have been getting random bruises as well. I'm trying to think of all the logical reasons, but maybe I'm not thinking hard enough. Starting to think maybe it's my mental health that's going down the drain. I don't even know anymore. Has anybody else had reoccurring dreams with people? People that they don't know in specific. Have you ever woken up with strange bruises? Have you ever had strange dreams like this? Static mist auras, blue halo around moon. So I've been able to see what resembles a mist of static in the air since about 2018. It happened spontaneously, and I'd previously never had a single experience which I'd consider paranormal. I don't consider myself as sensitive to the paranormal or anything like that, and this perception of static mist is essentially the only perception I have, or that I've ever had. At least something that I consider to fall under the category of, a few related phenomena are mentioned later in this post, but another way of describing it is vibrating points of light. I have no idea what it is, and why I seem to be unable to find more information on it. I don't believe the static mist is visual snow. It's just three-dimensional and doesn't really move when I shift my body's position in space. Hence why I believe it's an external phenomena, not an internal hallucination or an optical, aberration. If what I'm seeing is truly located in my external environment as I theorize it to be, why isn't it reported by one or more people in the paranormal community? I've spoken to a few strangers online who claim they can see it too, and I found a paranormal-related book online which has descriptions. These seem to match my experience. Yet so many other paranormal phenomena, of which I have 0% experience, have entire communities of individuals dedicated to them. whereas I can find practically nothing on this. This lack of information frustrates me, because I am fascinated by this static mist and curious to understand more about it. When I relax myself into a semi-meditative state of, well, I guess you could call it consciousness, the perceptions just become more pronounced, such that they usually look like a thin mist starting to solidify right before my eyes, condensing until it resembles steam. When I focus on an area of the mist intensely enough, the resulting solidification that begins to occur honestly resembles the preliminary glimpse of some kind of entity or being. Not only that, but an entity or being was already inhabiting that location, but was previously invisible to human sight. That's my guess anyways. I also perceive segments of it moving around in space at extremely rapid speeds, in what almost resemble thin clouds of smoke, like darting all about my room. And again, I believe these might be entities of some sort. Well, I have absolutely no clue what they're doing, but they often come near my head and just hang around there. But not, sensitive enough to be able to pick up on any other information about them, like their intentions. I can only see a hazy patch of mist, nothing more. Actually, I sometimes think I can feel a slight cool breeze on my skin when it's near me. Does anybody have any idea what that could suggest about the nature of them or it? Or it could simply be an existing temperature differential in the room itself, rather than something paranormal. In low light, this mist becomes much more perceptible, such that every night I essentially have to mentally ignore the sights of these patches of mist zipping by my head and they're pretty much situated in every crevice of my room at this point. And that's what I'm seeing right now as I write this post in the darkness of my bedroom. I've tried communicating to them verbally, asking for some kind of sign that they exist and can understand me, but I've never observed any response to be given. Additionally, I can see auras around physical objects to a very, very faint degree. People, plants, rocks, and so on all have this colored outline around them. As with the general mist, these auras become wider and more pronounced the deeper the state of consciousness I'm in. The most memorable one I've seen emanating was roughly a foot away from the subject's body. It was maroon in color. I can also see a massive blue ring around the moon at night. The blue ring appears to pulsate away from the moon's surface every 3 or so seconds. I've heard from a few online sources of alternative information, in quotes, like the raw material, to name an example, that our moon is an artificial satellite. I have since wondered if this blue pulsating halo is some kind of demonstration of that. Seeing this pulsating blue ring around the moon still unnerves me to this day, more so than the general mist or the colored auras. Starting to get frustrated and confused. I've literally 0 other paranormal experiences my entire life, hence why I feel so isolated even from the paranormal communities of the world, since the one type of experience I can attest to is not reported of, basically by any of their members. They seem to experience most frequently or shared ones. I've never had any first-hand exposure to those. Do any of you have experience or knowledge or theories as to what this might be? I'd appreciate any contributions, and if you look through my post history, you'll see that I've made numerous posts on the subject, spanning several years now. I still don't feel like I have answers. And also, is there any way to increase my ability to see this mist, aside from relaxing myself into a deeper level of consciousness as I already try to do? I don't remember if it's called astigmatism, but if your retina isn't perfectly round, or if it's a little cy-goggly, as people in Appalachia say, you'll see exaggerated rings around everything. Could be that, but I'm sure you checked that. I'll keep an eye out for this static mist. I moved into a house a year ago with my parents. One of the previous owners still lives here. On December 12th of last year, me and my family moved into a new house. I was between my first and second semester of college when we moved, so I decided to take up a part-time position at a Christmas tree farm to get some extra cheese for the holiday. That pretty much meant that I was never home. After a few days of actually living there, something started happening. Now, I'm a lazy bastard. I didn't unpack for like another 2 months. In fact, I still have a box of 2 clothes and other shit that I just haven't touched. But anyways, there were about a dozen boxes of various things sat inside my room. After a shift at the farm one night, I went to a buddy's house and spent the night. I didn't get home till 2 p.m. the next day, so I was out of the house for some time over 24 hours. My mom was home alone decorating the living room. That's when she started hearing boxes being thrown in the bedroom. In my bedroom. She assumed I was finally unpacking, so she didn't think much of it. The throwing became more and more aggressive as time went by, so she eventually busted into my room to figure out what my malfunction was. Except all of the boxes where I left them. The room was empty. It was weird, but it got weirder when my mom remembered that the guy who lived here several years ago hid his off switch in the house on Christmas Eve. We had to do a lot of work on the home before we moved in, so it had been almost 2 months before we actually moved in, which is why it slipped my mother's mind that the guy had died. I think his name was either Billy or Bobby. Something you name your kid that sounds good on a kid. I'm pretty sure every parent thinks it's the name that they pick, but yeah. Anyways, turns out that he offered himself... Anyway, turns out he offered himself in my bedroom. I believe what they meant was that he offed himself in his bedroom. It didn't bother me really, and figured if he's gonna haunt me, it's cool as long as he sticks to throwing boxes and doesn't actually mess with me. A day or 2 passes and I'm in my bedroom unpacking. That's when I hear this loud crash and glass shattering. So I run downstairs and I see what happened. I make sure that everyone's okay and I see my parents just sitting on the couch. I ask what happened and my mom just sort of gestures to the floor and said the clock fell. I looked and sure enough, the clock that we had that was on the wall had fallen off and broke. She said not to worry about it and that she'd clean it up in a minute. At first glance, I thought that the screw I had planted into the wall was maybe stripped out, but that didn't sit right with me. So I checked it out and the screw was still in the damn wall. I had to plant it into a stud in the wall with a daily long screw, so it didn't pry itself out. This clock is stupid heavy. It was a big decorative piece of metal and a place that's you hang it's one of those little keyhole things on the back. So you have to slide it over the screw or the nail to prevent it from falling. This clock definitely couldn't have fallen off the wall on its own, but my folks said that it had. The last encounter I personally had, it was definitely lackluster in comparison to the others. I was home alone and my dog was following me around just to steal my sandwich. She's a 3-pound toy Yorkie poo, and despite giving everyone in the house grief for wanting this tiny dog, I like her enough to spoil her when nobody's looking. So I bent down to give her a little scrap of turkey. That's when she started freaking the fuck out. While I'm trying to calm her down, I hear this tapping on the stove. We have a cookie jar that we sort of recycle to use with our cookware container. It sits between 2 of the eyes of the stove. I look at it, and it's gently rattling. I figured it was just something that happened in the house, but maybe it's something that I hadn't caught, like perhaps the AC kicking on and shaking a little bit or something. It just didn't bother me at first. That was till it started getting more and more aggressive, till I thought the jar was going to explode or some shit. But before it could, everything went silent. No rattles, no barking. I even realized I'd started holding my own breath. The next day was Christmas Eve, so I was expecting the house to implode, but it didn't. Nothing happened in the house after that. Well, until early this morning, which reminded me of all this shit. Nothing big happened, but I got off my shift at around 11. I went to bed at around 1. I was asleep for maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours when my dog started flipping shit in the hallway. I get up, I look out of the hallway, and I don't see shit. My younger brother just wakes and peeks out at me and he asks what's going on. We have had some issues with trespassing before, so I got very defensive of the house. I sent my brother back to his room so I could take a look. I flip on the hallway light and there's nothing there, but my dog's still fucking panicking. She's panicking like her life is about to end. My parents' room is downstairs in the basement, so I don't really catch wind of this till the next time I tell them. I start to panic and I'm flipping on every light in every room searching for anybody there. And all of a sudden she stops barking. No calming down, just ceases. That reminded me of the cookie jar, and I was relieved for about 2 seconds because I knew, oh my God, nobody was really in the house. But I didn't like the idea of this old dude lingering around again, now that it's getting closer to Christmas. We can probably all agree the only old man we want lingering around during Christmas has a beard and has a thing for chimneys. Before I was born. This all takes place in the 90s, all in the same house in a bigger city in Canada. That's because the father was a construction worker who was good at his job, while his mother was, my mother. I believe she was a secretary. I think she was on leave because she's taking care of newborns. Here's story 1. Before I was born, my mother was married and had 3 kids. There was 2 girls, they were twins, and also the youngest, and a boy was about 3 years older than them. We'll call the twins S and M, and we'll call the boy J. Weird choices. My mother was laying down resting as the twins were newborns, while the father was at work and Jay was probably being a kid playing around. There was 2 beds in the room, one being a waterbed while the crib was somewhere along the side of them. My mom was awoken from her nap, and as she was facing away from the waterbed, while on a normal bed, she heard tap, 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 sort of like when it was like somebody's tapping on their head on the top of water. What? She yelled, "Jay, stop jumping on the bed," and had no response. She said it again, "Jay, stop jumping on the bed." Again, no response. She finally turned around and said, "Jay, if you don't..." She froze. She saw what looked like a little boy, but in spirit form. He giggled and jumped off the bed and disappeared. She had no comprehension of what she just saw. Neither would any of us. Story 2. This takes place at around 2 p.m. Father was taking Jay out for some ice skating. I'm guessing the twins were sleeping. They were newborns after all. So she's probably sitting up watching TV and hears the toys in the toy room go off. She goes and opens the door and all of the police and ambulance sirens are going off in the toy cars. She was in shock while standing there. Father just got home, so she tells him, "All the toys are going off, go check." And he does, just for him to open the door up and nothing happening. I'd feel like I'm going crazy if that happened, so can't imagine what she felt. Story 3. My mother has a cousin that grew up with, and who's related through their parents. Their parents were both sisters, my grandma and auntie, as I would call them. She lived in the basement of this house. They were all renting, and my mother tells them, "We're gonna head out." I didn't know where. G, as we're gonna call her, was chilling downstairs with her boyfriend A. They start hearing people running around upstairs, knowing full well that my mother and children all left with their father a couple of hours earlier. Story number 4. The father of these kids were laying down watching TV after a hard day's work. He was either falling asleep or was asleep, and he felt a force start to push down on his neck. He tried and tried and tried to sit up, but to no avail. Finally it let go and he sat up in a panic, most likely waking up my mother. Now, this story takes place on the reserve, the house I still reside in till this day. Not the only one I grew up in, though. It's my grandma and grandpa's house. Story 5. Poopa Joe. My brother Jay was always a talented young man. Could have played for the Whitecaps if he had taken it serious. He was on the academy team around 10 or 11 until my mother and his father couldn't afford it. Unfortunately, he always had a passion for soccer. Or, the unfortunate part is the fact they can't afford it, not his choice. Our great-grandfather Joe got to know Jay towards the end of his life. He was sick. Jay, not knowing how serious his condition was, he used to come to the hospital and show off his moves for him. He was around 3 at the time, and Poopa Joe was really proud of how good he was for his age. He would say, "That's awesome, Jay." And I'm sure Jay, being the showboat, he loved the attention. Well, fast forward a little while after Poopa Joe had to go, Jay started talking to Poopa. She asked, "Who are you talking to?" Jay said, "Poopa Joe." She shook her head, and after a couple of times asking him, told my great-grandmother, and she told them how fond her husband was of Jay. She said, if you don't tell him to go away, he's going to take Jay with him to the other side. This scared my mother, and a couple of days later, she took Jay down to the beach as they lived on the waterfront. They sat and watched the sunset. She was still pregnant and ready to pop with the twins, but still did it anyway. As she told Jay they had to go back up to the house, Jay said, "Okay, Poopa Joe, let's go." My mom said, "Where's Poopa Joe sitting?" He said, "Right there." That's on the log that they were sitting on. My mother then said, "Tell Poopa Joe that he has to leave." Jay said, "Why?" She said, "Tell him to leave or else he will take you from us." So Jay said, "Okay, Poopa Joe, my mom says that you have to leave or else you're going to take me from them." As tears ran down his face, she asked him, "Did he leave?" He said, "Yeah." They both walked up to the house. She said that they never heard of him again, thankfully. Jay went on to live as normal. Well, as normal of a life as you can with an alcoholic mother who didn't know her worth and a father who was a hard-ass. They both had terrible upbringings. I'd say residential school's really old, and they messed up a lot of things. But one thing it won't stop is our resilience. My family sees me when I'm not there. So this happened around a year ago, but I wrote this out in my notes around an hour after it had happened. I forgot to post it. I did edit it slightly. My mom and stepdad and I are driving, maybe 2.5, 3 hours away to pick up our new motor home. We stopped at the gas station and I ran inside with my mom to grab some food. That was while my stepdad filled the motor home with gas. Mom went to speak with him and I dropped my stuff in the car, then went around to find her as she came around to find me. I came around the back of the motorhome and heard my mom say, "Why are you hiding?" Well, I assumed that she was talking to the dog in the car. I started sneezing. Sunlight makes me sneeze. Don't know why. Hormone related. And Mom turned to look at me. Her eyes got wide and she looked totally freaked out. I was confused and asked what happened, assuming the dog was being weird. I got into the front seat as Mom did that weird, stressed, sort of panicked laugh-cry thing. This conversation ensued. Me. "Mom, what happened? What did the dog do?" Mom didn't say anything, just looked freaked. "What? Ripley being weird?" "No, why? I saw you in the back seat." Apparently, Mom got to the car and saw me laying on the floor of the back seat, grinning up at her like I was being goofy and trying to scare her. The "why are you hiding" comment was directed towards me, or me in quotes. That's when she heard me sneezing. She turned, seeing me, and her eyes got wide, and she whipped back around to see that, I was in the back seat, and I just vanished. Mom, rightfully so, started crying because, yeah, that's freaky as fuck. I mean, imagine seeing your child in the backseat being a little weirdo with a grin that doesn't seem menacing, but then hearing the same child in a different location looking back to see the child in the car was now gone. The smile went from, ha 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 ha, I'm so weird, to very menacing and scary, she said. The other occurrence was similar, this time involving my brother R, who's 16. This was a couple of months back. The details are foggy, so bear with me. My brother was in the living room when I came out of my room and stopped in the door of the living room. He and I chatted for about a minute, him looking at me as we did. He looked down at his phone when it dawned on him that I'd left over an hour before to go to the store. I wasn't home. He looked back up and I was gone. Around 20-ish minutes later, I returned home and he was still there, a little bit freaked. He told me, where we were so confused. Or rather, he told me, and we were so confused as to what it could be. On top of that, I've heard my family calling me numerous times, only to find that they haven't. The most notable involving R and Mom as well. I can't remember if I've posted it before. One night I was at my desk and I heard R call my name, so I got up. I went to his room to see what he wanted. He said he didn't call me, but he stood talking for about a minute. I turned on my heel to leave, and as I did, I heard Mom call my nickname, Monkey. So I did a 180, heading to her room. When I went in, she said that she didn't call me either. It was memorable, since it happened twice in a matter of minutes. I do know we have at least 2 spirits in my house, one attached to my mom and one to me. Nothing's ever seemed hostile. The worst thing they've done is move stuff around, which made me more than late a few times. Okay, so I just got home from a trip the other night, and I was telling my brother about how I posted some stories here. So, he shared another incident that he never told me. It would have been about 5-6 years ago. So we would have been maybe 10 or 12. He was asleep on the floor of my mom's room, woke up in the middle of the night. He looked across the room and saw me sitting on the floor. My face was illuminated by the light from the tablet screen. R looked at me and started saying my name, asking what I was doing. I didn't react, so he reached over, turned on the light, and the moment the light flicked on, I vanished. The tablet was on, screen lit up, but I wasn't there. He says that when the light flicked on, he saw me vanish before his eyes. That the tablet had been on, illuminating my face, was laid on the floor in the same place turned on. This was insane to me, because he'd never told me this. R's room and mine are next to each other. To get to my room, I have to pass his. Same with going to the living room and kitchen, so if he's awake, he's very aware of me moving about. He can literally see me go. And because of the way my room is, I had to put a good bit of force to shut my door, nearly having to slam it each time. There have been numerous occasions of him seeing me or hearing me walk down the hall, past his room to mine. But then nothing after. He gets up, pokes his head out, wondering what I'm doing, only to find my bedroom door closed and me not there. Sure, he could have missed the door closing. Like I said, I have to basically slam my door. It is not quiet. That's a bit more tame, but it's pretty frequent, like probably once a week occurrence. La Santa Muerte does not want to be ignored. It was around the year of 2011. My parents had moved back to the U.S. I hated my first rental house. So my then boyfriend and I decided to look for other places closer to the main city. A friend we had in common, and also the reason that he and I even met, told us that she had a house for rent, and apparently we could rent it for very cheap. Now, despite all my past weird and inexplicable experiences, I was still very much a skeptic. Paranormal? Bah. We knew she and her family very much believed and prayed to their saint La Santa Muerte. To not make this an even longer story than it already will be, I recommend looking her up on Google if you don't know who she is. Suffice it to say, she's often revered perhaps, by those wishing for money and harm on their enemies. On to my story with her. A little description of the house. As you walk in the front door, on the left is a living room. Straight ahead is a corridor that holds the kitchen and a back door to the closed-in and mostly roofed yard. If you stand at the front door and look down the corridor, you can see through a window at the end of the kitchen. This looks into a small laundry room that's attached. The main bedroom was upstairs, a guest bedroom next to the corridor and below the upstairs bathroom. Now the scene is set. The heavy curtains were always drawn. No one was in that house, but we always felt watched. We lived there for around 2 months when things started getting very weird. My pets began acting odd. My parrot died, and within hours was into heavy decomposition. My 10-year-old dog with cataracts and minor hip dysplasia acted like she could see and had no pain in her joints, but she wouldn't stand in the sunlight. And so, my first weird moment was getting home from work every day, feeling like I was going to find another pet dead. I got home feeling something was off. Quietly walked to the back door to peek my head out. Molly, the old dog, was laying unmoving by the door. No breath, no anything. I watched her for a few minutes, and eventually, when I decided it was time to move her, as she was clearly dead, I made a noise and watched as her chest area instantly expanded and she began to breathe. A few days later, while I was at work, my boyfriend called me to tell me the dogs got into a fight. Junior had blood all over his neck from where Molly tore through him. He needed to go, so please hurry home. When I got there to check on them, sure enough, Junior had blood all over his neck without a single wound. Molly had no blood, but 2 deep punctures, one above the eye and one below her jaw. That night, my husband and I sat down to talk. Something was weird. We would see a white veil and a face watch us through the laundry room. Pieces and corners of the tiled floor would go missing, like without a trace. In the guest bedroom, water would drip onto your shoulders or head, but none ever really would reach the floor. I told him I was afraid to feed my own pets. We agreed that he would take care of them for a bit. Only a few days later, on my way back upstairs from the kitchen, something strong tried to push me down them. Like, I managed to get upstairs and I told him what happened. And remember, even at this point, we were both still non-believers, technically. A day later, as we're laying in bed, he asks me if I noticed the ledge in the backyard area, with the picture frame and the candles. I informed him that there was a frame laid down and 2 candles also on their side, but I hadn't really thought much of it. He said the frame was standing at the center, with both candles positioned on each side upright. I asked what was in the picture. In his words, they weren't even fully out of his mouth. La Santa when the dirty clothes basket, which had a click on the top and a heavy pair of wet jeans laid over it to dry, scared me into believing. The top lifted up a few feet into the air. It flew sideways into the wall. I knew in that instant that we needed to leave. Now. So we prepared our things and went to stay with his sister. Turns out the reason our friends refused to visit was every time they walked in they felt something very off about the place. Apparently they hadn't wanted to tell us. The owner was very upset upon learning that we were leaving only 5 months into the contract. She said that she had forgotten that portrait and the candles, and she felt ignored and abandoned. She only wanted us to leave her flowers and money as tribute. We noped right out of there. My ex went back to pack up, fell asleep on the bed, and was slapped awake by nothing there. After we moved, only a week after the dogfight, suddenly Molly's wounds were scars. She was back to being her normal old, not good sight or mobility self. And I will not, I will never not believe in the paranormal again. Activity around my bedroom. There are 3 instances that I consider paranormal that happened around my old bedroom. All happening maybe within the span of a year while I was in high school. For context, my bedroom is at the top of the stairs, just a step to the right, with a small linen closet taking up the wall space right next to the stairs. This was all directly across my door. The landing continued to the left, which led to my parents' room. The first instance, I was waking up and when I went down the stairs during the day, the sun from the skylight was leaving the whole area bright. When I reached eye level with the landing, a pair of pale, small feet ran across the landing, rushing toward the light. Since my bedroom door was open, the only place whatever those feet belonged to could go was, through that, unless it wanted to run through the wall at the end of the landing. I'd never noticed anything that resembled a child in this house before this, but those feet and lower legs I saw undoubtedly looked like they belonged to a young child. The second instance was similar to what would come the next in a way. I was scrolling on my phone late one night when suddenly the doorknob of my closed bedroom door violently shook several times. This startled me greatly since it was so sudden and loud, but it stopped as soon as it started. There was no lock on my bedroom door, so there was no reason to try to turn my doorknob like that, especially when it would easily open. I checked outside my door after a good 30 seconds of my heart trying to pound out of my chest, but there was nothing. I peeked to see if my parents were awake, which they weren't, and I heard no other noise around the house that would suggest somebody else was there. I asked my parents if they'd try to open my door over the night just to be safe. Their answer was an obvious no. And now, the final instance, which sticks with me the most. Late one night, I was sitting on my bed and scrolling on my phone again. It was 4 a.m., but I still had my light on since I wasn't tired at all. It was quiet. So, when I suddenly heard a click, I lifted my head up. My door was opening. A hand that I didn't recognize was holding onto the doorknob. The hand and forearm were pale, sort of on the thinner side, likely belonging to a woman. I stared as the arm pushed my door about a quarter of the way open. That was before the hand paused and released the doorknob, then pulled their hand back. A few seconds passed before I saw my dog, a German Shepherd, walking toward my room. The door was just wide enough for him to fit through. He entered my room, head low and tail between his legs, laid down by my bed as close as he could be to me. I hadn't moved my eyes from the door. That was since I first looked up at it. I kept watching, because if somebody was at my door, there was no way for them to leave without having to walk by it, either to go across the landing towards my parents' room or to go downstairs. The linen closet across my door was filled with towels and products. The shelving and boxes inside leaving basically no room for a person to possibly be standing in there. The door of the closet was also noisy to open, so if it had moved at all, I'd certainly hear it. If somebody was outside my room, the only place they could be standing was the small corner made from the 2 small walls on the left of my room, and directly across from my door where the closet was. My heart was going crazy, my mind horrified of seeing someone or something standing there, so I just waited. Nothing happened for maybe 20 seconds. No movement or noise outside. That was until suddenly my dog lifted his head. He soon got up and left my room as if nothing had happened, no longer moving like he was trying to be small and taking up as little space as possible. He went back down the hall where he came, laid down in front of my parents' room, where he usually slept. Since my dog hadn't felt comfortable moving, I felt I could move too. So probably had felt, I finally got off my bed and moved toward my door. The room was small, so it was only maybe 4 small steps before I could see, like this empty wall and a closed linen closet. Nothing was standing there. The only place whatever had opened my door could have been waiting for me. There was like nothing. Just a dark corner and a dark hall in the middle of the night. I stood at my door for a while before finally closing it and nervously sitting down on my bed to scroll my phone to get through the rest of the night. I asked my mom in the morning if she had some reason, or thought or anything to open my door or have anything to do with it that night. Which, of course, again, she said she didn't. I even asked my dad, even though that hand could have been his. And of course, he said no as well. I never really had anything odd happen around there again. And now, I have my room set up in the basement of the same house. Luckily, nothing has happened down here, but it makes me wonder. It always seemed like pretty much anything I saw here was something just passing through. And as individual instances, this feels sort of the same. When I think of them all together like this, I can't help but wonder if maybe the 3 were connected somehow. Please help me find my friends. Background/further explanation before we get into everything. I've been having these dreams, and they aren't really dreams. I call it travel summoning or ascension. Others think it may be an astral projection. I don't really know much about it, so I can't really say at the moment. Before the events and traveling actually happen, I black out. Usually when I have actual dreams, I'll feel tired and I'll settle into bed turning off the lights, plug my phone in and set an alarm, lay down, close my eyes, then drift off to sleep. With traveling, however, I have no recollection of ever falling asleep or even getting ready to fall asleep or feeling tired. It's 1 second I'm watching something or doing something, then boom, I'm traveling. The first travel. This has been happening for a long time. But I was a child when it first started to happen. I would suddenly be in what looked like a hospital or a research facility. Because I've been there so many times, I know it pretty much like the back of my hand. I won't give too much detail about the place, however, in hopes others have been there. They can, personally message me and describe it to me so I can see if we really went to the same place. But when I first went, it was like a doctor's visit. They were super nice at first. They would explain everything that they were going to do. They introduced themselves, and they later said they used fake names in order to protect themselves. They explained that I was very special, and that I was selected to be part of a program. It was to see if I had anything special about me. There were other kids too, a lot of kids. We would have to do certain things like tests. The kids failed if they didn't come back. I don't think they killed them. I think they just didn't summon them anymore, and the kids, now adults, probably think it was just some weird dream. The tests. The tests are something I've had to do over and over. Even as I grew, I had to do different ones, and, they started out as being basic. Math tests, spelling tests, history tests, morality tests, gym tests, science tests, stuff like that. We wouldn't have classes on these subjects, but the classes we did touch on subjects here and there. The tests would then start to get weirder. They would do tests on us based on precognition, clairvoyance, and telekinesis. Other stuff like that. There was more tests on different abilities. I didn't score high in those ones, so my specific training wasn't on those. Education. We had classes of sorts to educate us and to prepare us for tests. The classes were on different abilities and such to see what child had the abilities. We had to do classes on so many abilities because they said sometimes it takes a few times for it to be awakened. Along with these classes, we of course would touch on mundane topics too, like history, math, and science. Mainly science, as the workers were scientists and doctors. Workers/doctors. There was a bunch of adults that worked at the facility. And like I said, they used fake names, wouldn't tell anybody where they were from or their age. I could only get basic information out of them, such as, have they been to New York, or do they like cheeseburgers, or what their favorite color was. Basic stuff like that. If I asked more about the training and education tests, they would just fill me in about what they could. If I asked something that they couldn't tell me, or if it was classified or I would learn later on when I'm bigger, sort of a thing, I gave up quickly about trying to get to know them personally. Instead, I would just talk to them about things that interested me, like history and stuff. They gave me some information about things in the past and the truth about such some things, and, well, like the organization's been going on for a while now, but not too old. I think they said that they're younger than the Coca-Cola company. Betrayal. Sadly, things didn't go as smoothly as we got older. The other kids, now adults, and I have now stayed in the program that are now in our 20s. We were told that we had something big to work on. It was our first assignment. We were brought into a room where there was an object. They turned it on and explained to us that we needed to go through it, that it was a portal. Our assignment was to explore the dimension. We denied. We were arguing with them, yelling at them. We were sobbing and crying, saying no, that it's just crazy. They pushed one of us in, another after them. Some of us hesitated on going in after them, but eventually we were all forced into the portal as they soon brought out weapons, giving us an ultimatum. They later said that they wouldn't actually have killed us, that we're just too high of value to kill us. They just wanted to scare us. I'm getting kind of emotionally distressed as I type this. I can't continue much longer, as that first dimensional trip was traumatizing. We were lost on what seemed like a new planet. We could breathe just fine. Gravity was similar. We were stranded in this dimension for almost a year. We lost someone there. We were injured. But eventually we got back. Now we've been doing this for a while, traveling to different dimensions and more training. I have to stop here. I know I left a lot of information out, but it's emotionally draining and I don't want to give everything away in hopes to find somebody who's gone through this. I'll answer any questions you have in the comments. Am I being haunted? For context, I'm 19 and live in a house together with my parents and their dog. My bedroom is on the second floor together with 3 other rooms. The bathroom, my parents' bedroom, and a small room right next to my room with the door opposite of my door across the hallway. Hope I'm able to explain it well. That room used to be my stepsister's bedroom, but it was converted into a sort of gaming room for me and my dad after my stepsisters moved together with their mom again. Nowadays, we barely use it anymore, but back when I was little, me and my sisters used to play in there a lot. I always felt so uncomfortable. I don't really know how to describe it. I just absolutely hated that room, and since I was the youngest, my sisters always teased me about it. Sometimes they'd lock me in there alone to make me cry. To this day, every time I enter the room or walk past it, I get this weird feeling of being watched. But I always brushed it off because I thought it was just me being paranoid. Then I started noticing that the door to the room opens itself. No matter how often I close the door, it's always open again the next time I walk past it, even at night. This is really unsettling because I have to walk past it to get to the bathroom or the stairs. Plus, the room's always really dark, so I always think somebody's watching me through the dark gap. At first, I thought my parents might be the ones opening the door, even though it's rather strange to just open a door in the middle of the night. But when asked them about it, they both denied it, so I started avoiding the room because I'm thinking I was crazy. The incident that made things much worse happened around 2 years ago. I was sleeping in my bed, and it must have been around 4 a.m. when I woke up and heard footsteps coming from that room. I ignored it, went back to sleep. Minutes later, they were in my room. This facing the wall, so I couldn't see anything, but the noise was definitely coming from behind me. It sounded like someone walking around in circles while constantly mumbling the word running. Then the voice stopped and the footsteps started sprinting in my direction. I felt a very strong kick in my back, and for a few seconds my whole body was numb and tingling like crazy. I wasn't able to move. My vision was completely white and grainy. To be honest, it felt like something was going right through my body. I was absolutely terrified and starting to cry in fear. I was too scared to move, and I stayed in my bed until sunrise. After that, I started seeing shadows in the corner of my vision every now and then, and I often feel like something is watching me. The feeling I described as of something going through my body also happened again at a time when I was watching TV in my room. Sometimes I hear voices in my room shortly before I fall asleep, which make me wake up again. My parents had paranormal things happen to them too, like the TV switching channels on its own or hearing noises in the house when no one was around. It was scary at first, but we kind of got used to it since there was not really much we could do about it. In November last year, my parents were on vacation in Greece. 2 weeks. I'm not really a fan of hot weather and all these things, and Corona, of course, so I stayed at home and took care of her dog. At first, things stayed pretty much normal, but in the second week the dog started acting weird. He's a rescue dog and usually very shy and anxious and prefers to hide in his bed underneath the stairs or under the kitchen table, but he started following me everywhere. Like, literally, everywhere. He never left my side, even when I had to go to the toilet. He even followed me upstairs into my room, even though he never went upstairs before. So you can imagine how surprised I was. He laid down on the floor next to my bed while I was watching Netflix, and suddenly, he jumped on my bed and growled at the corner of my room. It scared me. I tried to calm him since there was nothing there. No noise, nothing. After a while, he laid down by my feet, but he kept staring at the corner with his ears up the whole evening. Things didn't change till my parents came back home again. Till now, we didn't have any major incidents, but recently, I started having really realistic nightmares. Sometimes so realistic that it seems like I'm actually experiencing what's happening in the dream. I then noticed that I have unexplainable weird-looking bruises on my arms and legs. I wake up and I have new bruises. I didn't do anything that would cause these bruises. I'm mostly at home and I don't remember bumping into things or something like that either. On top of that, I really feel drained. Sometimes I don't have enough strength to do basic everyday tasks and I keep having really bad migraines. As soon as I leave my bed, I feel so unbelievably uncomfortable. Never had this before. I'm really confused what I should do. The computer was weird. I'll repeat that line. I'm really confused and I don't know what I should do. Started off small, but it gets worse. And I feel worse every day, like something is sucking the energy out of me. It stops when I leave the house. It seems like I'm the only one experiencing these problems. I found a bloody pad. I'm 19 years old and I've been living alone for about 2 years. Lately, very strange things have been happening in the toilet of my house. I can't explain what happened. In short, things happen in the toilet of my house that don't happen in other parts of my house. Only at night the lights flash. I've changed the bulb many times, but I guess the problem isn't the electricity. One night when I suddenly woke up and tried to go to the toilet, I saw gray and odorless smoke emanating from below, and you might say it was sleepy. But I swear that smoke was real. I believe my eyes. I've experienced many strange things like this, and a few days ago I found a bloody pad in the toilet's trash can. You cannot imagine the fear I experienced, as I'm a person who does not believe in paranormal events in general, always looking for logical explanation. I haven't let anybody into my house these last few months. No woman entered my house. I had emptied this damn trash can just a few days ago, and I was completely sure it was empty. I've been stuck at work for a few days. It's a pretty shitty situation. day, based on your advice, I bought a few security cameras. Went to my house with my employees. They helped me a lot, and we placed the cameras in the house and scratched every part of the house in detail. I couldn't find any signs of forced entry into my home, but before I left the house, I made sure to close the door to the room, and I mainly used for drawing and creating my tattoo designs. I always keep the door of that room closed. However, when we returned home to set up the cameras, the door was open. This scared me quite a bit. Checked to see if anything had been taken from inside and everything was in its place. I couldn't find that damn woman in my house. Fortunately, I don't really have the courage to stay at home right now. I'll stay at my employee's house for a few days and review the camera records. I still can't get over the shock I experienced. There is a saying among the Turks. When they're very surprised or very scared, they say, "I've turned another year old." That's exactly what I felt. A few hours ago, my employees and I went to my house again and decided to review the camera footage by connecting it to my computer. We began monitoring cameras that had recorded most areas of my home for 2 nights. God, I will never forget that moment. When it was midnight, it was clearly visible that there was a woman entering my house through my kitchen window, squeezed and barely able to enter. I immediately realized the situation. I immediately understood who this woman was. As I mentioned before, the house I live in was a gift from my father on the 18th birthday. We used this house as a summer house throughout most of my childhood. When I was a little kid, this woman who broke into my house went through my refrigerator, smoked an e-cigarette in my toilet, and threw her bloody pad in my trash can. Liked me. What? At this time, I was 15, she was 20. This sounds very strange, but at the time I didn't realize that woman was a pedophile and was literally harassing me. I couldn't understand it. I was also taking care of her, but when my mother realized the situation, she reported the woman, said that she was a pedophile, and took her away from me. After this, the woman began to be remembered badly where we lived, and everybody said she was a pedophile. They did not accept her and stayed away from her. And after these events, the woman moved from the area where she lived and started living in a distant place. I haven't seen her in years. I almost forgot she existed. This pedophile who took care of me when I was 15 entered my house in the middle of the night. I watched all of this on camera. She jumped in through the window, rummaged through my refrigerator, took an apple. After that, she turned on my TV and started watching. It was like she knew I wasn't home. Then she went up to my room, took a few of my shirts, and smelled them. She did not leave one of them and took it with her and left home. She stayed at my house for about 1 hour. This woman, who lives comfortably in my house without paying rent, was the pedophile of my childhood. My hands are still shaking, although I'm not a man who's easily impressed. What I saw was too much. My friends and I are going to the police to present the camera footage and a file complaint, but I want to face that bitch and settle the score. If I get confirmation from the police that this will not be a problem, I'll share the footage here immediately. Wish me luck. Okay. That story was very strange, scary, and weird on multiple levels, and confusing. Moving on. The Victorian lady I saw floating in my grandparents' house. Long-time lurker here. Figured it was time to finally put down some of my own experiences into words. I personally really dislike low-effort posts and descriptions of people's personal paranormal experiences, so I'll try to do my best to be as detailed as possible. For a bit of context about me, I'm a 36-year-old male. I live near Atlanta and I'm married and, truthfully, live a pretty boring life. I'm a former Navy, former law enforcement, and currently have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering. I'm also a huge gamer and a PC nerd. I haven't been religious since I was maybe 8. And when people ask what I believe in, I simply reply, I believe in science, and I leave it at that. There is another side of me that listens to Alan Watts' chill step at night and ponder the deeper questions of reality and our universe. But in most day-to-day situations, I'm very logical and usually try to debunk things first. But when logic and science cannot explain some things that happen, that's when you start to really question everything. One of my earliest core memories I have, from maybe 4 years old in 1990, was the ghost I saw in my grandparents' house in Florida. I remember my mom sitting on the couch in the living room talking with both of them. And so I ran off through the house to explore, instead of listening to the grown-up talk. There was a dividing wall that separated the living room, where they were, from another room. My grandparents call that room the den. It was used for social visits when they would host guests. I was in the back alley of the house, peeking into the den around the doorframe from the hallway. As I'm peeking around the doorframe into the den, it's a long rectangular-shaped room with just a blank white wall on the left, a row of curtained windows on the long right wall. Mind you, it's broad daylight and a sunny spring day, so there was a lot of bright ambient light coming in from the windows. I'll never forget what I saw until the day I die. This old, wrinkly lady, Victorian-style dress, floating in midair in the middle of the room. She was maybe 10, 15 feet from me, floating about a foot off the ground, looking at the wall. I was looking at her left side, and I'm not an artist and I can't draw to save my life, but this image is so clear in my mind, like I wish I could paint it or draw it. Her dress was blue with frizzy lace around the wrists and neck area being white. She had silver gray hair pulled back into a bun behind her head. She was also translucent, so I could see her, but I could also see through her. There was a dining room table and about 6 wooden chairs behind her that I could see through her, too, if you know what I mean. I could also not see her feet, just the bottom of her dress as it waved slightly in a very ethereal way about a foot off the ground. She turned her head to the left and looked directly at me, which I actually don't remember scaring me at the time. Then turned her head back to the front, then looked upward and kind of evaporated upwards toward the ceiling, disappeared. That is the clearest memory I have of my entire brain, even more so than other core memories from that young age range. It's crystal clear in my mind's eye. We found out later that my grandfather had originally bought the house from an old woman whose wife had died in the house. He was too old to keep up the land anymore, so we think maybe I saw her. We're not really sure. We also really realized later on that if not for that left wall being there, the one the lady was looking at, she would have been looking directly at the back of my mom's head. Like, if not for that wall being there, she was actually watching the 3 of them talk. That makes sense. Kinda creepy. I've actually had many other unexplainable experiences in my life that I could post about if anybody cares. From living in a haunted apartment literally 10 feet away from a graveyard to having all kinds of crazy shit happen in our current house after we had my 20-year-old cat put to sleep. I also have a lot of other stories from family members and coworkers, including one where my mom and stepdad both saw my dead cousin, same time. I could write a lot more, but this one's getting a bit long-winded. Let me know if there's any desire to hear about any of the other stuff. I'll see about maybe sitting down and getting it all out. Gotta say, sir, if you've had that many and that vivid of an experience, seems strange that you would just say, I believe in science. However, you also could never disprove that. The Tall Entity. After we finally got a new house rented, my boyfriend went back to his nightly gym routine. From his first night gone, around 7 o'clock at night, I noticed these flying ants, for lack of a better description. roughly half an inch long all over the house. A ridiculous amount. Naturally, I got up to investigate where they were all coming from. I noticed that they were coming in from a window unit, the AC in the living room wall. I turned it off, killed all the ones I could, and realized at around 8 p.m. they were gone. What I didn't realize until about 9-ish is that the dead ones were gone too. Disappeared into thin air. The next night again, at around 7, I hear a loud rattling noise coming from the living room. I jump up, worried one of the animals had messed with something, to see a metal chain on the ceiling fan swinging hard against the light dome. It was causing the rattling and the clanging noise. As soon as I walked into the room, I see ants shooting out of the AC once more. Again, I kill as many as possible, and again, by around 8 p.m. they disappear. We used to have boyfriends, niece and nephew stay with us a lot, at least every weekend. The ants and the clanging chain lasted about a week. Then they suddenly stopped. Now, we took the AC apart and never found any nest or anything. So where they come from, who knows? Anyway, one afternoon, a couple of days after the activity stopped, the nephew was lying on the sofa and asked to have been messing with one of the fan blades. When we look up, we see what looked like 3 fingers had been dragged across it. Ignoring it, thinking it was there before we moved in and we just hadn't noticed, I cleaned the blades the next day. This fan was too high for even my 5'10" height to reach without a stepladder. I lived there for around a year. The only other thing that happened was a month or so later, as dust had accumulated once more on the fan, 3 marks reappeared on one of those blades. The day after, for the last time, the chain was made to swing hard enough to hit the light dome. I call this tall entity, I guess, because whatever caused the marks had to have been at least 6'5" to be able to reach up there toward those blades. Now, I know this isn't the scariest of stories. It's not even the scariest that's happened to me. But I did want to document these things in order as they happen. There's a few pieces of crucial pieces of information, rather, that you sort of left out here. You're concerned about these ants. I don't know what part of the world you live in, but if you live in the eastern part of the world, there's a lot of this. They can come up through drains, through windows, and they're maybe 1.5 inches long, and there'll be thousands of them. I have endless stories of some things like that. And the fun thing is you'll see thousands of them. They'll all have these wings, and you'll think, oh, they're just everywhere. You can't do anything about it. You can't fight it. So you go to sleep, and you wake up, and then all of a sudden, all of the ants and just wind up being gone. Because apparently their wings fall off, and they just there's just piles of wings all over the floor everywhere, like you could sweep them up, amount of wings. Point is, other bugs come and grab those wings and bug recycle them. So out of the 2 things that you were saying, one of them being the ants, I haven't heard very many bug-related paranormal things. But I've had too many of bug-related things not to just simply relate to what you're doing there. So I might disregard the bug thing. Secondly, I don't know how much you've cleaned in your life, but the dust is pretty interesting, and it's affected by magnetism. So I don't really know much about your fan, but I do know, because I've had some, is that dust will accumulate in certain spots in a fan. So if there's some magnetic piece of material somewhere on it, the dust won't want to settle there. Or if there was some sort of a film or a residue on that surface, it'll collect on the more porous and easy to adhere part of the blade. But it could be ghosts, because those are a thing too. But when there's bug stuff and technical stuff, I'm going to say something, especially since it's all the way at the end of the stories, and very few people are hearing me ramble on about this anyway. But don't yell at me. Next story. The Kid in the Basement. When I was about 7 to 8 years old, I remember going to sleep over at a kid's house. I'm going to call him Richard, though this was long ago. I may be forgetting what his real name is. Their parents were friends with my parents, so we weren't really close friends, but I was very happy about it. He had what may have been the coolest thing for a kid in the 80s to ever see. A Pac-Man arcade cabinet in his basement. That's pretty cool. Now, to help understand the story, you need to understand the layout of the house. This was a raised ranch. You walked in the front door looking at a small set of stairs that leads down to a finished basement area. Then there's a similar set of stairs right next to that goes up to the main floor. You could see the kitchen from the landing up the stairs as you entered the house, and to the right was the living room. The left side of the main floor was a hallway to the 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. One was Richard's, where I'd be sleeping with another one of his friends, and I'm going to call him Michael. I don't really remember what his real name was. But the basement, that's what I was focused on. Because if you went down to the basement's family room, there's a hallway that has a small room to the left where the arcade cabinet was. It was a small room covered with brown wood paneling. Like, well, most basements. Just tripped all over myself. Like most basements in the 80s had. The front door of the coin receptacle was left open so you didn't need its quarters. You would just sort of flick the little metal pin to mimic a quarter and play. This is where I wanted to go, but it was time for bed. Now, going into Richard's room, it was covered in WWE, or WWF at the time, and all these posters and toys. I wasn't really into them as the two of them were. I had Nintendo. But I did play with them like kids do. We ended up staying up very late, much too late really, because parents just let us do pretty much whatever we wanted. That was also pretty common in the 80s, and it was great. This was also my first real sleepover, where we had the run of the house. Considering we were 3 boys not being watched, we weren't really doing anything dangerous. Play wrestling, watching TV in his room, and going to the kitchen for junk. However, we really were not playing Pac-Man. Yet, I thought. At some point, I'm sitting in Richard's room by myself. The two of them left for some reason. I felt a little bit uncomfortable for whatever silly reason. They were gone a long time, self-conscious over the fact that I was not really close friends with either of them. I asked myself, what were they doing without me? Let me check. I leave the room walking towards the basement, thinking that must be it. Even if they weren't there, I'd get to play, so it's a win-win. I walked down those stairs to the basement where it was dark, but it was bright enough to see. It may have been a full moon or there were outside lights, but I didn't really need to turn on any other lights to see. I saw the room and I saw the hallway where the arcade awaits. But then, Richard walked out and stood in front of me. He didn't say anything, he was in his underwear. This was very uncomfortable because he looked mad, like he didn't want me to go down there. I stood in the bottom step not moving for a while, none of us really saying anything. Finally I figured, okay, you do not want me down here. So I just went back upstairs and I went to bed. I looked up the second stairs toward the kitchen. That's where the chill crawled up my spine. Richard and Michael were in the kitchen, getting something to eat, and were up there the whole time. Now, Richard was an only child. There wasn't anyone else in the house other than his mother and father. Their rooms were across the hall from his. There was no other way from the basement to the kitchen other than maybe from outside. They couldn't have walked past me without me knowing. There wasn't enough time to put clothes back on and get back into the kitchen. And if there were, they were just pranking me or something like that. They also didn't say anything about what I saw, because, well, I said nothing. Thinking if they were pranking me that they would have mentioned it. I went into the kitchen and ate some food and went right to bed. Again, if this was a joke, a 7 or 8 year old boy would have said something, right? didn't say a word to anybody about the kid in the basement, and to this day I have no explanation for this. Relax, sir. Weird experience. When I was a kid, I always had nightmares. Often slept with my brother. I don't remember how old I was, but I would guess around 5 years old. I had dreamt this dream that I still remember to this day. I had woken up in my brother's bed before everyone else. I went out into the living room and there was a woman in a floor-length pioneer dress. Her dress was all white, almost like a fog. Long-sleeved, the skirt part of the dress was puffy like she had a petticoat. She was staring out the window and I came up and started playing in her dress, wrapping myself up in the layers. I eventually went and looked up to see her face, and she was gone. I don't remember anything else after that. I don't remember waking up that morning or continuing with the day. Honestly, I really don't think much of it as I got older. Other than it was a weird dream I had that I remembered. I never told anybody about it and never saw her again. Fast forward to college years, and I come home to visit my family. I'm sitting at the kitchen table with a friend and my parents aren't home. My friend all of a sudden gets really freaked out and she said that she saw a woman walk up the staircase that leads to my parents' bedroom. Like I said before, I'm a skeptic. I thought that she was just being goofy, so I asked her what the lady looked like. She described her exactly how I remembered, to a T. Needless to say, it weirded me out. But again, I never told anyone what had happened. My family's exactly like me, and they don't believe in this sort of thing. Fast forwarding yet again to my adult years, and my husband and I are living in the same property as my parents, but we're about a mile across the pasture. My husband has a friend that's crashing on our couch. He's stayed with us a few times with zero complaints or issues. My husband and his friend had plans to wake up in the morning and put corn in the deer feeders before it got too hot. So we all woke up early. As soon as we came into the living room, the friend was already awake and told both of us that he was never staying at our house again. When we asked him why, he said he was woken up in the middle of the night with a woman in his face. She was dressed in a white pioneer woman's dress and it was floor length. My jaw drops. A few years after that, my husband's cousin comes over to visit. They came to meet our kids. After the kids have gone to bed, we're all sitting on the couch talking. Mid-sentence, he turns toward our hallway. He says he saw a pioneer woman walking down the hallway. He describes her. And again, it's the exact same description. After that, I finally told my parents and husband about all these instances. My mom's, of course, freaked out that I have some sort of demon following me. I've never seen this woman besides the one time when I was a kid. Fast forward to now. I'm reading a book that's written over this community that we live in. The book is about the history of it, and a lot of history is told from my dad's uncles. His grandparents bought this land in the 1900s. It's been farmed by our family since then. I always knew that there were Native Americans here. That was mostly because we would find arrowheads every second rain. I also knew that one of the first settlers of our entire country lived on our property. The book describes a Native American war camp that was somewhere on the property. During the late 1800s, more settlers came to our land because of its natural and ancient, as the book describes it, lake. A woman goes to the lake to collect water for her family, and while she's there, Indians attack her and she's scalped. She's the last known scalping in our country. County. I've done more research on her. Her name is Amanda Coffer. She's buried in a cemetery near her house, but not on her property. Her family moved away after her death. I'm not sure where her death occurred because the book described the lake as bigger than it is today. I haven't found a picture of her, even if I did. I'm not sure I'd even recognize her. I never saw her face. just her dress. I have more questions than answers, really. Why is she following me? Why haven't I ever seen her again? What does she want? Anyways, I just thought I'd share my story. Not sure if I can say I'm a believer in the paranormal, but this definitely has piqued my interest. My first taste of courage, and a birth of fear thereafter. The story takes place before the 2000s. I know this for a fact because we moved and celebrated the turn of the year for 2000 in a new home. I always used this to remember things from that far back. I'm 31 years old today, so this was around 98, 99, putting me between the ages of 5 or 6. One night I woke up in my brother's room, where I would sometimes nap. Found myself with him and his friend, and they were playing a video game. I really wanted some chocolate milk, so I asked if he could get me some. I wasn't exactly afraid of the dark at the time. I was really just accustomed to my parents doing everything for me. He laughed at me and said I'm old enough to do that stuff on my own now. So I waited for a few minutes, gathering courage as I looked through his door into the hallway that led to the living room. It was dark. I didn't know how to turn on any lights, so I was preparing a plan of how to get to the living room to the kitchen, which is basically a simple turn of direction when you make it to the living room. You can then proceed straight to the kitchen after a brief corridor, where my parents' room, a door to the basement, bathroom, and closet is. So after summoning the courage to make this possible, I walk out of the bathroom and I make it to the last light to reach into the living room. From the living room I looked into the kitchen. The corridor had enough visibility that I could walk through it, so I proceeded onward to get my chocolate milk. Within that corridor, there's a small hallway which has a door to my parents' room, as I mentioned, and that bathroom and the closet. The bathroom is in between my parents' room and the closet. The closet is closest to the living room, where I just came from. My parents' room is closest to the kitchen. In the opposite direction of these rooms is the door to the basement, to give you a bit of understanding of the layout. When I made it to the corridor right at the basement door, something caught my attention to my left, which is where the bathroom and closet is. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small girl comes out of the closet. She had a dress on, like something you would see in the 1940s. She had hair that was curly and short. She was entirely powdery white and left a trail of fog and powder as she moved. It was like looking at somebody from black and white film in reality, almost gray-like. She was also carrying a doll, perfect clarity. I watched her as she moved from the closet to where I was standing, and then she dropped her doll right in front of me and stood there. I was so incompetent of what I was looking at the time. I wasn't even afraid. My first reflex was to do what my mother told me to do if a girl dropped something. Pick it up for her. So I said out loud, "You dropped something." And then I reached down and tried to pick it up for her. She beat me to it. She then went back into the closet. I watched her as she returned. It was like looking at something that was recorded and played from a projector or a hologram. From how she got her doll to her movement, literally it looked like a projector playing a recording of a person. It was how fast that she got the doll that makes me say this. It was like I didn't exist at all to her. I just happened to be standing in the right place. Incompetent of what happened, still, I went and got some milk. I was completely unfazed by what had just happened. I told my brother, yes, Gecko. I told my brother when I got back what happened, and he said, "That must be the girl, like the girl's dad." Or, excuse me. "That must be the girl Dad said that he heard crying in the attic when he first moved here. You were still a baby at the time. Good thing you didn't follow her." The attic entrance is literally above the corridor where this happened at. He then said that I've never seen her, but every now and then my closet door comes open. He pointed at his closet and then went back to the gaming. His friend stopped caring too and went back to playing. I made an intention to tell my parents first thing in the morning. When I did, all I got out of them was the same story my brother told me about the crying in the attic. It was the first time that I heard these stories. It seemed like they didn't care. Strange seeing something like that as a child and adults just not caring about it. After this happened, I started treating dark areas differently, and ultimately became afraid of the dark afterwards. Can't blame you. A gut feeling. I'm a hunter in the Midwest USA, and I've got a question I need answered. A little bit of background information. I go hunting by myself as I feel it gives me more freedom in relying on my own skills. I typically hunt early in the morning or late in the evenings. I've gone hunting many times throughout my life, and there's a handful of experiences that still give me the chills when I think about them. The first is a bit more of a natural level than the latter two. This is the first one. When I was 15 years old, I went out around 4 a.m. on a winter morning. Snow falling slowly towards the ground. I drove my four-wheeler to the edge of the field about a quarter mile from the old platform stand about 9 feet in the air. I hopped off the UTV, began walking as quietly as possible toward that stand. Once to the stand, I began to climb the old 2x4 quote-unquote ladder nailed into the trunk of the tree. The wind was cold and the woods were wet. I decided it'd be best to lay in a prone position in my sleeping bag, facing my rifle towards the open field that laid ahead. An hour or so passed by, and all I'd seen from my efforts was a squirrel and a spike bug. Those weren't what caught my attention. From beneath the stand, just out of my eyesight, I could hear a slight rustling in the snow and grass, likely belonging to that of a scurrying rabbit or squirrel. I stayed completely still as I heard these noises, as not to ruin my chances of getting a deer in the near future. As I was laying there looking out over the field, I heard larger crunching steps in the snow approaching from behind. Hoping for a deer to walk right out, from behind me, I continued to stay still and holding my breath. These steps reached directly beneath the stand and began circling around underneath, in a similar fashion to the noises I had heard from the rabbit earlier. As I laid there, I realized that whatever was underneath the stand was not a deer. It was slow, almost methodical, and the realization hit that whatever was beneath the stand wouldn't be friendly or afraid of me. My adrenaline spiked and I stayed huddled inside my sleeping bag. After what felt like maybe an hour, but was only maybe a few minutes most likely, holding my breath, listening to steps, I passed out as the adrenaline was beginning to wear off. I woke up roughly 45 minutes later, cold and remembering how I'd ended up in my situation. Sat up after realizing there were no sounds near me. I began looking around from the platform. About 40 feet to the west of the sand, I saw a dark spot in the snow. I climbed down, rifle in hand, and went to inspect the spot. The dark snow was actually blood splattered from what appeared to be remnants of rabbit fur. In the surrounding area, the snow all around the stand could make out as what I identified as tracks of a mountain lion. Looking back, I think of how lucky I was that it didn't climb up the platform while I was sleeping and make me its meal rather than the poor rabbit. 2 to 3. These stories took place on the same platform, one at about 6 p.m. and the other at around 9 p.m. While sitting on the platform, I noticed that everything around me had gone quiet. No chirping from bugs or birds, no rustling of leaves in the wind. As I sat there in the stand, a pit began to form in my stomach. After a while, this dread left, and I got out of the stand and ended my hunt for the night. You ever get that feeling of being watched, and a sense of dread that washes over your mind? That's the feeling I had as the sun began to disappear into the night while I sat in my tree stand. It was the final night of deer season. I had one tag left to fill. I refused to let the $25 tag go to waste. I believe I ended up overstaying my welcome in the woods that night. The sense of dread continued to wear at my mental state, and I began to shake. I was frozen in place in my stand. I jumped out of the stand as a fear was pushing me to flee. I sprinted the quarter-mile back to the four-wheeler, and raced back home with the childish fear of something directly behind me. Ever since then, I've refused to overstay my welcome in the woods. I have a suspicion that there are more out there than just mountain lions. If anybody has any similar stories, experiences, or questions, comment here to make them easy to find. My childhood home left many horrifying memories that I'll never forget. This happened years ago, but I remember everything clearly, and every time I think or talk about it, the feelings come back. When I was 8, my mom and stepdad moved us to a country home. I have 2 younger siblings as well, so there were 5 of us who lived there. This house was always a little bit creepy, but it held so much more than just a creepy feeling. I've been able to see things from a very young age. I don't really talk much about it because honestly, you always get mixed feelings, so I avoid it. Anyway, when we first moved in, I kept seeing a little boy. He was always in my little brother's room or the kitchen, and he cried, like all the time. I was 8, so I didn't really know why, but I always tried to ask what was wrong, and he didn't talk back. I kept telling my mom that a little boy in the kitchen kept waking me up at night, but she would never believe me. For a few years, it was just the little boy, but that all changed very, very quickly. Right before my mom and stepdad divorced, they fought all the time. The environment in the house definitely felt hostile. And then he moved out and things went downhill fast. At first, it was just a few extras I'd see at night, usually roaming our L-shaped hallway. Then weird things started happening. I've never been a great sleeper, so I'd always be pretty much woken up at night. I'd watch my door open and close by itself. I'd hear banging all throughout the hallway. When I had to go do laundry in the back room that also housed the entrance to the basement, I'd instantly get a heavy feeling. So I went down one time and I got to the second step from the bottom. I took a look around and I saw people chained to the walls staring at me. I literally ran so fast. I cried and I tried to tell my mom, but she told me I was just lying. I wasn't lying. She started to believe me after she had her scary encounter, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share that here. But if I can, I'd be more than happy to post. Anyway, things kept progressing. We couldn't keep a light bulb in the light in the dining room because as soon as we'd change it, the bulb would literally explode. Every time it would leave shards of glass all over the floor. I watched a kitchen chair fly across the room. It slammed hard against the wall and it left a hole there. We had a lamp in the living room that fell over every single night at the same time. So, towards the end of living there, we slept in the living room with the fireplace on. That was because my mom couldn't afford propane. We had a blanket over the doorway, and when it was open because somebody went to the bathroom, I'd see a lady in white pace the dining room floor. She said one sentence, and I'll never forget it. "He's coming." She'd repeat it until she would disappear. My theory is that she was giving us a warning about the demon that paid us a visit every night. He was evil. He was definitely set on making us leave or hurting us. He made his presence well known. Tormenting us was his favorite. We always went down the long hallways in pairs after things started getting bad. The one time I didn't take somebody, I ended up with scratch marks. Nothing followed us when we moved, though, which is amazing, but I'm very thankful for it. Only one person has lived in that house since we left years ago. He lasted 6 months before he called it quits. Stands empty now at the end of a long driveway. I've been back once and it wasn't a pleasant experience. The house is starting to cave in. I'm sure the farmer will tear it down and connect all of his fields finally. I do have one piece of information that I'd love to share about. When I did research, I found out the ground the house stood on was at some point an Indian burial ground. Later, the point or the hill became home to a courthouse for a little town, and they did in fact use the basement as a jail, and they did chain people to the walls. The town died out and a family bought the ground, tearing down the courthouse and building a house over the basement. The house burned down, killing the family, which included a young boy. The Hong Kong Grandma. A Korean urban legend in the bustling streets of Hong Kong in the late 1980s. There lived a kind-hearted grandma with an unwavering love for a feline companion. She frequently traveled between Hong Kong and South Korea, her heart filled with joy as she explored the vibrant cultures of both nations. One fateful day, tragedy struck. The grandma's flight encountered a terrible accident, claiming her life. Devastated by the loss of her beloved owner, the grandma's cat, driven by an extraordinary love, sacrificed its own soul to save her. As a result, the grandma was reborn as a hybrid creature, half human and half cat. Her spirit, now tethered to the mortal world, began to wander the streets of Korea, forever haunting the accident that claimed her life. Legend has it that those who frequently stray from their homes or neglect sleep are most susceptible to encountering the Hong Kong Grandma ghost. If you're unfortunate enough to cross paths with her, remember this vital rule. Always include the word Hong Kong in every sentence you speak. Failure to do so will seal your fate, as she'll be drawn to you with irresistible force. The Hong Kong Grandma ghost possesses a terrifying ability. She can sprint 100 meters in a mere 10 seconds. When she sets her sights on you, escape is futile. Her ghostly form moves with a speed that defies human comprehension, making her an elusive and formidable threat. So, if you find yourself wandering the streets of Korea late at night, be cautious. The Hong Kong Grandma ghost may be lurking nearby, waiting for her next unsuspecting victim. Remember to always include the word Hong Kong in your conversations and stay vigilant. For the realm of the supernatural, even the most ordinary encounters can turn into terrifying nightmares. A narrow escape, Young Ho, a curious student with a penchant for late-night explorations, found himself wandering the deserted streets of Seoul one evening. As he strolled past an abandoned building, a chilling sensation washed over him. He felt a presence, a spectral energy that seemed to emanate from the crumbling structure. Intrigued and slightly frightened, Young Ho cautiously approached the building. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form indistinct in the moonlight. As it drew closer, Young Ho realized it was the infamous Hong Kong Grandma ghost. Panic surged through him as he recognized the creature's otherworldly appearance. Remembering the legend, Young Ho quickly composed himself. Hong Kong Grandma, he began, his voice trembling slightly. I have something to ask you. The ghost paused, her eyes fixed on Young Ho. Speak, she demanded, her voice a chilling sound. Young Ho took a deep breath. Hong Kong Grandma, I've been told that those who encounter you always include the word Hong Kong in their sentences. Is this true? The ghost nodded slowly. Indeed, she replied. It is the only way to appease my restless spirit. Relieved, Young Ho continued. Hong Kong Grandma, I am a student from Seoul. I've always been fascinated by the stories of Hong Kong. The ghost seemed intrigued. Tell me more, young man, she said. Young Ho seized the opportunity. He spoke of Hong Kong's vibrant culture, its bustling streets, and its delicious cuisine. He described the city's iconic landmarks and the friendly people that he'd met there. As the young host spoke, the ghost's demeanor softened. She seemed to be drawn into his stories, her spectral form growing less menacing. When young Ho finally finished, the ghost sighed. "Thank you," she said. "Your words have brought me comfort." And with that, the Hong Kong grandma ghost turned and vanished into the shadows. Young Ho stood there, stunned. He had not only survived his encounter with the terrifying creature, but had also managed to calm her restless spirit. We need more people like that. The Drowned Twin. This story is absolutely legendary, especially amongst my family, so I thought I'd share it online. When I was a kid, I can't remember what age, but me and my 2 older sisters, my parents and my aunt, all moved into a big 8-bedroom suburban 2-story house with a pool, a wine bar, and everything fancy in between, like a laundry chute. It was a great place to live for a big family like us, and my aunt got the majority of the top floor. That was since she officially owned the house and understandably got first pick, except for one bedroom, which my sister took while the rest of us were living downstairs. The stereotypical lifestyle plays out throughout the years with a busy family. Family pool parties, barbecues, sitting around the winter fire barrel exchanging ghost stories. I always would tune these out due to initially sounding like boring bullshit that people spread around campfires. Dogs running around causing chaos and, leaving fleas and dog shit everywhere, and cats just sitting around loitering all day. Very adorably, though. We lived there maybe 10 years, and throughout the years, my sisters both grew up. They got boyfriends and eventually moved out, and then I graduated from high school. We decided to finally move out since it was time to move on and downsize. Soon, the day of the move, my aunt had already moved out, so it was just me and my parents with some helping hand friends, and while my family was loading and moving the truck, a fart machine I got my dad for Father's Day a couple of months prior had just started going off on its own. We checked both controllers and nobody had touched them. In fact, nobody knew it was there, since we're all busy with the move and we all stood there staring at it. Went off a few times completely speechless, not knowing how to react. I sort of hesitantly laughed it off, joking that the house was haunted, and soon after that I went upstairs to check if we left anything behind. That was before we finally left for the new house. And lo and behold, I saw a reflection in the bedroom window standing next to my reflection of a child. They were like the spitting image of my child, or at least my child's self. But he was soaked, like he was swimming in the pool, wearing a kid's black and blue swimmers and a shirt. I had presumed that he was wearing like a blue swimming short with like a bowl haircut. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. He just was there innocently smiling and waving goodbye before fading away and disappearing. I couldn't help but wave back and whisper, "Goodbye, little dude." Then I proceeded to hastily leave the house, pretending that it didn't happen as me and my family finally moved on to a new chapter of our lives. Lately, I've asked my sisters about the fart box situation. They just laughed and said, "Bro, that place was haunted for years, and you never even noticed. We kept on seeing you in the house when you were at your friend's place. Auntie Sally saw you standing at the end of her bed staring at her in the middle of the night, and we all saw you on during various occasions, just staring by the poolside, or staring at us throughout the years." Then my sister went over the history of the house. She and my other sister both looked up all those years ago. Found out that it's because a kid who looked like me drowned in that pool, about a few decades before we moved in. So, they had realized that the house was low-key haunted the entire time these hauntings were happening. I was completely obliviously pretty much unaware of the whole situation. I personally never experienced any hauntings until that last day, so I figured that I looked so much like him that he saw it fit to leave me alone. Or maybe have my back by haunting my sisters whenever they were being the stereotypical annoying siblings. So in conclusion, I had a ghost bunkmate. They looked and acted like my unofficial twin brother that I never had. I heard a lot of ghost stories about hauntings being bad, but sometimes it's just a true blessing in disguise. I hope that kid had happily moved on in the afterlife by now, or is just having a blast haunting the shit out of his new roommates. If he's moved on, may he finally rest in peace. My best friend's house may be haunted. I'm just going to cut to the chase and tell you what's been happening after a short introduction. Hello, I'm Kay, and I've been staying over at my best friend Lexi's house for the past month or so. I was babysitting her son while she goes to work. The baby and I have both been hearing things, but it's mainly been the adults in the house who are afraid of what could possibly be lurking in the darkness of her kitchen and stairwell. This all takes place at the late hours of the night, as well as the wee hours of the morning. I've started noticing things even before I knew what they were. This was since I was a little girl. I moved quite a bit during my childhood, and almost everywhere I went, something would follow me. It all started as just sounds and knocks to seeing things in the corner of my eye to shadows. Nothing ever moves or would flip over, but there's usually like a presence here and there. Sometimes I wonder what it could be. Sometimes I mind my own business, or I just ignore it altogether. At the different locations I moved to, it was more of just knocks, bangs, and whispers. I never thought that it could get any worse, but I'm glad to say that it's been that way since then. I started seeing it the longer I was here. I'm almost certain that it was getting closer since I'm always, sleeping with my head towards the front door instead of by the doorway to the kitchen and the living room. I never got a glimpse of what I thought was the face, this figure that I saw. It was dark, really dark, as if light never touched it before. I didn't think it was possible because I've never seen anything that dark before, and I'm an African American. One night I was playing video games with my online friends. I was also doing this with my fiance. That was before I had told them that I was going to go get ready for bed. Something behind me fell. Thought it was something from the couch that I left on the corner of the cushion maybe, like my phone just in case I needed it. It wasn't. There was nothing behind me. Next to me, above me, or in front of me besides the roof, floor, and the TV. I let my friends know that they thought I was just being paranoid, but told them about how our house can be a bit weird and particular, especially in the kitchen. The knocks and bangs from upstairs in the whole house while the rest of the complex is asleep. No one else was awake, and it was about midnight. I tried to sleep it off and not think about it, but as I have insomnia, I wake up almost every 3 hours. It may have been me being groggy as I woke up or my eyes even playing tricks on me, but I saw something move in the darkness of the kitchen. I really did. It was just a dark, slender figure. I don't know if it was facing me or not, but it was just there. It was unmoving and not speaking. Not floating around or even standing on the floor. It wasn't there for long. It left. Not turned on its heel and left, but just simply disappeared, just gone. I never saw something until that night, but I was pretty damn tired, so I pulled a blanket over my head and went back to sleep. I woke another 3 hours later to the sound of Lexi's boyfriend getting ready for work. I knew Lexi would be up in another hour, seeing as how she'd been getting ready for work as well, so I just woke up, took my vitamins, and got dressed for another day of babysitting. I never had a problem with kids, it was just the way I was. But when the baby started crying and pointing at the corner, especially the corner I was next to, I started freaking out and finishing up the dishes as well as cleaning. I just blocked off the doorway to the kitchen with one of the baby gates and sat on the couch watching it show and just gave him the bottle and he had milk in. He was more than calm and collected now, especially that he was occupied with me. The last thing I felt before turning around and leaving the kitchen was something tugging on my shirt. I just tried to shrug it off as my shirt was getting caught on a hook or on the wall, something like that. I only go into the kitchen if I really have to wash dishes or get up, something to eat. If anybody has any questions or advice, I'd deeply appreciate it. We smudged the house already, so that's that. It may not sound genuine, but I can promise you, that's all I can remember and put together. Unknown thing in apartment. My partner and I moved to a smaller foresty area in another state along the west coast a month ago. We moved into a newer apartment building too, so I didn't think we'd really face anything here. However, it hasn't really been the case. This is a real question because we can't find answers anywhere else and are hoping somebody maybe give us some sort of an insight. Things haven't been easy since we've gotten here, but my partner and I were still happy. Nowhere's hired me yet, so it's caused some stress, but nothing that's impacted our happiness. In the last 3 weeks or so, we've noticed that we've been arguing a lot lately. Emotions feel heightened and we're both on edge lately. We didn't think anything of it at first. Again, new move, no job. But then we started noticing the things that were happening in our apartment. I'll stop rambling and explain the events. Late at night, I game, up until 3, maybe 4 a.m. most nights. My fiancé sleeps during this time. When I'm out there alone, all animals are in the bedroom with my fiancé. I noticed noises that I could hear through my gaming headset. I hear what sounds like doors opening or glass dishes stacking on top of one another. Never anything aggressive, but still noticeable. I always check to see if animals are out if my fiancé came out. I'm always alone. Another experience I face is feeling like I'm being watched. That isn't too abnormal. Being alone in your apartment at night and dark can feel like that. But this feeling was different. Felt like fear being pushed on me. I saw a scratch appear on me randomly while we were in bed. Didn't burn very much, but it was 3 long scratches. Might be nothing, but it was weird. Nothing scratched me. We also went to bed one night and closed the bathroom door in our bedroom. Looked back over and it was cracked open. I can guarantee it was latched shut. Felt like something was watching us from the dark bathroom. Worked up the nerve to close the door, and roughly 5 minutes later, it sounded like something fell inside. Checked the next day, nothing was on the floor. There's barely anything in that bathroom as is. Now, here's what is making me curious about my experiences. It's almost like it's mimicking my fiancé. When I game, my fiancé likes to clean. Usually the dishes, or she sits in the living room and watches her show, stealing glances at me. I can't say it's a mimic because I've never heard it speak. Really just movements or feelings. On the other hand, my fiancé has some interesting experiences herself. Here are her experiences. Last week she went out to the kitchen to grab a drink. She saw a cat. This cat walked around the corner and was gone. Our 2 cats and little dog were in the bedroom with me. She said it didn't feel negative and that maybe it was her childhood cat checking in on her. What weirds me out is her childhood cat looks just like one of her current cats, possibly mimicking, like I said earlier. Tonight she went to the main bathroom to grab something. This was 4:25 a.m. She always glances at my gaming setup, but something made her glance again. This time she saw a shadow figure sitting in my gaming chair. She thought it was me. I was in our bedroom in bed, again, possible mimicking. My dog also looked at the bedroom bathroom door. That's while she was trying to sleep and started barking at it. I've always trusted my dog's instincts. My cats also tend to look at her bathroom door weird sometimes. She doesn't ever hear much, only what happened in the bathroom. I'm the one that hears these things, and she's the one that sees them. She always tends to see a shadow figure out of the corner of her eye. Sometimes not necessarily human form, just a shadow. But often in human form, it always tends to be her height, 5'7", 5'8". Again, I'm starting to worry because we started arguing more and these experiences are starting to feel negative and mimic like just never hear a voice or animal sounds. Hope that I explained good enough. Forgive me, it's 5 a.m. Hope somebody can help us. Am I overthinking or crazy, or is this paranormal? I, a female, share a bedroom with my older brother, a 17-year-old male. We've both experienced some pretty paranormal things in our room. A little background to us. I love horror and anything scary. I own multiple horror movies, a Chucky doll, and even a Ouija board. My brother, on the other hand, doesn't enjoy horror as much as I do, but he does like it. However, he doesn't like my Chucky doll or my Ouija board. Doesn't want to be around them at all. This took place around a couple of months ago and didn't really bother me until my brother mentioned something to me recently. Before I continue on to the actual story, I have to explain that I have a weirdly shaped doorway. So I don't really have a door yet. Instead of a door, there's a very thin curtain there. So if my room light's off and I was in my room and the hallway light was on, somebody just happened to be on the other side of the curtain, I'd be able to see sort of an outline and a figure of them. Now, on to the actual story. At around 2:30 a.m., I was in bed, scrolling through Twitter, reading posts and stuff, when I got the eerie feeling that someone was watching me. So I look up from my phone to my door. I see someone standing in the doorway there, which is immediately creepy because it's dead silent in my house at the time, and my hallway floors make a lot of noise when you walk down them. I would have been able to hear it if somebody was approaching my room, honestly. At first, I think it's my mom, because, well, sometimes she might get up in the night during that time to go to the bathroom. Usually when she does, she checks on us. But this person had curly hair, though. Couldn't have been anyone in my family. None of us have curly hair. Nobody in my family on that, well, is even that height, aside from my mom. Stared at that figure for a long time. Stood there for about 10 minutes. Doing nothing but staring. What was so creepy about it was that it was like they could see me through the curtain, even though I couldn't see them. And after a while, they ended up turning around and walking right into the bathroom that's right next to my doorway. Now, let me explain myself. Yes, I could have just gotten up and seen who it was when that whole thing was going on, or seen if it was my imagination. But hell no. That's a death wish. Eventually, I did end up getting up and going to the bathroom to look, though. It's because nobody came back out after a couple of minutes. When I went and checked, no one was there. Nothing was moved, and everything looked normal. So I ended up just going back to my room and staying up until the sun was out. Then I fell asleep. The next day, I did end up telling my parents about it, which my mom said she wasn't really up at the time and kind of shrugged it off as a crazy coincidence or my mind playing tricks on me. However, my dad was immediately interested because he said that the spare bedroom that's locked and securely nailed shut was suddenly open the next day. It's after what I had experienced. Other than telling my parents and my girlfriend, I told no one else. A couple of months after this happened, though, my brother randomly asked me if I'd had any other weird occurrences where I'd see a figure or heard people calling out to me, which I have experienced both before. So of course I told him yes, and then he told me that he heard somebody calling out his name. He was also home alone, and he also said that he had been walking out of the bathroom at one point. The door had aggressively slammed from behind him. He even said that he'd been having strange nightmares about a figure that he couldn't really see. But he said he could tell it had curly hair, which freaked me the fuck out because I hadn't told anybody that the figure had curly hair, except you guys. Personally, I don't really know what to think of this. There's really no logical explanation for this, and that at least I can think of. Especially the experiences my brother had. I do believe in ghosts, and I do believe that that's what it was. But I want to really know your guys' thoughts on this. Are me and my family just crazy, or are we dealing with something paranormal? Bed on which there's activity. I've been living in a flat with my family since my childhood. In the room which I shared with my sisters, both older than me, we have 2 beds, a single queen-sized bed and a normal double bed. Before I got my own room, I shared the double bed with my older sisters. I've had a few experiences seeing things like a black figure sleeping across or hearing a human-like talking noise from under the bed. But I was a child then. Definitely cannot rely on those memories. Well, at least as being real, because I was super scared and imaginative about most of these things. Fast forward to now, 2022. My middle sister uses the room to herself. The oldest sister is married and staying elsewhere. The 2 beds still remain, and she uses the queen-size bed, not the bigger double bed. I recently moved into this house after being away for close to a year. I was using her room while she was away on a trip, because her room is bigger. I slept on the double bed and I was using the room to myself. Only me and my parents were in the home, and their room was all the way on the other end of the flat. So, whenever I slept in this room, I felt a very strange sensation, like I wasn't alone. I've lived in several houses over the past years, and none of them have ever had me feeling like this. This is my home where I've lived most of my life, and yet I felt uneasy in this room alone. One of the nights, I also felt like something sat or slept next to me while I was on the bed. This was pretty scary, but I don't tend to believe in these things, so I shrugged it off as my own sense of fear creating illusions or senses. I slept in that room for a week. Throughout this week, I woke up several times in the night switching on the light to make sure I really was alone. I used to shut the balcony door and windows to calm myself down, just because I thought it was possible, or at least I thought it was possibly the sounds from outside that makes me feel like that. The dreams I got on that bed were horrible. I dreamt of the worst things possible, and even dreamt things like me getting pulled into the wall next to the bed and getting stuck in the concrete wall alive. I dreamt of death of people I knew. I died in my dreams. It wasn't the greatest, but I tend to dream a lot, generally, so it didn't bother me. I moved back into my room one night, a few nights prior to my sister coming back. I didn't think about it much, got sound sleep in my own room. Now, a week ago, my sister came to me and told me about something that she experienced recently. She was sitting on the bigger bed talking to her fiancé on the other call and had a blanket over her. She felt like something tugged on the blanket. She pulled it back over her and secured it properly. Apparently it happened 4 more times, and she even mentioned it to her fiancé that something's in the room and tugging and pulling on the blanket. She simply prayed and went back to bed, the queen-size bed that she uses normally, and nothing happened after that. When I asked more about it, it seemed like even she had horrible dreams on that bed every time she sleeps on it. Also, one of the nights last week, she was laying on the bed and my mom saw that she was sleeping in a weirdly pushed and squeezed up manner toward the top edge, with her neck and head being in a bad position. My mom woke her up, asked her to sleep properly to avoid any needless aches. When she woke up, she had a horrible pain in her wrist. It was so bad that she had to apply medication on it, tie a bandage on it for a few days, like in the case of a sprain. She said that when she woke up, her wrist felt immense pain, like it was burning. Now, I don't know what's up with this bed, but I want to know what to do about it. If there is an entity, should I go shout at it and try to get it out of my home, or should I try something else? I'm not scared of it per se. I don't want to needlessly encounter any violent activity, though. I'm planning on sleeping on this bed myself to confirm this theory, see if this is just a misunderstanding of some kind. Good man. I saw what I believe to be an alien on a camping trip. East Hampton, Connecticut, 1989. My parents took me and my brother camping. I guess the place is still there. Nelson's Family Campground along Hales Brook. That's in East Hampton, Connecticut. My brother and I used to slip quarters in the arcade machines. They had those in this log cabin-y main office. We loved it. The trip itself was uneventful. Mom and Dad were nagging at each other and lightly fighting. Dad took us fishing. We didn't catch anything, and he was kind of being a dick. My brother and I were in Scouts, so we were familiar with the outdoors. We went fishing and camping all the time with our uncle, who took us on more than one backwood kind of trips. This was a breeze for us. It's like 4 a.m. one of the nights, and I gotta pee. I've pretty much seen it all. Campground's safe, and all I gotta worry about is skunks or possums. I put on a jacket and I crawl out of the tent and I walk over to the bushes. Standing there, dick in hand, I see this animal head with glowing green eyes low in the bushes, about 20 feet out. Maybe a foot, maybe 2 feet off the ground. I assume it's a possum, so I start pee. And then I remembered thinking, wow, that possum actually really looks like an alien. But if it was a giant bug? My eyes adjust and I expect a possum face to appear, but nope, an alien. But if it looked like a sort of praying mantis, kinda sinks in how strange it is. The eyes are glowing green and not yellow, like bioluminescence and not a reflection. I recall it reminded me of fireflies. Then my eyes actually adjust. I see that not only am I right, but I also see its long, spindly arms. It's laying there in a position like it's doing push-ups. Its otherworldly and strangely long arms are bent at the elbow, which when bent, sit higher than its head. Sort of looks like a long letter M. I kind of digest all of this, as it were. I'm not dreaming, so I should probably panic. But I realize if it's an alien, then they're only 3 or 4 feet tall, according to lore. So I don't care, I'll just kick its ass. That's bold. And then it stands up. Well, the head elevates, the arms straighten, maybe it's just a human after all, some gangly creep. But the head keeps elevating. It would have had to have been 9 or 10 feet tall by the time it was done standing up. I was just frozen trying to tell myself how not real this was or the millions of things it could be. Then I realized, nope. What you see here is what you get. You're looking at exactly what you think you're looking at. I'm like 20 feet from this 10-foot-tall mantis alien with glowing green eyes, and it's just me and him. Finally, I screamed like my life depended on it. That was because it, well, probably did. Then just everything kind of gets hazy. I remember making it to the tent and hiding in my sleeping bag. My brother reacting pretty frantically. My parents are upset, and I woke up the whole campground, basically. I tell them what happened, they walk over to where it was, and I see it would have been a few feet taller than the adults. I feel like I'm about to be sick. Meanwhile, I'm expecting a long, gangly arm to dart out of the brush and snag one of them. I want to believe it was a dream or night terror. My brother harassed me about it for a good 10 years before he died. I guess the most unsettling part of it all was how confident this thing was. Like, I was just inconsequential to it. It was observing me with disdain. I was just this gross nothing to do like it could eat me. But thank you, no thank you. I don't know why I felt that way. Thank you, drive through. Something was toying with me. Back when I, 30-year-old female, was 18, I was living with my epileptic godmother in her townhouse. It's worthwhile to say at this point I absolutely did not believe in ghosts, like 0%. It's also safe to say that after this experience, that's changed dramatically. One evening around midnight, I was talking on the phone with my then boyfriend. That's when I heard my godmother have a seizure in her bedroom across the hall. This was a commonish occurrence that we've gone through a million times over the years. So I calmly got off the phone. I was going to her room when dialing 911, knowing that we'd be making a trip to the hospital. Sadly, my godmother can't come out of her seizures without hospitalization. Now, for those of you who don't know, seizure sounds are very distinct. The way someone grunts or how their superpowered limbs hit the floor. There's nothing else like it. So imagine to my surprise as I opened my godmother's door to find her and her 2 dogs sleeping peacefully. I apologized for the mistake to the 911 operator and went back to my bedroom, confused but relieved that she was okay. So I called my boyfriend back and explained what just happened. He agreed it was odd, but whatever. Another 10 minutes goes by as we're on the phone and I hear the sounds again, the grunts, the hitting the floor repeatedly, all coming from my godmother's room again. I tell my boyfriend, there it is again. She's absolutely having a seizure. But this time I don't hang up and instead keep him on the phone as I go check the room. As I approached the door, he said he could hear those background noises as well from the phone. But as I turned the doorknob, the sound stopped. I still go in and see my grandmother and her 2 dogs still sleeping as they were 10 minutes ago. At this point, I'm annoyed, but still not really thinking ghosts, but rather maybe some stray animal got into the house because it was snowing outside. Maybe it's somehow making similar noises. So I tell my boyfriend I'll call him in the morning and toss my phone into the bedroom. I wind up exploring the house for some sort of justification. Well, I looked everywhere. Every room empty, every window and every door locked. As I mentioned, it was snowing outside and I even peeked out to see if there were any little prints and nothing. Just fresh snow. At this point, I'm super confused but very confident that there's nothing unusual in the house, so I go back upstairs to my bedroom, close my door, and I'm about to watch some TV in bed. However, 15 to 30 seconds after closing my door, I heard the distinct creaking of the last step from the staircase outside my door. Just as I made the split-second realization that there's no way that could be my godmother, there came 3 aggressively loud, clear-as-day knocks at my bedroom door. I can only describe the feeling as if my blood instantly evaporated from my veins. I didn't speak, and I sure as hell didn't answer the door, but rather jumped into action, shoving my dresser in front of my door to block it. I grabbed my phone to try and call my godmother to wake her or alert her without this thing knowing, but no luck. I go to call the police, but realizing that I'd already mistakenly called 911 earlier and knowing that I just saw an empty house for myself, there was a good chance that they wouldn't be pleased if they made the same discovery. So I called my boyfriend, who drove over and got in the emergency car. Or rather, got into the house with the emergency key, I believe. He explored the house and around from the inside and outside. Nothing. No signs of anybody entering or exiting the house. My disbelief in ghosts, however, is gone for good. Thankfully, since this was 12 years ago, and even though I remember it like it was yesterday, I wrote about it in my journal back then, so I know I'm not misremembering. Part of me wishes I opened the door to see what it wanted. But survival instincts say I made the right choice. But if anybody else has a similar experience or an alternative explanation, I'm all ears. The MP3 Kidnapping. Seoul is a city that never sleeps, its streets buzzing with life at all hours. But when night falls, some corners of the city take on a more sinister air. This is a story that starts in one such corner, with a young woman named Ji-won. Ji-won was a music lover, always attached to her MP3 player. She often took late-night walks through the quiet streets, finding solace in the rhythmic beats that filled her ears. Her friends warned her to be careful, especially after hearing about the urban legend of the MP3 kidnapping. But Ji-won brushed off their concerns, thinking it was just a silly story to scare people. One chilling autumn evening, Ji-won decided to take her usual route through a narrow alleyway, headphones firmly in place. The music drowned out the world around her. She let herself get lost in the melodies. She didn't notice the figure lurking in the shadows, watching her every move. As she walked, the song changed to a haunting tune that sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, the music stopped. Puzzled, Ji-won pulled out her MP3 player to check it. The screen was blank. Frowning, she looked around, realizing for the first time how eerily silent the alleyway was. A cold breeze swept through, and she heard a faint rustling behind her. She turned, her heart pounding. A man stood at the end of the alley, his face hidden in the shadows. He took a step towards her, and Ji-won's instincts screamed at her to run. She bolted, the man's footsteps echoing behind her. Panic surged through her veins as she realized that he was gaining on her. She darted down another alley, but it was a dead end. Desperate, she fumbled for her phone, trying to call for help, but her hands were shaking too much. The man was almost upon her, his heavy breathing chilling her to the bone. Just as he reached out, she noticed a door slightly ajar to her right. She lunged for it, slipping inside and slamming it shut behind her. She pressed her ear up against the door, her breathing ragged, listening to his footsteps fade away. She let out a sigh of relief, thinking she was safe. Then she heard a familiar sound. The faint, eerie melody from her MP3 player. She looked down and saw the MP3 player still in her hand, the eerie melody playing on a loop. But the player had no power left. The screen was dead. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized the sound was coming from outside the room. Ji-won backed away from the door, her heart pounding. She needed to find another way out. She noticed a small window high up on the wall. Desperation gave her strength as she climbed into a rickety chair and pushed the window open. The sound of footsteps grew louder again. The man was back, his sinister presence almost tangible. Ji-won squeezed through the window, scraping her arms in her haste. She dropped to the ground outside, wincing in pain. She ran through the dark alley, her breath ragged and panic rising. She didn't stop until she reached a busy street, the noise and lights a stark contrast to the silence of the alley. She glanced back, but the man was nowhere in sight. Weeks passed, but Ji-won couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sound of that haunting melody still echoed in her nightmares. She eventually moved to a new apartment in a different part of the city, hoping to leave the terror behind. But one evening, as she was unpacking, she found her old MP3 player in a box. Hesitating, she plugged it in and turned it on. The screen lit up and the eerie melody began to play again. Her blood ran cold as she saw a message appear on the screen. "You can't hide from me." Ji-won's story became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows and the importance of staying alert. The legend of the MP3 kidnapping lived on, a haunting echo of her encounter with the unknown. Seems like today's episode mostly took place in Asia. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Sweet dreams. See ya. I came face to face with a 7-foot figure that defies what I know. I need your help, Reddit. I've randomly been thinking about this experience a lot and realized there's a whole community I can ask about it. For a little bit of background, this was, at my family home when I was a teenager. This was rural Indiana. I had already had other insanely weird ghostly experiences at this house and property. I'm into the weird and unknown. Although this experience, actually gets me pretty panicked anytime I think about it. I was walking my puppy Apollo by the wood line at night. We had a big yard, so obviously we had no leash on. This tree line was like huge woods too. It was pitch black, and I usually am always paranoid in the dark, but I felt insanely weird that night. It really felt like something was watching me, like the physical reaction your body gets to it, like being stalked. I soon realized maybe I was more than paranoid and started to walk back down the gravel road back home, which was a bit away. We lived in an area where people would be caught hiding in the woods from the cops. It was a really sort of methed out area. I wasn't taking any chances. Neither would I. Well, I took only a couple of steps back when I heard this giant thunk sound. It legitimately sounded like somebody dropped a bag of bricks from up high. The sound came from inside the woods and sounded like it was parallel to me. I had my dog with me, so I was going to yell, "He fucking bites!" assuming it could have been another guy on the run, but before I said anything, this tall, like 7 foot tall figure comes out of the tree line. It had sickly white pale skin and was completely starved. I could see its bones poking out of the cloth that it wore around its waist. Human-like body with our hands and feet, but lanky limbs and an abnormally wide chest. The face was genuinely in the worst, most confusing part. Imagine a deer skull without antlers. Kinda like that, but much wider and flatter in the front-facing part. No indentations for nostrils either. It was just flat and smooth. Although, unlike a skull, it was covered in the same sickly pale skin. It had 2 sets of eyes, so I'm assuming that would be 4. It looked to be no mouth. It wore some sort of wooden headgear. Couldn't take time to comprehend it. No ears, but had short, tangled dark hair in the back of its head. The look I exchanged with this creature was short, but it haunts me. The most insane part to me is that it almost looked terrified of me as well. It looked surprised and even froze in place as we just looked at each other. It didn't reach out to me, just looked at me. The eyes were pitch black like any animal's eyes. Like really, it was like a deer in headlights. My dog, being smart, immediately ran and waited for me at the foot of her porch until I snapped out of it and ran too. I can't say I blame the little dude for leaving me either. At least he waited. I looked back while running and see the figure fade back into the woods. Fast forward a week later and I started getting knocking and scratching at my bathroom window every single damn night. My window was up high too, and at least 8 feet from the ground. This went on for a week until I asked my friend who lived next to me to go outside and tell me what they see. While I was on the phone with them, hearing the scratching against my window, they said that they saw nothing. They thought I was the one scratching, and I was fucking with them. I wish I was. This went on for months. After a while, I had awful nightmares. That was all while all this happened. Finally, Gecko, right at the last moment. Well, you already know what he means. I didn't think that they would be afraid of humans, or look like that. Is it something entirely different? Please, Reddit. They've been sitting on this for years. My experience house sitting with a ghost. My friends are tired of this story, so I'm going to inflict it on you. I've house sit for hundreds of families, and only once was the place haunted. I was pet sitting in a fancy part of the town. Many of the homes aren't visible from the street. The lots are set back on acres and acres. One of the houses I sat for even had a private lake. This time I was staying in a giant wooden lodge on a winding, precarious gravel road. One swerve, and you fall into a river 100 feet below. It was wild. It was dark, quiet, with tons of animals. This was a few days after Halloween. I hear a racket coming from the upstairs. It's around 11 p.m. Squirrels, maybe. The next night, the racket is back at 11 p.m. sharp. The Rottweiler gets upset, whining and running in circles, finally pissing in the corner. She's known as the Iron Bladder, so this was unthinkable to me. We'd been out only 3 hours previously. The racket is getting louder. Sounds like somebody's walking around upstairs, banging into things. At this point, I'm scared. I call my witchy friend and she suggests I do a circle of protection. The racket dies down. We go out to the kitchen and I see a thing in the rafters. It's only visible for a second or two. It looks like an invisible person wearing a white sheet twirled briefly left and right and then disappeared. Way to confirm to a stereotype ghost. I do a protection circle. Dog sits in a respectable distance away while I turn in circles with the knife pointing outwards. Good dog. Dog runs up to me when I finish, and I put the knife down. She's licking me happily. Glad the owner doesn't have indoor cameras. I'm imagining seeing that. I tell the owner that he has squirrels in the attic. He says he doesn't have an attic. I go up the stairs and I see that it's an old bedroom. My boyfriend tries to tell me that it was just my head. I try to forget this happened, but I'm just a jumpy mess every time I house sit. I start to decline gigs. 6 months pass. It's time for our next gig in the haunted house. I meet the owner for a walk. I'm pretty much convinced myself nothing happened, and besides, it's really good money, so... He starts telling me about his young son. His age is 13 or 16, judging from the pictures. They had died roughly a year ago on this property. He believes in spirits, too. He saw a buck with a big rack, and it paused and it stared at him in the driveway. I believe that was my son. I smile and nod, unwilling to tell him I'm pretty sure I saw a son, too. I dog sit for him again, and I go for a swim in his pool. But I feel something is off. I put my hands down on the side of the pool to pull myself out. There's large handprints to either sides of my hands. I pull myself out quickly. I try to forget about what happened, but I never sat for them again. It ended pretty messily. It was my fault, but that's beside the point. My boyfriend tries to convince me nothing actually happened. Squirrels or branches on the roof or dogs can have accidents, or your headlamp created a reflection on the ceiling. You already put your hands down to the poolside. I probably hurt my credibility by calling him to cry one night that a ghost moved my cake. Check in the fridge, he suggested. Why would it be in the... Oh. Yeah. Whatever it is, it's back. Well, 6 months ago my mom started working in a new company. She works from 4 a.m. to about 12 p.m. Since my mom doesn't have a license, I have to drive her there at about 3:25 a.m. 4 months ago I couldn't sleep. Not at all. I don't really use my phone in those cases. But after a couple of hours, I noticed that it was 1:48 a.m. I heard the chairs at the dining room table moving. I thought that maybe my mom was just already up getting something to eat. However, when I opened the door of my room, by the way, I can see the kitchen right away, there wasn't anyone in there. I closed the door, went back to my bed. I thought, must be a demon. I literally fell asleep right away. At 3:05, my alarm goes off. I went to the kitchen, got some coffee, and my mom comes out of her room ready to leave. We left, and because I'm kind of sleepy, I didn't pay much attention to my mom bickering over dishes and such. That was until my mom said, "Couldn't you sleep last night? Next time you get tea, try not to make it so much noise." I didn't say anything there because I was still trying to stay awake. I dropped her off and came home, fell asleep, and forgot about it. 12:35 p.m. We're on our way home, and I asked my mom what she had said this morning. She repeats all the bickering and then, oh, and also, stop making so much noise taking your tea to your room. I told my mom I heard the chairs moving and I thought it was her, to which we both just didn't say anything. We told my grandma and she said, look around the house. Maybe you guys brought an object or something. We don't use any religion objects because we don't really believe in such a thing. And so we found a little cross a friend gave my sister, tossed it out, and we forgot about the whole thing. Well, 2 weeks ago, my sister, Grandma, and I went out in the country. My mom was all by herself. She texted me at around 3 a.m., asking me if I was awake. I was, and so I called her. I hear something is in your sister's room. I got chills, and we live on the second floor. I asked her what she heard, and she said, sounds like somebody's walking in the kitchen. I asked her to call 911 because maybe somebody broke in. She asked me to look at the cameras. I told her to wait a sec. I went into the app and nope, all the doors are locked. No car or anything was outside either. And no, there was no people downstairs since it's a business that closes at 8. My mom took the courage and went out. Well, luckily, there's nothing. She ran to her room and started praying. She asked my cousin to sleep with her for the next week. 3 days later, my cousin said that she wouldn't be able to stay. My mom told me that she would be still in my room since it's the smallest, which is a mistake because I'm the one who's seen more shit than you can imagine. She called me at 4 a.m. and asked her what was going on, and she said, I heard something in your closet. Then on the right side of the bed, like somebody was knocking on it. I told her to pray aloud so that anything could leave. She did, and not surprised by this, but she was able to fall asleep a little bit later. Well, I came back by myself this Thursday. The first thing I did was take a nap. At around 9 p.m., I woke up and went to the kitchen to get something to eat. As I'm opening the fridge, I saw a shadow standing by the bathroom. It's the same place where me and my sister, quote-unquote, saw my mom a couple of months ago. A story I already told here. I started praying, and my mom came out of her room and said, you saw something, right? I'm scared. Turns out something was at my door. I'm interested in hearing paranormal experiences, and after the many I've read, some might find mine less mystifying or spooky. But personally, I'd love to hear about the little experiences like mine. The ones where at a first glance you shrug it off, but then sometimes later you're like, wait a minute. That's what this, my first known experience, was like, basically. Thinking back, there's probably a number of signs, but most could easily be debunked. Stuff falling off my bookshelf, my friends swearing up and down that they would hear a little girl in the background of my mic. That would be like while I was on calls on Skype or something. In the moment, I never paid it much thought, but it did leave me wondering. What really got the cogs moving in my head was the time my doorknob randomly started jerking. I don't know if, well, you, being the person reading this or hearing this, is familiar with what it's like when a toddler or maybe a cat tries to turn a doorknob. Maybe even a raptor in the original Jurassic Park, says the narrator. It's like they've got a grip on it, but they're not really strong enough to fully turn the knob, so it just sort of weakly turns and then jerks back. For months at random moments throughout the day, my bedroom doorknob would do this. I would always brush it off as my cat because she was the type who didn't like the doors to be closed on her. Typical cat stuff. If you'd open the door, she'd come walking in only to immediately leave. I didn't want to keep getting up and opening the door only for her to leave, so I just ignored it. Not to mention, I was in my 20s, still living at home with my parents, and my dad's office nook was just outside my bedroom door, so I naturally kept my door shut at all times. One day I was in my room doing my thing when the doorknob started jerking again. I continued to ignore it, and it wasn't really long before I heard my dad get up and open my bedroom door and proceed to look around with a confused look in his face. He then says, thought maybe there was a cat locked in your room or something. So he heard the door jerking as well. He confirms it was not coming from the other side of my door, which means it wasn't my cat. That was when I started to consider paranormal possibilities. I turned to my best friend for a second opinion and thoughts on what it should do, or what I should do. She suggested I get some help with cleansing my house. However, my parents were, emphasis on were, massive skeptics. My dad would say that if anybody ever was dealing with spirits and demons, that means they'll simply just strayed too far from God. He's very religious. But if I wasn't getting any malicious vibes, I could simply try asking who or whatever it was to simply stop. I decided to ask it to stop. I waited until the next moment came where my doorknob started jerking again. I looked in the direction of my door and firmly said, "Could you please stop?" And it stopped immediately upon my asking. Never happened again. I lived in that house for a few more years as well. Some have tried to debunk it as a draft going through the house or as the wood swelling and shrinking with the weather. However, it doesn't add up given some of the factors. And looking back, I think perhaps my mom and I brought something home with us. My mom loves antiques, and I inherited her love for antiques as well. Our house had a lot of antiques. Without going into detail, because I feel that would be like another post or comment, but I think it was the start of a presence that we brought home and would bring into their next home and would inevitably turn my massive skeptic parents into believers. I moved to another country for my girlfriend, and we moved into a house and experienced some unexplainable things. Okay, so I want to tell about me moving away from my home country and all the way to Germany for my girlfriend. And then we ended up moving to, a haunted house. If it's even haunted, but there is things I can't explain for sure that have happened here. Also, English isn't my first language, so sorry if I don't spell everything right. We'll get through it. I want to say that I also always looked for, an explanation for everything, but there's some things I can't explain at all. Okay, so we moved from an apartment in a big building to a house with 2 apartments. That's where her parents live, and that's the one under us. We live on the top one. We also have an attic over us, but there is only some boxes and an old closet and Christmas stuff up there. One of the things that we keep hearing is clicking, like tapping from outside the door or something. Funny thing is this always happens late at night and we know that parents usually go to sleep early. The clicking can be explained by the radiator for the heaters, but something that we can't explain is the sound of cats running around. We have 2 cats, so it sounds similar to when they're running around, but with them it kind of sounds heavy, if I can say that. But that's when we hear it, and then it sounds light. This happens when both cats are sleeping in the bed, and this we don't know what comes from. We also hear stuff moving up in the attic, and footsteps and doors open and close. And again, this mostly happens late at night when me and my girlfriend's watching TV or just sitting in the living room minding our own business on each tablet. This isn't happening every evening, but we can't explain all of these events. There's also one that really is creeping me out that made me not able to be home alone, at least when I go to sleep. I've talked to my girlfriend about this, and she explained that she had a similar event happen to her a while after it happened to me. So, about 2 to 3 months after we moved in here, we was laying in bed and we kind of had gotten everything in order, so the apartment was looking like a home. We'd gone to bed early because my girlfriend had to work the day after. I had a job interview. After my girlfriend fell asleep, I would sit up like maximum 1 hour later, either to read, scroll on TikTok, or play games on my phone. I remember I heard a whisper from the living room. At first, I thought it was the TV that was on. We'd forgotten to turn it off, and I stood up and checked, but it was off. Checked the gaming room in case I had left the PC on with my speaker still connected, but it was off. I tried not thinking more about it and went back to bed. By the way, my girlfriend's not like talking in her sleep, so I knew it wasn't her either. The thought hit me, but I figured out that wasn't the case either. So when I laid back in bed and kept being on my phone, I heard a clear whisper inside the room. A clear hello, like it was a question. I turned on the light and my girlfriend woke up. She's kind of a light sleeper at times. She asked me what the hell I was doing. I didn't want to tell her, because, well, maybe they'd think I was crazy, so I just kept it to myself. When I told her a few months later, she would say that she had heard the same thing just slightly 4 months after me. There have been more things, like things disappearing and turning up in other places where we didn't leave them. Some other small things. But that was the main thing that happened to us. And yeah, that was kind of my little story about things I've experienced, and we still experience some of the same things. Been a while since the whisper, but it happened 1 or 2 times more, at least to me after the first time. Unexplained ghost sighting at the Hollyburn House on Jekyll Island, Georgia. Somebody started a thread about what made you realize you were seeing some sort of intelligent entity. Got me thinking about this. I posted it as a comment there, but honestly was curious if anybody else had had any experiences at the Hollyburn House on Jekyll Island. That's in Georgia. Or at least knew of them or heard stories of people who had something similar like this happening to them there or them. This is a bit of a long one, so bear with me. When I was young, I spent the night at my best friend's house with my sister. She lived on Jekyll Island, Georgia. It's known for having turn-of-the-century mansions on it because in the early 1900s, a bunch of rich people built houses there as vacation homes. They have most of them to where you can do tours and walk through them now. There is one that's not. The adults said it was more for structural issues. But of course, everybody said it was haunted and had crazy stories, which were untrue, about a witch that lived there at one point. It was called the Hollyburn. Our friend's mom said that she would let us walk around the grounds outside the next day. The night before we went to go get food, she drove past the house. There were some weird lights on. Couldn't quite figure out what it was. Being a 12-year-old, like middle schooler, I was a jerk and made fun of my friend and sister. That's when they freaked out about it. Easy to be, some sort of coincidence, right? Next day, friend's mom drives us to the house again. My sister was all over it, and she said that she was staying in the car. My friend and I got out and started walking around. Almost immediately, I saw a figure in the window. It looks like a girl or a small woman. I also kept seeing weird flashes of light out of the corner of my eye. But I wasn't going to say anything. I just made fun of those nights before, right? My friend and I walk around the house. I keep seeing flashes of white light out of the corner of my eye. I ignore them and keep my mouth shut. When we get to the front again, my friend stops, looks at the house, then looks at me. She then says, "Do you see that little girl in the window?" Now, I'm late. Okay, I'm not the only one seeing this. I go to the car and point it out to my sister. She can see it, friends. Mom is messing with something in the front seat. Of course, we're all freaking out and telling her to look. Now, here's the part where I could tell that it was an intelligent entity. When my friend's mom went to look at it, it literally faded away and disappeared. She then looked away and it came back. They all start freaking out again and tell her to blow up, and she whips her head around and it fades away again. But she's able to at least see something that fades away, and she tells us, We have her do this a few more times, and every time she goes to look, it fades away and then comes back when she looks away. At this point, my friend's mom is like, "Well, that's our cue to go home." And we leave. Never went back. Probably should have tried to see if I could have it happen again. The only way I can think that could have possibly not been some paranormal entity was if somebody was some sort of special effects display or something and somehow was watching us and was making it fade away whenever Nan's mom went to look, and what would be very highly unlikely. It's not like it was a scheduled tour group. Nobody knew that we were going to go over there and walk around. So yeah, never found out what it was, but it's a fun story to tell every once in a while. Paranormal activity in new house. 1. When we first went upstairs, there's a brand new toilet paper holder still in its package in the washroom. The holder would play Christmas carols when you turned it, otherwise known as when you pulled the toilet paper to rip it. That's weird. I thought it was cute, and I set it up in the washroom my sister and I used. The whole day the music didn't really work, at least when we used the washroom. We assumed it was dead. At around 3 a.m., ironically, my sister and I were sitting in my room and on a video call with my buddy. For context, our washroom is right next to my room attached. Suddenly, we start hearing jingle bells playing. The three of us went silent. Nobody was in the washroom. My parents were asleep and snoring. My sister and I were together. It stops and we calm down a bit, but it immediately starts playing again. At this point, my buddy's freaking out and begs me to go and check it out. Being the older sister, I didn't really have much choice. I go into the washroom and the carol stops. I remove the toilet paper holder, break it in half, and throw it outside the garbage bin. The next day, I went down to the basement to find the toilet paper holder in the middle of the living room floor. Just there, fully intact. I broke it again and threw it out, never to be seen again. 2. Another incident that happened the day after the toilet paper holder. I was sitting in my room and I heard a loud bang outside the door. I assumed that my sister was putting something up in her room, which is right next to mine, and ignored it. Then I heard two more bangs. Got annoyed and went into her room to yell at her. I asked, "What the hell are you making so much noise for?" She looks at me pretty confused and says, "I thought that was you." Once again, my parents were both deep asleep. We double-checked to make sure that they were. 3. The night after I was in the washroom, I heard somebody come out of a room, shut the door, go downstairs, open and close cupboards, then come back up and go into a room. I was curious as to who it was because it was around 1 a.m. Only my sister and I were awake. But the footsteps were much lighter than hers. Once I was done, I went into her room to ask her what she went to go down to get. Once again, she says, "I thought that was you." 4. Now, this story is the last incident and by far the most horrifying. My sister and I went upstairs to grab something from her room. We were in her room for about 5 seconds max. When we came back out, there were 2 handprints on the wall. Black handprints, bigger than both of ours and her mom, smaller than her dad's. We asked her parents, and they had no idea where it came from. These handprints were not there 5 seconds before when we had just come upstairs. They appeared within the 5 seconds we were in her room. We called her cousins on video call to show them, and my sister went ahead and touched the handprints. Nothing. I went to touch the handprints, and the black ink smudged all over my hand. Nothing on the wall but blank ink all over my hands. I had 3 people watching this happen too. Sister, cousin, and his girlfriend. Went to wash my hands, came back and touched the prints, and nothing. I'm not too worried about incidents 1 through 3, but the last one still worries me a bit. Why did the ink smudge on my hand? Is it an omen? It happened about 2 years ago, and I still think of it to this day. Two weird circumstances in my house. Last night freaked me out. I'll preface all of this by saying my mom has previously told me that her side of the family's been very spiritual people. I personally am agnostic. I don't really know what my beliefs in the afterlife and ghosts are, but I am willing to keep an open mind about things. The previous night, around 1:30-ish a.m., I woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to go get a drink, maybe a snack. I ended up going downstairs and drinking a bottle of juice, laid on a couch in my living room connected to the kitchen when I heard footsteps approaching from the hallway leading to the living room and kitchen. I have around 5 people in my house, including me. People coming down at 1 a.m. happens quite frequently, so I didn't even turn around. My family tend to be night owls, but it isn't like a typical thing that we all do every night. But I was familiar enough with somebody coming down to the kitchen for whatever reason. Didn't strike me as weird. I was facing the opposite direction of the hallway, behind me scrolling on my phone when the footsteps stopped and an incredibly loud pop or clap-like noise happened probably a foot or two behind my head. The noises, including the footsteps, were enough for me to think somebody was behind the corner trying to prank me or something. My family isn't really one to do that, especially at 1 a.m. with other people sleeping. I asked if anybody was there, to complete silence. I was pretty freaked out, so I ended up just turning the corner and leaving upstairs to my room again. Now, this was convincing enough for me to think that there was a chance of a home intruder or a thief being in my house. Perhaps with the intention of freaking me out to leave the area. I've watched enough movies, to not want to investigate anything, so I went to sleep half expecting to be robbed. Thankfully, everything was fine when I woke up. The circumstance last night made me remember something from around a week ago, in which at the exact same spot in the house and at 3 a.m. I was hit with incredible anxiety. I didn't think too much of it at the time, since maybe I was just tired. I'm a really chill person. I don't ever deal with paranoia, but sometimes things happen. The best way I could describe it was my senses picked up on something I didn't. It felt like my life was in danger. I watched this documentary way back that described, trust fear sometimes. Circumstances where people would pick up on things like somebody in their house just from fear alone. I agree. I turned my flashlight on, put it on my phone, and looked around the area. That's before heading to my room again. I know I said I wouldn't investigate previously, but in this circumstance there wasn't any proof. I just wanted to tell myself I was overreacting. My heart pounded for what felt like minutes after. It was a super strange experience. I thought maybe I got it in my head. Now after last night, I can't help but think maybe the two circumstances are connected. I spoke with my mother about this. That was this morning. She said not too long ago in the kitchen, she heard what felt like a woman say hello from the pantry area where no one was at. The house is new. Nobody died here or anything. I could just be tripping, but I thought I'd share now that it's fresh in my mind. Hopefully, if there's something trying to reach out, it's not malicious. However, walking behind somebody and clapping at 1:30 a.m. just seems rude. I used to wake up under my bed, wedged between the wall and suitcases. So, some context here. This took place in an old house that was repurchased and renovated at least 50 years ago. It was the house that I grew up in. We moved out when I was about 5. I lived there with my mother, father, older brother, 5 years, older sister, 8 years. The name of the street is John Street. is very close to what is now Port Dalhousie, still in St. Catharines. From what I understand, the structure served as a stationary military hospital. My sister told me this well after the fact. I tried to find specific information to verify this. So far, all I can confirm is that during the last several wars, World War I, World War II, maybe earlier conflicts, Port Dalhousie was an important strategical area. Given the fact it was a port, it used to have important railroad routes traveling through. So basically, I can't confirm with 100% certainty the house I grew up in was a military hospital at some point or not. So why is this important? Well, my sister recounted an incident in the house where she felt a presence in the doorway to her room. She saw the outline of a person wearing what she thought was a Mountie, like a Mountie hat, RCMP. She described what she saw as something that was transparent. She could only make out a faint outline but still see right through it. My sister had no medical history or condition with symptoms of hallucinations. This was also at night. My brother also saw something in the hall from outside of his bedroom. He said it was slightly opaque, white light. It was the outline of a woman in a beautiful dress. They walked across the doorway down the hall. He doesn't have a history of mental illness involving hallucinations either. So I wanted to establish this context before I actually describe my experiences in the same house. I was a child that scared relatively easily. Speaking from memory, while living at that house, I was extremely claustrophobic. During thunderstorms, I was terrified. I had to be soothed by my parents not be afraid. I was also afraid of the dark, and therefore afraid to go to the washroom in the middle of the night. It was very unusual at one time. I woke up in the morning to complete darkness. I was 4 years old. Was under my bed, in between the wall and suitcases that my parents stored things in. I was all the way under the bed. I never had a history of sleepwalking. Then and up until present, I freaked right out. This was a child that would dare crawl under my bed in the darkness who thought that a monster might grab me if I got too close to the edge of my bed. My mother and sister said that they heard me screaming. They didn't know where I was. Eventually they found me, pulled me out, and had no clue why I'd go under the bed. But this isn't the only time this happened to me in that house. It happened maybe a handful of times. I don't remember each time, but I do remember it was terrifying each time. I didn't ask, but maybe they rearranged things so I couldn't get under the bed again in my sleep. It stopped after we moved out when I was about 5. Imagine being like 30 and still waking up under your bed. I'm almost jealous. A floating dog toy. I fell asleep on the couch pretty early last night, 10:30-ish. Usually, my significant other wakes me up and tells me to go to bed. However, we got into the apartment earlier in the evening. I think he was like, I'm leaving her out of here. Or rather, I'm leaving her out here. Sort of like a joke. Well, a bit after midnight, I heard 3 loud stomps. This scared the shit out of me, so I woke up immediately. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw one of my dog's toys floating about 4 feet above the floor. It was like a small lamb chop plushie with all the stuffing ripped out of it. It was rotating a tiny bit and then entirely still for a second. Then it started to slowly lower itself into the floor. As soon as it was on the floor, I looked over at my dog. We both ran to the bedroom. I got into bed, my significant other was awake, and I said, "There's something in the living room." He looked at me and pretty much brushed me off and told me to go to bed. It took me forever to calm down enough to actually fall asleep. And then I just repeatedly woke up throughout the night. I kept thinking or dreaming about someone holding the dog toy. like realizing that I was looking at them and then them slowly putting it down. I was uneasy all night. I told my husband or boyfriend about it in the morning before work, but he just said something along the lines of, "That's so weird," then proceeds to take her dog outside to go potty. I didn't want to push the subject because I was so freaked out and also pretty exhausted. So, fast forward to around 10:30ish. That's this morning. I texted my boyfriend and was like, "Did you get what I was saying about the creepy thing?" And he responded with, "Yeah, the bed was shaking before you came in." And I said, "You're lying." He swore to God. I also texted my siblings in our group chat and they gave me the usual, "Oh my God, so creepy," responses. But one of my sisters said 3 loud stomps to mock the Holy Trinity. I wasn't sure what she meant. I'm not really religious at all, but I Googled it. Apparently, 3 loud stomps, knocks, or thumps represent demonic presence in Christianity. I got chills all over as I read that. This entire time, I felt like the 3 loud stomps were from downstairs. I live above bar, so that part of the experience didn't really scare me. I also was thinking that maybe I was hallucinating, since I was only awake for about half a second before I saw what I saw. It was the floating dog toy that scared the shit out of me. For a while, I felt like everything that I experienced was purposeful and maybe evil. My boyfriend and I thought that maybe we had invited evil into the apartment, because we'd been watching and listening to nothing but horror stuff due to it being October. We also think that our apartment caused a lot of negative energy as well. Maybe that allowed what was already present to manifest itself the way it did. At this point, though, I feel like maybe I was just hallucinating. It's because I woke up so suddenly and maybe the bed was shaking due to movement downstairs. I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or the afterlife, but I feel like life would be more meaningful if it did. Life has as much meaning as you wish. Honestly. I had a dream and spoke to a spirit. Over the summer, I had a sleepover at a friend's house. I knew from the start that her house is haunted and had multiple spirits. My friend is a witch and often speaks to these spirits herself in a dream or in real life. She's pretty interesting, but I'd like to talk about my dream to you guys. For some reason, I couldn't sleep the entire night, but quickly fell asleep at 10 a.m. and woke up at 3:30 a.m. or p.m., sorry. In the dream, I'm at work. I work part-time at McDonald's. I went to the bathroom and I did my business, and as I flushed the toilet, I noticed this huge snake coming from a big vent. I was terrified. Not just because it was a huge snake, but because the huge snake had a rabbit's face. The snake made the face with an opened mouth to bite me, but when it looked at me, it immediately stopped. I was still scared, but I quickly became relaxed with it. Okay. It had the most softest and soothing male voice. I never heard the voice before either. We talked a lot. I don't know how long I was in the dream, maybe weeks, maybe months. He asked what Earth was like, what humanity was like, and for me, I knew he mustn't have been from Earth. Maybe he was just wondering. So I tried giving him the most neutral answers. I think it was within the course of weeks or so, because I remember I kept showing up to work and sometimes going to the bathroom to speak to him. No one else knew about him. One day I was in the back, like in the kitchen. I couldn't find the snake and I was wondering if he left. This woman walked through the kitchen with boxes of fries and the dolly. She looked like a regular woman, but I was freaked out because the face of the woman shifted to the face of a snake for a split second to show me it was him. I started freaking out because how would I know who else it is? Oh, excuse me. I started freaking out because how would I know who else is not who they are? I didn't know he could manage to shapeshift. He didn't come back to the bathroom. A while later, I'm back at work and everything is running around, scared, and everything is unorganized. I asked around and somebody told me a coworker died on site. I became super worried because I'm worried if he killed someone. No one had any proof or what killed the coworker. I just ran from the restaurant. I kept running and it felt like something was following, but every time I looked back, I saw nobody. I ran into a neighborhood and heard an older woman talking to someone. I peeked around the corner of a house and saw an older woman talking to him, like old friends. I couldn't pick out what they were talking about, though. I woke up and told my friend, and she had done a tarot card reading of the spirit. The card said that he was jealous, and he loved me. I found that odd because if it was romantic love, then my boyfriend would show up in my dreams several times, and we held hands and kissed. So he 100% knew I had a boyfriend, and he didn't display any signs of jealousy. I think he and I made a very deep emotional connection, but I don't know what changed him to be violent or why he was speaking to that older woman. And no, he never tried telling me what to do. If that's what you're wondering when I mentioned his soft and soothing voice. Just because you have a soft and soothing voice does not mean you're manipulative. My mom's friend visited me in my dream. That was on the anniversary of her death. A year ago, I moved to Paris. If any of you ever knew somebody actually living there, you know that it's so hard to find a flat. I had a great job with a good salary, as for my age, middle 20s. I was looking for whatever flat, just a little studio, nothing fancy. I kept being rejected by landlords for plenty of reasons. Because I'm new there, because I'm on probation period at work, like every person in France. It's because I'm from Eastern Europe, and this is bad for some of the people. I was basically homeless, living on a couch of amazing people that I just met. The amount of flats that I'd been rejected from was around 20 at that time. I had one more flat to see, but I had zero hopes for this one. It was much better than the usual flats I was visiting. I was in a terrible state. My mom was so worried, and it took 2 months to find a flat. It was a horrible time for me and my family. I was literally homeless, and I had no perspectives, despite really having agency paid by my company and good salary. Anna has known me since my childhood years. She was my mom's best friend. She helped my mom get separated from my abusive dad. She was taking care of me often, and she was very, very supportive of me. She kept telling me that I'll achieve great things, that I'm amazing. She would wish for all the best for me. Overall, I'm just a really warm and caring person. I always liked her, and it felt like she genuinely cares about me. Then I grew up, moved out to another city in my home country. She got cancer. I didn't see her for a long time. It was horrible to see it from my mom, as Anna was always extremely healthy as a person. She ate well, did a lot of sports. But she did used to smoke when she was young, and it came for her. She passed out and didn't attend the funeral. I was far away and I had exams. Our ways parted years before. Back to Paris, I fell asleep and I had a dream. I was talking to Anna. She asked me how's my mom and how I'm doing. Afterwards, she told me that she's so proud of me achieving my dreams and goals, getting a career in Paris, having a good life and being a hardworking person. She said that she's with me and she knows I'll live a great life. I woke up, called my mom, and I said, "Mom, you won't believe this. I had a dream about that." It was so nice and heartwarming. My mom was silent for a few seconds and said, "You know it's the anniversary of her death today." I didn't know. There was no possibility that I would know. I didn't even attend the funeral. I didn't know the date. It was a few years ago. I just didn't. I started crying because it felt so odd. The gecko also weeps for him, and so did my mom. A few days after I got this flat, it seemed impossible to get. It's much bigger, newer, and nicer than all the flats I've seen before. Yet I kept being rejected. I really believe it's her that somehow helped. And since then, I feel like I have a guardian angel with me. Now I'm on holiday in my hometown, and I decided to bring a candle to a grave. In my culture, it's a way to honor the dead this way. All of the paranormal experiences I had so far. Maybe they each deserve their own post, but anyway, here's a list of every event that happened to me that I still cannot explain. Bullet point number 1. Grandma's ghost visits to announce her death. My memories of this are a bit fuzzy because I was only about 4. But I was playing in the backyard with my second cousin while my mom watched us. Suddenly she looked alarmed, saying something like, "Kids, stay here. Someone's in the house." I remember that this scared me, and of course we didn't listen and we followed my mom in the house. No one's there, but there was some noise upstairs, so we rushed there just in time to see a sort of hanged picture get thrown onto the floor. I remember the glass shards being everywhere. My mom was very confused and said that she had seen my grandma in the window. That very night we got the call confirming that she had died. Bullet point number 2. The ghostly arm. My scariest encounter by far. I must have been 9 or 10 at the time. My friend Mike invited me to his place, and we were just chatting with the girl on MSN until I saw something from the corner of my eye. There was a black translucent arm going through the wall. I was too shocked, or rather I was too shocked to say anything. My friend, being somewhat unfazed, just said, "Oh, you see the arm too?" Apparently, he had been seeing stuff like that a lot. To this day, I still can't explain this rationally. Bullet point number 3. Glove disappears and reappears exactly where it was. So I'd come back to my dorm room from the store. It was during the winter. I put my coat and gloves on the bed. I opened my closet door and put away my things, only to see that one of my gloves is missing. I thoroughly searched my tiny room and nothing to be found. Until from the corner of my eye I see something black flash by, and here was the lost glove, exactly where it originally was. Bullet point number 4. Grandma warned me that he's going to die. This one might just be a coincidence. I knew my grandpa had been in the hospital for a while and wasn't doing well. He had severe head trauma. But anyway, I saw him in a dream and he kept it short as he always did. He said, "I'm going now." And he was indeed gone that very day. Something had punched me. I'm not really sure about this one, but I was working outside all by myself in a remote swamp area surrounded by fields. I definitely felt something hit me in the back, hard. My first thought was that somebody had arrived and had thrown something like an apple or a baseball in my direction. But no, nothing on the ground. No one to be seen. Maybe a bird that hit me and flew away, who knows. And lastly, garbage can moves by itself. Seemingly a classic poltergeist. In 2 instances, the lid to my trash can with a swing top started to flip around super fast. It was like somebody punched it. And another time it flipped over as if somebody kicked it. Each time it was in my direction, or in my direct field of vision at least. So I know it's not a rat getting inside or anything. It's spooky season. give me a real-life experience that scared the shit out of you. I have several, but growing up, my dad's house was haunted. Still is to this day. Freaks me out. I was maybe 16, 17, and I'd stayed at my aunt's house, my dad's sister. She lives like 2 doors down from my dad's. Well, her grandchildren, my cousins, decided to have a sleepover at her house. The next morning I get up and it's dreary outside. But it's also winter, and I look at my oldest cousin and tell him I'm going to go walk in the house and change my clothes, so we can go outside and do whatever. I usually play ball in the graveyard across the road. He says okay, and I head to the house. As I get to the driveway, I see somebody standing in front of the balcony doors inside the house, and then I stop walking because no one's home. My dad and stepmom were both at work. So then the person disappears just like they stepped back to where I couldn't see them anymore. I remember the person was the shape of a woman who had on this long white gown and dark hair. So now my anxiety is basically through the roof. I see my cousin start to head my way, and I keep walking toward the house because I thought by the time we get the door unlocked, he'll be here. And it'll all be good. We'd gotten a golden retriever outside, and I opened the door. I called for her to come inside with me, but once she got to the door, she tucked her tail between her legs and wouldn't go any further. So that freaked me out. I grabbed her by her collar, tried to gently tug her, telling her to come into the house, and it's cold. She fought me and eventually ran down the stairs. My cousin is at the end of the driveway, yells for me to hurry up, and I'm tempted to just say fuck it and stay in my pajamas. But I leave the door open and run to my room thinking if the door's open, I'm good. So I run through the kitchen, into the dining room, living room, and then the hallway to where the room was on the far right. I could have just went through the kitchen and then to the den, then to my room, but the den always creeps me out. So I get to my room, strip off my pajamas as fast as I can and put on some jeans and grab a long-sleeve shirt. As I'm putting the shirt on, I hear running down the hallways with loud footsteps coming toward me. I go to scream, but nothing will come out. So I go running out of the room and back the way I came, and I have my shirt halfway on by the time I run outside. My cousin is now into the carport and asks me, "What's wrong?" I tell him something's in my house, and he's like, "What do you mean?" So I finish getting my shirt on and go to turn around to close the door and freeze. He asks what's wrong. I point to the kitchen window, which is beside the door. Through the kitchen window, you see not only the kitchen, but the den too. The den light was on. I look back at him and tell him that I didn't turn it on because I never go through there. So he starts getting freaked out and he stands beside me on the step. The running came again towards us. He clears the steps, so I'm standing there feeling like I'm frozen and not being able to move. I remember him telling me to come on, and I tell him that I have to turn off that light because my stepmom will literally cuss me out. She was a bit abusive. So I run inside. I have to have him watch me, so I go hit the light switch. I see a dark figure on the wall in front of me, and then it disappears. I run out the house, slam the door. Tried to tell my stepmom, but she thought I was crazy and none of that stuff was real. Still to this day, hearing running in horror movies from ghosts where it's loud and stuff causes the hair on my body to stand up. Haunted school. As a kid, I went to a school that was renowned for being haunted. It was built in the 1910s, but somewhere in the mid-1950s there was a devastating fire that burnt the whole top floor. Not only that, many children died that day. They rebuilt the building without the top floor, making it a 2-story building with a really creepy basement. I have a few stories to share about this school. First, there was always an eerie feeling about the school. If I was walking around alone, it felt like I was always being watched. The wall of one staircase was filled with paintings of children that were former students, or at least that former students had painted. These paintings took up 3 floors of staircases. Every time my friends and I passed these paintings, we would find something different. A soccer ball that was never there, or a girl with a flower that was never there. One day we decided to take note of specific things to see if they were the same, at least the next day. And this was the time of no phones, so no pictures. One note that we took was that one girl in the paintings was smiling and looking towards the right at her friends with a flower. The next day, the girl was looking straight, well, looking directly at us with no smile. When we avoided that staircase, well, basically at all costs. Secondly, the school had a boiler room that you could peek into from the outside. We weren't really allowed inside it, but sometimes at recess, when we're playing around at that area, we would see white apparitions dart around inside. When we would look through the window, nothing would be there. Being kids, we were a bit curious, though. One day we were having an event after school and decided to go up to the boiler room door and try to open it, bravely, since our parents were in the gymnasium next to it. When we turned the knob, it was locked, so we knocked on it 3 times to be exact. Immediately we got 3 knocks back from the other side, and the doorknob started rattling like it was going to open. We all ran to the gymnasium and never looked back. Thirdly, this story is also about the boiler room, but it may sound absolutely crazy. But I swear it's true and one of the craziest things that happened to me. Once when I peeked in from the outside, I saw a huge pipe in the middle of the wall. It extended into a sort of an abyss. At the edge of the pipe was a girl's body just laying there, presumably dead. I told my friends to look, but by the time they peeked in, it was gone. For about a month from that day, I kept having nightmares of a girl in black hair, pale skin, begging me to help her. It was always that same dream. When I asked her what she needed or help with, the dream would just end before she could even tell me. Creepy. Fourth, this last story I heard from janitors who spend the night at the school. They were in the janitor's office, which is in the basement, so one night they're just chatting and having some snacks. That's when they heard kids laughing. It gradually got louder and they started hearing multiple kids laughing and balls bouncing and playing and running around. They went into the gymnasium where the sounds were coming from and they immediately stopped. They found one singular bell or ball in the middle of the gym. It rolled over to them. Anyways, they eventually broke down the school and now they build houses on the whole lot. Good luck, houses. Pulau Tekong. On the desolate island of Pulau Tekong, a place often shrouded in fog and mystery, there's an urban legend that every recruit hears about on their first night of training. Decades ago, there's a young soldier named Wei Shen, who disappeared during the routine jungle training exercise. Despite extensive searches, Wei Shen was never found. It was said that he got separated from his squad and ventured too deep into the island's dense forest. On moonless nights, some claim they can still hear his ghostly calls for help, echoing through the trees. The story goes that Wei Shen's spirit is stuck in a time loop, forever lost in the jungle. Recruits whisper that if you stray from the path during that night, you may encounter his ghost, pale and disoriented, still clutching to his rifle and pleading for directions back to camp. Legend has it that those who see Wei Shen's ghost either get lost themselves or bring bad luck to their squad for the rest of their service. To this day, even the most skeptical soldiers avoid discussing Wei Shen after dark, as if uttering his name might summon his restless spirit from the shadows. A group of curious young thrill-seekers decided to test their courage by visiting Pulau Tekong on a night of a new moon, when Wei Shen's ghost was rumored to be most active. Among them were Jian, Mai, Yang, and Kai, armed with only flashlights and a nervous sense of adventure. They stepped into the dense, shadowy forest. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to close in around them, each tree and bush casting eerie shapes in the darkness. The group huddled close together, whispering nervously, when suddenly a faint ghostly voice echoed through the trees. "Help me, please help me." The temperature dropped sharply as an ethereal mist rose from the ground. The group exchanged frightened glances, but pressed on, driven by both fear and curiosity. Their flashlights flickered, casting long, weaving shadows. Then they saw him, a pale figure in a tattered uniform, eyes hollow and pleading. This was emerging from the mist. It was Wei Shen. "Please, I need to find my way back," the ghostly soldier said, reaching out with a trembling hand. Panic surged through the group. Jian's flashlight slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground, plunging them into near-total darkness. "We need to get out of here now," Mai urged, her voice trembling. Suddenly the forest erupted into a cacophony of ghostly wails and whispers. The ghost of Wei Shen seemed to multiply, peering from all directions, his hands still reaching out for help. The group stumbled and ran, heartbeats pounding in their ears, and as they desperately searched for a path back to their boat. Liang tripped over a root and fell, but Kai quickly pulled him up, adrenaline lending strength to their limbs. They could see the faint glow of the moonlit beach ahead. With Wei Shen's anguished cries growing louder, they made a final sprint, bursting through the tree line and collapsing into the sand. As they reached their boat and pushed off to the water, the wails faded into the distance. Exhausted but relieved, they watched Pulau Tekong recede into the darkness. The group never spoke of their encounter again, but they carried Wei Shen's ghostly plea with them, chilling reminder that some spirits never rest. A very weird encounter with my mother. So when I was 8 or 9-ish, I regularly stayed up late. Still do. I think it had something to do with, usually listening to my parents fighting and the fact that I was on edge when they were both in the house. But anyways, that bit isn't important. What is important is that this was another night I was up late. Or late for a child. So 10, maybe 11. I had a TV in my room that was watching and was hanging out in the bed next to the heavily sleeping sister. I think I must have gotten the feeling I was being watched. So I looked over my shoulder and saw my mom standing over me. I still remember this like it could have been yesterday. It's such a clear thing in my mind, it makes me sure I experienced it. I wasn't dreaming. Her face was blank. Not literally, but there was absolutely nothing in her eyes. She wasn't smiling at me or frowning even. Her face was as neutral as it possibly could be and her eyes looked empty. It wasn't like she was looking through me, like some people describe. She was definitely looking at me. I remember already feeling weirdly uneasy just at this. I think partly because I hadn't seen her come. The TV, while I was definitely watching, was basically next to the door and I would have seen her come in by. But I assumed she was upset because I was up so late. I'd been caught staying up late before. I never ever missed seeing or hearing her or my dad coming upstairs or entering the room. I wish I could remember what I said, but I know that I tried to speak to her. She didn't respond at all. And now that I'm putting this to words properly, I don't think I recall her blinking even once. Tried a few times to get a reply. Every time all she did was stare at me with this terrible empty look. At some point, I hid under the covers and I remember peeking out a few times to see her still looking at me, face unchanged. Then I turned to her and looked at the sister uncovered by the blankets. I remember wishing I could do something to hide her, too. Couldn't will myself to move because I was too afraid. Certainly didn't want to come out from under the covers. Well, when I look back, my mother wasn't there. I never ever heard her leave. The TV had gone black, not off, but on a blank screen, which was weird because I know it played shows constantly all night. It's never been on this black screen before or after this. You know when you have a TV connected to something and then you unplug the thing? Basically that screen. But there was no connection message. Nothing has been unplugged in any way. I stayed under the covers until I somehow just fell asleep. I don't remember how long it was or how long I was awake after she left, but I'm pretty sure it was still dark outside by the time I was asleep. Obviously, I asked my mom in the morning what the hell she'd been doing. I distinctly remember this one, why she hadn't answered me. Of course, well, she had no idea what I was talking about. She said that she hadn't come up to see us or woken up at all the night before. I seriously doubt it was me dreaming or her sleepwalking. It was so real. Well, I recognize that sometimes dreams are like that. Mine are never so grounded in reality. I just have such a strong feeling about it. She's never sleepwalked, well, not before this story or after it. To this day, I think it's the weirdest thing I ever experienced. Haven't brought it up to her in years, but now that I write it down, I'm tempted. The figure that stood at the end of my bed. This is an old story about the first paranormal experience that happened 17 years ago. This happened back when I was about 5. I lived in a trailer with my parents on a hill. It was in an isolated area in the middle of the woods. Only family and friends of family lived within the mountain area. One Saturday I asked my parents if my cousin Sarah, they were 6, they could stay the night since she only lived a few minutes away. My parents agreed and picked Sarah up at around maybe 8 o'clock. Me and Sarah ended up staying pretty late talking while my parents fell asleep in the living room. My bedroom was in the middle of the trailer with 2 open doorways to the hallway. Since I had no doors, we could pretty much light from the living room to mine. Well, as me and Sarah were talking, Sarah suddenly stopped talking and turned her head toward the end of my bed. My bed was one of those bunk beds that had storage cabinets at the bottom instead of another bed, so we were a bit elevated from the ground. I noticed her face had a look of horror, so I asked her what was wrong. She told me that there's something standing at the end of the bed. I turned to quickly look and saw a white-looking figure. It was standing still at the end of the bed. I was quick to believe it was probably just a clothes basket, and that stuff can look scary in the dark. That's what I told her. I knew that because I've mistaken objects in the dark for other things before. I was just trying to rationalize the situation so that Sarah wouldn't be afraid to come over again. And so I told her that I'll prove to her that it's just a basket at the end of the bed. Sarah begged me not to. I already started crawling to the end of my bed. I stared at what looked like a tall, whitish, blobbish figure. Looked back at Sarah and snuck my hand right through the figure. My heart dropped when I swatted my hand around and felt nothing. No basket, no object at all, but strangely it felt like I stuck my hand in a freezer. I quickly turned to look back at the figure with my hand still in it. I saw it form what looked like a face. I scrambled back to Sarah as fast as I could in absolute horror. Me and Sarah were freaking out at the other end of the bed, staring at this figure. Seeing it in that moment almost looked like white silhouette of a man with long hair. He's just standing there, not moving in the slightest. Eventually, we came to the conclusion that our only options were that if one of us can either turn the lights on or run to the living room to get my parents, that the figure might go away. Me and Sarah argued who should be the one to do it. Eventually, I caved in and just went for the light switch. I took one last glance at the figure before flipping the light. Once the lights came on, it was gone. Flipped it back off just to make sure, and yep, it had disappeared for good. Me and my cousin ended up staying up till morning. I've told family about this and found out that her yard and most of the mountain area was actually native burial grounds. In fact, locals around the area nickname it Witches Mountain, since there has been so many reports of witches living in the area back in the day. My family is very religious, don't like speaking much about the history, so I'm sorry I can't provide more information regarding that. 17 years later, both me and Sarah still remember this experience like it was just yesterday. My mom always wore the same perfume. This all happened about a year after my mom passed away. A good friend of mine was going through a really difficult time. I was going through it with him. It was terrible for him, and it was incredibly difficult to watch him suffering and not being able to do much about it. My mom was a big believer in praying to St. Jude. So I guess kind of in honor of her and not knowing what else to do, I started praying to St. Jude. During the time I would pray, I would also think about my mom and would often talk to her. One day, leaving the house to run the store, I walked into the garage to get in my car. As I got next to my driver's door, I smelled her perfume. It was overpowering. Initially, I didn't even recognize what it was exactly. I just thought it was odd. I got in the car, shut the door, and I realized it was my mom's perfume. I couldn't smell it inside the car at all. I got back out of the car, stood next to the car door, and it was so strong. I walked a few steps to the back of my car. Couldn't smell it at all. Walked up to the front of the car, and I could smell it as it passed the driver's door. But again, at the front of the car, I couldn't smell it in the slightest. Walked back to the driver's door. There it was again, almost overpowering. Stood there for a minute or two, just breathing it in and feeling like she was there with me. I then made my trip to the store. Upon returning home, I was disappointed that I could no longer smell it. Not even a hint of it. Honestly, it made me feel a little sad. A few days later, when speaking to my sister, I related the story to her. She thought it was kind of an awesome story, and I felt like I had a visit from my mom. I wanted to believe that was it, because how else could I explain it, unless I wanted to just call it wishful thinking. A month or two later, my sister called me and said that her husband, whom she had not related my story to, came out of the exercise room to put it in their house, and she said that he had a puzzled look in his face. She asked him, what he was up to, and he told her that he had been riding the stationary bike and had to stop because the smell of your mom's perfume was overwhelming. She told him about my experience, and they both were kind of just like, what in the world? A few days after that, my sister's daughter called, and the conversation went something like this. I just wanted to check in and make sure everyone was doing okay, my sister said. Sure, everything is fine. Why? My niece, her daughter, said, I was just doing some dishes and all of a sudden I could smell Grandma's perfume like really, really strong. Then jokingly added, I just wanted to make sure that she wasn't here to take someone with her. After those 3 incidents there really hasn't been anything more. My sister never had the experience smelling the perfume, although she has had a different one that's made her think Mom paid her a visit also. In fact, she's sure that her mom makes her presence felt by her every now and then in sort of a different way. Of course, those of us that, know about the 3 perfume incidents can either believe Mom made them happen, or maybe 3 separate people in 3 different cities, none of whom knew of these incidents, were just imagining the strong smell of her perfume of my mom. I still talk to my mom quite often, usually when I'm stressed about something. I ask her to pray for St. Jude to me, or with me. I feel like she's absolutely more than happy to do so. My friend used to experience something quite horrifying. I suggested he should post this on the internet. Things used to happen to me that I can't explain. I still have trauma from them. I'll try to describe them to you, and I'd be glad if somebody who might know what's going on could respond. I lived with my dad in a house that wasn't pretty to look at. We didn't have much money. So the house was never really fixed up. When all my siblings left to live on their own lives, I stayed with my dad alone. It was my sister's room. Or rather, that's where I was, or where I was staying. My sister used to experience paranormal phenomena in that room because her dead brother. For added context, our means my friends and sisters. Our friend's brother, who died when I was young, used to visit her. At the time I was in my sister's room, I didn't know about it. Every day at around 1 a.m. I heard noises, like someone walking back and forth on all fours. It seemed quite disturbing to me. Then I heard and saw something pushing on the door, but they were closed, so they didn't open. This happened every day, so I started barricading the door with a barrel of wood to make sure it couldn't get inside. This went on every day for about a week. I did an experiment where before going to bed I left the light on. And of course I was barricaded in, so nobody could get inside. The next day I woke up and the light was off. The barricade was still in place. And I should note that I'm not a sleepwalker. When I woke up, I thought the bulb had burned out. When I tried the switch, the light turned on normally. So somebody must have turned it off. Dad couldn't have gotten inside because of the barricade. So it couldn't have been him. Besides, he would have been upset that I left the light on. But he was calm and the barricade was still intact. Because of these things, I started having sleep paralysis almost every day. Even a normal dream would turn into sleep paralysis, or I would experience it as soon as I was falling asleep. I'll give you an example of one of my episodes of sleep paralysis. I was in a dream where I greeted a friend. We were about to high-five, but before we could, everything started to ripple and spin. We spoke in a language that sped up, slowed down, or was in reverse. A kind of language that gives you goosebumps. Suddenly, I woke up from the dream and saw the two of us in front of me, continuing to speak in that strange language. I noticed that our faces were deformed, like uncanny valley type of deformed, and this lasted about 40 seconds. When all these things were happening, I was scared to go to the bathroom. One time, I went to the bathroom with a flashlight. I had the bathroom window open. Outside the window was our dog's bed. Whenever he wanted to come to us, he would whine. But at that time of night, he was always this strange, whining, almost unnatural. I would always get closer to the window. I would quickly run back to my room before whining to get too close to the window. Does anybody know what this could be? Why was this happening to me? What kind of entity was doing this? I'm also wondering if the entity somehow influenced the sleep paralysis, making it so frequent, or something else was living in the room with me. I think it's possible because of the experiment with the light. I'd appreciate any comments. Here is a very simple way to banish a very specific and silly demon. So I just got reminded of a story my grandma told me when I was a teenager. I thought I should probably post online for its preservation. In my hometown, situated in Iran, folklore there exists a demonic horse. If you're traveling outside any settlement's vicinity alone during nighttime, you might see a horse, and you're going to be very inclined to ride it. It's often depicted as either black or red, but it could be any color, and once you're riding it, the haunting begins. You will not be able to get off of the horse. Your legs will be locked to its sides. Once it has got you, his legs will extend. You'll gain altitude, going up with the horse. After a while, the horse will disappear and you'll fall to your death. How to banish it? Very simple. Shout, "Bring me the saddle-working needle and salt." The demon will disappear, but hopefully you shouted this before reaching a deadly height. Now, what's the story behind the saddle-working needle salt and this horse? Well, I'm glad that you didn't ask. The first time this demon appeared, it didn't actually extend its legs. It was just a horse that you couldn't get off of. A young man traveling between two cities sees it, rides it, and gets haunted. He rides to the nearest Arg, which is a military fortress, and begs the commander for help. The commander chastises the man, saying that he deserves his fate for taking a horse that didn't belong to him, but eventually agrees to help. The soldiers at the Ark begin to try and kill the horse using their swords. They can't do any harm to it. The commander, who is now intrigued, sends for a wise man from a nearby village. At dawn, the wise man sees the horse and declares it a demon. "We must teach it a lesson so that it never haunts another human again," says the wise man. Asks the Arg soldiers to tie the horse down to make sure it doesn't run away. He then picks up a saddle-working needle. It's a leather-working needle. It's a very thick needle used to make saddles. He then dips it in salt. In Persian folklore, salt and silver, they have anti-demonic properties. A demon will not be wounded unless your blade has been covered in salt. The wise man then proceeds to sew the horse's cock to its leg. Poor horse. He lets go of the rider and tries to get away. But it can't because he's tied down. Oh. It struggles in anguish and pain for the duration of the operation. Wow, you guys should see my face. This demon is so traumatized by this experience that some mere mentioning of the saddle-working needle and salt causes it to disappear. The reason for the horse's leg extending away from the ground is because he doesn't want his dick to be within reach of any wise man. Okay. Next story. Weird choice, but very interesting. Moving on. My haunted town. I live in Indiana. The state is riddled with curses and folklore that no one talks about. Not because they don't believe, but because we're used to it. We don't want others to live with it. The best example I have is my hometown of Kokomo. Kokomo falls between a small town and a medium city. We aren't huge, nor are we small, but corn and soybean fields are everywhere, as are Native American curses that we live with, including the one I'm about to tell you. Back when the Miami tribe of Native Americans called this land home, there was a girl. Her name lost to time and her people forbidden from speaking it. She was a bright girl with deep connections to the spirits. Even as the pale invaders moved closer to her home, she was bright and bubbly. Some say that she was destined to be the next spiritual leader of her people. Sad to say that it wasn't meant to be. On a cold full moon night in autumn, the girl vanished. Her people searched and eventually found the poor girl. She was crucified to a tree, her jaw ripped off and clear signs of being assaulted in the most vile of ways. A deep sadness filled her people, all of which disappeared only a few days later. The settlers found her village, and the homes on fire, the girl's body laid in a pile of animal bones and ash with her arms spread out, her pale, dead eyes gazing up at the stars. The people disposed of her in the Wildcat Creek, settled on her people's land. This may just sound like a made-up story, but I've seen her and I've felt her rage. I was only 14 years old. I was walking outside and I felt a shiver run down my spine. Fear that I've never experienced before rippled through me. I was walking down the street, one side lined with houses, the other with a cornfield. I stopped walking as I saw her. Walking from a yard to the street, shambling, her movements so wrong and horrifying. Watching her shuffle, disgusting noises that I can't even describe coming from her. She stopped suddenly and the blood drained from me. I watched her head turn to look at me and I suddenly felt it. I knew what it was. It was her fear. The fear, anger, and horror she felt during her final moments. I felt sick and I felt terrible. I managed to turn and run away. I felt her behind me, as if no matter how fast I would run, that girl was only a foot away from me. I ran with all my might until I got home. I slammed the door, turned on all my lights, and prayed all night. I went by with my mom later that day. The corn where I saw her heading was all dying in a line through the field. The dog of the man that lived in the house I saw her coming from had died. I know she's out there, angry and hurt. I believe she's the cause and curse on this land. Her figure haunts me to this day, and I can't forget her. I can't look outside at night anymore, fearing that young Miami tribe girl will be standing there, coming to get me for escaping her back then. Asian horror story. Hong Kong Tak School. In the quiet village of Pingshan, nestled in the Wenlong district of Hong Kong, lies the abandoned Tak School. The school, now a crumbling relic of the past, is shrouded in eerie legends and ghostly tales. During the Japanese invasion of Hong Kong in 1941, many Pingshan villagers were brutally killed, their bodies hastily buried on the land where the school now stands. Among the most infamous stories is that of the headmistress who, clad in a red dress, tragically ended her life by hanging herself in one of the bathroom stalls. Her restless spirit is said to haunt the school, forever bound to the place of her demise. One chilly evening, a group of secondary students, Jason, Sam, Lucas, Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole, decided to explore the haunted grounds of Tak School. Slight pause. The school is called Tak School, and there's people named Jason, Sam, Lucas, Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole going in there, so I'm just saying red flags over here. Very confused. Very Asian school, very white names. Not being racist, just saying what is going on. So, driven by the curiosity and a desire to uncover the truth behind the ghostly tales, they ventured into the decaying building. The group split into two teams to cover more ground. Jason, Sam, and Lucas formed one team, while Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole made up the other. As they navigated the dark, narrow hallways, the air grew colder, and an unsettling silence enveloped them. The first team, led by Jason, headed toward the classrooms. They found old dusty desks and broken chalkboards, remnants of a time when the school was filled with laughter and chatter of children. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept up through the room, and a faint sound of a woman sobbing echoed in the distance. The boys exchanged nervous glances but pressed on, determined to find the source of the haunting. Meanwhile, the second team, led by Natalie, made their way to the bathrooms. The flickering flashlight beams revealed cracked tiles and rusted fixtures. As they approached the last stall, a sense of dread washed over them. Michelle hesitated, but Nicole urged her forward. With trembling hands, Natalie pushed open the stall door. There, hanging from the ceiling, was a tattered red dress swaying gently, as if moved by an unseen force. A sudden blood-curdling scream pierced the silence, and the girls turned to see a ghostly figure in a red dress standing behind them. Her eyes were hollow, her face twisted in anguish. The headmistress's spirit had found them. Paralyzed with fear, the girls watched the apparition slowly raise a hand, pointing toward the door. "Leave this place," she whispered, her voice echoing throughout the empty halls. The teams reunited at the entrance, their faces pale and hearts pounding. They shared their experiences, realizing that the ghost of the headmistress was indeed real. As they hurried away from the school, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The legend of Tak School had come to life, and the students knew that they would never forget the night they encountered the red-dressed ghost. I would like some explanation. Haunted or just dramatic? I'm sitting in my car as I write this. My fiancé, a 31-year-old male, and I, a 25-year-old female, moved into a new apartment 4 months ago. Everything seemed great at first. Twice the size of our old apartment and a very nice community. About a month after moving in, though, I had my first experience. I'll go ahead and say now that none of this ever happens in my fiance's home. The first experience I had was early in the morning. My fiance was gone to work, and I was just waking up to do the same. I heard the door to his office open. I checked his location, figuring that he just overslept. I wanted to freak out prematurely. His location shows that he's at work. Then I heard what sounded like somebody shuffling across our carpet, and then the guest bedroom door opened. At this point, I armed myself with a pocket knife, locked myself in a closet. The closet has a connecting wall to the bathroom. I called my fiancé to come home, and when I was on the phone, I swear to God I heard a muffled feminine voice, like somebody pressing their face against the wall, muttering, "Hey, hey." It was a strange tone. It's actually almost comforting, but I'm panicking. More shuffling, then I hear my fiancé come in. He checked the whole apartment, and the only thing out of place was the office door was open. A childhood picture of him had been overturned in the living room. I chalked it up to paranoia. Following night, I had a nightmare. I was laying in bed, and that same voice was urgently whispering, "He's coming," over and over. It was while somebody was banging down my door. This happened 3 consecutive nights in a row. All was pretty much quiet for about a month after that. The next event happened again while I was alone. I was cooking in the kitchen, kept getting this eerie feeling that somebody was right behind me. I put a bowl of crushed up Oreos on the counter and turned away, only to turn back around and see them on the floor. Looking up, I swear I saw a shadow turn the corner to the living room. By this point, I was solidly convinced my apartment was haunted, but my fiancé insisted that it wasn't. Things kept happening, but they were minuscule. Like things not being where I left them, soft knocks at night, or eerie feelings of being watched. The one thing that stayed consistent is that almost every time something got misplaced, that same picture of my fiancé would be overturned. That is, until tonight. I was home alone again, and my cat and I were sitting on the couch while the baby kitty was playing with the toy in the cat corner. Then out of nowhere, 3 big deliberate knock-knock-knocks come from the door downstairs. It was more like a banging. At first, I thought somebody fell or something. I was checking the house and everything was in place. I've grown fairly used to creepy things happening, so I tried to ignore it. Even though, for whatever reason, it felt more sinister tonight. Well, about an hour later, my light flickered. All the power did. So, okay, power surge. But then it happened again and again, and suddenly the lights were flickering like strobe lights. There was another series of knock-knock-knocks, and I'm now sitting in my car waiting for my fiancé to get home. Am I scaring myself, or does anybody know what kind of paranormal activity this could be, if any? Ghost semi-truck sighting in a small town in Mexico. So for context, this happened quite a while ago in a small town in a very rural part of Mexico. Personally, I do not live in the small town, but another town a couple miles away. This town is fairly small, as mentioned, and really only exists because of a big tile factory that was built in the town. This place is also known as a rest stop for many semi-trucks passing through the lowly interstate. So the story goes that years ago a trucker passed the town decided to stop by and rest in one of the areas. Over time, locals began to recognize the... that's the wrong inflections. Over time, locals began to recognize the black semi-truck stopping by every week. And on one occasion, while the semi-truck was making its way to the rest area, a truck going full speed hit the semi on the driver's side. Locals in that area called the police, but it being a rural place, it took a long time for the aid to come to the scene. According to the locals, the collision was so hard that the truck was basically embedded into the semi-driver's side. Also, the cause of the accident was most likely due to drunk driving. Nobody in the accident survived. Following a week after the gruesome accident, people in the town began to report sightings of a black semi-truck roaming the streets of the town late at night. People in town were shocked because it looked exactly like the one that was completely totaled a week prior. Locals who have seen the semi-truck being reported followed by it, being occasionally spooked by its loud horn. Once they arrive to their destination, the semi just idles for a few minutes outside of where they are. That's before they sped off into the dark. Now for my encounter. It was late at night, 2 a.m. Me and my cousin had just left a party a few towns over. Following the drive back home, we decided to take a shortcut through this town. We figured it would be a quick pass though, and at the time we knew about what had happened in the town. While driving, my cousin had to shit badly, so we stopped at a lonely gas station just down the corner. I stayed in the car while he went inside to do his business. Well, while I was waiting for him, a black semi pulls over to the side of the road next to the gas station. I didn't think much of it because they pass regularly here. They get gas and whatnot. But today was weird, because it was quiet and we were the only ones there. After a few minutes, I started to get worried because it was just idling and nobody came out of the truck. I also remembered the story of what happened here. Anxious, I texted my cousin to hurry up. And 30 seconds later, he got out and just yelled at him to get in the car. Sped out of the lot, and to my horror, the semi followed behind. My cousin, clueless, asked me what was going on, and I told him about the semi trailing behind us. I tried losing it by turning into smaller streets, but the truck was still tailing me. It wasn't until I floored it and took a sharp right, almost hitting a parked car, that I lost the semi. After that, I never passed that town before dark. Sweet dreams. Ask Reddit. Grew up in an old farmhouse, built around 1900 or so. We celebrated the house's 100th birthday. That was when I was 12 or 13. I'm a skeptical person and would probably be completely closed-minded to the supernatural if it weren't for the years I spent in that house. Myself and both my parents will swear to this day the place is haunted because of the bizarre stuff that we experienced there. When I was about 14, my parents took off and left me alone for the whole weekend for the first time. I was so excited to be unsupervised that I forgot to be nervous about being alone in the house at night. On the second night, a big thunderstorm rolled in. I love thunderstorms, so I was extra thrilled and extra forgetting to be afraid. I sat in the living room, sort of leaning over the back of the couch, staring out at the big bay window and watching the storm. The sky got super dark, even though the sun was still a little bit up and the wind was really whipping and howling, making the house creak. The rain turned into hail, and it was so loud the whole house was echoing with the noise. And then there was a massive bang at the top of the stairs that made me jump out of my skin. It wasn't thunder, and it was definitely from inside the house, and definitely came from the top of the stairwell. By the way, it was a creepy fucking stairwell that gave me the heebie-jeebies the best of times. I can't really remember what I did then, but knowing me at the time, I probably hid downstairs like a coward. Maybe turned the TV on for distraction. Probably just stared at the base of the stairs for a good long while. Pretty sure I also slept downstairs on the couch with the dogs that night. Anyways, the next day was beautiful, and it was sunny, and it was morning. I went upstairs all groggy. The stairs were switchback style with sort of a landing halfway up, and the landing had a window above it. As I was walking past, eyeing everything with suspicion, I saw what I at first thought was a bullet hole in the outer pane of glass. It was those old, wavy, warped pane glass windows. But there was no hole in the inner pane and no bullet line between them, so I stopped and pondered at that for a minute and realized that a hail pellet must have gone right through the glass. Maybe that was that huge bang that I heard. Nothing paranormal about it. But since that's super anticlimactic, I'll also mention a proper spoopy experience. As a teenager, I used to stay up all night gaming. I spent all day sleeping during school breaks. I always kept my door shut because the hallway, like everything else in the house, was fucking creepy. It was when I started doing this that the late evening and early afternoon somebody would knock on my door. It would happen whether my parents were home or at work, whether the dogs were in the house or not. Soft, fast taps on my door about 3 or 4 feet up, childlike for knocking. They would knock rapidly and then stop, and then knock rapidly and stop. There was nothing angry about the knocks, so as much as it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, it was never outright terrifying to me. I always got the vibe of somebody saying, "Are you just going to sleep all day? Why are you being so lazy? It's time to get up." Like they were just trying to be gentle to pester me into waking up. Never got up and opened the door, though. Several encounters with the Hat Man. The first time was when I was 5 or 6. My family was living in a house my parents had contracted to build. So it wasn't really by any means an old house. One morning, like crack of dawn early, I used to be an early riser. My older brother and I were making toaster strudels. I don't quite recall the reason I had wandered into the hall that connected the kitchen to the entryway, but I did. When I was halfway down the hall when I saw a tall shadow wearing a hat of some kind. It was hovering a few feet off the floor. I screamed, ran to get my brother. But by the time we went back to the entryway, it was gone. The second time was at a completely different house, also freshly built as part of a new subdivision. I was also a teenager in high school at the time. This encounter has less of a story. I was home alone one night and the lights downstairs were off. Only light on was the upstairs hallway. I got hungry, went down to get something to eat. As I came back down the stairs, I felt strange. I had this strange urge to run up them to my room, which was right at the top of the stairs, by the way. When I reached the second floor halfway, I checked to look behind me. I saw the same hat-wearing figure at the bottom of the stairs. Now, with the way the light fell, it could have been my own shadow, but it wasn't. My shadow was on the stairs. The entity was on the ground floor, again hovering just above the floor. His form somehow distinct from the darkness of the unilluminated lower floor. I promptly entered my room and decided not to go downstairs until morning. A few years later, at the third house. This time the house was a bit older, as in not built for my parents. They just moved into it. I was living at home after college. Again, late one night I went downstairs to get a late-night snack. Not being as familiar with the house, I did turn the lights on to navigate to the kitchen, turning them back off as I went back upstairs. I once again felt the urge to run up the stairs. So turning around to the top, once again I saw a shadow of a man in a hat. I looked away, then back, and he was gone. Now I haven't seen it since, and I now live in my parents' newest house. Another one that they had built. I've only seen this entity those 3 times, and each time was late night or early morning. All different houses owned by my parents. Always by the front door. Always a shadow in a hat. I specify my parents own the houses because I never saw them in my friends' houses. At least when I stayed over, or in the hotels, or on vacations. I didn't see it at either of my apartments in college, nor while I briefly lived with my grandmother, or at the apartment I lived in last year. It wasn't until recently I learned of the Hat Man, paranormal entity seen by many worldwide with eerily similar descriptions despite no relation or contact between those who saw it. What do you guys think of a channel named the Hat Man, with a shadow figure reading you stories? I'm trying to come up with another channel name. Urban Legend, a Kampong Ghost Story. In a quiet kampong nestled deeply within the Malaysian countryside, Hafiz lived a simple life. The village was surrounded by dense forests, and the nights were often filled with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. One night, as Hafiz was returning home from a late-night fishing trip, he felt an eerie chill in the air. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, casting the village in an almost complete darkness. As Hafiz walked along the narrow path leading to his home, he noticed a figure standing by the old banyan tree. His heart skipped a beat when he recognized the figure. It was Siti, a young woman from the village who had tragically died a month ago. The gecko noticed as well. She had been a kind and gentle soul, but her death had been shrouded in mystery. Some whispered that she had been wronged and she had died in a deep sense of injustice. "Siti?" Hafiz called out, his voice trembling. "Is that you?" The figure slowly turned, and Hafiz's blood ran cold. Siti's face was pale, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. She wore a white dress that fluttered in the breeze, and her long hair cascaded down her back. But there was something different about her, something sinister. "Hafiz," she whispered, her voice echoing through the night. "I have returned." Hafiz took a step back, his mind racing. He had heard stories of the Negui, a vengeful female spirit who returned to seek justice for the wrongs done to them. Could Siti have become one of them? "Why are you here?" Hafiz asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "I was wronged," Siti replied, her voice filled with a haunting sadness. "I cannot rest until justice is served." Hafiz felt a chill run down his spine. He had been skeptical of ghost stories, but standing before Siti, he couldn't deny the fear gripping his heart. "What do you want from me?" he asked. Siti's eyes seemed to pierce through him. "Help me find peace, Hafiz. Help me uncover the truth of my death." Hafiz knew he couldn't refuse her. He nodded slowly, and Siti's expression softened. "Thank you," she whispered before fading into the night, leaving Hafiz standing alone under the banyan tree. From that night on, Hafiz was determined to uncover the truth behind Siti's death. He spoke to the villagers, piecing together fragments of information. As he delved deeper, he discovered a web of deceit and betrayal that led to Siti's untimely demise. With each revelation, Siti's spirit grew stronger, guiding Hafiz toward the truth. Finally, after weeks of investigation, Hafiz confronted those responsible for Siti's death. Justice was served, and Siti's spirit was finally able to find peace. But the villagers never forgot the night Hafiz's encounter with the Negui. The story of Siti's return became an enduring legend, a reminder of the power of the restless dead and the importance of seeking justice for those who have been wronged. Unexplained knocking from a locked morgue. Okay, so this just happened to me a few hours ago in the middle of the day. I'm already freaked out. I work in a retirement home, and my job often requires me to go into the basement with a cart full of dirty laundry. That means I have to use the elevator. I've done this about 1,000 times already, never really ever did I hear or see anything unusual. Now, since I work in a retirement home amongst a lot of other rooms in the basement, there's also a temporary morgue. It's located opposite of the elevator entrance. This morgue was probably used at some point in time, but as long as I've been working there, it was never even unlocked. Nobody used that room for anything. Today I was working as normal, going about my day, not really feeling creeped out at all. It was the middle of the day after all, and I've been in this basement too many times already. Never had a reason to be scared of it. I went down to the basement, emptied the dirty laundry into the laundry room, and called the elevator down again since somebody had used it. So I pressed the button, but the elevator wasn't coming down. Above me, though the closed elevator doors, I could hear two of my coworkers speaking and holding the elevator from closing. The space in the elevator is very acoustic, and you can easily hear people in it from the basement all the way up to the 3rd floor. At this point, I was getting a little bit pissed off because it was a particularly busy day and I didn't have any time to spare. I started knocking on the elevator doors to let them know I was waiting for it. After a few knocks, it seemed to me that they didn't register it as somebody knocking for them to get off the elevator. So I decided to knock in a little sort of a melody and a rhythm to get their attention. Now, this is where something very fucking weird happened. Maybe 5 seconds after that knock, I started hearing knocking back. It didn't have any particular pattern, and it sounded like literal knocking on a door. I first thought that it was coming from my coworkers above. I quickly realized it's coming from behind me. I turned around to find the basement completely empty. I couldn't quite figure out where it was coming from at first, until I came a few feet closer to the sound. It was coming from the fucking morgue. I froze. Thousands of thoughts came rushing through my mind as I tried to somehow rationalize what I was hearing. I wanted to leave the cart behind and just sprint up the stairs to get the fuck out of there. That's when I heard the elevator finally coming down. It was the longest wait ever, but I finally got on and pressed the button to go to the 3rd floor, I think 20 times before the doors closed. Maybe all of this can be very easily explained away with it being an older building. Sounds from the pipes or animals, being a pure coincidence with my knocking. But I never heard a building ever make a knocking sound on the door like that. Needless to say, it really creeped me out. Anyways, this was my first, quote-unquote paranormal experience ever. I'm interested if anybody's had any similar experiences, or has an explanation for whatever the fuck that was. Well, I can say, based on your location and job, you're in for some more action at some point. Good luck. Old Changi Hospital Haunting. Alex, Ben, David, Sarah, and Mary, a group of thrill-seeking friends, they decided to embark on a ghost adventure at Old Changi Hospital, Singapore's infamous haunted locale. The group, armed with flashlights and cameras, ventured into the dilapidated hospital, their excitement tempered by a hint of apprehension. As they explored the labyrinth corridors, the air grew heavy with an eerie silence. Dust motes danced in the shafts of the moonlight that filtered through the broken windows, casting grotesque shadows on the peeling walls. The group's laughter gradually faded as they encountered chilling sights, overturned furniture, cobwebs draping from every corner, and an oppressive sense of being watched. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the deserted hospital. Sarah, who had wandered off from the group, had stumbled upon a grisly scene. The skeletal remains of the patient slumped against a wall. Panic ensued as the friends realized they were trapped. The hospital's doors seemed to have locked shut, and their flashlights flickered ominously, casting an eerie glow on their terrified faces. Just as despair threatened to consume them, a spectral figure appeared before them. It was a young, ethereal nurse, her translucent form shimmering in the dim light. The nurse, with a serene expression, spoke in a voice that was both soothing and chilling. "Do not fear, I'll guide you to safety." The group, initially hesitant, followed the spectral nurse through the hospital's labyrinth corridors. The nurse led them to a hidden passageway, a secret escape route unknown to many. As they hurried through the passage, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. However, their respite was short-lived. A malevolent presence, the vengeful spirit of an old evil nurse, emerged from the shadows. The evil nurse, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, lunged at the group, its spectral form radiating an aura of malice. The young, kind nurse, sensing the group's peril, intervened. With a resolute spirit, she confronted the evil nurse, her ethereal form glowing with an inner light. A chilling battle ensued between the two spectral entities, their clash echoing through the deserted hospital. In the end, the young, kind nurse triumphed, vanquishing the evil nurse and freeing the group from its clutches. As the evil nurse faded away, the hospital's oppressive atmosphere just lifted. It was replaced by a sense of peace. The group, eternally grateful for their spectral savior, made their way out of the hospital, their hearts pounding with a mixture of adrenaline and relief. The ghost adventure at Old Changi Hospital had turned into a harrowing ordeal, but it had also forged an unbreakable bond between the friends, left them with a tale that they would never forget. That rubs me as being very AI, but perhaps still true, but rewritten in a different language. I don't know. Edinburgh Vaults. My husband and I are currently on holiday in Edinburgh for a week. We love a good walking tour, especially ones about ghosts or famous crimes. Tonight we went on with a ghost tour of Greyfriars Kirkyard. That and the Edinburgh Vaults. My husband isn't really into the paranormal or anything, but he's a pretty sensitive guy. He's had a genuine ghost before, but that was years ago. The Kirkyard was fine. Tour guide told us a few gruesome stories about the prisoner camp that was there and the murderers Hare and Burke. Then he took us down to the vault. We actually went into 3 vaults. The first was nothing much. The second had a stone circle in it which we were told not to step into as bad things have happened to some people who have. Our tour guide told us that he had to call an ambulance once. That was because a man who stepped into the circle instantly fainted and hit his head on one of the rocks and split it open pretty badly. The guide dared us all to step in, but no one did. I was tempted until my husband said, "Don't you dare," pretty emphatically. So I didn't, and then we left. The third vault was completely dark. The only light was from the flashlight the guide had. He kept it covered most of the time. He began telling us a story of the Edinburgh fire and of a family who escaped down into the vaults. The woman and children were shut away in the vaults by their husbands who had left to help the fires. Or rather, help fight the fires. They never came back, and their families were essentially baked alive in the vaults from the heat of the fire above. To save their children from suffering, the women slit their throats before killing themselves. The whole time he's telling us these stories, my husband is pretty quiet but kept grabbing me and grabbing my hand for comfort. The only thing he says to me in a whisper is, "Do you smell that?" I didn't smell anything, but just as he said that, the guide mentions people smelling sulfur in the vaults, which smells kind of like a fart. I look at my husband like. The tour finishes, we leave, and my husband is clearly shaken, wants to get away as soon as possible. He said the whole time we were in there, all he felt was an urgent sense of needing to get out. He also said he felt a cool breeze on the back of his neck, like somebody was blowing through a straw directly onto his neck. And there's no way a breeze can reach inside those vaults. The guide even said that at the start, so. He also said he wanted to cry at one point and didn't know why, as well as smelling the sulfur, none of which I felt, or smelt. He said he felt cold most of the time. It actually felt quite mild to me, until just before the guide started talking about the fire, and that was when he suddenly felt very hot and began sweating profusely. He was very shaken up when we left, and his pulse was racing. I felt absolutely nothing the whole time, even though I desperately wanted to. I totally believe him, though. He's not the type to just make things up like that. Guess I'm just not on the right wavelength, or something. Shadowy figure between church and cemetery. When I was 15, 16, me and my friends would go morning walks at around 4 a.m. Since the sun rises at around 6 a.m., At 4 a.m., it was still pretty much fully dark outside. Two of my friends would come together as they lived close. They picked me up since my house was on the way to where we went for our walks. We lived in a hilly area. Near my house, there was a cemetery down the hill slope with a public step running down the slope and a church on the other side of the step. My friends would have to come down steps that joined the cemetery steps, but would have to take a right turn to my street just before entering the cemetery in the church area. But the whole area was visible from where they came. One morning, I was in my room getting ready while waiting for them. That's when I heard someone coming, running, and screaming. When I asked them what happened, they told me this. As they were coming down the steps, we could see a person coming up the steps between the cemetery and the church. The person looked old, according to their cadence, and had a huge load of something that they were carrying on their back. We initially were wondering what a person was doing up so early in the morning, but then we thought maybe it's an old lady going to maybe the morning market to sell her agricultural produce. A few minutes went by, and we noticed that the person hadn't moved forward at all. They still appeared like they were climbing up the steps, moving, but not actually moving forward. They stayed at the same position that we initially saw them in. There was only one street lamp. All you could really see was a black shadow coming up. But as we came down the steps and reached the intersection with my street, the person should have been only 10, maybe 15 feet away. But the figure had disappeared. And they couldn't even recall when it disappeared. I was very skeptical at first. Thought that maybe it was some light or shadow tricks from the street lamp. Maybe the tree was involved or some light from the church or something. A few years passed, and one night I had dinner at my friend's place after class, and I was walking home at around 11 p.m. As I was walking down the same steps that they had before, I started to notice the silhouette of a person carrying a huge load on their back walking up the steps between the cemetery and the church. I didn't think much of it, but a couple of minutes later I had already walked down 5 feet or more from the first figure I saw. But the figure still seemed to be in the same place. But strangely, looking at the figure, it seemed to be coming up the steps. It was at this point that I remembered my friend's encounter, so I was keeping my eyes on this person and figure. I kept walking down the steps, nearing it, hoping that I could somehow get a clearer view of it. But as I got closer, the figure started to be much more blurry or hazy, like I couldn't see it properly. Even though I kept my eyes on it, by the time I reached the intersection with my street, there was no figure. And I stood there for a while. I wasn't scared, a little freaked out, yeah, but I was trying to rationalize it. I looked at the street lamp, lights from the church, anything that could have cast a shadow, but at the moment I couldn't see anything that could have produced such a thing. Something keeps grabbing the door. Me, a male 29, my girlfriend, female 27, and my friend/roommate, a male 28, and my girlfriend's sister, a female 26, moved into some new apartment about a year ago. We haven't had anything weird happen at all besides the occasional sound every now and then, but nobody really thinks much about them. But in the last 6 months or so, the balcony door will open. We live on the 3rd floor with no fire escape. It would happen often enough to where we had to be sort of sticklers about locking the balcony door. The rule is if you unlock the balcony door, you have to lock it back or it will open again. The cats will get out. Well, we stopped having a problem with the door opening altogether. 2 hours before the time of this posting, I heard something yank the hell out of the balcony door. I'm the first one to wake up at like 4 a.m. to get ready for work. Today, I happened to be sitting in the living room, about 10 feet away from this door while sipping on some coffee. I heard the door handle squeak and the door yank really hard enough for the blinds in the door to stir from the force. It stayed moving for a good minute. I stared at the door trying to figure out what happened. I looked at the lock and I saw that it was still deadbolted shut. Both cats came over to investigate. One of them had their tail puffed up. I couldn't figure it out, and I had had enough. So I ran to my bedroom and just sat there sipping coffee. The two cats followed closely. I was sitting on the bed trying to explain away what happened when I could hear the door yank again with a slightly lesser force. I continued to sit in the room with just pure fear, basically. I began looking up stories of negative air pressure opening doors and how that works in an effort to try to find an explanation. But just nothing accounts for the door handle squeaking from the turning at the same time. I then heard the door yank again. This time, my frustration overcame my fear. I bolted out of the room. I found my friend and roommate, the male that's 28, standing in the living room. He looked startled from me popping up like I did, but immediately said, "The balcony door was open." It was freezing in the living room now from the chilly night and the door being wide open. He understandably must have been a little bit frustrated. I mentioned that the door was locked and told him about what just happened. I'm not entirely sure if he believes me, but didn't really object because the door opening has been a problem for a while. Me, I'm a skeptic. Always have been. I'm pretty much always able to explain these things away, but this one has me stumped. I guess I'm looking for explanations with this post, and if it involves the paranormal, so be it. What I just witnessed is the weirdest thing I've seen outside of movies. But please, debunk what I'm thinking it is. I'll try to respond to questions, but I'm going to work and I'll be there all day. I'll get to them as soon as possible. Hope that worked out for you. My paranormal experiences that made me believe, from Mount Zion National Park. First off, I'm not the best writer, but I've wanted others' opinions and hopefully find similar experiences to mine. I went to southern Utah for a wilderness therapy program I was put into when I was 17 from my father. The town I got to call Kanab in the lower part of southern Utah had the program that I went called Wingate Wilderness Therapy. Overall, a great program. But my first couple of weeks I tried to run away given I'm from Michigan. Doesn't make a lot of sense now, but on my second week on a Friday, we're all setting up camp for the weekend on these low mountains in the upper fields called the Whites. I remember I made up my mind one last time to run and booked it. Made it down this small dirt access trail along the side of the mountain going down in a curve. The first thing I noticed before I came around one bend was how quick it was starting to get dark around me. When I came around this one bend, I remember about 45 yards or 40 yards away, this 6'7" or 9" tall black mass that had the sorry, this guy's writing's intense. Had the muscular and skinny kind of build. I couldn't make out what it was at all, but I remember instantly feeling on edge and nervous. I yelled at it, asking who it was and what it did and what it wanted, but it never moved at all. By the point I remember how dark it was, nearly all around me, I started hearing footsteps run down from up around the bend. They came and I looked back real quick and couldn't see anything. I remember quickly turning back to whatever was down that road in front of me. It was gone, and by that point, after I could only see arm lengths in front of me, but I remember hearing those footsteps running down still toward me from where it had come, started yelling, "Who was there? Who are you? What do you want?" Started hearing somebody call my name and yell for me to ask if anybody was out there, and I remember answering and saying, "Yes, I'm here. Who are you?" But the person didn't hear me from about 20 yards. It seemed way away in the dark and heard the footsteps get about 3 steps away before they stopped, and the dude said, "Is anyone there?" And I answered him, and he was a camp guide from the program from another camp, and I ran past at some point, and he was coming to me to see if he could find me, and I asked him a couple more multiple times if he heard me responding to him maybe 50 yards away and 30, and he said, "No, I never heard you." I'm sorry, this one is brutal. If anybody knows what's being said, let me know. I got super close, and at that point I just broke down. I have no idea what I'd seen. I felt so vulnerable and scared and weak just an instant after he told me he couldn't hear me. Also remembers 2 additional staff members that were driving in water trucks pulled up, and his dude Andrew that drove one wore this huge deer antler necklace and ghost beads with dried up Junie berries. He confirmed almost for sure that I'd met a skinwalker, and he told some of his stories, to which he said he wore the necklace. Sorry for the bad punctuation and spelling. You're sort of forgiven, I guess. But you're making me look very bad. But I have a certain amount of time, so I'm going to blast through. Stones Creek Battlefield, 10/5/24. So my friend and I are both females in our 40s. We went to Stones Creek Battlefield to do a paranormal investigation. It is a great location. We spent several hours going through the woods in the early evening. That went on well into the night. We picked up several EVPs and got several very interesting pictures around the canyons. Some random misty areas that weren't there, but they did show up in the pictures. We then crossed Nashville Pike to the cemetery, and we were greeted via digital recording by a nice spirit who politely said it was nice to meet us. Her name was Gloria, and then nothing. So after about an hour, it's about 10:15 p.m. now, we decided to go back across the battlefield. But this time we were going to approach the battlefield from the backside and go up a path that we hadn't taken previously. So as we started this way, we stopped to look at the carts and other cannons, hearing only normal sounds around us, owls and bugs. Then as we turn and start, sewing the path... No, we had our lights off, not needing lights at the time due to, 3/4 of the moon. Pretty massive crashing and breaking of trees and branches were heard. The trees were shaking, so loud it sounded like it moved toward us, then backwards. I froze, and Trina, my friend, she started backing up quickly. The noise stopped rather quickly. So did everything else. It was eerie. I decided we must have spooked an animal, so I do loudly proclaim this. It's just a deer. I flip on my headlamp, train it towards the woods, a cedar grove. We were probably 15 feet from the mouth of the woods, and yep, I see it. Eye shine. Several, 2, 3, 5, shit, a bunch. Trina now beside me, looking at these eyes, looking at us with a set of them. They start coming forward. I turn up my headlamp, and I see the trees and leaves. But no animals at all, just really, really dark masses and eye shine. Not white eyes, but not yellow either. And large. This is all in a very short time period. As we realize one is moving forward slowly, we also realize that we're on top of a sloping incline and these eyes were up higher in the trees. And then the one moving forward stood up and stomped. Maybe, not really sure, it made a loud noise, and then we ran. I have no idea what it was. I am grateful it didn't follow. I don't know what we encountered, but I don't think it meant us harm. Pretty sure it was just watching us and maybe didn't expect us to turn and move towards it. It wanted us to just go away, and we sure did. Any thoughts on, what we may have seen? We googled eyeshine pictures, and the closest we could come to is a bobcat that I don't think are in the Stony Creek. Nor did they travel in packs. There were several sets of eyes, and I don't know. Joint sighting of a ghost. Help me find an explanation. It was around 8 years ago. I still cannot find any way to understand what has happened, except thinking of something paranormal. It was a summer night. I was getting back to home after some time out with my friends. I was giving a ride in my car to a friend of mine. It was like 3 a.m. We were hungry, so he invited me to get inside to eat something. We put a pizza in the oven, ate it, spent some time chatting. Then we walked to the door as I was about to leave around 4 a.m. We were standing near the house entrance in a small hall. His back was facing the door and I was in front of him, standing about 1.5 meters distance. Next to me, there was his cat. We were talking about it, and as he was telling me about its behavior, we didn't expect what was about to happen. Our talk was suddenly interrupted by something passing between us that caught our attention, followed by a dull noise. We froze and stiffened up. A few moments of silence passed, and I told him in the most cautious and unbiased way possible. "Tell me what you've seen." He told me that he had seen the figure of a person passing between us. His description totally matched what I had seen, so I was sure I didn't hallucinate. It was something dark like a shadow, but you could see through it. It was tall, or higher than us anyway. I remember, when it passed, it was higher than my friend's head. I accurately remember that I could see the profile of a person. Maybe that of a woman. The forehead, the nose, the lips, the chin, the neck, and then the chest. That faded into having no color anymore. In fact, we didn't see neither legs nor feet. It was just the upper body, which was sort of levitating. It was levitating as it transitioned from my right to my left, and it was smooth. It was slightly faster than a person walking. The head did not seem to bob. My friend told me that he also saw the blue comb on the shelf at my left moving. That was what made the dull noise when the shadow passed between us. His brother woke up before him the day after and told him what he saw. He said a ghost in the kitchen. We didn't investigate more. Nothing else happened at his house ever since. I may not trust his brother, from which I don't have a detailed explanation, but I can't ignore what happened to me and my friend. We were two independent observers, with two different positions respectively to what we saw. As it passed right between us, all the lights in the house were on, we were far from the windows, the door was closed. So it's difficult for me to think of a shadow cast by something or of a delusion. Those don't seem proper. I distinctly remember seeing the face of my friend. So there's no power surge that dimmed the house lights. I have no proper explanations. Is there a spirit in my house? I'm not really too religious, but I do believe in spirits and ghosts. I've always felt like being followed and watched since I was about 9 years old. I also saw shadowy figures in the corner of my eye a lot. But it's recently been attributed to mild psychosis I have due to lack of sleep, and that's due to chronic insomnia. I've also had consistent panic attacks since the same age. That has also been attributed to anxiety. But despite being on medication, I only seem to be getting a little bit better. I know that medication takes a while to work, but I usually just accepted that. However, recently, my friend and I were playing with the dartboard. I've had it for a while. Never really used it until she came over, though. Her and I started to ask it yes or no questions about her future as a joke. A dartboard? Okay. After she left, I continued asking it because I was having fun. After a while, I started getting a weird feeling around it, like as if something was actually guiding the darts to hit or miss the board. Your hand. And then I started to ask it religious questions, such as, is God real or does hell exist? It seemed to answer yes to the question that glorified the devil and no to the question that glorified God. I then asked if there was a spirit, which it replied yes. I also asked it some yes or no questions that, well, I was sure I would know the answer to, and all of them were answered correctly. This started a few days ago, and ever since I kept thinking about it and kept getting the urge to ask it more questions. My friend, who only asked a few questions once and not really since, said that she couldn't get the board out of her mind either. Today I was doing something on my computer. That's when my light started flickering. My computer and the other plugged-in devices were unaffected. It was just my lights. Something in me said I should ask the board if it had something to do with the lights, so I did, and it replied yes. As I talked to it, my lights became stable. Once I noticed, I asked the board if it wanted me to leave it alone, or at least for now. It said yes, and my lights stayed stable. My lights have never done this before. It may all be a coincidence, but my dartboard is like magnetic felt. I used both magnetic darts that I knew had very strong magnets and Velcro-covered balls that stick to all the fabric that I tried it on, including felt. Yet when I asked it a question that I knew the answer was no, the darts seemed to lose magnetism when they hit and the balls didn't stick. When I asked it a question I knew was yes, the darts and balls stuck. Whenever I approach it, it suddenly gets an intense feeling of fear that goes away when I'm farther away from it. Is it possible that this is a paranormal thing in some way? I'm in no way an expert in this area, so if I'm overreacting, please let me know. Something in the backyard. Back when I was in elementary school, during summer vacation, I was in the living room and watching TV with our 2 dogs. Our living room had a glass door that opened to the backyard, a stretch of patio to the fence being the only part of the backyard you could see from where I was sitting on the couches. It was a sunny day, so when something dark rushed by the glass door, I quickly whipped my head around to look outside. The 2 dogs reacted at the same time as me. All of us stared at the glass door for several moments. That was before they got up and wanted to be let out. I didn't want to get up right away, because what I'd just seen, had it been a person, well, no features or color, but a dark silhouette, like a shadow. It was a shadow in the shape of a person. There was no one home but me and the dogs and my elderly grandmother sleeping upstairs. I didn't feel right calling my parents while they were off at work, or my older brother who was out. They were out for what I couldn't be sure was even, I don't even know if this was an actual person on our property. With how quickly they'd passed by, they were likely already gone anyway. The dogs were insisting to be let out of the door, and after a few moments of letting my heartbeat calm down a bit, I finally got up and let them out. I stepped outside with them and followed as they went to the side of the house, and all along the fence checking for any sign of, anything. There was nothing. I started thinking about the weirdness of it all, and I headed back inside with the dogs. Our backyard was long and narrow, had an in-ground pool along the back of the house, with only a small extra patio space to walk on either side of it. Since I saw that figure running along the middle of the patio at the end of the pool, the only place it could have been running was over the water, like the pool wasn't even there. I had heard nothing when I saw the figure, but it was moving quick over the patio stone. But the only way to enter and exit our backyard without using the gates obviously being to jump our neighbors. Not only that, but our own high fence to get out of the road, or get out onto the road. There's no way whatever that thing was an actual human, so it had to be something else. Once I got inside and headed back over to sit on the couch again, something weird happened. I suddenly became dizzy. Before I knew it, I was on the floor. I had collapsed in the middle of the living room for no apparent reason, after seeing something that didn't seem right. I quickly got up, but I was fine. Never been one to collapse, so it was alarming. Nothing else happened that day, but the next day after letting the dogs out again, I ended up collapsing in the exact same spot. And when I looked at the clock after, it happened at the exact same time too. I've never had dizzy spells or collapsed ever before. Not even after this. So this happening was just sort of, adding weirdness to the whole thing. So here goes. girlfriend, a female 19, moved to a new house recently, to which I've been over 2 times so far, this being the second visit. So everything was normal. We made breakfast in the morning, we hung out, we played board games, we chilled, we went to friends in the evening, and went home around 2220. The moment I entered the house, I've had this dread, this feeling, this uneasiness. It's like I could feel something bad. At first, I just thought that I was being uneasy because it's a new environment, but no. We decided to watch some TV. We noticed that there was no signal. As the troubleshooting phase unfolded, my girlfriend told me that she felt way too uneasy, like someone was in the house even. Now I started worrying just a little bit. I searched the house. No one was there. At some point, we decided to go to sleep. We cuddled up, made sure that she was all warm and cozy, and then I tried to close my eyes. They remained open, staring at the ceiling for hours. Now, at bed, it got worse. My gut was so clenched up I thought I'd vomit. My brain and body was telling me to nope the fuck out of that house so hard and fast I'd break the sonic barrier running out of it. At 23:56, I checked my watch. The feeling got so bad, like someone or something was watching me and staring at me, right next to me from my right side. I was full of adrenaline. At the same time, my girlfriend on my left started trying to wake me up. She was feeling horrible. I turned slowly, and big surprise there, I saw no one but my girlfriend was practically hung on me from my left side. At that point, my girlfriend said that she felt my heart pump really fast. She got scared and said that she described the feeling almost like mine. I cannot freaking explain it, but last night was horrible. None of us had any sleep. I got really sad because I couldn't comfort her. I was unable to get her to sleep no matter how many times I said that I felt safe. There's nothing to worry about and all that. I got up multiple times to bring her snacks, and I've read that when your brain thinks it's in danger, eating something helps alleviate the stress. I don't know, it was just weird. This morning, my girlfriend woke up today and showed me that she had some small scratches and blood in her hand, which is a very weird thing. She doesn't remember, hitting it, and, wasn't there before going to bed. Fun little fact, that eating thing that they're talking about, where there's something in the brain that happens when either you're eating or you see someone eating. It's very cool. If you see a gunfight, start eating, and then their brains won't really be able to see you as being part of the situation. You're too busy doing what? Eating. Next story. My apartment door opens by itself. Voices call my name. Strange photos appear. Is my apartment haunted? Lately, I've been having some strange happenings in my home, beginning to think that there might be ghost activity. For the last few nights, I've been waking up in the middle of the night with my heart beating fast and a strong feeling of being scared, as if somebody's watching me. It's an unusual sensation that stays with me for some time before I can relax enough to drift back to sleep. I've never had issues like this before. The strangest thing happened yesterday. I shut the back door to my apartment before going to bed. I'm sure. I always check all the locks before sleeping. When I woke up, the back door was open. The room was cold. The temperature is extremely cold, akin to the sensation of opening a freezer. I immediately closed the door, but the whole thing was confusing to me. When I shared the news with my parents, they weren't surprised. They've noticed the door opening by itself when it was supposed to be locked. And just to clarify, in case anybody's thinking, it could have just been a gust of wind. My lock is an Aldrop. Look it up. Aldrop. There's absolutely no way a breeze could have opened it. It's literally designed to stay secure. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's also this strange thing that happened when I first moved in. I was on a call with a friend while gaming. Out of nowhere, he asked me, "Why does he keep calling your name? Go check on him." I was confused because nobody else was in the house with me. So I asked him what he meant. He insisted that he heard an old man calling my name. He thought it was my grandpa, but here's the thing. There's no one else in the apartment and my grandpa doesn't live with me. The whole situation scared me. It got worse when I heard my name being called when I was at home alone. It's often quiet, as if it's coming from somewhere else. But when I go to see, there's always no one there. The street dogs near my apartment are behaving oddly. They howl like crazy almost every night. I've lived with street dogs before. They usually don't behave this way. The non-stop loud barking and yowling that lasts for hours often begins late at night. Once my dad tried to scare off the noisy animals by throwing rocks, but it didn't work very well. Then there's the strangest thing of all. One night I was on the top floor of my apartment building, which has an open roof. Just hanging out, talking to the same friend who heard the voice. I was taking pictures of the sky, trying to capture the stars. After I went back inside, I looked through the photos and found one that I definitely didn't take. The image wasn't of the sky or of the stars at all. Instead, it was full of strange lights and colorful orbs, like something out of a ghost hunting show. I have no idea how the photo got there. It really freaked me out. Haunting at Whitehall. Earlier today, I traveled to Richmond, Kentucky. I went around for the tour of the Whitehall historical site. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's an old estate in eastern Kentucky that's well over 200 years old. It was lived in by several generations of the Clay family, as well as hundreds of slaves. Cassius Marcellus Clay was the first notable family member to own and run the estate, but he and his first wife had like 10 kids. Some of them were notable figures in their time. Cassius was an abolitionist. He ran the only anti-slavery newspaper in the South. His father didn't share his sentiment and owned countless slaves throughout his life. And a few generations after Cassius, the home was abandoned, auctioned, and eventually renovated and donated to the state. Okay, so enough of a history lesson. Not here for that. Just to give you an idea of the history of this place. It's a big old mansion full of the Clay family's old personal belongings from dozens of family members. I enjoyed the tour part, but the part that wasn't advertised was the paranormal aspect of it. I went on this tour with my grandfather, not really knowing much about the place or what really to expect. I certainly didn't go in hoping, to expect anything paranormal. I just went to make my 80-year-old Gramps happy. So the first part of the tour was full of cool architecture and old items, as was pretty much all of it. But after getting to the heart of the first floor, I started seeing shadow people, which is something I haven't experienced in several years. Once we got into the second floor and into the master bedroom, I felt a change in the energy of that room in comparison to the others. This one felt dense, and I had physical sensations of tingling in my neck and shoulders, as well as this sort of, harder to describe, but it felt like it was in my brain. This was all accompanied with the sensation of being stared at. The only people in that room were the guide, my grandpa, my nephew, and myself. However, I felt somebody else from the first 2 seconds of being in that room, and it wasn't welcoming. I soon found out that they refer to the room as the mourning room, as Cassius's father had died in there. The rest of the tour was nice, but paranormally uneventful, but I ended the tour by asking the guide about her paranormal experiences. Her eyes just lit up. She claimed that in her 10 years there, she's seen candles pushed out of their holders, furniture moving, heard a broken piano playing, and more chillingly, someone saying her name. She says that she's asked them not to appear to her or to try to scare her. And they do feel sort of harmless. Well, that's good. Haunted farmhouse in New Hampshire. So, where to begin? So in 1999, my wife was a radio DJ. She took a radio job in Lebanon, New Hampshire, at a country music station. I was like, huh? We moved from Maine to New Hampshire and found an apartment to rent 15 minutes from her job. It was truly in the sticks. The house was built in 1840 with 2 floors and an odd apartment on the side of the house. The original owners were a brother and sister. I'm not sure what his name was, but hers is Helen. We originally lived in the small apartment, or, well, perhaps she did. We'll find out. Lived in the small apartment on the side, but when one of the tenants of the house left, we took the bigger apartment. Okay, so they had lived in a smaller apartment, now they lived in a bigger one. This is when things got interesting. We used to see people running out of the house, and we would hear that Helen had turned the radio on, or the TV would turn on or off. As we lived there, Helen would shove on the bed really, really hard to get our attention at night. I would tell her to knock it off and go back to sleep. In 2005, my wife had stage 4 breast cancer. We had many doctor's appointments, and one morning as we were getting ready to leave, she had asked me to close all the doors before I left. She then went outside to, go to the truck, and a little bit of information on these doors, by the way. They were super old, and they had latches on them. You had to press the handle with your thumb to open them. So I started closing doors and then go on to the next room. I hear the latch to the bedroom, and I hear the door creak open. Then hear the bathroom latch and the door opening, so to sort of really test her, I close the door between the dining room and the kitchen. The door's warped, so you have to give it a kick to close it. I hear the floor squeaking and the door latch starts jiggling, so I say, "Come on, open it." And the door flew open. It was one of the coolest events I've seen. Don't think Helen was ready for that kind of reaction with me. Polly passed in 2008 to her cancer, so I had people staying with me to make sure I was okay. One of my friends was staying with me. The next morning I woke up to her not being there and a note on the table. She said that she'd gone outside at 3 a.m. to smoke, and she was setting up on the steps, and there's a woman in an old-style dress. They walked up the driveway, then turned and walked past her into the house. Helen's grave is just right up the road in the small cemetery. I could go on and on with experiences. Stayed there for 1 more year and then moved. I just couldn't stay there with all the memories of Polly. I drove up to the cemetery and found Helen's grave and placed flowers there for her. I thanked her for watching out for us. I've never been back. Secret Society, Manchester. I dreamt there were certain beings that had supernatural strength, speed, and precision, and fueled the negative emotions like anger and hate. They didn't have a reason to. I couldn't have a conversation with one without them saying hateful things as a response to everything I said. They obviously weren't human entirely, although they looked very much like humans. A female one had a centaur body, another looked like a normal man. There were people fighting them. Best reference I can give is JJK. They were like a secret society of people who could use supernatural abilities. Not as far as summoning an army of goblins, but they could cause things to ignite and they could float or fall slowly. They were trained to. I spoke with one. He showed me that he had a small fabric square, exactly like the ones they made baby books out of, but it had a small wooden cube inside of it. No in the center or anything, just inside, and he explained it was used similarly to how baby toys are used to develop their senses. It's used to develop a sense or skill detrimental to having said abilities. I started off the night having sleep paralysis and waking dream. I was awake with my eyes open looking at my partner. I kept trying to touch and shake her awake, but every time I reached out, I felt like I reached with an astral hand. The moment I realized it wasn't my actual hand, I reset back to trying to wake her up. Felt like I was in a time loop over and over again. I heard rock music, which I don't even listen to, and other demonic sounds as this was happening. Each reset the sounds, getting louder. There must have been 15 to 20 resets before I actually woke up and then told her what happened briefly. Not going into detail, as I knew she was half asleep, I then fell back asleep. This is when the dream begun. I started to learn everything. I was killed, but these creatures in the dream over and over again, each time like reliving and then being killed again. After going through that a number of times and getting mired and intense, I woke up hyperventilating and wheezing. I was ill anyway, with a cold or flu, but this wheezing was heavier than before. My partner, along with our baby, woke up and went to the bathroom. Okay. I then took my inhaler to stabilize myself. I wrote down what little I could remember as not to forget because this dream felt realer than any I've had in years. I then went back to sleep after, and the second half of the dream happened. When I woke up, I noticed I have a small 1mm paper cut on my left middle finger. I was in before all night and went to sleep without it. I live in Manchester, England. If anybody knows who these people are, what the creatures are, and what happened to me, please let me know. A demon beat the shit out of me in a dream, but the Holy Spirit was protecting my son. So, this one is crazy, and I've been wanting to share this for a while. This was a few years ago, but I'll never forget this. One night I woke up from my sleep at around 5 or 6 a.m. It was just me and my son at home, and he was around 8 months old at the time. I had this really uneasy feeling, like something was there and it was evil. I was really freaked out, so I went back to bed. As I was falling asleep, I could feel I was falling into sleep paralysis, and I could physically feel something morphing my face and making these faces of despair. I could hear this demon laughing at me because it was making me do this, but I fought back and woke up, and I was honestly terrified. I was new to Christianity then, so I didn't really know what to say or do to make this thing go away. I tried to stay awake, but eventually I fell back asleep. And that's when this thing got full control of me. I woke up, and this is all in my dream, by the way. My room was exactly how it was in real life, down to the pile of clothes on the floor and the way the morning light was shining through the room. All of a sudden, something picks up on my whole body. Picks my whole body up. Can't see it, whatever it is, it's invisible. But this thing starts literally punching me, flinging my whole body around, literally just beating the shit out of me. There's no other words I can really use to describe it. It seemed like it went on forever. It wasn't even worrying me because I knew my son was in the room with me, and so I needed to make sure he was okay. So I looked at him. And while this thing is literally going crazy on me, there's my baby boy peacefully asleep in his crib, pure white light surrounding him, protecting him. Then I didn't feel afraid anymore. This thing threw me to the ground and was done assaulting me. I walked into the living room to find that my house was trashed. Everything that I was proud of, that I'd worked hard on, was destroyed. One wall in my living room was covered in pictures of me, but they weren't ones I took. They were like taken as someone was stalking me. There were pictures of me coming out of the grocery store in a car and just random things that I would do. And this symbolized to me that this thing was watching me. But in the pictures where I had my son, he was blurry. You couldn't really see him. There's a list of information about me, like my full name, age, and things like that. There was also a list that seemed to be an attempt to collect information about my son. But it was all wrong. They didn't even have his name right. After this encounter, I was terrified in my home. One day I knew it was time for me to anoint my home. I did so. Right after I did it, I was standing next to my front door and I heard 2 loud knocks. Like how a police knock. But I looked out of the peephole and no one was there. Thank God. My father's warnings about jinn. My family are the kind of people, like, that weird things just happen to. I might add some bits and pieces of my own experiences as Halloween comes in, but right now, I have a question to ask Redditors about something that happened long ago. It's not much of a story, but I am hoping somebody smarter than me can work backwards and make a guess at what my dad might have experienced. My dad was from the UK, went to work in the Middle East in the 70s, just as oil was being discovered. He was always ready with stuff to tell about his adventures, but one time he came back from Saudi. He'd worked in lots of different states out there, so maybe I mistook this. But he was very quiet and subdued, and his habits changed. He sat me down and gave me these pieces of advice. 1. I was never to eat or drink from anything chipped. That rules out my, plates and cups. I was always to dispose of any hair or nail clippings by myself in some place nobody else would know or nobody else could access. Darn, I'm 2 for 2 now. 3. I was to stay away from the jinn, or anybody who wanted to go looking for jinn, or anybody who said that they worked or had a relationship with jinn. I was just to avoid the whole subject. Okay, that one I do. I wanted to know why, like waiting for a good story, because we come from I guess they call it a Celtic stock. I just assumed it would be fairies and ghosts. To my surprise, he wouldn't tell me. This was totally unlike him. He just went very pale and told me that he had seen things, that I was to pay attention to the stuff above. He wasn't the kind of man who scares easily, or clams up, except for this one time. He never mentioned it to me again. He never told anybody anything about it. He's dead now, so I can't ask him. Or maybe I could, but I don't want to try. So, can anybody tell me, are the above bits of folklore related to jinn? I thought toenails and hair was Western witchy stuff. Has anybody had real experiences with these creatures? And I've read folklore, but nothing quite connects with the real sense I got off of him. And like I said, he was a confident man, quite brave. It was the only time I'd ever really seen him spooked. I don't know about you guys out there, but apparently, we should be having a very hidden place for our toenails and the like. And if you have something that's broken, apparently you're inviting something back in. So I don't know about you guys, but doors seem to be wide open over here. Sweet dreams. The figure on the porch. I've never been into the paranormal per se. I don't think of myself as somebody easily spooked either, and I've never had any interest in ghost stories. That's why what happened to me at my grandparents' house last year still bothers me. Can't explain it. It doesn't fit into how I normally think either. Last summer I stayed at their house for a couple of weeks to help out with some yard work. just to spend some time with them. They live in a very small rural town and their house is very old. I don't know the exact history of it, but it's been in the family for a long time. It's one of those houses that creaks at night, and while I was there, it always felt kind of musty and kind of quiet. I didn't think much of it. One night at around 2 or 3 a.m., I woke up unexpectedly. I wasn't startled awake or anything, I just opened my eyes, fully awake for no apparent reason. Figured I was just restless, so I laid there trying to go back to sleep. I was in the guest room and my grandparents were sleeping in their room down the hall. The house was completely silent. Then I heard what sounded like footsteps outside the window on the front porch. It wasn't loud or frantic, but slow, steady steps like somebody pacing back and forth. The house is on a quiet street. I remember thinking it was weird that somebody would be walking around that time of night. I got up and looked out the window. No one was there. The porch was empty, lit by a street lamp. But the footsteps didn't stop. I stood there for seconds just listening. The sound seemed like it was right there, but I couldn't see anything. It was unnerving. And I convinced myself that it had to be something like the house settling, or maybe even an animal outside. Eventually, the footsteps stopped and I went back to bed. The next morning, I casually mentioned to my grandmother that I thought I heard someone walking on the porch at night. I didn't expect her to take it seriously, but she paused and looked at me for a second before saying, "You probably heard her." I asked her what she meant. She explained that over the years, several people have mentioned hearing footsteps on the porch at night. Sometimes they even see a figure standing at the far end, but no one can ever make out any details. She said it's been happening as long as she can remember, and her only explanation is that it's a spirit, the spirit of somebody who used to live in the house before them. She said it kind of casually, like it wasn't even a big deal. It kind of threw me off. I've never seen my grandfather as a superstitious type, but she genuinely believed that there's something strange about those footsteps. Grandmother, sorry. She told me not to worry, but whoever it was, they didn't seem harmful, just a presence that made itself known once in a while. I didn't hear the footsteps again during the rest of my stay, but the experience has stuck with me. I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts, but it was real enough that I haven't been able to explain it away. Paralysis demon, or spirit, trying to get my attention. About a month ago, I had a dream about grocery shopping with my partner and our child. We were helping other people reach items from the top of the shelves. Someone dropped a glass jar on one side of the aisle, so I went through the employee door to get a broom and help clean it up. When I went through, it was a small janitor closet with a high school bathroom attached to it. Some of my old classmates are all looking at me. Some standing on toilets looking over the walls, some standing outside the stalls just staring. When I walked back through the door, the dream turned into me actually being in my bed. But I wasn't looking through my eyes. My point of view was above my head looking down at myself. Standing next to the bed was a gray woman with hollow eye sockets and black hair holding like a Motorola flip phone. She was whispering shit into my ear, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. The phone had a message highlighted that said, "In the winter." Once I read it, she stopped whispering, shut the phone, and I woke up in the exact same position, freaking out because I could still feel her next to the bed. Just this morning, I had a dream I was in my room, but this time through my normal point of view. My left arm behind my head, so my armpit was exposed. I saw the same woman, but only her hand and arm. She stuck her finger in my armpit, and I thought she was trying to tickle me. But after a few times of her poking me, she started to dig her finger into it. It was hurting me. I knew I was dreaming and kept trying to wake myself up. Finally I did, and it was 2 a.m. Scooted myself closer to my kid and boyfriend because I was a little on edge and I was trying to go back to sleep. We all get up to get dressed, and before I could even tell my boyfriend about my dream, He's excited for that once he remembered his dream last night. He tells me in the dream that we're on our bed having a conversation. Out of nowhere, I stop paying attention to him. I stare next to my nightstand, which is where this woman always is. He then starts to see the woman, the lady I've dreamt about just standing next to the bed. He lays flat on the bed and is trying to get my attention by making a little psst, psst, psst noise. I'm not letting up. He's now trying to wiggle his body slowly so our feet touch and it'll break my concentration on the lady. He ends up waking up in his exact dream position. That's around 6-ish. I'm not sure if this is a paralysis demon just messing with me. I've never had instances like this until we moved into this house. Or perhaps this is a spirit guide that's trying to get my attention and communicate something important to me. If she is trying to tell me something, it must be so important that she had to visit both of us in the same night. But I don't know what to make of this. One person from the other sub said it may be an attachment. Keyboard clicking sounds. Who's there? In the heart of Singapore's bustling business district, the skyline was dotted with modern glass-fronted buildings that never seemed to sleep. One such building was home to a tech firm where our main lead, Alex, worked. Alex often stayed late crunching numbers and perfecting presentations, the glow of the computer screen his only companion. One particularly busy night, as the office emptied, Alex settled in for another round of overtime. The clock ticked past midnight, and the silence of the office began to settle in. The usual hum of conversations and the steady clicking of keyboards were replaced by an eerie stillness. But then, just as Alex was about to delve into a report, a familiar sound broke the silence. The rhythmic clicking of a keyboard. At first, Alex thought it was just another late worker, but when he looked up, the desk where the sound was coming from was empty. Probably just my imagination, Alex muttered to himself, shaking off the unease. He turned back to his screen. The sound persisted, growing louder and more insistent. Curiosity getting the better of him, Alex stood up and walked over to the desk. The keyboard was there untouched, yet the clicking continued. He felt a cold draft sweep past him and the hairs in the back of his neck stood up. "Is anyone there?" he called out, his voice just medium volume. There was no reply, only this relentless clicking. Alex's heart raced as he backed away, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. As he turned to return to his desk, he caught a glimpse of something in the corner of his eye. A shadowy figure, faint but unmistakable, standing near the office printer. Fear grabbed him, but he forced himself to approach the figure. As he got closer, it vanished, leaving behind only a chilling coldness. Alex hurried back to his desk, his mind racing with the night's events. He tried to focus on his work, but the atmosphere in the office had changed, the air thick with an unseen presence. Suddenly, the office lights flickered. The clicking stopped. The silence was deafening. Gathering his belongings, Alex decided to call it a night. Walked toward the elevator. The clicking resumed, now accompanied by a low, eerie hum. The doors of elevators closed behind him. As he descended, Alex couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The next day, he shared his experiences with his colleagues, only to discover that he wasn't the first to encounter the mysterious keyboard sounds. Rumors spread through the office about a former employee who had worked tirelessly at that very desk, pushing himself to the limit until his sudden and tragic death. His spirit, it was said, remained bound to the office, forever typing away at unfinished business. From that night on, Alex made a point to leave the office before dusk, letting the ghostly typist have the last word. Since it's spooky season, I have to bring back what's happened 1 year ago. I, a 20-year-old female, have been with my boyfriend, 22-year-old male, for over 5 years now. Throughout our relationship, he told me he keeps experiencing sleep paralysis, and that it became more and more frequent. He had maybe 1 or 2 the first 3 years, but the last year they kept getting worse. We're both students, and for the past 3 years he's been living in a rented apartment with a good friend of ours. Sometimes I spend the night there as well. One time last year he told me he experienced sleep paralysis again, and his experience went like this. He was aware and awake, but wasn't able to move or say anything, like his lips were glued together. He said he tried to scream my name to wake me up so I can help him. Nothing ever came out of his mouth. He also mentioned that he kept seeing, like in one of the corners of the room, a big black shadow that made him feel nauseous. He eventually got out of it and went back to bed. Next day I was still there, and he asked me to stay with him that night as well, in case something happened again. Because he's starting to get a bit scared, I tried to stay awake in case something happened. I think I immediately fell asleep. So this is how I was woken up in the middle of the night. I heard some sounds and immediately opened my eyes. Here was my boyfriend, laying on the side with his back at me, resting his head on one hand and saying random shit in a language I've never ever heard before, looking at the exact same corner that he mentioned. That was when he had the sleep paralysis. The weirdest thing is that it seemed like he was having an actual conversation. He would talk and then stop as if someone was answering. And then he would talk and again and so on and so forth. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Called his name and he immediately stopped talking. Then the heaviest silence filled the room for what seemed like an eternity. Then he started hysterically laughing. The scariest laugh I've ever heard. It wasn't even his. Next thing I know, he literally falls back asleep and starts snoring. I froze, not knowing what to do and also not wanting to wake him up. I just stayed there waiting for the dawn while crying. Next day I told him about what happened. He didn't really remember any of it. He felt very sorry for what he put me through though. Although it wasn't his fault, so we told his mate what happened as well as what made him share his experience from the same night. Apparently he had the worst nightmare where he felt like he was literally glued to the bed, forced to stare in the eyes of a dark figure in the corner of his room. He said he literally tried to scream for help and ask if we heard anything. I didn't. Then he woke up and the time was around 3 a.m. I then asked if he heard my boyfriend hysterically laughing and he said no. I wouldn't be surprised if these things happened at the same time, and to this day this is the most frightening story and they're still living there. So yeah. I found a hidden memory. Well, this story goes way back. That was when I was a kid. I don't know how I could ever forget, but I did, and now I remember. When I was a kid, my family and I used to go to this church inside of an old building. It's a Christian born-again church, so it's just a room inside of a building. This building is super weird. The interior doesn't make sense sometimes. It has offices that nobody goes in, apartment rooms that are very hidden, rooms that are just plain empty. One night there was a Christmas party. I think the whole building. We're the only one in there since it's a Sunday night. Me and my cousins decided to roam around the building. We visited every corner of this place. We stumbled upon this room behind a wall. It doesn't have anything inside of it, just an empty room. My cousin said that there's a room adjacent to it, and we could take a look if it's open. We head to that room, and it has a door with a window in it. We took a chair, and we peek inside. My cousin froze for a bit, and then said that there was no hole, and it has an office chair. It has these, manager tables inside of it. He froze again, and then came down with a very disturbed face. Me and my cousins go back to the hole, very curious on what's in it. Then I took a peek inside of it. there's a naked-shaped person inside it. It was facing the wall with its hand on its face. I still fucking remember the feeling as I'm writing it now. I was so scared that I couldn't look away. Luckily, one of my cousins got pissed off that I was looking too long and pushed me aside. I was stunned like my other cousin. He looked at me and said that we should never tell this to anyone. Me and him talked a bit about what we saw. Same man, naked, but he saw the face, pale, like gray with the eye bags that made it look like he has no eyes. Apparently, it didn't look at him, but just sitting on the chair with no reaction. My other cousins didn't saw anything but us. Whenever we see that room after that night, we feel like someone is looking at us. I reached out to him about this, that was last week. He got mad at me. He's trying to forget its face for a long time, and now he remembers it as well. Like, how could we forget about it? We're chill now, and we did tell our cousins. Apparently they knew that we both knew something and just didn't say anything. They said her face looked like shell-shocked, gone pale from seeing it. I would like to return to that building as I heard that it's still there. The church as well. I'd like to see it again if the room is, in fact, still there. Is it normal for haunts and paranormal activity to just stop and never happen again? There was definitely some sort of presence lurking in the house. I didn't want my wife to be there late at night. I made sure that she'd be able to sleep at her nice warm apartment while I worked on her house, cleaning and renovating it. From 10 p.m. to about 2 a.m. after work most days, I'd do this. That's when things started happening. The first thing I ever noticed was this. Anytime I finished a room downstairs, I'd close the doors just out of habit and then proceed upstairs to do a little more. When I went back downstairs, all the doors were wide open, like they'd never been moved from the realtor's open house position. I never heard anything happening down there, and certainly not the doors moving. Next, same thing upstairs. If I got far away enough from a closed door, that pretty much was a safe bet that it was an 80% chance it was going to open when I came back to it. Then it started getting to the point where I could hear it happen. As you can gather from this post, I'm pretty fearless in paranormal and confrontational situations. That's because of my past. But this was starting to bother me. Now, the closest thing to malicious contact happened. It was a few weeks before the house was ready to move in. I had semi-accepted the spiritual presence in the house and was trying to talk to my wife about it little by little. I was finishing up in the guest room with the door closing me in there. I was pulling up carpet staples with my knife. I had music on at a low volume so I could observe more paranormal activity in there, if there was any. Just then, I heard the bathroom door, which is adjacent to her guest room, sprung open hard. Expecting a squatter because this sounded 100% like a real human's doing. I charged at the guest room door, knocking it off of its hinges ready to attack. Fight or flight kicked in. I was admittedly scared as fuck, but I'm a huge dude and thought I did at least stand a chance. There was nothing. There was no one. The door had violently sprung open, and this was the hardest that had happened yet. At this point, it was enough. Deciding not to tell my wife about this, well, far more aggressive incident, I went back to the house the following morning before work. I had to walk through the entire house and basically had a heart-to-heart with it. I told whatever was there that I'm sorry. This house is ours now. This is how it has to be. I said I hoped it would find peace and a bunch of cliche stuff. I asked how I could make this less painful for whoever it was. I tried to be respectful. All voice recordings came back with a sort of unintelligible whispering noise. I wasn't sure really what I was going to do, but just like that, nothing ever happened again. I've been living in this house 6 months. No contact has been made. No response on EVP, no door closing, no eerie presence. Could I really have set this thing at peace just by talking to it? Devil takes on goat appearances. I'm from a not wealthy, you could say, third world country. It's not as bad as it seems, but not as developed as it should be. Several times a year I visited my grandparents in the countryside. They had several cows, sheep, chickens, etc. Regular stuff. My uncle, who's 6 years older than me, used to work as a shepherd. He was about 13 back then. So he invited me to look after sheep with him. I took this opportunity as an adventure. Imagine a green place surrounded by mountains and beautiful scenery. It was almost nighttime, and we put the sheep in circle fencing, made a bonfire, and prepared to eat bread, jerky, meat, and yogurt. We started talking. You know, when you're young in open space at night, you talk about scary stuff. Suddenly, another shepherd who was an elderly person joined us out of nowhere. We didn't mind, especially after finding out that he had sausages and many other delicious things. So, surrounded by a bonfire and fresh air with the stars as visible as your palm of your hand. Unbelievable. Then this elderly person asked us if we believed in Shaitan, or the devil. I said yes. My uncle said no. He then proceeded. About 2 months ago, I was herding my sheep. Usually when you herd them, there are always goats in the front. They're like the leaders of the sheep. They eat better grass, drink cleaner water, etc. My uncle said, "Those are obvious things. Why are you talking about it?" He then said, "One goat was acting weird behind the sheep, never joined the other goats, and ignored any commands. Funny thing is, my dog and horse were acting as if the goat was a snake. They didn't come near it, they tried to avoid it. So I got off my horse, looked closer at the goat, and realized this goat wasn't from my herd." "What the hell?" I said. Tried to find any labels on it. And amazingly, this goat was white as snow and without any labels. Usually, sheep and goats have labels on their ears, like earrings. But when I tried to look even closer, it bit me. After that, I got angry and kicked it and almost lost consciousness. Everything was blurry, but I swear to God, I saw the goat get up, shake itself off, and walk away on 2 legs. Nobody believed me. It's kind of difficult for me to look after goats, but especially now, I'm afraid of them. After his words, my uncle and I were shook. Like, what the fuck? Why'd you tell us the story before nighttime? We didn't sleep well that night, and never came closer to the goats either. What do you think? Did he tell us the truth, or was he under some kind of influence? You can be under the influence and still tell the truth. Hidden third option. Mr. Cuckoo. In the heart of South Korea, there lies an abandoned mental asylum known as Gonjam. Among the many dark tales that surround this place, the story of Mr. Cuckoo stands out as one of the most terrifying. Mr. Cuckoo was once a mentally unwell man, tormented by his own mind. His condition was so severe that he was sent to Gonjam, one of the most horrific mental asylums in the country. His stay there was nothing short of a nightmare. Among the many patients, there was a young woman who took a particular interest in him. Her interest, however, was far from benign. She horrifically beat him, her cruel, knowing no bounds. The torture he endured at her hands was so severe that it twisted his mind further, filling him with a deep-seated hatred for all women. One fateful day, Mr. Cuckoo managed to escape the asylum. His freedom, however, marked the beginning of a new nightmare for the country. Reports began to flood in from all corners about a man attacking high school girls with an axe. Despite numerous reports and a rising death toll, the police could never catch the elusive serial killer. As the legend goes, Mr. Cuckoo's vengeful ghost now lurks in the dark alleyways, waiting for unsuspecting women. Whenever a woman walks by, he jumps out and screams, "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo!" And the only way to survive an encounter with him is to repeat his catchphrase back to him and run for your life. If he gets close enough to ask, "Do you know Mr. Cuckoo?" you must answer yes and never look back. One evening after school, a clever high school girl named Ji Yun was walking home alone. She had heard the stories of Mr. Cuckoo, but never believed them. As she passed through a narrow alleyway, she suddenly heard the chilling cry, "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo!" Her heart bounded as she saw a shadowy figure emerge wielding an axe. Remembering the legend, Ji Yun quickly shouted back, "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo!" The ghostly figure paused, seemingly confused. Seizing the moment, Ji Yun ran as fast as she could, her mind racing for a plan. She ducked into a nearby convenience store, hoping to lose him, but Mr. Cuckoo was relentless. He followed her inside. His eyes were wild with rage. Thinking quickly, Ji Yun grabbed a mirror from one of the shelves and held it up. Mr. Cuckoo froze, staring at his own reflection. In that moment of distraction, Ji Yun slipped past him and ran out the back door. As she sprinted down the street, she heard his voice again. "Do you know Mr. Cuckoo?" Without looking back, she shouted, "Yes!" and kept running until she just returned to safety of her home. So, from that day on, Ji Yun always took a different route home, and the legend of Mr. Cuckoo continued to haunt the alleyways. But she knew that she'd outsmarted him once, and would be ready if it ever happened again. I used to work at a haunted hall. Many of you may have heard of Samlesbury Hall and the White Lady. In my whole time working there, I can't say I saw the White Lady, but I did have one encounter that I don't think I'll forget. I used to be a cleaner for the small huts that people could stay in overnight, so I never really went directly into the hall, only walked past it when leaving and entering the grounds. But still, scary things did happen. I would hear footsteps on the gravel coming toward the hut I was in, but no one would be there. I had the occasional knock on the door and windows, and even heard faint voices mumbling. But that, too, became normal after a while. The story part is when the little girl showed up. I was just cleaning one day, and it was just sort of chucking it down, so I kept all my stuff inside and only went out and moved between huts. I heard a very muffled knock at the door, but didn't see anything outside the door window, so I wrote it off as just another scary noise. There was a mirror directly across from the door, and when I turned around to face it, that's when I spotted her. She had fairly pale skin, brunette hair tied into a ponytail with a ribbon, and an oddly fancy but old-looking dress. It was a pretty common thing for us to host weddings there, but as far as I was aware, there wasn't one that day or the next. When I turned to face the door again, she was gone. Confused, I carried on my cleaning, and about 10 minutes later I heard a knock again. This time, she was really at the door. I was used to people asking me questions and such, but I didn't know what a child would really want. I opened the door, and she asked if I could help her open the door. Well, the door to the hut across from me. She said her mom was at the cafe and she would forget to grab the key off her. I wasn't as hesitant as I should have been because it was only a little girl. I walked over with her and I let her in. I was confused as to why there wasn't any luggage in the room, and the beds were messy and it was freezing cold with the window left open. But no bags. I assumed that she had just got here and her bags were in a car or something. Regardless, she thanked me and I went back across. I finished my clean and then pulled up the list that I had on my phone of what cleans I had that day. Her hut was on the list. I'd never been so confused in my life. I decided to go back to the hut that I had left the girl and ask if she had the right one. The window had been closed, and when I went to pull the handle down, the door was locked. I peeked through the window and saw the girl wasn't in there. Went back into the room and it was no longer cold. The heating was on and everything looked as though a family had just left, like it was a regular clean. I never saw that girl again, but I'm 100% sure that she wasn't human. I don't know what I saw and spoke to that day, but it was not a little girl. Grudge. In a quiet neighborhood in Tokyo, there stood an old house with a dark history. Locals whispered about the tragedy that occurred there years ago. A brutal murder-suicide that left the spirits of the victims trapped within its walls. The house had since fallen into despair, avoided by all but the bravest or most foolish. One cold evening, Naoko, a journalist with a penchant for the paranormal, decided to investigate the house for a story. She had heard the rumors and wanted to uncover the truth behind the whispers. Armed with a camera and her notepad, she entered the house, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement, while the narrator's door slammed shut randomly. There it is again. Anyway. The air inside was thick with a sense of dread, and the floors creaked ominously with each step Naoko took. As she explored the dark, empty room, she began to feel a growing unease. The temperature dropped suddenly, and she saw her breath fogging in front of her. Naoko reached the staircase leading to the upper floor. That's where the family had met their tragic end. She hesitated, then forced herself to climb. As she reached the landing, she heard a faint, eerie sound, a low moaning that sent chills down her spine. Turning towards the source, Naoko saw a figure at the end of the hallway. It was a woman with long, dark hair covering her face, dressed in a tattered white gown. The woman's head slowly lifted, revealing hollow, blackened eyes that seemed to bore into Naoko's soul. Frozen with terror, Naoko remembered the legend. The spirit, cursed by her violent death, was doomed to repeat her final moments over and over, spreading her curse to those who encountered her. The moaning grew louder, and the ghostly woman began to crawl towards Naoko, her movements jerky and unnatural. Naoko's survival instincts kicked in. She turned and ran, but the spirit was relentless, her moans echoing through the house. Desperation filled Naoko as she reached the front door, only to find it jammed shut. The spirit was almost upon her, her hand reaching out, fingers twisted and gnarled. In a final act of defiance, Naoko grabbed her camera, took a photo of the ghostly figure, the flash momentarily blinding the spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Naoko yanked the door open and fled into the night. She never returned to the house, but the experience left her deeply haunted. The photo she took that night showed the ghostly figure in shocking detail, a grim reminder of her brush with the supernatural. Naoko's story became a chilling tale shared among those brave enough to listen, a testament to the terrifying truth behind The Grudge. How many of you out there have seen that movie? Sweet dreams. Bye. I don't even know how to say this, but I think I saw a gnome in a national forest yesterday. I'm an outdoorsman. I have been for 35 years. I grew up in the woods. I memorized trees for mushroom hunting for a living. I know every brook, stream, bush, berry grove, log, you name it. I'm on a forest road and I'm about hour 9 of not a soul in sight. I gather some mushrooms and I look up the road to see a rock has fallen from the loose, steep side of the mountain to the middle of the road. I make, like a mental note that I have to move it and not drive over it. I gather my mushrooms and I get back to my car. I look up and I see what appears to be a 2, maybe 2.5 foot tall little brown thing walking from the side of the road over to the rock. My first logical thought is that it's a squirrel, but I see it's walking on 2 legs. It appears to be wearing brown cloth or fur clothes. Shaped like a human, but very tiny. It's not scurrying either. It's kind of ambling on 2 legs like a human would. Just casually walking like this is some normal, regular-ass thing. Like monotonous work it does for a living. I don't believe my lying eyes. It has to be something else. I get back to the car and head up the road and see that the rock has been pushed back to the side of the road from whence it came. It had fallen off the hill, rolled to my left, then it was sitting on the back side of the road on the right. There's drag marks like somebody slid it back. I look, I smell, I sense, I listen. Nothing. I don't know where gnomes live, but the old, partially logged section where I was at looked pretty perfect for a clan of these things. Lots of places to hide, secluded near water, plenty of routes of escape, and, well, it would be easy to dig little holes in the mountain. It would be fortified against invaders. The side road into it was flooded, and appears to do so pretty regularly. So these little guys even have their own moat. I'm positive I'm overthinking this, but it was a long drive back up the mountain, then down the mountain the other way, and sometime home. I can't pick this apart into anything else but being a tiny little forest man. I'm like maybe 1,000% positive that I saw what I saw. It was near a military special interest zone, allegedly blocked off due to some native butterflies. But I'm starting to wonder if this research area is really about butterflies after all. They send you to prison, ban you from parks, and give you a $5,000 fine if you take a single berry from inside that boundary. Anybody else wonder what a 5,000 illegal berry tastes like? Sounds good. The Girl from the Gap. In the heart of Tokyo, a young man named Hiro lived in an old, creaky apartment. The building was filled with countless gaps and cracks. That's where shadows seemed to play tricks on the eyes. Hiro had heard whispers about the girl from the gap, a sinister spirit who lived between the furniture doors and drawers. One night as Hiro was tidying his room, he noticed a pair of eyes peering at him from a gap between his wardrobe and the wall. His blood ran cold. The eyes were dark and unblinking, filled with an haunting intensity. "Do you want to play hide and seek?" a voice asked. The girl from the gap had found him. Fear gripped Hiro, but he knew the legends well. If he saw her a second time, she would drag him to another dimension or worse, to hell. With his heart pounding, he tried to keep his composure. "Sure, let's play," he said, his voice pretty steady. He knew he had to outsmart her to survive. Hiro began to search his apartment deliberately, avoiding the places where he had noticed gaps. He knew that her rules were strict. If he found her again, it would be the end. As he moved from room to room, he made sure to keep his gaze above the cracks and corners where she might be hiding. Hours passed and the tension grew unbearable. Every creak and shadow seemed to whisper her presence, but Hiro was determined. He strategically covered the gaps with towels, books, and anything he could find to block her hiding spots. In the dim light of dawn, Hiro finally felt a sense of relief. He had managed to avoid her gaze all night. But just as he thought he was safe, he heard the soft click of a door behind him. Turning slowly, Hiro saw her eyes again, this time in the gap of the partially open door. The second encounter. Panic surged through him, but he quickly devised a plan. "Wait," he said, his voice filled with a mix of fear and resolve. "If you take me now, the game will be over. Let's make it more interesting. What if you hide in someone else's home, and I find you there? If I win, you leave me alone forever." The girl from the gap seemed to consider his proposal. Her eyes blinked slowly, and then she disappeared into the shadows. Hiro had bought himself some time, but he knew that he had to act quickly. He immediately sealed the gap around the door and covered every remaining crack in his apartment. From that day on, Hiro lived cautiously, making sure to avoid any place where gaps could reveal those haunting eyes again. He had cleverly negotiated his survival, but the memory of the girl from the gap remained, a chilling reminder of the night that he outwitted a vengeful spirit. I don't know about that vengeful spirit, but that doesn't seem like a very good deal. My shoulder got touched as I was in my closet. I live in a house that was built in the 70s. My grandparents have had over 20 people, and most of them have died. There's been sketchy stuff that's happened here, but my grandma always brought in people who were in need. It's just who she was. I have many more stories like this, but I'll start with my most recent story. So my godmother had died this night, and her son, who I'm close with, and her daughter came over for a few drinks, plus my other buddy who lives a couple of doors down the road. I got wasted, started getting angry at the ghosts because I was having nightmares. Wasn't getting too much sleep for a couple of weeks, and I had basically had it. I started saying to them, "Who the fuck are you?" Oh, okay. I'm translating. Who the fuck are you? Who do you think you are? You guys were drunkards who beat their wives and their children, probably participated in the gangbangs that went on this reserve. I live on a native reserve, and shit wasn't too pretty because of the residential school and just how everybody was brought up for generations due to racism. I understand that it isn't really right to say, and I shouldn't just let them be in peace. Or rather, I should just let them be in peace, which I apologized for the next day and began to pray for them. Anyways, I was fueled with so much adrenaline because I could feel them. I turned off all the lights, walked to the back room where most of the energy was coming from. Then I walked into the closet and sat down. I then said, "Is this what you want?" I then felt something lightly grab my arm, to which I thought it was a coat hanger. Pulled it away to where I felt basically nothing. Then I felt it again as it again slowly grabbed my arm. My hair stood up and my heart dropped, began pumping quickly. I got up, not in too much of a hurry, but a lump was forming in my throat as I swallowed it. I said, "So you are real," which was stupid. I knew that they were real and they didn't have to be bad ghosts because most of the people who lived here were friendly. No matter who it was or what they've done, my granny always brought them in and seen the good inside of them. I miss her dearly, and so I did what she told me to do. I asked them to kindly leave and thank them for visiting and said I would pray for them, which I did. It's kind of amazing that she still believed in God after it was mostly forced on us as people to get rid of our traditional ways. But I believe in him too. I haven't really felt as bad of an energy or not really sleeping better. Maybe a little. It's better than staying up all night because I feel something watching over me. Now I understand not all spirits are bad. My haunted house in Rota, Spain. When I was stationed at the naval base in Rota, Spain from 2016 to 2018, I lived off base in a house that was much older than I realized. The oldest building in the area, that's in the Castle of the Moon, is built in the 13th century. So yeah, history runs deep there. The house I lived in always felt cold and draining. From day one, I suspected it might be haunted. My landlord even admitted they avoided going in unless absolutely necessary, which should have been a red flag, but I didn't think much of it at the time. At first, it was small stuff, random noises coming from rooms no one was in, things being moved around, cold spots that never went away. Even in the summer heat, too. It was weird. But I wasn't too freaked out until one day I invited a buddy over. He brought his dog, but the dog refused to step foot inside. We laughed it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. While giving my friend a tour, I left him in the hallway to grab a couple of beers. That's when I heard him shout, "Did you just open the basement door?" I hadn't touched it, but he swore he saw the doorknob turn and the door open on its own. At that moment it hit me. This wasn't all in my head. All those things I brushed off suddenly felt very real. After that, things escalated. Doors I had closed would be open when I returned. Chairs would move. the house would be freezing. One night I woke up to find all my blankets thrown into the corner of the room. When I went to retrieve them, every hair in my body stood on end, like something was there watching me. But when I turned around, nothing was ever there. And the worst part, I started feeling drained all the time. I was irritable and exhausted and burning out at work. I started to suspect that the house, or whatever was in it, was affecting me in ways I hadn't noticed before. Things like sort of hit a peak after a night out drinking. I came home and decided to confront whatever was haunting me. That night I woke up to the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs, except the steps didn't stop at the top. They continued up the wall and onto the ceiling. In a panic, I pulled the covers over my head hoping it would stop, and it did for a while. In the weeks that followed, it was quiet, until the footsteps started again. This time, I had enough. I yelled out, demanding that whatever it was to leave me alone. There was silence, and after that, the disturbances seemed to ease up. A few months later, I moved back to the U.S., but to this day, I still think about that house and the sense of being watched. Even now, thinking back on it, sends shivers down my spine. Some things I've experienced. One time, as I'm returning from the washroom, I noticed a small girl on the couch in the living room, the reflection of the mirror by the stairs, sitting there with the lights off wearing a dress. I looked at her for a good 2 seconds as I was walking by, and my first thought was it was my youngest sister. I was wondering what she was doing. As I passed the living room, I turned to look at her, and she was gone. I ran to tell my parents, and I said, "I saw a little girl sitting in the living room, and then she disappeared." My mom said, "Wearing a dress?" I said, "Yes." And then she told me that her and her oldest sister had seen her too. We prayed for her for a few days, and never saw her again. Another time, when my oldest sister and I were probably around the age of 8 or 9, we had just moved into a bigger house. We were admiring the large mirror in the guest bathroom. We were making faces in the mirror and laughing. Then someone pounded on the bathroom door. My sister opened the door within 2 seconds. No one was there. Thought it was my mom and called out to her. She came up from the basement asking what we wanted. We were on the 2nd floor and my dad was at work. How do we explain this? Did a random stranger break into her house and do that and then just run away? Well, around the same age, I woke up hungry. I went downstairs to eat. It was around 3 a.m., and as I was eating my cereal, I heard sound. It was coming from the living room. I just ignored it, and then I heard it again. A few seconds later, but this time it was closer and over by the kitchen sink. I thought perhaps it was just the sink making sounds. Then it happened again, and this time by the fridge, which was even closer to me. Then I thought, okay, maybe it was just the fridge that I'm hearing. Then it happened again, and this time it sounded like the opposite end of the kitchen table. I stopped eating and said to myself, okay, if it happens again, I'm out of here. The final time it happened, it was right in my freaking ear, like somebody was right up to my head doing it. I bolted, yelling for my parents. They thought I was just hearing things and told me to go back to bed. I never went down for snacks in the middle of the night for many years after that. Possibly decades. Most of my experiences have happened below the age of 15 or 16. Now, decades later, I haven't really experienced anything as vivid or as intense where I would actually question it, if my eyes or ears were playing tricks on me. Anything that happens now, I just think I'm seeing or hearing things. But back then, especially with others in my family, I wonder how we can really explain them. That's the end of tonight's stories. See ya. Ghost Tower. In the heart of Bangkok, the Sathorn Unique Tower stands as a skeletal reminder of the dreams that were left unfulfilled. Abandoned during the 1997 Asian financial crisis, the 49-story skyscraper looms over the city, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the supernatural. One rainy evening, a group of urban explorers decided to venture into the ghost tower. Among them was Niran, a thrill-seeker with a penchant for the paranormal. As they ascended the crumbling stairs, the air grew colder. An unsettling silence enveloped them. On the 43rd floor, they stumbled upon a room filled with old construction equipment and graffiti-covered walls. Suddenly, Niran felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see a shadowy figure standing in the corner, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The figure whispered in a language that he couldn't understand, but the message was clear. They were not welcome. Ignoring the warnings, the group pressed on, reaching the rooftop. The view of Bangkok was breathtaking, but the sense of dread was palpable. As they prepared to leave, Niran noticed a faint light flickering in one of the lower floors. Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to investigate alone. Descending the stairs, he followed the light to a room that seemed untouched by time. In the center was an old ornate mirror. As Niran approached, the reflection in the mirror changed. Instead of his own face, he saw the visage of a woman. Her eyes filled with sorrow and anger. She reached out from the mirror, her hand passing through the glass as if it were water. Terrified, Niran stumbled back, but the ghostly woman followed, her mournful wails echoing through the empty halls. He ran, his footsteps pounding against the concrete, but no matter how fast he moved, the ghost was always just behind him. Finally, he burst out of the building, gasping for breath. The rest of the group found him pale and trembling, unable to speak of what he had seen. They left the ghost tower that night, vowing never to return. But Niran was never the same. He spoke of the woman in the mirror, of her sorrow, of her rage. Some say that she was a victim of a tragic accident during the tower's construction, her spirit trapped in the unfinished building. Others believe she was a guardian, protecting the secrets of the ghost tower from those who dared to uncover them. To this day, the Sathorn Unique Tower remains a place of mystery and fear, its dark corridors echoing with the whispers of the past, and those who dare to enter might just find themselves face to face with the ghostly woman in the mirror. Urban Legend, A Tale of Thailand. In the humid, shadowy nights of Thailand, the legend of Krasue, a floating ghostly head with glowing eyes and dangling entrails, is whispered with dread. She haunts villages searching for prey under the cover of darkness. Vince and Zhao Yu, an adventurous couple, planned a trip to Thailand, eager to experience the local culture and myths. During their stay, they heard the spine-chilling tales of Krasue from the locals, dismissing them as mere folklore. One evening, while exploring an ancient temple, Zhao Yu began feeling unusually fatigued and ill. Concerned, Vince insisted that they return to their hotel. Little did they know, Zhao Yu's condition had unknowingly made her the perfect target for a Krasue, a woman carrying new life within her, with an unborn baby's heart being the ghost's insatiable desire. As night fell, the air became eerily still. A faint, eerie glow approached their window. Vince and Zhao Yu, initially thinking it was merely a trick of the light, soon felt an overwhelming chill run down their spines. The ghostly apparition hovered closer. Krasue's malevolent gaze fixed upon Zhao Yu, sensing the life within her. Vince grabbed Zhao Yu's hand, pulling her away from the window. They stumbled through the hotel, heartbeats racing, searching for any escape from the relentless spirit. The air was thick with fear and a putrid scent of decay. Desperation led them to the village shaman, known for his protective charms. The shaman, recognizing the peril they were in, quickly crafted a talisman, chanting ancient incantations to ward off the Krasue. He placed the talisman around Zhao Yu's neck. Its warmth offered a glimmer of hope amidst the terror. The ghost shrieked in fury, unable to breach the protective aura of the talisman. Krasue retreated into the darkness, her ghastly form dissolving into the night. Vince and Zhao Yu, forever marked by their encounter, thanked the shaman and vowed to respect the ancient legends. Their experience served as a chilling reminder that some stories hold more truth than one might dare to believe. They left Thailand with a newfound appreciation for its mystical heritage, always caught in the shadows that might lurk just beyond that light. And so, the tale of Vince, Zhao Yu, and Krasue became another whispered legend, a testament to the eerie enduring presence of the supernatural. I'm getting deja vu reading these conclusions. Possible spirit in apartment, looking for advice. So to start off, hi. Like the title says, I believe something is in my boyfriend's apartment. I'm going to say that I don't even necessarily believe in anything specifically. I suppose spirits and ghosts and angels can all be real. Who am I to say that they're not? However, within the past month or two, or 3, my boyfriend and I have been noticing things that are just weird. So the first thing him and I both noticed, at the same time, so it's not in our heads. We were sitting in his room and we heard a noise in his bathroom. We didn't know what it was, so I told him to get up and check, obviously because he could do more damage to an intruder than me. It turned out that a drawer from the bathroom sink fell wide open. Now this isn't a drawer that slides open. You have to actually pull it. It was very questionable. And we said, well, we have a ghost because how else can you explain it? It was one, drawer, and nothing else moved. But we can't explain how it moved and opened by itself. Kind of move on from the incident, but a month later I'm sitting in his living room of his house, and in the corner of my eye I see a person standing there. Tall shadow of a person. I go to look and nothing's there. My boyfriend claims that he didn't see it. So I just shook it off my shoulders, and I'm okay with admitting maybe I'm just seeing things. I moved on. A week after that, just the other night really, I noticed on his shoes it isn't on the rack. I noticed apparently one of his shoes wasn't on the rack. It was oddly placed around on the floor, and neither of us saw it fall there, and we also didn't hear it fall or anything. It was just odd, and that another thing was somewhat, shoulder shrug moment about. But an hour or so later, we're back in his bedroom watching TV. We both heard the toilet lid from the bathroom fall down and shut. He turns to me and says, "What was that?" I said, "That was effing toilet cover. It just effing fell down." I just made him once again go check, and yeah, things have been moving by themselves. Meanwhile, objects can't just be doing that. So, moral of the story. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know why things are moving or why I thought I saw someone standing in the room. I don't even know if I believe in ghosts. But the facts are that things are weird and moving when no one's there touching anything. Does anybody have anything that they could share and try to help me figure out how to go about this? Should we just keep ignoring it? It isn't really doing us any harm, it's just weird, man. Oil candle incident. Some things before the actual story that need to be mentioned. My room is the only one directly connected to the kitchen. The room where my grandmother was staying is on the other side of the house. The quote-unquote candle isn't really a candle. It's a special cup filled with oil. In it, a little wick attached to a metal platform is floating, and a picture of Jesus is attached to the cup. The house in which this takes place is an old house, 50-plus years since it's been built. Everything in it creaks. My family is highly religious. The belief is Orthodox Christian. I myself have a different belief, which I will not share, but it's polytheistic. For all I know, 3 people died in that house. My great-grandparents from my grandpa's side and my grandpa himself. Now, on to the actual story. It was summer, and I was at my grandmother's house, and I had trouble sleeping. And this specific night, I couldn't sleep at all. Before me and my grandma, went to sleep, she cleaned and refilled this candle with oil and put in a new wick. I was awake all night. The door that connects the house to the kitchen creaks like crazy. So I would have at least, heard and not only seen if somebody were to enter the kitchen. Like I said, that was a sort of specifically rough night for me. And at about 5 a.m., I didn't sleep at all. I emerged from my room to go make some breakfast, watch the sunrise, and I noticed that the quote-unquote candle was missing the oil in the wick. I searched for a good half an hour, thinking that maybe the cup holding the oil had broken somewhere, somehow leaked the oil. There wasn't a trace of oil or the wick in the whole kitchen. I refilled the candle and put a new wick. Since this happened, a lot of other stuff started to happen in that house. But it seemed to only happen to me. I was getting scratches and pushed around, and I was getting my hair pulled, and all my stuff would somehow break the moment it was taken out of my room. Since the start of this year, I've refused to go to my grandma's house. That's because I don't genuinely feel good there anymore. On the rare occasion that I do go there, on visits to my grandma or family meetups, I'll get scratched and hurt, and one time something pushed me down so hard the stairs I actually ended up in the hospital with a dislocated shoulder and a broken rib. Not to mention the broken lip and bruises. Please bring to my attention, excuse me? Please bring to my attention is I flagged this wrong because I genuinely do not know how to flag this, and I need some answers because I feel like I'm going crazy every time I try to figure it out on my own. Are people who experienced paranormal events as a child more susceptible to them? I should start by saying that I'm a believer in the paranormal and always have been, but I do fully understand why people would be skeptics. I've had paranormal experiences all my life. I lived in a house with ghosts from being born, basically. I used to have night terrors so bad that my mom would call 911. We saw so many things in that house. Most, I believe, was residual. Everybody knew the house was haunted. My mom had priests out to bless the house, and I think that made it worse. But no one acknowledged or admitted it was haunted till we moved out when I was 11. I walked in to view the next house and remember saying to my mom, "Mom, there's nothing here, it's empty." I was talking about the feeling. I knew it wasn't haunted. The real estate guy thought I was nuts, mind you. But I was right, not a single person ever experienced anything there. Next, we moved to a former bungalow. I instantly knew it wasn't right. There was so much heaviness in the air, and we moved anyway, struggling financially. And again, I was right. Everybody experienced paranormal things. Nosies, things being moved, tapping that would move. Nosies, that's what they wrote. I'm sure they meant noises. Things being moved, tapping, and, well, a girl. She would be seen at the top of the stairs or walking across the front door. We lived here for around 6 years before things got better and moved out. The next house is the current house, and definitely something here. Something nice. It makes its presence known every now and then, but it's fine. I honestly believe, scrap that, I know my granddad's here. He passed in the second house, and he's always been with me. But it's been more obvious since my granny moved in. There's many occasions as to why I know he's here, but I won't go into that now as it would be too long. I should also state that I'm a 24-year-old female. This shit's been happening a while. My boyfriend didn't believe in ghosts till he had been together a bit, and then he had an experience that made him a firm believer. Probably the scariest one in the house. I'd love to sit and write out all my experiences down in a book, but I've never gotten around to it. My main question is, do you think people who experience the paranormal as a baby or young child are more susceptible for life? My mom did get told by a psychic when I was younger that I had a gift. How true that is, well, who's to know? Never really looked into the probability of it, just what's happened to me has happened. I'm happy for the experiences in a way. Let me know what you guys think. You got a good attitude about it. Possible haunting. Any opinions? So about a month and a half ago, my partner and I moved into a new house. And just for confirmation, it's a standalone house on its own property, not an attached flat or anything like that. On our initial walkthrough of the house, there was some kind of, what looked like sigils written on the inside of the wardrobe door in the room that's now our bedroom. I've always seemed rather sensitive to spiritual things, but didn't really feel any bad energy or as though anything was off. I didn't think anything of it. Upon moving in, these symbols had been cleansed off by the property manager. So since we've been living here for a few things, they've happened. Nothing really concerning, until lately. One of the first nights we were here, we both woke to what sounded like something kind of big running up and down the hallway outside our bedroom. We checked to see that our cat was sleeping soundly next to us. She zoomies at night sometimes. There was really nothing there. We've had the occasional sighting of something out of the corner of your eye sort of a thing, but again, thought nothing of it. Still no negative feelings at all, so we started referring to whatever we believe may be here as Eddie's friend, because our cat, Eddie, will often go to another room and start chatting away to something. It's as though there's a person with her. She also tends to fixate on particular spaces in the air for good deals of time. Recently, her house has become more active, like bumps and knocks as though somebody's there and doing things, when in fact there's nobody there. Still, I've really not been too concerned, even occasionally sparing a friendly word or two, whatever it may be. But yesterday while I was at work, my partner reported having heard a lot of noise around the house. They had confirmed it hadn't been the cat, and also being woken from a nap by what he says felt like the cat biting his foot. Again, checking, and the cat was nowhere to be found. This altercation has left a rather deep scratch in his foot that drew a good amount of blood. Still haven't felt any, particularly indicating energies. I don't like the idea of telling whatever it is to leave. I guess I have the right to, but any tips or ideas regarding the sigils or wardrobe doors, specifically those? And also, should I worry or should I do anything regarding this? Would really appreciate some opinions on all of this, if anybody has any. You heard her. My first experience. I'm very much a logically minded individual. I've always tried to apply the most reasonable explanation to any given situation. Over the years, I've experienced a number of scenarios where I've struggled to apply this reasoning, primarily within two specific locations: my parents' house, which I grew up in, and a pub I used to work at. This particular story is probably the reason for my beliefs, as it happened back when I was 3 or 4 years old. It stuck with me throughout my entire life as one of my most vivid memories. It was a routine weekday morning, my brother and I eating breakfast at the kitchen table while my parents got ready for work. Suddenly there's this faint yet high-pitched, almost tuneful whistling coming from somewhere. My mother stopped and began to attempt to track down where this noise was coming from, but it was an ongoing sound, so it didn't take very long to locate the source. Within one of the kitchen cupboards, we used to have a tin full of candles for birthday celebrations. and amongst these candles was a single singing candle. You know, the ones where you light them and they whistle the tune to Happy Birthday. Whoa, I've never heard of that. It continued to sing over and over with no signs of stopping. My mom tried running it under cold water in case it had somehow, but however unlikely, got warm in the cupboard, but on it went. Eventually, she saw no other option but to pull it apart, and the candle just stopped. It was brushed off as, well, that was a bit odd, sort of moment. But no further real thought was given to it. The morning continued as routinely as it had started. It wasn't until a little bit later on, when we were about to get into the car, that I, as an innocent child, simply remarked, "Maybe it's somebody's birthday." And little did I realize at the time how much this simple statement would stop Mother in her tracks. As it turned out, it was in fact her father's birthday. This was the first year that she'd forgotten since he passed. I don't think my mother had ever really truly forgiven herself for pulling that candle apart after realizing who may have been trying to get in touch. A year or so later on his birthday, I remember we actually made a cake and we put a single singing candle in the middle. We didn't light it, but the two of us sat around the same table in the kitchen in the evening, lights dimmed and waiting. Sadly, nothing. This experience opened my mind to a world that I don't think we can ever truly understand. Fortunately, ever since I moved out of my parents' house a number of years ago, and eventually changed jobs, the frequency and difficulty to explain experiences too, they've reduced to zero. Still, I remain as open-minded as I've always been on the subject. Weird door banging at night. I'm a 22-year-old male, recently moved to a new city in India. That's for my job. I moved into a 3-bedroom apartment. I'm sharing the fault with 2 others. One night around 12 a.m., as I was about to sleep, I heard somebody walking around in the hall area in the kitchen. I usually watch videos on low volume, so I can tell if somebody's walking around my room or coming towards my room. I heard footsteps coming towards my room and then banging on my door. Whoever it was outside, it banged my door 4 times. It was unusual for me, as my housemates are usually gaming and rarely come out of their rooms at night. I called them and asked them why they were pranking me. They said that they had not come out of their room and that they were gaming. When I told them of the incident that had happened, well, they were equally terrified. We looked around the house, and after finding nothing, we all went back to our rooms. When we had moved into the apartment, we had found the photo of a person receiving a large key-shaped award. It's most likely the photo of a previous homeowner. We should have asked our homeowner, but we didn't. We didn't think much of it. Had placed it outside of my room. After this incident, we thought the photo could be a reason for these weird incidents happening in our house. The other guy whose room was next to mine, he also used to hear weird window banging noises. So we decided to keep the photo outside the house. After we kept the photo outside in a shoe rack, nothing happened until yesterday. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard footsteps. Someone was running toward my room. Then I heard knocks on the door. Slow knocks. Not banging. Well, I thought it was somebody or maybe one of my housemates who needed something. So I opened the door to find that there was no one at the door, and my housemates were sound asleep with the doors locked. If it was if I was one of my housemates pranking me, I guess I would have heard them walk back and lock their doors. It was truly terrifying. I went to sleep around 5 a.m. with the lights on. I'm not a particularly religious person. As a non-believer, making sense of these incidents has really been hard for me. What could be happening in my rental apartment? And, more importantly, is it paranormal? How can I deal with this? Wewe Gombel. In a small village in Indonesia, nestled among lush forests and winding rivers, there existed a story that parents told their children to keep them safe. The story of Wewe Gombel, a ghostly figure who kidnapped children who wandered outside after sunset. Dewi was a curious and adventurous child, often ignoring her parents' warnings about staying out too late. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she found herself engrossed in a game with her friends near the edge of the forest. The golden light faded into twilight, and soon it was dark. "Dewi, we should go home, it's getting late," one of her friends whispered, glancing nervously at the trees. But Dewi, stubborn and daring, insisted on playing a bit longer. Suddenly a chill filled the air, and an unsettling silence fell over the forest. The friends froze as a soft, eerie humming drifted through the trees. Dewi turned toward the sound, her heart pounding in her chest. There, emerging from the shadows, was a tall, gaunt woman with wild hair and hollow eyes. "Wewe Gombel," Dewi whispered, terror seizing her heart. The ghostly figure moved closer, her bony fingers reaching out. "Come with me, child," she beckoned, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Dewi's friends scattered in fear, but Dewi was rooted to the spot, unable to tear her gaze away from the apparition. Wewe Gombel's eyes bore into hers, filled with a sorrowful longing. "I will protect you from the night," she said softly. Dewi felt an icy grip on her arm and a cold, overwhelming dread washing over her. In a desperate bid to break free, Dewi remembered the stories her grandmother had told her about spirits and how they could be warded off with prayers and symbols of protection. Summoning all of her courage, she whispered an ancient prayer under her breath. Wewe Gombel recoiled, her expression shifted to one of rage. With a final haunting wail, she vanished into the darkness, leaving Dewi trembling and alone. She ran home as fast as her legs could. That was the wind. She ran home as fast as her legs could carry her, tears streaming down her face. Her parents hugged her tightly, relieved but angry at her disobedience. Dewi never forgot that night, and the story of Wewe Gombel became etched into her memory. From then on, she always heeded warnings and never stayed out after dark, knowing that the ghostly figure of Wewe Gombel still lurked in the shadows, waiting for the next child to wander too far from home. Something unexplainable happened to me in the woods years ago. It's been on my mind ever since. So I live in the southwest of the UK. Years ago, when I was around 17, this would be about 15 years ago, I got kicked out by my mom I was living with. We had an argument. I wandered the streets that night trying to stay awake. I asked friends if I could stay with them. It wasn't an option, fortunately. At the time, I lived in a relatively new suburban area, so I decided to walk into a nearby woods that overlooked some farmland, hoping to watch the stars and find a place to sleep. This was around 2 a.m. There was a large wooded area near some flats, and I crawled through a thicket. It led me to an open space. As I walked through, it was pitch black, and I thought this would be a nice, safe area to try to sleep. As I laid down, suddenly I heard footsteps. They sounded heavy and loud, and it sounded like they were circling me. I froze and asked if anyone was there. The footsteps got faster and faster, pacing around me, and then I heard a deep growl. It sounded big. I panicked. I ran away through the thicket and onto the street. At the time, I had about 100 quid in my bank account. I wandered to a nearby hotel to see if I could get a room. They wouldn't let me in. I was cold, I was desperate, and I was scared. I walked to a nearby 24-hour shop, bought some snacks, a torch, and made my way back to the thicket. This time I was armed with light. When I returned to the woods, I heard the footsteps again. I quickly turned on the torch, shining it all around, looking for where the footsteps were coming from, but I couldn't see anything. Then I heard the growl again, It was deep and reverberating. It sounded like it was right next to me. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it. But it sounded big. But no matter how much I shone the torch, I couldn't see what was making the noise. I ran away to a nearby bus stop, spent the night there. But I was awake and I was scared. The next day I met up with a friend and told her what happened. I wanted to go investigate. Me and her went to go through the thicket into this open space. She was scared after the story I told her, but it was pretty much daylight at this point, but I went in again and she stayed outside. I heard the growl again really loud and really close, but it was daylight. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it. I know this sounds made up, but please, believe me, it scares the shit out of me. And nobody believes what I witnessed. If anybody had any similar stories, let me know. Betty Boop wind-up snow globe, playing by itself at night. So a couple of months ago, I don't really know what time it was at night, but I'm sure it was late. This Betty Boop snow globe that plays music when wound up from the bottom that my mom's had for years now began playing. I remember hearing it in my sleep and I wrote it off as part of my dream, but it got louder and louder. I then sat up and through the fog of my sleep I got up and walked toward the sound. I had completely forgotten about the damn thing and I was confused as to why I was hearing it. So I picked it up and tried to grab onto the lever and wind it up and stop it. For some reason, the lever just kept pushing past the force of my hand. I remember being a kid and being able to easily stop it with my fingers. So I just tried pushing the lever forward to get to the end of the song faster. But the song kept playing at a steady pace. I remember trying to unwind it for several minutes, but nothing. I realized how loud this thing was, so I grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around the globe to muffle the noise. I go back to bed and I sit back in my arms. Or rather, with the globe in their arms. I shut my eyes listening to what seemed like this never-ending melody. I don't know how much time passed, but it finally stopped and I went to put it back and then I laid it back down. I refused to lose sleep over this, closed my eyes and I waited for sleep to take me again. A little bit of time had passed by and I still hadn't fallen asleep. Then I began to hear this thumping sound like drums. They had a short delay between thumps. With each thud they got louder and louder, but not loud like in volume, loud in what felt like anxiety. With each thump I started feeling a little bit more panicked. And then something told me to open my eyes. This pulling feeling to open my eyes, and I opened them. The drums got a little bit quieter, but they were still there. My eyes started around the room, and as they scanned over every tiny thing, even over the globe, I saw it. Something standing in my doorway, peering at me. I want to describe it, but it's hard to remember it. It was this completely dark figure with a set of eyes that glowed. I remember staring at it for a while before shutting my eyes and starting to pray. Then suddenly I fell asleep. I woke up to the daylight breaking through my windows. I didn't mention anything to my family, but now I felt like sharing my experience here, so maybe an answer. Phi Nang Lum. In a bustling city in Thailand, a prestigious dance academy was known for its dedication to preserving traditional Thai dance. Among its students was Niran, a talented but arrogant dancer who believed that modern dance was superior to the old ways. He often mocked the traditional dances, considering them outdated and irrelevant. One evening, after a particularly heated argument with his instructor about the value of traditional dance, Niran decided to prove his point. He sneaked into the academy's old theater, where many believed the spirit of Phi Nang Lum resided. With a smirk, he began to perform a modern dance routine, deliberately mocking the graceful movements of traditional Thai dance. As Niren danced, the air grew heavy, and an unsettling silence fell over the theater. Suddenly, the sounds of jingling anklets echoed through the room. Niren paused, his heart pounding. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a woman in a traditional Khon dress, her face pale and smeared with blood, her eyes burning with anger. It was Phi Nang Lum. Niren tried to brush off his fear, but as Phi Nang Lum began her haunting dance, he felt a chill run down his spine. Her movements were both beautiful and terrifying, filled with a sorrowful grace that mocked his earlier arrogance. The ghostly dancer's eyes locked into Niren. He felt an invisible force compelling him to dance. Despite his fear, Niren's body moved against his will, mirroring Phi Nang Lum's every step. The dance grew faster and more intense, and Niren's mocking smile faded into a grimace of pain and exhaustion. He realized too late that he had disrespected not just the dance, but the spirit who guarded it. As the dance reached its climax, Niren collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Phi Nang Lum's ghostly form loomed over him, her eyes filled with a vengeful fire. She whispered a curse, condemning him to a life of nightmares and hallucinations, forever haunted by the spirits of those who respected the art that he had mocked. Niren's encounter with Phi Nang Lum changed him profoundly. He became a humble and respectful student, dedicating himself to learning and preserving traditional Thai dance. He often shared his story with others, warning them of the consequences of disrespecting the cultural arts and the spirits that protect them. I wish every country had a Phi Nang Lum. Is spontaneous astral projection a thing? I had an odd experience that I think may be related to astral projection. When I was 14, I was a troubled kid, for lack of a better word. Typical teenage stuff, running away from home, partying too much, feeling like it was always me against the world. I'd run away again and ended up at a commune on a big local farm. We got there a little bit before heavy snow, so 5 of us, 14 to 17-year-olds, were snowed in and took over an old stone cottage kind of a thing. It had some electric service and was warm enough with a fireplace going. We just really enjoyed the time without adults messing with us. We had some music and some pot and could go to the main house for food, if we were hungry. We would go out during the day to help with chores, but we were largely left alone. It was kind of nirvana, really. Just 5 friends having fun, no rules. After about a week, the snow had stopped and we were getting bored, so we got the bright idea to go bowling. It turned out to be a bad idea, because both me and another girl were runaways, but we never figured they would look for us in a stupid bowling alley. Long story short, they did, and we were dragged home kicking and screaming. The night I went home, I tried to go to sleep, but I just didn't want to be there. I wanted to be anywhere but there. At some point, I realized I was just standing inside the door of the cottage. I was big confused, but everything looked normal, I guess. I could see the pile of firewood we carried in right before we left, water still dripping off of it. I could hear Steppenwolf drifting down the stairs. So I started walking up, and it felt as real as it feels right now. I could smell the incense, I could hear Greg's goofy laugh, and I was almost to the top, and I felt something almost like a dizzy feeling. Turned my head, and then bang! I was in my bed. Felt like all of my muscles had contracted, and I jumped up in the air and dropped into the bed. Didn't even know how to spell astral projection then, much less how to do it, but I never forgot that feeling that it was as real could be. I wrote it off, thinking it was maybe just a little bit too much ganja, if you know what I mean. I noticed a book a few years later sitting in a bookstore about how to astral project. Seemed a little complicated, but it sounded just like the experience I had. except that I didn't do anything. It just happened like I had no control over it. So, can people spontaneously astral project? I've tried several times since then to do it, but I can never repeat it. The little boy I seen when I was 5. As the title says, I was around 5 at the time. My babysitter and I had just laid down to go to sleep. I was one of those kids that needed something to fall asleep, and mine was to play with hair, as gross as it might sound to some people. I'd say it's around 10 or 11. My mom was out for the night being deadly, and of course, being the kid I was, your mom was out for the night being deadly? Sorry. What? Okay. Well, I was missing her, so it was a tough time to fall asleep. Me and S, being the babysitter, were laying down there for about 5 to 10 minutes before S had to use the washroom. We were sleeping in my mom's room, which was the master bedroom with a queen-size bed. And if you laid down, you can see pretty much inside the bathroom till the toilet. So, S swings open the door and I'm resting my eyes. All I hear her say was, "Hey, are you looking for your family?" My head shot up from my pillow. There was a kid, probably the same age as I was, standing there smiling. Not in a creepy way, in an innocent way. He was sort of glowing. Not too much, but you could tell he wasn't a normal kid. So as he smiles, he runs out of the room and laughs while we follow. We hear footsteps run down the stairs. We stand atop the stairs, both shocked and scared of what we had just witnessed. I believe she called my mom, and I probably didn't sleep too well that night. I have a theory on who that kid was. Either before or after I was born, my mom had an abortion with my biological father. He would have been my only full-blood brother, and the rest of my siblings are half. But I'll always love them eternally. The reason for this abortion was because my father was a real piece of shit. I'm even lucky I came out of the womb physically healthy. He'd most likely beat her, and she was also pretty much drunk with me. Still. Now, I don't want y'all hating my mama. She did the best that she could, and we all struggled together. And hell, I'm not perfect. I could have been better, but we live and learn. As for my mental health, it's a work in progress. But I'll try to understand and love people with acceptance, because it's how I was raised. I believe that was the last time I'd seen him. And honestly, it feels like he maybe found peace in the afterlife, since I haven't seen him since. My roommate called my name at night, but it sounded wrong. It was about 1 a.m. or so, and I woke up to get a drink. I go to the toilet and all the normal stuff. When I was in the kitchen, I heard my roommate call my name. Not loudly, but enough that I could hear it. The strange thing was that it was from the opposite side of the house. See, the rooms in this house are down alley, and the kitchen was on the other side of the house near the front door. I heard her calling my name from the front door area, and that's where she was, and was sleeping down in the hallway. The other thing is, it sounded so wrong. The pitch of her voice was a bit higher at the end of my name, and it just sounded wrongly timed. Like she said, just start faster. Like if somebody was saying a word they just heard for the first time, but, she might have just been woken up, so that could have been normal, I guess. Anyway, I walk over to the hallway, and I call out, "Yeah," but I get no response. I say it again for good measure, but again, no response, and I shake it off as sleep talking. Well, even though I've never heard them sleep talk before. All of this ignoring the fact that the sound came from the wrong side of the house, which is what freaked me out the most. Anyway, I end up opening the front door and standing outside where I heard the voice the first time. Dumb decision in retrospect. But 1 a.m. me isn't known for thinking things through exactly. Cheers. So as I'm standing outside, I hear a woman scream from further down the street. Now, I live in the outskirts of a city, and it's Sunday, so it's pretty common to hear people partying and stuff, but this sounded wrong too. It sounded far away, but it had no echo. It almost sounded like the voice had no volume, like it was played out of a speaker or something. Not like quiet, but like it had no depth or something. Sure enough, I was scared after that combination of events, but I just went back to my room and I tried to sleep again. In the morning, I asked my roommate if they said or heard anything, but they all said they had no idea of anything at all. But them being super into paranormal things, we just tried to tell me about skinwalkers, which I looked into a bit since then. But it all seems a bit, well, not to be insulting, but far-fetched, almost. Like it's a lot to try to believe when, before this, I've never had any unexplainable experiences. Anyway, my roommate convinced me to post this here because, well, she says that they would know a lot about what it could have been. So let's find out. What do you guys think? Weird noises in the living room. This is something that happened a while ago. This isn't the most in-depth or interesting story, but this is one thing that's happened recently that sticks out to me. It was noises coming from the living room. All of my family members were asleep. I have 2 cats, but one of them were in the room with me. The other, who is a small cat, they were in the living room. It seems unlike her to be making so much noise like that, which was coming from the PC desk. The noises sounded like a person searching very roughly through the PC desk, and I use that desk every day. It was as if they were moving stuff around in a sort of hasty manner, looking for something in a rush. This event came to my mind again last night. I thought how spooked I was when I heard that noise. Had my room's door closed and kept it closed with no intent of wanting to check it out. I had a feeling it wasn't any of my family members. It just really spooked me. But now that I think about it, me being so afraid of a noise is kind of weird. Not really normal for me. I asked my sister about this the next day. She said that she assumed it was me. She told me I should have checked out the noise. Seems like she didn't want to check it out either, though. Also, I know my family, they'd never waste precious hours of sleep on any day for a dumb joke. Especially on a weekday. This all leads to my other cat that's most likely the suspect, but it's still pretty unlike her. I've never heard this kind of noise ever again since that night when she, the cat, spends most of the nights in the living room. Also, I felt like I would heard that noise again, really, especially if she really enjoyed being on the desk playing around. Her other playmate was in the room with me. Although cats can play by themselves, but it just seems off to me. I've heard tons of stuff that sounded weird to me before, but I can sort of reasonably explain them. This one just kind of stumps me. Thinking about it today, I'm not sure why I would even, feel scared from that. I've heard noises before from the kitchen and stuff at night that checked out with no problem. When I heard that noise, my mind just went, that is not my family. Keep my door shut and be alert. I'll admit I'm a bit more of a spook at night. But just never like that night. Maybe I'm overthinking. But it's been a while. I've never experienced something like that again. Well, if you want to experience something like this again, see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Kids in the woods. When I was around 12 years old, I was at my cousin's house for a party. I'm pretty sure it was around Christmas time. We were hanging out in their backyard in the woods, and part of their backyard is like a wooded area. We came to this tree that used to have a treehouse in it. All that's left of that treehouse is some steps leading to it and a few platforms. Not safe to get up if you can even at all. My cousin, an 8-year-old male at the time, told us this story. A story about the kids who had that treehouse and how it died when it collapsed. I personally thought this was a bunch of BS, but I kind of went with it. We eventually headed back to the house, but I decided to go back into the woods alone. As I was walking into the woods, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. Like I was safe there, safer than anywhere else. As I'm walking, I'm looking around and I see a light blue and white checkered flag up in a super thin tree that I didn't notice before. As I'm looking at this and trying to figure out how it got there, I started to hear kids' voices, laughing, talking, just having fun. I didn't think much of it at the time as my cousins were out in the treehouse, the new one that they built, not the old rundown one. As I'm walking closer to the old treehouse, the voices seemed louder. I looked back up at the flag. It was moving despite there not being any wind. I shook it off as I couldn't feel the wind from down here, but there was wind and looked back down. That's when I saw them. 6 children with white skin, like snow white skin. Like there was no snow on the ground, by the way, either, so very white. They all seemed to be wearing winter gear, although it looked dull and dirty. They were walking toward me, but I didn't run. I wasn't afraid for some reason. I heard a branch snap, and that's when I did run. As I went back toward my cousin's house, I was surprised to see that they weren't outside. I found them in the living room playing video games, and when I asked them when they came in, they said, "When you were walking to the woods, why?" The kids I heard weren't them. Still don't know to this day who those kids were. They weren't other neighbor kids, as none of them lived too close to the cousins. Were they a figment of my imagination? Whatever it was, it's one of the reasons I believe. I don't believe in spirits or anything, but today I and 2 witnesses had a strange occurrence. I'm someone that absolutely does not believe in ghosts, or spirits, or paranormal stuff at all. But today, 1 and 2 witnesses, including a close friend and a cashier at a clothing store, witnessed and experienced something they simply couldn't, defied all logical explanation. Because of that, I'm leaving this here, because I'm unsure where else to put it. A friend and I were hanging out today in Cincinnati on Vine Street. That's when we went to a clothing store because we wanted to look at some stuff. At one point we ended up in the back of the store, then decided we were done and wanted to leave. Began to walk to the door when a shoe from a display stand in the middle of the store simply just flew up and over the shoe next to it, then landed right in front of me. Just out of nowhere. It literally jumped over the other shoe that was next to it and then landed right at my feet. I laughed and started to pick it up. My friend said, "How the fuck did that happen?" Cashier working at the time said something to the effect of, "That was wild. I just saw that shoe jump at you." I picked it up, put it on, put it back on the display, and laughed it off. As I kept walking out, I made a joke about how it must have been Henry the ghost that we went on our way. Later in the afternoon, we stopped at a coffee shop. When we sat down, we sort of reflected on it some more. Realized how we brushed off something that we had no explanation for whatsoever, and realized how weird it is. Now I can't stop thinking about it because it was so odd. I have the urge to go back to the shop and see if maybe that security camera footage hopefully captured something in the event, because I'd love to know if we all just missed something obviously happening, and if it really was just as odd of an event as it seemed. We can't think of any explanation at all. There's no fishing wire on the shoe for them to use as a prank. I picked the shoe up and placed it back in the stand. The stand wasn't lopsided, it was perfectly flat. The stand was not in the area where a draft would have affected it, and there was no draft in the store anyways, much left a draft that could move a shoe. door was just open at the time, and there really wasn't any wind or airflow in or out of the store or pressure difference. The stand, I guess, could have had a mechanism in it to launch the shoe. It's a small stand, and I saw nothing like any separation where part would have come out as to act as a flinging mechanism. There's literally no logical explanation for this, and the more I think about it, the weirder it gets. The shrouded figure. It began at a time when I was low and crying all the time. I started to feel like I wasn't alone. I was half asleep. I would often think that there was a cat curled up beside me. We did not own a cat. Then I saw this tall, shadowy figure watching me at work. It was like a tall 7-foot man covered in a shroud. It shifted from white, gray, and black. I felt like this thing was following me even into the shower. I tried to ignore it, but then it showed up in my room. I kept the curtains open constantly in an effort to let in as much light as possible. This thing would stand in front of my wardrobe and spend night after night standing there watching me. When I was away for Christmas, my housemate went into my room because her spiritual friend sensed something there. At this point, I'd never told anybody what was going on because I thought they would think I was mad. He said whatever was in the room didn't like men. It was cat-like and scratched him. Wanted to protect me so it could feed off of me. Anyway, eventually I had enough of being watched. It took so much nerve. But I think I got it to go away. Told it that it was not human and I was banishing it from this house. And this town. This world, really. Not to come anywhere near me or my friends ever again. It appeared for the last time by the door. It was blood red, and for the first time it showed me a face. It pressed through the shroud. It was furious. I wasn't convinced that it was its true visage. I blinked and it was gone. The following morning I woke from a dream of Jesus screaming as wooden nails were hammered through his palms. When I opened my eyes, my arms were out, laying on the pillow at the right edges of the bed, and my palms were so badly hurt I couldn't open them fully for half an hour. I'm not religious, and I've never had such an intense dream before or since. After breakfast, I meditated, imagining a ball of blue energy between my hands. I breathed in, breathed out, imagining with each breath that I was filling the house with this, lovely positive light. After that, things felt much better. I never saw the shrouded figure again. I never heard about the nails being made of wood in that biblical reference. Is that true? I would assume it would have been metal, given all of the other metal abound. I've been having really weird experiences ever since moving back to Alabama. I've never really experienced anything I can definitively say was 100% a ghost encounter, but recently a lot of things have been happening ever since I moved that just seem really odd. I lived in Michigan for about 8 months, recently moved back down to Alabama due to some personal reasons. Everything seemed pretty chill for the most part, but I started seeing things out of the corner of my eyes. I didn't think anything of it at first, and it was a new house and things aren't where they used to be, and I'm not really used to the house yet. It only makes sense that I would see something in the corner of my eye only for it to just be a dresser or something. But then it started getting really weird. The first time it happened, it was actually unexplainable. It was like a few weeks ago. I just made something to eat and I was about to head back into my room. I walked past the recliner in the living room and I noticed out of the corner of my eye something very clearly turn its head and look up at me. Obviously, I thought this was my cat, so I stopped to pet it. Only for there to be nothing there. I just tried to ignore it and go back into my room. The second time was also in the kitchen while I was getting food. I had just turned off the stove and I see something very clearly in the corner of my eye. This, I think, maybe could be explained by my eye just being weird for a second. After constantly seeing things almost daily, I felt it was something odd, or rather, too odd. I'm tired, guys. The third time, and the entire reason I'm making this post, happened last night. I'd just gotten in bed getting ready to sleep. I set my alarm and took my glasses off. Then I felt something pressed down on my foot of my blanket, almost like the cat had jumped up on the bed. I usually keep my door closed, but she can't get in there. Again, I just didn't really think it much. Thought maybe the blanket was just settling. Maybe I have a fan and the wind kind of rustled it or whatever. Well, then I hear a noise over my computer desk. I have to look over and I clearly see some kind of something. A face, an animal. I don't know what it was. I shined my flashlight over towards it and nothing was there. My bedroom door was closed and there was no way for anything to get in or out of my room. So I have no idea what it was. I eventually just tried to forget about it and go to sleep, but it's still in my mind, especially after everything else I've been seeing since moving back down here. Good night, guys. My imaginary friend. Growing up, I remember playing hide and seek. We would do this in the funeral home in the morgue that my uncle worked at. That was while the adults played games in the Great Hall. My mom is Wiccan, my father agnostic. My aunts and uncles are a mix of atheist, Catholic, and occult obsessed. This will become relevant later. My cousins and I got very comfortable with the idea of ghosts and demons and spirits and such. Our parents would remind us not to talk to things in the dark and not to give them names and to keep a buddy system when we played. Some of us were as young as 4 years old, by the way. Some as old as 12. So, when I was about 5 years old, my mother had woken up in the middle of the night. She saw me standing in front of her closet. The more that she woke up and tried speaking to me, she realized I was transparent with glowing red eyes. She realized then that whatever was in her closet wasn't me, and went running to my room across the hall. As she entered my room, I was waking up from a nightmare. When I opened my eyes and lifted my head, I saw a man in front of my closet. He was asking me to follow him. He was tall, gray skin-toned, and he had a long white and pointy beard. He had red eyes, golden teeth, pinstripe suit, brown and red detailing. Tall gold cane with a crow head handle, top hat. He barely fit in my room floor to ceiling. He also had a big, vicious white wolf. When asked who he was, he said he was my great-grandfather. He said he wanted to bring me to my real home. When my mom entered my room, I was screaming and crying, begging her not to let him take me. She only saw a large dark mass around my window and closet. She came, grabbed me, and spent the night in my parents' bed. I've seen him very few times since then, typically in crowds, typically when I'm feeling really uncertain. I don't acknowledge him, I haven't given him a name, and every time he finds me, he motions for me to follow him. Each of my aunts and uncles, as well as my mom, have cleansed every house and room I've lived in. I have little knickknacks and such that are meant to help purify my area and protect me. I've always had very vivid dreams and nightmares. I remember each one clear as day. The ones where he has visited me always end up a bit fuzzy, though. What should I do about my imaginary friend? Weird dream I had. So, background context. My grandfather passed away suddenly about a month ago. In my dream, I was at his trailer with my mom, my stepfather, and my uncle. We were cleaning out my grandfather's trailer and talking about him. Well, all of a sudden, I looked to my right down the hallway. There's a bathroom and a bedroom down this hallway. All of a sudden, this short man with a long beard walks out of the bedroom. He's probably like 5 foot, maybe a little more. But other than his long beard, I can't see the rest of his face. It's because he has an Irish-style hat, like the one from Peaky Blinders. Sorry, I don't know the name. He's wearing this hat covering everything from his beard up, including his eyes. Immediately when I saw him in the dream, I knew it must have been a spirit. He wasn't angry. I didn't feel threatened or anything, but he turned toward me and pointed into the bedroom. He said nothing, just pointed. I then turned to my mom and asked if she could see him too. She couldn't, but she walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. As she did that, the man walked back into the bedroom. My mom got to the door frame, told me that she didn't know what I was talking about. Once again, the man comes back out of the room, walking through my mother. Once again, he just faced me, pointed at the room, walked back inside. When I headed over to the room, I looked inside and he wasn't there. It was just an empty room. I don't know what to make of this dream. Kind of creeping me out that I didn't know who this man was and I couldn't see his face either. But like I said, even though I knew he was a ghost in my dream, I wasn't scared of him. He didn't seem mean or anything, and I was just confused why I was the only one that could see him. It's like he wanted me to go into the room. Now, unfortunately, just before my grandfather passed, he sold the land that he lived on, planning to move in with my uncle. My family doesn't even own his trailer, but couldn't go back there even if I wanted to. Luckily, even his belongings have been cleared out, so if there was anything in there, my uncle would have it. Well, unless it was hidden somewhere. Not sure if this has anything to do with it, but growing up, my mom and grandfather told me many times about that land being haunted. There's an old barn on the property where somebody had hung themselves. I always heard stories about things going on in the barn or in his trailer. Jayota Road Ghost. It was a foggy night when Min-ho, a young businessman, found himself driving along Jayota, the infamous Freedom Road. He had heard the stories about the ghostly woman who haunted the stretch of highway, but he dismissed them as mere urban legends. After a long day of meeting in Seoul, he was eager to get home to Paju. As Min-ho drove through the dense fog, his car's headlights barely pierced the thick mist. The road was eerily quiet, with the only occasional rustle of leaves breaking the silence. Suddenly, his car's radio cracked to life, playing an old haunting melody. Min-ho tried to change the station, but the dial seemed stuck. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, he saw her. A woman stood in the middle of the road, her hair long and flowing in the wind, and her face obscured by large sunglasses. Min-ho's heart raced as he swerved to avoid hitting her, narrowly missing a collision. He pushed over to the side of the road, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. Gathering his courage, Min-ho stepped out of the car to check on the woman. As he approached, he noticed something strange. Her sunglasses seemed to absorb the light, creating an unnatural darkness around her eyes. When she turned to face him, Min-ho's blood ran cold. Her eyes were not covered by sunglasses. They were in fact empty voids, black as the night. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing in the still air. Min-ho stumbled back, his mind racing with fear. He had heard the stories, but nothing could have prepared him for this encounter. The woman began to move towards him, her steps slow and deliberate. Panicking, Min-ho rushed back to his car and slammed the door shut. He fumbled with the keys, finally managing to start the engine. As he sped away, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the woman standing in the middle of the road, her eyes just following him. The rest of the drive was a blur. Min-ho's heart pounded in his chest. He couldn't shake the image of the ghostly woman from his mind. When he finally reached home, he locked all the doors and windows, hoping to keep the terror at bay. That night, Min-ho couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her face, those dark, empty eyes staring into his soul. He knew he would never forget the haunting encounter at Jairo, and he vowed never to drive that road at night again. Night terrors. For some context, I live in my father's childhood home in what used to be the center of a small town, the house being right next to the cemetery. It isn't something that I personally remember, but growing up I used to have these terrible night terrors practically every night. My mom told me that I'd wake up and I'd be screaming bloody murder in my room. But whenever she'd go in, I'd be perfectly fine and no one was there. Now, my mother is a very religious woman, so out of frustration she yelled at my deceased grandmother that she was supposed to and needed to protect me. Later on, put holy water over each of the doors, and that was in all the house. After that, I never had a night terror again. As I got older and I was able to recollect things, I would have these strange nightmares either monthly or weekly, and it was always the same layout. They would take place in our upstairs hallway. I'd be talking to someone in front of the doorway to the stairs, and that's when an older red-haired woman would walk around the corner leading to me in my sister's room. I'm not sure if she says something or just looked at me, but I would always follow. Now, keep in mind that the lights would always be on the entire floor. However, when I would walk past my room, the light would be off. The room changed in my dreams with how I'd change it physically. There would always be this darker than black figure on the other side of my bed just staring at me, watching my every move. After seeing the figure, I'd eventually make my way to the original person I was with, and that's when everything would go wrong. Majority of the time, the original person I was with would get hurt in some way. The main one I remember is the person getting shoved down the stairs. Eventually, I stopped having these dreams at around the age of 15. I'm 22 now, but they still haunt me, and any nightmare I've had since still involves the second floor. I don't know if this is the thing that gave me night terrors as a kid, letting me know it was still around, watching me, or if it was something else. However, I know of other people in the area who've had similar dreams and family members that have seen physical apparitions on the property. Even a medium who's investigating the cemetery next door had said something evil was on the property. There's so much more I can do on this, but for now, if anybody has any ideas or similar experiences, please let me know. Three kids and some paranormal activity. My childhood best friend and I used to love filming videos when we were younger. Little short movie films, videos of just us hanging out. We were latchkey kids, so when her parents and aunts went out for a couple of hours, we'd stay home with some of her cousins. One night it was her, 12, and me, 12, and her baby cousin, who was around 6 at the time. I'd brought my camera with me, so we decided to shoot a little horror movie. Her cousin chose to be our ghost. We were trying to film it like Paranormal Activity, so we had her hide in the bathroom adjacent to the kitchen, made some banging and scratching noises. We only filmed for about 15 or 20 minutes, then took a break to watch what we had so far. Remind you, no one else is home except for us, and her 2 dogs who were in the kitchen with us too. We get to the part in the video where her cousin starts banging on the walls, but then we start hearing voices whispering outside, so we pause the video. We look around, then at each other, but the whispering stops seconds after pausing the video, so we shrug it off. Her cousin still wants to film, but we tell her that we should wait a little while since we started to feel a little bit creeped out, to be honest. We're sitting around the kitchen table just talking, and we hear this loud bang. It scares the shit out of us, and we jump up and sort of huddle together. My best friend and I look at each other because it sounded exactly as it did when her cousin made the banging noises. Except her cousin was right next to us this time. We weren't filming anything. We looked at the dogs, who were also just as confused, then looked back down the hallway where the bathroom and the noise were. We heard another bang on the wall, but much lighter this time. Nothing else happened after that. Finally, about 10-15 minutes, we hear parents are in the driveway. Her mom comes busting through the door asking if any of us were in the bedroom window waving at her. Her mom's a psychic medium, so she can hear and see spirits. We all looked at each other then, and back at her, and shook our heads no, and then she runs into the room, damn near breaks the door down, but no one's in there. Then we asked her if any of them had banged on the side of the house earlier or something. We all said no. We never tried to film another horror movie after that. We don't know what the banging noises were, and we don't know who her mom saw in the window. Thankfully, we've always believed in the unexplainable and the paranormal, so nobody thought we were lying or having an active imagination. A lot of the other people writing stories wish they had the same thing. Lights on the Bog Road. This happened around 2001 in a remote area of Nova Scotia, Canada. I was 17 or 18 at the time and was driving late at night with my cousins who were 28. It was a warm summer night and we were on a road surrounded by forest. On one side of the road there was a bog, which is basically a swampy wetland. In fact, the road was actually named Bog Road. I had grown up as a child on this road, so I was very familiar with it. I knew every corner, basically, every pothole and hidden path. As we drove along, I remember seeing the lights of a car shining in the trees coming from the opposite direction at the bend in the road. I was always a bit neurotic about switching my high beams to low beams, the exact moment the other vehicle came into view. So, like an old western cowboy practicing the speed draw of his gun, I rested my fingertips on that lever in anticipation. Except we never saw a vehicle come around the corner. As we neared the bend, I remembered thinking that maybe somebody was parked around the corner, but the lights were moving and seemed to grow brighter, as if something was heading our way. When we finally rounded the bend, I squinted my eyes, looked for the source. I looked to the next turn on the road, which disappeared into the dark woods, saw the same light, as if a car was coming our way just like last time. Puzzled, I looked to my cousin who was already looking at me with the same confused look on his face. What the hell's going on? I can't remember if it was him or me who said it, but we both now had our full attention directed at the lights up ahead. "Looks like a car's coming," I said. My cousin just nodded and looked ahead. Awaiting the simple explanation that would surely show itself at any moment, we thought. I can't remember how many twists and turns we navigated with these yellowish-white lights coming at us, but it went on as if we were stuck in a time loop. I drove faster thinking it may be a car or a truck being towed with its headlights on. Then at one point the light stopped coming from the opposite direction on the road and was now coming at us through the trees itself. Through the forest, off to our right side, as if a search party were shining lights at us through the trees. I remember both of us starting to curse and questioning to each other what was going on and what we were seeing. It defied all logical explanation, and our minds couldn't make sense of what our eyes were telling us. To this day, we don't have an answer. I've continued driving this road ever since and have never seen the lights again. A ghost got pissed at me being in the bathroom, I guess. So about 2 to 3 years ago, I want to say, I was home alone. My mom was taking my grandma to the doctor. My dad was at work. My 2 brothers were at school. I was homeschooled at the time, so I was the only one home. It was about 10 a.m. and I got up to use the bathroom. As I was sitting in the toilet just finishing up, I heard what sounded like heavy footsteps. Like a man's footsteps, where, like heavy work boots, tiptoe or lightly step up the bathroom door. I could hear the floorboards creaking underneath the steps as well. It sounded right in front of the door, and I heard what sounded like a man sighing. I fucking froze. I sat staring at the door for a few seconds, thinking what to do. Then I jumped up, pulling my pants up, and rushed to the door and opened it. No one there, I ran around the house, yelling like a madman, like, "This is my house, get the fuck out, get out now." Stuff like that. Nobody was there. I even checked to see if my dad's car was here. It wasn't. Went back to the bathroom, finished up, washed my hands, and was too scared to go in my room because it was right in front of the bathroom. So I went and stood by the laundry room. That was for my mom to get back. Luckily, it was only a few minutes. While waiting, I kept checking everywhere to see if it was my dad. He does mess with me a lot. Couldn't find his car anywhere. Looked behind stuff, didn't hear any doors open, looked under the beds, and shit, no one was there. My mom got back and I told her about what happened. I asked if she could check to see where Daddy was. She checked Life 360, and he was pinged at work in another town like 30 minutes away. So it couldn't have been him. I asked her to check the house again because I'm really paranoid, but she just brushed it off and went outside for a smoke. To this day, I still don't know what the fuck that was. I'm saying ghosts. I tell my family the story sometimes. My dad will say that it was him, but it's not even possible because, again, I checked everywhere. Not to mention his details keep changing and he's that dumb little smirk on his face when he's lying. But most of the time, I can't tell when he's joking or not. I'm still saying ghosts because somehow that makes more sense than it being my dad. Well, I voted being your dad. As somebody who does generally believe, I think that one was your dad. A Geylang Ghost Story. Robert, a young man struggling to make ends meet, found himself drawn to the neon-lit streets of Geylang. The allure of quick money and fleeting pleasures was too much to resist. One night after a particularly tough day, he decided to indulge in a vice that he had long avoided. As he wandered the bustling streets, his eyes were drawn to a dimly lit alleyway. A figure, cloaked in shadows, beckoned him. Curiosity piqued, Robert followed. The woman, her face obscured by darkness, led him to a secluded corner. $1,000, she whispered, her voice barely audible. One night, Robert hesitated. The price was pretty steep, but desperation gnawed at him. He agreed, and the woman led him to a nearby room. As they entered, a chill ran down Robert's spine. The room was devoid of any warmth, and the air felt heavy with a strange, musty scent. As the night progressed, Robert found himself growing increasingly uneasy. The woman's touch, once comforting, now felt cold and almost spectral. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window, and a chilling draft swept through the room. A faint, mournful wail echoed from outside. Fear gripped Robert as he realized something was terribly wrong. He tried to move, but his body felt paralyzed. A ghostly figure materialized before him, its face contorted in a mask of anguish. The woman, now revealed as a spectral apparition, vanished into the shadows. The ghost's eyes, filled with a haunting sadness, seemed to bore into Robert's soul. A chilling voice, barely a whisper, filled the room. "You've trespassed on sacred ground, mortal. Pay the price." Before Robert could react, the ghost vanished, leaving him alone in the darkness. Indeed, Gecko. Shaken to his core, he fled the room, his mind racing with fear and in confusion. As he stumbled out into the street, he realized that he's no longer alone. The city seemed to be watching, its eyes filled with a cold, unyielding indifference. Robert never returned to Geylang. The memory of that night haunted him for years, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the city. Strange tapping sound every night. I stay in a house which has 3 bedrooms, out of which I rent one. My bedroom is the one on the first floor, right below the attic. Now I don't know why, but every night after 1 a.m., usually 3 a.m., but sometimes earlier, I hear these tapping sounds in my room. They usually start in the one corner where my drawers are, and eventually I hear these taps on my desk, sometimes my cupboard. The taps are pretty quick and almost rhythmic in a sense. It's about 1.5 taps per second. It's a relatively square room, so I can see almost everything from any part of the room. I usually hear these taps when I'm on my bed, most of the time when I'm awake. I sleep pretty late, so yeah. And sometimes, even when I'm asleep, it wakes me up. But the strange thing is, as soon as I turn toward the tapping noise, it stops for a bit. At least the rhythmic taps. Still happening right now. And believe it'll continue till about 4 a.m., after which I've never heard any. As soon as I try to figure out the source of the sound, it stops. And after that point, it's just random creaks and taps around in my room. I also hear some taps and sounds from the attic on the top of my room ceiling, which none of us have really given up because you need a ladder and we haven't gotten one. Plus, it's going to be really dusty and crude, so no point. Does anybody have any idea about what this can be, or have you experienced anything like this before? I don't really believe in ghosts, but it's just so random that it only happened between these timings. I've had some other experience in this room, but I feel like disregarding them. It's because they've been when I'm asleep or trying to be. Once I felt like the bed was shaking and I woke up, but I was really too tired to care, so I slept through it. Went on for 10 seconds, so I really was aware about it. Then I heard my own voice say, "Yo." After hearing that, I was wide awake. I say yo very often, but hearing my own voice wake me up after my bed shakes for a while, I don't know. Seems sketchy to me. I've also felt like something sat next to me when I was laying on the bed. I was just trying to sleep though, so I don't know if I could have just imagined it. The imagination is strong, but shaking for 10 seconds. Ghostly March. Private Tan had just joined the Singapore Armed Forces and was eager to prove himself. The first few weeks of training were grueling, but he was determined to push through. One night after an especially exhausting day, he collapsed into his bunk and fell into a deep sleep. Around midnight, Tan was jolted awake by the sound of distant drums. Confused, he rubbed his eyes and sat up, straining to listen. The rhythmic pounding grew louder, accompanied by the faint sound of marching feet. Curiosity got the better of him, and he quietly slipped out of his bunk, careful not to wake his fellow recruits. As he stepped outside, the cool night air sent a shiver down his spine. The moon cast an eerie glow over the camp, and the sound of drums seemed to echo from the nearby forest. Tan followed the sound, his heart pounding in his chest. The closer he got, the more distinct the sounds became. Drums, marching feet, and even the faint clinking of metal. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in moonlight. Tan's breath caught up in his throat as he saw them rows upon rows of ghostly soldiers, dressed in the uniforms of the Imperial Japanese Army. Their faces were pale and expressionless, their eyes hollow and empty. They marched in perfect unison, their movements mechanical and precise. Tan's mind raced. He had heard stories of the Japanese occupation during the World War II, but he never imagined that he would witness something like this. He wanted to run, to scream, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. The ghostly soldiers continued their march, oblivious to his presence. Just as Tan thought he couldn't bear it any longer, one of the soldiers broke formation, turned toward him. The ghost's eyes locked onto Tan's, and a cold and malevolent smile spread across his face. Tan's blood ran cold as the ghost began to advance towards him, its footsteps silent on the forest floor. In a panic, Tan turned and ran, his heart pounding in his ears. He didn't stop till he was back in his bunk, gasping for breath. He lay there, trembling until the first light of dawn crept through the windows. When he finally dared to look outside, the forest was silent and still, as if nothing had happened. hand never spoke of that night to anyone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the ghosts of the past were still marching, forever bound to the land that they once fought on. Haunting or a witch. I recently just moved out of a house. I had rented it for 6 years, and then I moved into a house that my partner and I just bought with our 2 daughters. Everything's been going great in this new home. I made a point to sage, cleanse, and protect this house before moving anything into it, especially after the experiences in our last home. Everything's been going great, and all of us have expressed, well, that we never felt this well rested. We moved in about a month ago. So now, going back to this previous home. From the start of this old home, things felt pretty off. My youngest, 10 years old, would sleepwalk and do odd things in her sleep, while my oldest, 14 years old, would oversleep, but constantly wake up and was always incredibly crabby. Since moving, she's basically the complete opposite. Now, as far as I go, at this house I was struggling hard with very consistent sleep paralysis. It was always the same figure either standing over me or staring at me from my doorway. This figure was a tall woman in a black Victorian-style dress. I was never able to make out her face. She had a black veil over it, and I was honestly always too scared to look at her face. One time I woke up unable to move, or even get words out, just moans as I was trying to wake my partner for help. There was a giant yellow serpent slithering over my body, starting at my feet and slithered towards my face, then went between the mattress and the headboard to go under the bed. It felt incredibly real, but once getting my boyfriend's attention, he assured me that it was a dream. The weirdest part of all of this to me is that whatever this figure was made a point to assure me these things were not just dreams. Over these 6 years, I had the same exact sleep paralysis event happen 3 times. This Victorian woman would stand over my bed, gently take my hand and stick my palm with something, leaving 5 small dots on my palm. It actually pierced my skin. These marks would stick around for days, and the craziest part, the last time was coincidentally the very last night that we spent in this house. 5 small dots. I got nothing, just reminds me of childhood vaccinations, but in your hand. We got trapped in some sort of dimension. This was my first paranormal experience. It stayed with me since I was very young, around 3 or 4 years old, in fact. I remember it clearly in my mind's eye. It was a warm, sunny day when I was at my dad's cousin's house with their friend. They were about 10. They decided to take me to a nearby stream. I was still too little to walk all the way there. They took turns giving me piggyback rides. As we made our way to the stream, my dad's cousin and her friend talked about how the stream was haunted by a female spirit who would kidnap people and lead them astray. Just hearing this made me quite scared. To reach the stream, we had to go down a slope. There was a path that led to the bottom, flanked by a small agricultural field filled with corn on the left and a beautiful flower garden to the right. Both were fenced in, and the fence ran alongside the stream. On our way down, we spotted some friends in the agricultural field and called out to them. They told us to meet them at the stream, saying that they would join us shortly. When we finally reached the stream, I noticed a little gate by the flower garden, and it was unlocked. There was hardly any water. I started walking upstream. As we went, I saw rocks with carved faces, which really spooked me. Eventually, we caught up with our friends, who urged us to follow them further upstream. However, I struggled to keep up with their pace. We turned a corner and suddenly found ourselves at a dead end. The stream stopped, blocked by a wall that seemed like it could be a waterfall if there were more water. Our friends had disappeared and we called out and there was no response. Since it was so sunny, my dad's cousin and her friend decided to turn back. We retraced our steps downstream, but soon realized that we couldn't find the little path that we had taken. He had walked only 5 to 10 minutes upstream, but going back, it felt like it had taken nearly a half an hour. We remembered that the path was between the field and the flower garden, and we shouldn't have reached it before reaching the flower garden, but now we were at the bottom edge of the flower garden. We were confused and honestly really scared that we didn't see any trace of it. It was like the cornfield and the garden just merged together seamlessly. Fortunately, we noticed a hole in the fence and decided to enter the garden. We made our way to the gate, which we were called, so it was also unlocked, and finally managed to exit the garden and found ourselves back on that path. This has been bothering me for years. So this is my first time talking about this to anybody who isn't my most trusted person. I just want to know if anybody's experienced at least something similar to my experience. When I was very young, maybe 4 or 5 years old, I remember distinctly going every night to my parents' bedroom before they would go to sleep to look underneath it. I don't know why or what made me go look under their bed, but I remember clear as day that I would always see the exact same version of myself, wearing the same clothes every night, laying on her side under the bed. She would look like me, face and everything, exact same hair, same eyes, same hands, same tanned skin, but always this, same normal day-to-day clothes. As I would crouch and look at her for a second, I'd always then lay down too, so we would just stare at each other. She would always wear a white t-shirt with horizontal red stripes and a pair of blue shorts. She would just look like she was a sad version of myself. I don't know what that meant. This happened every night when I would go to sleep in my room. I've always been an empath. That's what people usually tell me. I've always wanted to know about this version of myself that I'd always see. It's still a mystery to me even after talking about it to my mom. We thought this entity or spirit or whatever it is would, be like a little sister. Like a little sister I would have had years ago. But unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be in the end. We kind of meditated and quote-unquote let her go. I don't know what to call it, but it still bothers me to this day. And so here I am, talking to y'all in hopes that somebody would have an experience like mine, or somebody could tell me what the other version of myself was. Also, I do want to mention that I had this other version of myself way back in my mind until I was told to do a dare, 3 months back, to do scrying. Staring at a mirror for so long that you see very strange things. What I saw at first was static around my face. It was getting darker and more hollow and very depressing. Then the memory of seeing her popped up in my mind, and I had to stop because I felt creeped out. Should I have done that? Is this a bad thing to do? Maybe. Old library. The old library in Singapore had long been a haven for book lovers and scholars. Its towering shelves filled with ancient tombs created a labyrinth of knowledge. Yet, as the sun set, a different kind of aura enveloped the building. For years, whispers of a ghostly presence had circulated among the library's patrons. The legend spoke of a mysterious figure seen wandering the aisles, especially around midnight. The library staff was skeptical, attributing the stories to overactive imaginations. But those who had seen her, the reality was undeniable. One night, Sarah, a dedicated librarian, decided to stay late to finish cataloging new arrivals. The library was eerily silent as she worked. The only sound, the faint rustling of pages, the occasional creak of old wood. Suddenly, she heard a soft, melodic hum drifting through the air. Curious, Sarah followed the sound, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. The hum led her to the oldest section of the library, where the rarest and oldest books were kept. As she turned the corner, she saw her, a woman dressed in a flowing white gown, her back turned. "Hello?" Sarah called out, her voice trembling. The woman slowly turned, revealing a pale, sorrowful face. Her eyes were empty voids, and her mouth formed a silent scream. Sarah froze in terror, unable to move as the ghostly figure glided toward her. In a blink, the figure vanished, leaving Sarah alone and shaken. She stumbled back to her desk, her mind reeling from the encounter. The hum began again, now sounding more like a mournful wail echoing through the library's halls. The next day, Sarah found an old newspaper article tucked between the pages of a rare book. The article told the tragic story of a young woman who had died in a fire that destroyed the original library building. Her spirit, unable to move on, was said to haunt the new library, eternally searching for the books that she had loved. Sarah never worked late again, and the story of the library ghost became a warning for others. As night falls over the old library, those brave enough to linger might hear the haunting hum and catch a glimpse of the ghostly figure, forever bound to her beloved books. Anyone have an out-of-body experience? Ever see many volcanoes on the ground during OBE? I've searched this in the past and never found anything, so thought I'd get the conversation started. So first off, I've had 2 out-of-body experiences when I was a teenager. Yeah, I know the difference between dreaming, lucid dreaming, and OBEs. The second OBE I had happened around 16. I lived in a 2-story condo and my bedroom was upstairs. So as I was trying to get to sleep, all of a sudden I began lifting out of my body. The first time it happened, it was a lot of fun. I was all over the place inside my house. The second time I was also excited and decided to go outside this time. So I floated through the window and was staring below from like a 2-story distance. I noticed homes, trees, and basically everything looked almost identical, just a sort of different hue of color. But then I looked below and saw what appeared like mini volcanoes coming out of the ground. So, curious me decided to float over one, and as I was over one, I began slowly sinking inside of one of those volcanoes. Once inside, I saw what appeared to be almost demon-like creatures that were sticking out of the walls. Like the upper torso was coming out of the walls and the bottom part was either in the walls or non-existent. The creatures were trying to grab me as I floated down. The only thing I could feel was complete terror. Finally, I called to Jesus, and this white light came in and pulled me out. I don't remember if I woke up in my body after that or something else happened. It was so long ago. To be clear, I've never nor am I now religious. Guess the only reference to HP was Jesus, and it definitely did work. HP. Higher power? What do you guys think HP means? Other than health points. I'm not advertising Christianity. Secondly, I don't believe people get sent to hell for all eternity, although I do battle it out in my head with what happened to me. I'm just wondering what other perspectives may be of this. Or maybe somebody else has had these experiences and has more information to offer. Or maybe somebody's seeing a story similar to theirs and they don't feel alone. A spirit tapped on my forehead. My parents sold their house that they've lived in for the past 20 years. They were removing photo frames and artwork. All of this was just hanging on the walls. One of those frames contained a painting of an old house that my stepfather's auntie, stepfather's father, and family used to live in. That old house was also knocked down. A new house was built on the same block of land which my stepfather's auntie also lived in. That was until she passed away. Then the house and the land was sold. My stepfather's auntie passed away from cancer many years ago. My stepbrother also had pretty fond memories of that house, also passed away a few years ago, and my stepfather's father also passed away many years ago. As you would imagine, the frame and painting was a bit dusty from hanging on the wall for 20 years. So my parents put that frame painting on the kitchen table. They were vacuuming and cleaning the dust off the painting. I was standing next to them, observing the vacuuming process and admiring the painting. Who talks like that? This is where it gets weird. Out of nowhere, I felt something gently tap on my forehead while my parents were vacuuming the painting. Vacuuming the painting. I was initially a bit freaked out by this, then I realized that this is very likely something that could have been a spirit, either my stepfather's auntie, my stepfather's father, or my stepbrother, who possibly could have tapped on my forehead. I believe that my forehead being tapped on was a sign from above that they were watching and appreciated that the painting of the old house was being cleaned and cared for. What's interesting is that I was the only one that felt a presence tap on my forehead. My mom and stepdad didn't feel or experience anything like I did. I should also mention that those family members who passed away were aware of the existence of the painting while they were alive, as it's quite an old painting. Slight pause. Vacuuming a painting. Is that what you do to dirty paintings or to dusty paintings? That seems, well, I'm just confused. Moving on. I predicted my sister's kids. So, I'd be about 14 at the time. I was very mature for my age. I'd always been told that I had a very old soul. This incident occurred maybe 6 to 8 months after my sister had lost my first niece. She was young and she had pre-eclampsia, but very early and nearly fatal. They had no choice but to do an emergency C-section to save my sister's life. Not only that, but that of my niece. She was only 26 weeks or so along. My niece didn't thrive. It was sort of touch and go for the next 3 months. She passed a week before her due date. It devastated my sister and her boyfriend. They had been together for 7 years. My sister's first boyfriend, who we all thought she was going to end up marrying. My sister was made for motherhood. She raised me and my younger sister for the most part. That was all while she was still a child herself. So now, some 6 to 8 months after my niece's passing, sitting in my sister's living room with her and her boyfriend. We'd been watching a movie and it had ended. The room was silent. I had been in a trance-like state, disassociation, for a little while at this point. That's when, for no reason, no inner monologue, no thoughts, nothing, I just snap out of it and I look at my sister. I say, "You know you're going to have more kids, right? A girl and a boy. But they won't be with him." I was kind of stunned myself. My sister instantly picked up on something and she tried prodding me for some clarity. Then her boyfriend stormed off. He was pissed that I would ever say that they wouldn't be together, let alone have kids with someone else. Cue about a year later. My sister breaks it off with the douche and meets a handsome guy. They hit it off one night, and a year-ish later, my niece was born. A few years later, my nephew was born. Both to the new guy. I don't think it was me telling my sister that she would be a mom. I think it was her dad. We're technically half-siblings, or someone else who passed giving her hope that, nobody else could. When she was at one of her lowest points. Hong Kong urban legend. Big Head Baby. 20 years ago, in a now abandoned hospital in Hong Kong, a woman gave birth to a baby with an unusually large head. The sight of the baby was so terrifying that it sent shivers down the spines of the doctors and nurses present. The baby, with its oversized head and piercing eyes, was unlike anything they'd ever seen. The hospital staff whispered among themselves, calling it a bad omen. Soon after, the hospital was shut down. The story of the big-head baby became a local legend. Fast forward to present day. A primary school student named Ming was playing soccer with his friends. As the ball rolled into the bushes, Ming ran to retrieve it. He bent down to pick up the ball and he saw something move swiftly in the shadows. His heart raced as he caught a glimpse of a baby with a disproportionately large head staring him with these hollow eyes. Before he could react, the baby vanished into thin air, leaving Ming frozen in fear. That same night, Nicole, a young woman, was leaving a bar in Lan Kwai Fong. The lively streets were a stark contrast to the dark alley that she decided to take as a shortcut. As she walked, she heard a faint sound behind her. Turning around, she saw a baby crawling out of the shadows. To her horror, the baby's head was grotesquely large. It looked up at her and let out a chilling cry. It screamed, "Mama!" Panic-stricken, Nicole started to run. The baby's cries grew louder, echoing through the alley. She managed to flag down a taxi and jumped in, breathlessly urging the driver to drive as fast as he could. As they sped away, Nicole glanced back and saw the big-head baby still chasing them. "Do you see that?" she asked the driver, her voice trembling. The driver's face turned pale as he nodded, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Yes?" Pressing down on the accelerator, they drove through the city, the baby's cries fading into the distance. When they finally reached Nicole's destination, she thanked the driver and hurried inside, hoping to never encounter the big-head baby again. But the legend of the big-head baby ghost continues to haunt the streets of Hong Kong, a reminder of the eerie events that took place 20 years ago. Experiences I've never been able to explain. So I live in a house that isn't particularly old. We moved in when it was first built, about 6.5 years ago. I've been extremely paranoid since a non-paranormal experience about 4.5 years ago. So this may be the result of that. While I don't immediately assume ghosts are behind everything, sometimes they seem to be the most logical explanation, though. There's been times where doors I've closed that I've found later opened. Nobody was around except me, and I've heard footsteps on 1 or 2 upper floors when both myself and the dogs were downstairs. That was while I was home alone. However, I think the most convincing experience was late one night. We had 2 dogs at the time. Our younger one, Harper, was about 1 year old. Our older dog, Ramses, was about 10 years old. About 6 months after we got Harper, we got a dog doorbell system to help train her. One part attached to the bottom of the back door, one to the bottom of the garage door, and the last part plugged into an outlet. When the dog would press the part on the door, it would ring, sort of like a normal doorbell. We'd take her outside. Oh, my dog would kill me with that. This was normal until it went off at 3 a.m. while everyone was asleep. So the dog woke up, had to go outside, so she rang the bell. Makes sense, right? Nope. Harper was locked inside her crate. She was awake, but she wasn't able to come out of it. Our other dog, Ramses, was dead asleep in the 2nd floor. That's in my room. I was asleep at the time, and so was my brother. I woke up my mom and dad, and my dad had 911 on speed dial, just in case somebody had broken in and maybe hit it by accident. There's nobody in the house, and the doorbell doesn't run on batteries. So it wasn't a low battery warning, like a smoke detector. We considered a power surge to the outlet, but the other device plugged into the outlet was fine. Takes more than just a little bit of wind to cause it to go off, so the only logical explanation is that someone or something pushed it. But what? We've never been able to explain it. We haven't plugged the doorbell in since. Can't say I blame you. Tinsel Man. Last week, my friends and I decided to stay at an Airbnb. It was for one of their birthdays. It was a nicely renovated home with a pretty view. It had exposed brick in some areas, what looked like an older building. Originally built in 1909, I later found out. The way the layout was set up was that the living room connected to the kitchen by an archway. We had put up golden tinsel across to create a wall for photos, and just to have fun walking through as we hung out. So that night we went to a concert to celebrate. Got back around 3 a.m. and all of us jumping in the hot tub. At some point we got out, and as the people were getting changed, I ended up alone in the living room. I was watching some music videos for a bit. That's when I saw him first. The room was pretty lit, and out of the corner of my eye I saw a shadowy figure, head and torso that faded away at the hips. He was gliding across the tinsel, and it was moving as fast as he was brushing shoulders with it. Couldn't believe my eyes, as I've never seen anything so clear as day. Honestly, not much of a believer myself, funny enough. I didn't get any bad energy from him and got distracted by my friends coming back in. So I ended up not mentioning my encounter. Fast forward to about 4 or 5-ish a.m. It's just me and my birthday friend on the couch. Her and I are hanging, and we just start to hear a slight snapping sound from around the tinsel. She looks up and her eyes widen. So I look over, and it honestly looked and sounded as if somebody was flicking the tinsel. Just playing with it on one end off for about an hour. I shit you not. I told her about my encounter earlier that night, and then she mentioned another friend had actually seen something odd with the tinsel too. The last thing was that I was set to sleep on the couch that night. I remember just before sunrise waking up to hear one of the tinsel strands getting pulled from a wall. It looked as if somebody was pulling it like 1, 2, 3 motions, rather than the old tape falling off. By the morning, there was no more activity. I had a good laugh thinking about how he was probably so excited to play with tinsel. It was a fun night for all of us. I've never seen a ghost otherwise, so it's definitely opened my eyes more. I'm happy to have more shared, fun and moments with something or someone I didn't think existed. I think my boyfriend's mom visited me in my dream. So I've been with my boyfriend for a year now. After a couple of months of dating, I moved to be closer to him. So we lived in the same town because things were going so well and lived over an hour originally, though. For context, his mom passed away when he was a teenager from breast cancer. They were very close. So one night we were sleeping on my mattress on the floor. I couldn't afford a bed frame yet. I had a dream that I was just standing in kind of a white void and this lady came walking toward me. I'd only seen her obituary photo, but I immediately recognized her and I said, "Oh my God, you're my boyfriend's mom." She immediately scrunched her face up and told me not to take the Lord's name in vain. I felt a little awkward and apologized. Then my boyfriend came walking in from the side and laughed and said, "I've been telling her that." They hugged each other and were talking and laughing, but I don't remember what they said, but the dream ended there. When I woke up, I told him I had a dream about his mom, and he was immediately curious, so I told him everything that had happened. He actually teared up and told me that before she passed away, she had converted to Christianity and was always telling him not to take the Lord's name in vain. I'm not religious, but I do believe in a spiritual realm of some kind. I asked him if she thinks that it was her, and he said that he didn't know, but it sounded just like what she would have said. I've always thought that she had visited because she wanted to meet me. It also made me feel like we're really meant to be together if that was the case. So tonight we were talking on the phone, and He describes the face that she would make when she was displeased with something. And I remembered that face that she made in my dream, and it just gave me chills. I reminded him of it and talked about it again for a while. He said it's possible that it was her, but I feel really convinced. I never knew her, but somehow in my dream her mannerisms were the same as they were during her time on Earth. How likely is it that she really visited me? And does it mean anything significant to our relationship? I hope so, because I've never felt this way about another person. That's why I wanted a second opinion. I might just be so blinded by my own feelings and hopes about it. Maybe not. Creepy true story. I was peacefully asleep, dreaming of fluffy kittens and flying with ravens. That's when I felt something flick my nose. This was strange because I always sleep with the blanket pulled over my head. The blanket wasn't moved, which was odd, but I brushed it off as a weird dream. As I was about to close my eyes, the blood in my ears roared so loud I could barely hear anything else, and my heartbeat was unnaturally fast. It was just as loud as the roaring. I could feel every blood vessel in my body, and the feeling was like they were firm balloons. My head swam as I sensed something standing in front of me. Adrenaline and fear flew through my system like a riderless skateboard flying down a steep ramp. But I didn't move. I didn't scream. I didn't breathe. I just couldn't. Even thinking was like swimming through thick syrup. It was as if I had been hit by a train of something I can only describe as pure energy. As it slowed, and it dawned on me that I may not live to see another day. I heard my mother's voice calling me. Something told me that it wasn't her. It didn't have any warmth to it, and it was weird for her to call me before she knew I was awake. So I stayed still and silent. The blood still, pretty much roaring, my heart's going fast as I thought it might explode. I heard the being shift and step on a crinkly candy wrapper. Then I sensed it slowly reach out a limb as if it were going to grab my foot. It must have decided against it, because I'm still here writing this. But it kept its arm outstretched and its stature frozen completely, as if it were mimicking my unmoving state. But now the roaring had stopped, but I still sensed the being there, so I didn't move. I slowly reached for the pocket knife I'd clipped to my pants. Thank God I'd forgotten to unclip it and put it away, because although it is small, it's very, very sharp. I flipped it open and slowly reached for the end of my blanket. I ripped it off and slashed the air with furiosity. There's nothing there. That was a letdown. Marble playing sounds. In the heart of Singapore, nestled within the towering HDB flats, lived a man named Wei. For several nights, Wei had been tormented by the incessant sound of marbles dropping and rolling over his flat. The tuck, tuck, tuck echoed through the stillness of the night, robbing him of precious sleep. Frustrated and sleep-deprived, Wei decided to confront his upstairs neighbors. He climbed the stairs, each step heavy with annoyance. When he reached the flat above, he knocked firmly on the door. To his surprise, there was no answer. He knocked again, louder this time, but still, silence was greeting him. His curiosity was piqued. Wei peered through the small window beside the door. The flat was empty. Bewildered, he recalled the unit had been vacant for months. As he turned to leave, a chill ran down his spine. He heard the unmistakable sound of marbles again, this time closer, almost as if it were right behind him. Wei spun around and saw a young boy, no older than 7, sitting on the floor, playing with marbles. The boy looked up and smiled, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "Do you want to play?" the boy asked, his voice eerily calm. Wei's heart raced. He stammered. Who are you?" The boy didn't answer. Instead, he continued to play, the marbles clinking and clattering against the floor. Wei backed away slowly, his mind racing with fear and confusion. He hurried down the stairs, the sound of marbles following him growing fainter with each step. Back in his flat, Wei tried to rationalize what he had seen. He had heard stories from other residents about the mysterious marble sounds. Some said it was due to the expansion and contraction of pipes or the shifting of furniture. Others believed it was like a playful spirit of a young ghost, forever trapped in this building. That night as Wei lay in bed, the talk resumed. But now, instead of annoyance, he felt a strange sense of acceptance. He knew he wasn't alone with his sleepless nights. Somewhere above, a young spirit was playing, reminding him of the mysteries that linger in the shadows of the HDB flats. Ghost in the Elevator Mirror. In the heart of Seoul, there was an old, creaky building with an elevator. Infamous amongst locals, this elevator wasn't just any elevator. It was one that held a sinister legend. On the rare nights when the moon was full, the elevator's mirrors on both sides would create an endless tunnel of reflections. Every occupant would see their image stretch into infinity. But the truly brave or foolish would notice something even more chilling. Look closely at your 4th and 13th reflections, the legends warned. The reflections were said to harbor a ghost, an entity that looks just like you, but isn't you at all. The ghost could move even when you stood still, its eyes unblinking and full of malice. One fateful night, a young woman named Yuna, desperate to disprove the myth, stepped into the elevator with her friends. They switched on their phones' flashlights, illuminating the eerie corridor of reflections. Yuna, determined to face her fears, stared into the mirrors. 1, 2, 3, 4 reflections deep, with a cow in the background. She saw herself, but something was off. The 4th reflection smirked, although her own lips remained still. Her friends laughed nervously, urging her to stop, but Yuna was entranced. She continued counting. 12, 13. The 13th reflection was unmistakably her, but her eyes as cold as ice. It raised a hand while Yuna's own stayed at her side. Panic set in as Yuna's gaze met the ghost's. A jolt of icy dread shot through her. The elevator jolted and lights flickered in the dim light. The ghost seemed to step closer, its eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that spoke of impending doom. The walls seemed to close in as the air was thick with whispers of the supernatural. With a sudden burst of courage, Yuna's friend Min-ho yanked her away from the mirrors. They all bolted out of the elevator the moment the doors creaked open. Their hearts pounded in their chests, breathless from terror. The friends vowed never to speak that night again, but Yuna couldn't shake the ghost's chilling stare from her mind. From then on, whispers spread across the city. People avoided looking too deep into the elevator mirrors, fearful of encountering their ghostly doppelganger. And those who dared, well, they never lingered in those reflections long enough to find out what would happen next. Childhood memory of a dark figure in the window. I think about this every now and again. I thought I could fit it here. This happened when I was maybe 7, maybe 8, around Christmas time. It's in rural eastern Finland. It must have been early in the evening since I remember it being fairly light outside, although the sun had already begun setting. So I remember the moment quite well. I was playing in the living room with my brother, 4 years younger than me. When I happened to look over at the window, I stopped in my tracks. There was a smallish figure sort of pressed up against the glass. I remember it being pretty much completely black, possibly wearing a hat of some sort. Absolutely zero facial features I could make out despite it being bright enough to see the backyard well. It jumped away from the window and ran off the second I looked over. I can still hear the sound of its hands coming off the window as well as the sound of it running away, even though it's been at least 13 years since that very brief moment. I remember looking at my brother who had seen the same thing. We were both freaked out and hurried to tell our mom, who pretty understandably shrugged it off. I just texted my brother to ask if he still remembers it. He definitely does, although we're not sure of his memory being influenced by me talking about it or him being so young at the time. It is, of course, very possible that it was just some kid peering in, but I think it's worth stressing the fact that my childhood home was in a rural area. I think a grand total of 2 classmates of mine lived within a 2-kilometer radius. I feel like if one of them were to visit, they would have come to the front door instead of the back window. As I didn't consciously choose to refer to the figure as an it, just didn't exactly perceive it as being a human for whatever reason. That's not to say it most likely wasn't. It's creepy enough to have someone human peering into our house windows. It's always just felt too weird to me, especially the figure being nearly pitch black and, for what I can remember, faceless. That's about it. There's probably nothing much to solve or anything like that. This will likely just remain a weird memory. I'd be really curious to hear what anybody has to say, though. Could hear a church bell a few days after the passing of a loved one mean anything? And I wasn't near a church. I've been raised by my grandparents my entire life. My grandfather passed away a few weeks ago, very suddenly at age 68 after being admitted to the hospital. My grandmother called me to say his O2 levels were dropping and come to the hospital. Less than a minute after I entered the room, he passed away peacefully with me and my grandmother by his side, holding each hand and saying how much we loved him and it's okay to pass. My grandmother also kept saying for him to let her know that he's okay and to wait for her. He looked peacefully asleep the entire time from the moment I entered the room and even after he passed. I've been trying my best to keep my grandmother company since she's never been alone before. There's been a lot of small coincidences, like him waiting for me to get to the room to say goodbye before passing and a lot of other small stuff. One of the weirdest things was 3 days after he passed. I was sitting downstairs with my grandmother. It was completely silent because we were trying to find a show or a movie to watch. I distinctly heard a deep church bell ring only once. It sounded exactly like Big Ben. I paused for a moment and asked my grandmother, "Did you hear that too?" And she did, described exactly what I also heard. We live out in the country, not near any churches, only farms and fields around us. Nothing could describe where the distinct bell chime came from. It was just us in the house and we weren't moving. Does this mean anything at all? I know death is natural and we'll all experience it, but this has been so incredibly hard. He was the closest thing I ever had to a father. I've never seen death before, and it was so sudden I have a lot of wishing I spent more time with him before he left. Sorry if this is TMI and not the appropriate subreddit. I just wanted to type this out and I'm still grieving heavily and I question these coincidences and the church bell so much. I'm 26 and I just wish and I assumed that he'd be around a long time. I just always thrived on making him and my grandmother proud. So hard. I feel you. Asian Horror Stories, Oksu-Yoshui Station. Oksu Station, located in Orange Line 3 in Seoul, is a place where the ordinary and the supernatural intersect. Late one night, a college student named Min Ho was waiting for the last train after a long study session. As he stood on the platform, he noticed a woman with long, disheveled hair, seemingly drunk, dancing erratically near the edge. Curious and slightly unnerved, Min Ho took out his phone and snapped a photo of her strange behavior, posting it to an online forum. The image quickly went viral, with netizens urging him to take more photos. As he continued to document the scene, the woman danced closer and closer to the edge of the platform, her movements becoming increasingly frantic. Suddenly, the woman stumbled and hit her head against the wall, causing her forehead to bleed. Alarmed, Minho posted another update. The forum exploded with comments. Gotta do a slight pause. You're talking to thousands of people on the internet while you're watching this girl smack her head against a wall and update pictures while people are yelling at you to just do something. Got him mauled. Some warned him to stay away, suggesting she might be a ghost. Others speculated that she was led by a malevolent spirit trying to pull her into the tracks. Some even claimed to see a ghostly hand tugging at her hair. You really have time to be reading these comments. As the tension mounted, the woman vanished without a trace. Min-ho, shaken and worried, stopped responding to the forum. Yeah, good. The next day, the news reported a tragic incident. A man and woman had jumped into the tracks at Yashui Station, ending their lives. Initially believed to be lovers, an investigation revealed that they had no connection to each other. The eerie coincidence and the mysterious disappearance of the woman at Aksu Station led to widespread fear. Commuters began avoiding the station at night, opting for other routes to avoid any potential encounters with the supernatural, or somebody filming you and posting to forums. To this day, the legend of the dancing woman at Aksu Station lingers, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. And the internet. A bizarre childhood memory. I'm a 19-year-old female. There's an episode of my childhood that always makes me wonder about my existence. It's quite strange. I was like 7 or 8 living in a small village with my family. The village is so small that everybody knows everybody. Being a small village, there's only a small river that was near a source of water to wash clothes or dishes. Like each person goes to this water body daily. My mom also went there to wash clothes, and I also got there along with my mother usually. It was a day like any other. I was there with my mom, and there were kids there. I was talking to a girl and a boy quite the same age as me. I was telling them that I could easily jump into the water even though it was pretty deep. I know I can't swim, but they don't. I did just that. I jumped into the water and I drowned. I was so confused and couldn't process anything, but I was thinking why nobody there would help me. It was so weird being water for the first time that I couldn't even scream. After some time, don't know exactly, but I'm sure like I wasn't there for an hour, because if that was the case, I would be dead, and I'm not, so. I was walking down the street, don't really know how I got out of the water or who saved me. But I now know why I was walking, at least. There was a boy from my village who touched my shoulder, told me that my mom was calling me. Before that point, I don't even remember how I got out of the water and why I was walking. I don't even remember the walk. I don't remember anything like that memory, it's just not there. I only remember that boy telling me about Mom, and I was walking fully physically conscious. My clothes weren't even wet, and I don't remember a thing after I drowned. To this day, I don't know what happened, because if somebody had saved me, then everybody would have known, but nobody did. I sometimes think it might be a dream. I know it wasn't. It never really felt like that. It's because I remember jumping over water or in water. Sometimes you told yourself it's just your mind playing tricks, but I know it was real, but I just remember it. I always question myself about it whenever I'm thinking about it. Mimic a true story. Hopefully it's about a mimic and not mimicking a true story. A guy named Sam lived in a city-rented 2-bedroom apartment. It's because he hated to be alone. He moved in on a lady and her young son. One afternoon, she told Sam that she'd experienced something. She was apparently very afraid. One night while walking to the bathroom, she saw a tall, naked man walk down the hallway and turn into the kitchen. Sam asked where did the tall man start. She said it looked like it was coming out of his room. She was terrified and ran into the bathroom. When she exited the bathroom, she didn't see the tall man. Neither Sam or a woman had anyone over. Sam said he had felt like he was being watched, but dismissed it as childish. The lady stayed at his apartment for a few months and nothing else happened to her. She worked second shift and he worked days. Sam would be asleep when she came home and come. Sam would wake her up sitting on the floor in his room. She would just talk away. He figured it made her feel safe and, well, he didn't complain. He kind of enjoyed it himself. This carried on for a few months. The lease was up and it was time to move. The woman had rented a place with her new boyfriend. Sam thanked the lady for helping him pay rent and all that good stuff. He also thanked her for the late-night talks and said he was going to miss them. She was confused and didn't know what he was even talking about. She said that she usually goes to her bedroom. Why would I be in yours, she said. Sam had no clue why she would be in denial. Sometime later, he thought the tall, skinny man and wondered if that's who he'd been talking to. Somehow, he looked like her. Kinda nuts. Or maybe Sam lost his mind. A trickster ghost, maybe. Demon, maybe. Either way, Sam never slept the same again. And I am Sam, by the way. I just changed my name. The Man in Black, a haunting encounter. When I was 17, I experienced something that still haunts me to this day. It started one night in July, during a particularly warm and restless evening. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. That's when I noticed something strange outside my window. My room was on the second floor of our house. I had a clear view of the roof. That night the moon was full, casting an eerie light over everything. As I stared out trying to lull myself to sleep, I saw a figure standing on the roof. He was dressed in a long black coat and wore a black hat that cast a shadow over his face. What struck me the most were his eyes. They glowed a menacing red piercing through the darkness. The figure didn't move, he just stood there watching. I felt a chill run down my spine. I wanted to scream. I was paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to close my eyes tightly and prayed for the figure to just disappear. When I opened them again, he was gone. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light or a vivid dream, but deep down I knew what I'd seen was real. I didn't tell anyone, figuring that they would think I was crazy. A few weeks passed without incident. I began to relax, thinking it was just my imagination. But then one night I woke up suddenly feeling an intense sense of dread. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw him again, this time standing right next to my bed. Same black coat, same hat, those terrifying red eyes. He was like a shadow, darker than the night itself. Couldn't move or scream, I could only stare in horror. He leaned closer. I felt a cold breeze brush against my face. Just as sudden as he had appeared, he vanished, leaving me trembling and drenched in sweat. These encounters left me shaken for months, but I never saw the figure again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching and waiting. Even now, the memory of those red eyes haunts me, a reminder of the inexplicable and the unknown. The Night of the Pontianak. Zhao Yu had been working late again. The office was quiet and the only sound was the hum of the air conditioner. She glanced at the clock and it was already past midnight. With a sigh, she packed her things and headed out. The streets were deserted and the only light came from the occasional flickering street lamp. As she walked along the quiet path, Zhao Yu felt a chill run down her spine. She was 6 months pregnant, and her unborn baby seemed to stir restlessly. She quickened her pace, eager to get home. The night was eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, Zhao Yu heard a soft, eerie laughter. She stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding. The laughter grew louder. She turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a woman, her long black hair covering her face and her white dress stained with blood. Zhao Yu's breath caught in her throat. It was the Pontianak, a vengeful spirit known to prey on pregnant women. The Pontianak's eyes glowed red as she approached Zhao Yu. "Your baby, I want your baby," she hissed. Zhao Yu backed away, her heart racing. She had heard stories about the Pontianak, but she never thought that she would encounter one. Desperate, Zhao Yu remembered an old tale her grandmother had told her. The Pontianak feared sharp objects. With trembling hands, she reached into her bag, pulled out a pair of scissors. She held them out in front of her, hoping it would be enough to ward off the ghost. The Pontianak screeched and recoiled. Her eyes filled with rage. Zhao Yu took the opportunity to run. She sprinted down the path, her heart pounding in her chest. The Pontianak's screams echoed behind her, but she didn't dare look back. Finally, Zhao Yu reached her apartment building. She fumbled with her keys, her hands shaking, and managed to unlock the door. She slammed it shut behind her and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. The Pontianak's screams faded into the night, and Zhao Yu knew that she had escaped. But the memory of that night would haunt her forever. Past ghost while walking in cemetery. This happened when I was living in New Hampshire. My job at the time was very stressful. So, to relax, I used to go walking in Mount Calvary Cemetery in Lebanon. To give you a sense of the cemetery, to get to it you have to turn off the main road to the cemetery road. That winds up a hill for a bit and then you come into the cemetery itself. That's at the top of a very large hill. It was in October. The foliage was very bright and vibrant. I was enjoying the foliage and the peace and quiet. The path I was walking on is nothing more than a dirt road around a cemetery in the shape of a big circle. I'd been there a while. When I came around the corner on one of the straight areas on the road, I noticed someone walking toward me. I was thinking I didn't hear a car come up the hill, so I looked for the car. Nothing. This person was coming from the side of the cemetery, where they would have had to basically climb the steep hill to the end to get there. Didn't really think of anything, so kept walking towards this person. As I got closer, I noticed it was an older man with very white hair. He was dressed very well with khaki pants and blue button-down shirt and glasses and really nice tennis shoes and a red ball cap. As I passed him, I said hello and he said hello back, but never looked at me and kept walking. It was at this point that I realized that I didn't hear the gravel making noise as he came by me. This was maybe 5-10 seconds. Where he passed me was on a corner on the path, so I immediately turned around to see if he was still there. Nothing. It just wasn't there anymore. I immediately went looking for him. The cemetery's very open. You could see people from all long ways off. I looked for an hour for him. Absolutely fine-tooth combed the place. Nothing. He looked so solid, just like another person out for a walk enjoying the peace and quiet. I was in the cemetery a lot and never saw him again. I hope he's at peace. My dog has been refusing to go into our kitchen for weeks now. My parents and I moved into our current house when our German Shepherd, now almost 2, was just a puppy, about 3 months old. So she's quite comfortable everywhere in the house, except suddenly the kitchen, which used to be one of her favorite spots because of all the dog treats and food being in there. The kitchen has nothing scary about it, except for the fact that there's a door leading to the basement. When we moved in, I knew the basement was creepy, all cement, multiple rooms, but with the one that stood out. The breaker room fit with a dusty, abandoned storage cabinet, the breaker panel, and a shit ton of spray paint on the walls reading things like, "John lived here." There's one with a saying that I can't quite remember, but it always gives me a creepy feeling when I read it. I'm not sure who lived in the house before us, but John isn't the name of the man who sold it to us, but it could have easily been a previous renter. No big deal, I guess. Never really thought much of the basement being creepy other than making jokes to my friends about how freaky it is down there. That'll be while I'm doing laundry, but I got a treat from my German Shepherd after taking her out at night as usual. But she was timid walking to the kitchen, and darted basically, throwing her treat to the floor in the process out of the kitchen. While I thought it was weird, I assumed there might have been a rat or something as we live in a very rural area. But I checked everything and I found nothing. Since then, she refuses to step more than 2 or 3 steps into the kitchen, sometimes even crying as if she can't come in. I'm not sure if my house is quote-unquote haunted, but I can tell you it's an old thing. And this situation is just screaming paranormal to me. I don't really know much about the property, but I'm curious if anybody's had similar experiences, or if they think this could be paranormal. It's so odd to me that she won't come in or even for treats. Anybody have any ideas why this could be happening? Paranormal or not? Terrifying encounter at Vicky's house. This experience took place in the spring of '77. That was when I was 5 years old. My mother had a friend named Vicky who had invited us to spend the weekend at her house. Vicky's house was not some run-down, obviously haunted. Something, that you would expect for a story like this. It was actually a newer 2-story build that was less than 10 years old. While the house didn't give off any weird vibes, I remember that Vicky wasn't exactly the nicest woman. Always seemed to be giving my sister and I trouble, like she was thinking we were going to damage something by being kids. Fair. In Vicky's basement, she had one of those hanging half-basket wicker chairs that were popular in the '70s. I was down in the basement sitting on the wicker chair, being very careful as I didn't want to give Vicky another reason to tell me off. That's when suddenly, the chain and rope that fastened the chair to the ceiling broke. It fell forward on the open side, trapping me inside of it like a cage. At the time, it just fell to the floor. Vicky's stereo suddenly turned on by itself. It started playing very loud music. I was utterly terrified and screamed for my mother. My mother and Vicky came rushing downstairs. My mom got me out from under the chair while Vicky shut the stereo off. Vicky then started laying into me for breaking the chair and playing with the stereo, but my mom told her to shut it. We left shortly afterwards when I'd calmed down. To this day, I can vividly remember the feeling of terror as that chair fell on top of me, the stereo coming on loudly. When I brought it up to my mom years later, she remembered the incident and took us home because she didn't think it was possible for me to turn on the stereo and manage to break the chair at the same time. It was basically instantaneous. She thought Vicky was acting like a bitch the entire time. Yelling at me for the incident was the last straw. I never went back to Vicky's again. Can't say that I'm at all heartbroken about it, though. Something in that house did not like me. And it wasn't just Vicky. I met the Watford vampire. A month ago I had this weird experience that I've posted about. You can go read that post if you want to, but I'll basically summarize it here. I'm a 22-year-old female. I'm from Watford, if that's how you say it. I met this guy at a pub. He had long white blonde hair, a slightly pointed nose, and looked like a guy in his early 30s. His voice was smooth and almost hypnotic. He had some sort of European accent. I remember that he never mentioned his name. But at that time, I didn't really think about it or realize that it was strange. We spoke for some time, but I don't remember even a single topic that we spoke about. That night, I dreamt of him along with dark corridors, the whispering voices. Everything was so vivid. I woke up with such a huge desire to take a walk and found myself that evening at the cemetery on Vicarage Road. It was very dark, but luckily not so cold out. Yet somehow I felt compelled to go there, like I was drawn there. As I walked through the cemetery, he appeared again. He just stood there as if standing in a cemetery at midnight isn't like the most normal thing to do in the world, but the next thing about him that turned my blood cold was his smile. And for some reason, I went towards him. We talked for a couple of minutes, and once again, I have no memory of the conversation. It's all just a blur. After a couple of minutes, I got this gut-wrenching feeling that I needed to leave. I made an excuse and I left. Something about him doesn't quite seem right, like he isn't quite a person. I've been reading accounts of this guy over the internet, all similar, and it made me realize that I encountered the Watford vampire. Somebody else even reached out to me saying that they had met him too. Stuff about this guy going all the way back to the 1980s, always with the same description. In the past month I've been back to the cemetery, but I've dreamed about him several times, with each dream more vivid than the last. Gettysburg Battlefield Ghost. Wanted to share an experience on the Gettysburg Battlefield. I used to do Civil War reenacting, and this happened in 1995. My wife and I decided to go to the battle while still in our outfits. I was in full Confederate uniform, and my wife was in like a full hoop skirt. Seeing that I was a member of the 20th Maine Company, well, I had the Union uniform as well, and I also had the 4th Texas Confederate uniform, so we decided to visit Little Round Top. We got there just as it was getting dark. I kept the Confederate uniform on just to see if I could get some activity. As we were coming up the hill, you could smell the smell of rotten eggs. This is the smell that, certain gunpowders give off after firing. As we got almost to the top, the whole area changed, got heavy. I was feeling like I was being watched and got a chill up my spine. This was in July in Pennsylvania. It was hot. As we got to the top of the environment, it got downright hostile feeling. I asked if anybody was there and what they thought of a Confederate soldier on the top of Little Round Top. That's when my wife said somebody poked her on the shoulder hard. I then had a cold spot hit me. There was absolutely somebody there. Definitely did not feel welcoming. We then started to hear what sounded like men walking together through the woods. It was at this point that I said, I mean no disrespect. I was just visiting. I thanked them for their sacrifice, and we left not long after all this was happening. Whoever it was stayed close behind us, followed us all the way back to the truck. Heard walking the whole time coming down the hill of the road. That was one of the coolest paranormal events ever. I understand that they would be pissed at me, but, a person in a Confederate uniform on the top of Little Round Top. They're forever fighting that battle. Room 1301. In a quiet neighborhood in Seoul, A newlywed couple moved into an apartment number 1401. They had a routine of jogging together every morning, enjoying the fresh air and each other's company. One morning as they jogged and chatted, the husband suddenly stopped. The wife, lost in her thoughts, continued running. For a few more meters she ran before realizing that he wasn't beside her. Turning back, she saw her husband standing still, talking to the empty air with a smile on his face. Confused, she asked him who he was talking to. He replied that he was greeting their neighbor from apartment number 1301. The wife, however, saw nobody there and thought her husband was playing a prank on her, or perhaps not fully awake. This led to a heated argument once they returned home, with the husband insisting that he had seen somebody and the wife adamant that there was no one there. Later that day, feeling guilty for their quarrel, the wife decided to make amends by cooking her husband's favorite meal. She bought fresh vegetables and hurried home, only to find the door ajar. Inside, she discovered her husband lying on the floor, eyes wide open, lifeless. The neighbors helped her with the funeral arrangements. The wife couldn't shake off the memory of the mysterious woman her husband had greeted. As she delved deeper, she learned that others who had encountered this invisible woman from apartment number 1301 had also met their untimely deaths within 3 days. The residents of the building, terrified by the string of mysterious deaths, petitioned the court for an investigation. However, the case was quickly closed due to the lack of scientific evidence. Desperate, the residents protested against W Construction Company, the builders of the apartment. Eventually, they received compensation and the building was abandoned. Since then, no more mysterious deaths occurred, but the legend of room 1301 lives on. It's said that if you ever meet a woman there and greet her, it might not be a blessing, but a harbinger of doom. The Shadow Killers. So for a bit of background, I grew up in a town 30 minutes outside of Cancun, Mexico. Shopping had to be done in the city, so I had a babysitter pretty often. The house had a long, narrow corridor from the front yard to the backyard. It was along the side of the house where the kitchen and living room were. Now that we have the setting, my mom had to go grocery shopping, leaving me in the hands of a teenage girl from our area. Now, I admit I was a kid and time perception is way off for kids. But I do remember my mom hadn't been gone for long when I terrorized this girl enough that she decided to leave me alone and go home. I was very satisfied with myself at first. What didn't feel like too much time later, when I'm in my room, I hear a whispering voice. Assuming it's the babysitter back, thinking that she had scared me by leaving, I went to try to run her off again. And yes, I was a huge asshole kid. But as I walk toward the living room, I see a shadow by the window where the corridor was. My blood turned cold. I remember terror. I remember fear greater than I've ever had before. Suddenly the voice became 2 voices, then 3, and the shadows multiplied. They were tall, solid black, and human-shaped. And as the shadows began to get more solid-looking, the voices also became louder. They were saying words such as kill, alone, and murder. In my terror, I called my best friend's mom, the only number aside from our own I'd memorized. I told her I was scared and somebody was there at the house. She rushed over to pick me up and arrived at the same time my mom did. Now, to me, it felt like no more than an hour, max 2, had gone by. But consider a 30-minute drive each way, plus my mom usually 2 to 3 hours hitting the 3 major stores for a shopping day. Time doesn't add up. But those shadows, those solid, black, scary shadows, they dissipated as soon as my mom showed up. Coincidence or haunting? Evidence found. So I dabble in the paranormal. I started opening myself back up to the spirit world. It's only been a week, but I'm already experiencing something. I lived in my house for 5 years. Normal little suburb. I think the neighborhood was built in the 80s. So my house was built in 1984. I've had weird little things here and there, hearing voices. Once my daughter and I both thought the other person had walked past the room, but nothing crazy. The first thing I noticed was my dreams, which are normally very convoluted and weird, but they became mundane in the last week. I'm just in normal places that I don't recognize, talking to regular people that I don't know. Wednesday night I had a dream where I was in my house, the first place I recognized. The person kept telling me, "You need to see what's in the bathroom. You need to see what's happened in the bathroom." The way they said it was strange, but I refused. Didn't look in the bathroom. The dream was so mundane I forgot about it until Thursday when I was taking a long shower. The water suddenly got cold. I didn't think much of it. It was a long shower. Turned off the water and I could hear music playing. There was a loud static sound over it and I was super confused. And then, I saw the hot water faucet at the sink. It was on full blast. I was the only one home. Then I remembered the dream. Did some research. Found an article. I can provide this in the comments if allowed. Apparently there was a murder on my street. 3-year-old boy and a 15-year-old babysitter were drowned in a bathtub. Oof. The bodies were found in scalding hot water. This was on my street, and they were murdered exactly 1 week before I was born. I want to dive deeper into this. What do you think? I don't think all this could be a coincidence. I had more dreams last night that I can't remember. Tiffany the Mannequin. So 4 of my friends are rooming in a student housing apartment. They've been experiencing weird occurrences since they moved in with a mannequin named Tiffany. We're pretty sure Tiffany is from a Sears at a mall, but not quite sure. They lived in the same place last year without Tiffany and nothing weird happened. So far this year, they've had varying experiences that make no sense whatsoever. So here's what's happened so far. The door shutting on its own with no windows open and all roommates accounted for with the roommate living in that room gone. One person's LED lights changed colors on their own, and nobody else had the remote. It could be caused by another remote, but they don't have any other remotes. A different door shaking, like somebody was trying to get in when the lights were turned off. The one in the room turned the lights on and the door stopped shaking. Then he turned them off and it started again, 3 times in total. The temperature is almost always 67 degrees, even if somebody changes the thermostat to 75. The night before could be the building just having shitty heating, but there's no issues with the previous year. We put Tiffany, who's currently in a health ledger Joker getup, Heath Ledger Joker getup, in the center room facing the front door with the LED strobe lights on, 3 of us outside in the hallway looking at her and 1 person in the kitchen. While the 3 of us were out in the hall, the one in the kitchen starts yelling to stop. We turn the strobe lights off and turn the kitchen lights on. The one who yelled says that his back got scratched. So we checked to see if he was just messing with us, only to find 4 scratch marks across his back. The first occurrence, that I was there to witness. All of these events happened in different rooms in the apartment, and we're all very confused and shook by these occurrences. We don't know how to explain it other than something paranormal. If anybody has any opinions or suggestions, we're all very curious. Sinhai Tunnel Ghost Stories. On a rainy midnight in Taipei, a taxi driver was making his rounds. That's when he picked up a young woman near the Sinhai Tunnel. She was drenched and shivering. He offered her a warm ride home. The journey was quiet, with only the sound of raindrops pattering against the car windows. The driver noticed the young woman seemed unusually quiet, staring out the window with a distant look in her eyes. After a short drive, they arrived at an old, somewhat dilapidated house. The young woman with soft and apologetic voice told the driver she had left her purse at work, asked if he could wait while she fetched the money from inside. The driver agreed, watching as she disappeared into the house. Minutes turned into 20. The driver, growing impatient and concerned, decided to knock on the door. An elderly man answered, his face etched with sorrow. The driver explained the situation, and the old man sighed deeply before handing him the fare. "Thank you," the driver said. "But where's the young lady?" The old man's eyes filled with tears as he replied, "My daughter died in a car accident years ago. Every night she comes home, just like tonight." The driver, stunned and speechless, looked back at his taxi. He could still see the faint outline of the young woman in the back seat, her presence lingering like a whisper in the night. The old man invited the driver inside. That's where he saw a small shrine that was dedicated to the young woman. It was adorned with her photographs and favorite belongings. The old man and his wife shared stories of their daughter, describing her as a vibrant and loving person who always cared for others. They spoke of the tragic accident that took her life and how they felt her presence every night. It's as if she was still trying to come home to them. The driver, moved by their love and grief, realized that the young woman's spirit found solace in returning to her parents, even if just for a fleeting moment each night. That's brutal. Increasing odd activity. Am I crazy? I, a 27-year-old female, have been noticing some odd events going on in my home in recent months. Nothing too terrifying, just unsettling mostly. It reached a turning point here just the other night, though. I had just crawled into bed maybe an hour before, more than likely moving into a deep sleep at that point, or REM. I don't really know if I'm really not a sleep expert. I heard what sounded like my sister's voice calling out my name. It had a tone of urgency to it. It was so loud and clear that I thought she'd gotten into my house or was at least at the window trying to get my attention. My family will sometimes turn up in the night if they can't get a hold of me if it's an emergency. But needless to say, it was not her. I even asked her, and she said that she'd been asleep since about 10 p.m. due to having work early the next day. This had all happened around 2 a.m. or so. Note, I did not respond to it. I was aiming to just ignore it and go back to sleep. But my baby, who's 11 months old, started crying immediately afterwards. I ran and got her and brought her to bed with me to be safe. I got weirded out by this event totally. For context, I do have a security system that I do use, and a very loud dog too. They didn't even make a sound the whole time. I usually use my dog as sort of a gauge whether or not to be worried. If he doesn't react, I don't worry. I do all the standard things of locking my doors at night, closing my curtains, not answering the door at night for any reason. The usual. I have heard this voice call me a couple of times now. It's always my mom or my sister's voices. Was I falling asleep and experiencing some sleep phenomenon? Or is it a supernatural being? Or am I crazy? Inquiring minds would like to know. Gotta say, if I freaked out every time my dog freaked out, or on the flip side, if I was calm when he was calm, talk about shortening my life expectancy. I think there's a ghost cat in my new apartment. It's been a while since I felt like I was being haunted. I can't stand the paranormal stuff that's happened in my life, so I chose not to believe in it. I do everything I can to avoid it. Recently, I moved into a new apartment. I spent 2 weeks unpacking and prepping the place before moving my cats in from out of state. That was the longest I've been without them. I missed them like crazy. Often during the last 2 weeks, I would see a cat walking around in the corner of my eye. I chalked it up to just really missing my cat and my brain projecting it. My close friend was watching my cats while I moved, and we would FaceTime often during that time, so I could see my kitties. At one point, they said that they thought they saw a cat in the background of a previous FaceTime call, but since my cats were with them, they knew I didn't have a cat at my new apartment. Thought maybe it was something else. I'll still see cat-like figures out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn, it's nothing, so I don't really think much of it. But the other night, I was watching TV, and I swear I saw a dark cat-like figure walk across my hall, went near the TV. I looked up, and both my cats were sleeping on the cat tree next to the couch I was on. It only spooked me a little, and I couldn't stop thinking about it that night. Today, at around 4 p.m., I let my cats out of my balcony, or rather, onto the balcony. I have 2 sliding doors to the balcony. One goes to my living room, and the other goes to my bedroom. I was standing between the bedroom and the living room sliding door, soaking in the sun and spacing out on my phone. That's when I see a shadow of a cat walk from the living room to the bedroom. I look up and both my cats are asleep on my bed. I definitely would have noticed, and I heard if they had jumped up and curled on my bed, but they clearly had been sleeping for a bit. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but what do you guys think? I've never had a paranormal experience with an animal, I don't think. So far it seems harmless, but I'm worried that if I give it any attention, it could turn into something else or be a dark entity. Paranormal events in my old family home. So when I was a kid, we came home from school early. It was due to a town-wide power outage. So it comes around to dinner time and the power still doesn't come back on. I need to set the scene for this part. So the way the house was laid out is you'd come into the main floor and a few feet in were some stairs going downstairs where my room, the bathroom, the living room, and the door to the basement would be. With that said, my family was going to go eat and everybody went out to the car, except for me. I stayed inside to go to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom and all of a sudden I hear a door open and slam shut. Then it stomps across the floor, then a door opens and slams shut again. It sounded like it was on my level. I go out to the car and ask my parents if they were in the house, and they say no, everybody's been out of the car waiting for me. So fast forward about 6 or 7 years. I'm at the house, I go to the basement to grab something. And I swear to this day I could have sworn my dog came downstairs to the basement with me. He's a big 90-pound black lab. So I turn to go upstairs, then I turn off the light and look down the stairs into the dark basement. There's a light on behind me, and for this little bit of light, I see a pair of green eyes. They're looking at me. Almost like you shined a light off a dog or a cat's eyes with a flashlight. I tell him to come up like 2 or 3 times, and he doesn't, so I just close the door and figure, okay. And he'll bark at the door for me to let him up in a second. But no. He won't, and I just go to the main floor. He's lying there on the couch, sound asleep. Fast forward another 3 years. My youngest brother is 3. When my mom would tuck him in, he would ask my mom if he would tuck in, quotes, the girls. My mom would be confused because there's only my sister and she's 18. He would say no, the little girls. They wanted to be tucked in too. This would freak out my mom. I bet. My experience during college. I'm from India, and I had to move away from my hometown for studies. I was renting a house where 7 of my friends are. The house had 2 floors. The ground floor was locked, and we didn't have access to it. The second floor had 2 bedrooms and 1 room that had no window, kind of a storage room. This house was attached with other houses. One on the wall was shared with the other house. The terrace was also attached. So during the nighttime, we always would hear footsteps. We would disregard them as somebody from the next house walking upstairs. This happened daily, braised, and we mostly didn't care about it. Braised. The back of our head, we knew that something wasn't right. We did go up to check if something's there. We had small stray puppies come to our room. We used to play and feed them, so it was friendly to us at least. Me and my friend always go out at around 10:30 p.m. to get some tea of snacks. But one night, I had assignment to finish, so I told my buddies to go without me. It should have been 15 minutes after they left and I heard the footsteps, but I didn't bother to acknowledge it. Then one of them popped Cam upstairs and I put some food for it in the bowl. Net my bed for him. Usually the pup would come in without hesitation, but this time the pup just sat down outside the door. Tried calling it, but the pup wouldn't step in. Then it started crying and howling. I got goosebumps and my mind just kicked in. Survival mode. I just ran from the house. I didn't look back or tried lock or run off the lights. I ran till I found my friends, told my buddies what happened, and they just laughed it off. The other incident was my friend having the episode of sleep paralysis. He told me an old scary-looking lady was sitting on his chest. He couldn't move or talk. One of my other friends saw him struggling, and he kind of woke him up. He did not know what sleep paralysis was at that time. Share your own creepy, true, and spooky stories. Mine is pretty lame compared to what I'm sure others have experienced, but I still will share it. About 10 years ago, when I was in my mid-teens, I was going through a typical grouchy teenage hormonal stage. I had been raising chickens for eggs at the time, and I lived on my parents' 5-acre wood-secluded property. So putting the chickens away at night after dark always creeped me out. Constantly felt like something was watching me. My dog always came with me until he got too old and I didn't want him to have to walk in the dark and would lock him so he wouldn't hurt himself. A lot of mildly creepy things happened at night there, but nothing stood out to me like this night. I just locked the chicken door for the night and I had the most overwhelming urge to run and book it to the house. I didn't normally get that creeped out. Turned, started running, didn't look back. I could hear rustling in the bushes and jingling in the woods. Once I got inside, I made sure the door was locked right. Also double-checked to make sure my dog was in fact locked in. He was, and seemed extra agitated too. A short while later, I heard what sounded like a herd of horses galloping right past the house. I know it sounds crazy, and it was mid-autumn, so it wasn't even that late, maybe 8:30. Turned the light on outside. No sign of horses. I wasn't sleepy or tired and hadn't had any alcohol or anything that could possibly alter my thinking. No one's even had horses close enough for me to hear them that close or that clearly. I checked the next morning, no signs of horses running through the yard. No hoof prints or torn up grass or anything. My dog remained on edge the rest of the night and didn't want to go out to go potty. After that, I started experiencing horrible night terrors and sleep paralysis where I would think things were attacking me and wouldn't be able to move. I do have some other strange happenings, but nothing as weird as that. Like I said, this is probably nothing compared to others' experiences. Small retort from the gecko there. My bedroom door threw a tantrum. I can't really say I believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I had this experience a while back that I just can't understand. Ever since I was little, it would take me a very long time to go to sleep. I'm talking like laying in bed for 3 hours before actually falling asleep. This one night a few years ago, I remember getting very annoyed. It was because I couldn't fall asleep. I'd been lying in bed for at least 4 hours already. It was around 1 a.m. and I had to wake up at 6 a.m. for school. So I was really just trying to fall asleep. At the time, for some reason, I was terrified to sleep in pure darkness, so I had an antique lamp on during all hours of the night. It was well past the age where a nightlight was acceptable to have, by the way. I was finally drifting to sleep when I heard a loud slam. I slowly opened my eyes, still very drowsy, being seconds away from peacefully sleeping. Clear as day, I watched my bedroom door, which was formerly closed, swing open, then slam again. I watched as my door opened and slammed shut faster and faster. There was nothing I could really do besides watch it. My lamp was on and illuminating the door, so I was able to see that no one was grabbing the doorknob or anything like that. After at least 2 minutes of me watching my door rapidly open and close, I got kind of fed up. I wasn't scared at all, which is kind of odd. I just ended up mumbling, "Can you, stop?" The door slammed one final time. That was it. Rolled over towards the wall, my back to the door, and fell asleep. In the morning, I checked my wall. I saw a hole that the doorknob left when it slammed into it, so it definitely wasn't a dream. Still, I'm not sure what it was really about, but nothing like that has happened since. You need a doorstop. My fiancé appeared in 2 different places in our apartment. So for a little context, my fiancé and I have been living in an apartment since about December of 2023. When we first moved in, she would have terrible visions of about an old lady visiting her while she was sleeping. She said this entity was evil and wanted to cause us harm. Our apartment is also laid out to where you can walk through the bathroom to the bedroom, into the living room and the kitchen and back into the bathroom. After about a month, my fiancé had her grandma come in and bless the place. Since then, my fiancé has not any bad dreams, though they have increased for me about tenfold. Well, one night when my fiancé was getting ready to take a bath, I was doing dishes. I looked to my left into the bathroom. I saw she was kind of standing there staring at the water. I then heard movement from the bedroom and looked at the bedroom, and I see my fiancé come out. I looked back at the bathroom and the entity was facing me. It had no face, it was just skin. But I could somehow tell it was looking directly at me, and I felt this intense, crippling headache. Fell to the ground holding my head, and then it subsided. The fiancé was standing over me, worried. I looked at the bathroom. The entity was gone. A few months have passed since then. Nothing else has happened until today. I've been out of work with a torn muscle in my back, and I've been home alone pretty much a lot. So today, while sitting on my couch, the TV remote was sitting on my armrest. I got up to grab some water. When I got up, I felt something hit my back and hard, right where the muscle is torn. I turn around, and the remote is sitting on the floor at my feet. The way it was positioned on the armrest, there's no way it could have been flung that fast and that hard. It felt like somebody or something threw it at me. I want to get my fiancé's grandma back in to bless the place, but I'm afraid it would make things worse. It appeared to the last time. Any ideas? Paranormal Story at My Best Friend's House, Part 1. I've been staying at my best friend's house for the past month or so. I was babysitting her kid, or my godson. The house is only a short 2-story complex. My godson is only about 1.5 years old, but he's been showing me some mysterious behavior lately. We live in the beautiful state of New Hampshire, but sometimes it's not that boring as it seems. New Hampshire is known for its historical background and beautiful scenery, but sometimes it's more than just the history and the scenery that can bring a man here. I was sitting on her couch as usual, minding my business, and I was about maybe midnight. She has LEDs, and she always has the color purple on. It's right by the living room. It's simple, but a small kitchen. I believe that's the source of the strange things that have been happening. I was never able to capture any other evidence besides, her boyfriend as well as herself listening and hearing the noises sometimes. just last night we thought the baby was awake because we heard knocking from his room. So I go to his room to check on him. I walked up her creaky-ass stairs in hopes to get the baby's attention that somebody was coming to his rescue. I opened his door only to find him still asleep, and the mystery knocking had stopped as soon as I'd gotten up there. Sometimes things happen in the kitchen while I'm asleep on the couch, and me being a 20-year-old female with a baby face, along with a short and stubby frame, I disappeared under my covers and just talked to my fiancé on the phone. Told him everything that happened. He thinks it's getting to me because we've been watching Sam and Colby videos almost every night. But I know what's going on. I feel the presence behind me even now as I type this. My best friend, her boyfriend, and I went shopping for a Ouija board. We're not sure if we're being ballsy or if we're moving, the planchette. The Haunting of Chinatown. Ah Seng, a veteran taxi driver, had had his fair share of Singapore's bustling streets. But nothing prepared him for the night that he encountered the ghost of Chinatown. It was a rainy evening. As Ah Seng cruised through the neon-lit streets, he noticed a woman standing alone underneath a street lamp. She was dressed in a traditional cheongsam, her face pale and ethereal. "Chinatown, please," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Ah Seng nodded. As he drove, he felt a strange chill, even though the car's heater was on. He glanced in the rearview mirror and the woman was gone, but the destination was still set for Chinatown. When they arrived, Ah Seng stopped the car. The woman was nowhere to be seen. Puzzled, he got out and looked around. There was no sign of her. As he was about to get back into his car, he heard a faint, mournful melody. It seemed to be coming from the old temple nearby. Curiosity piqued, Ah Seng followed the sound. Inside the temple, the air was thick with incense smoke. He saw a woman standing before a large, ornate altar. It was the same woman that he had picked up earlier. She was praying, her tears glistening in the dim light. As Ah Seng watched, the woman turned and looked at him. A sad smile played on her lips. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely audible. Before he could reply, she vanished into thin air. Ah Seng stood there for a long time, his heart pounding. He knew he had just witnessed something extraordinary. As he left the temple, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered a ghost, a lingering spirit of Singapore's past. The Shadow People. Between 2016 and 2019, there was tons of activity in my home. And during this time, my mom had a boyfriend who lived with us. My room used to have Christmas lights up, and in the early years, when I was 15 and 16, my mom had a rule that I had to sleep with the door open, so I wouldn't stay up all night on my phone without her catching me. I would wake up between 5:30 and 6 to get ready for school, be out of the door by 7. Usually, my mom's boyfriend would be long gone by then. But one day I woke up just in time to see him pass by the hall. He's about 6'1", 6'2". Nothing seemed unusual about it except he had a dark mass following behind him. I could see this as a shadow. It was against the wall. Kind of weird because, his actual shadow was on the floor in front of him. I remember feeling pure dread, so I closed my eyes. I tried not to think about it anymore. I never saw that shadow again, though. That wasn't the only shadow person I had in my room. I usually would unplug my lights when it was time to go to school to save energy, but sometimes I'd just forget. Once I came home after school, and during dinner, my mom's boyfriend said something along the lines of, "Oh, I saw you sitting on your bed this morning. You must have gotten to school really late, huh?" I looked at him in confusion and I said, I don't know what you're talking about." He looked at me a bit stunned. He asked me what time I had left, and I said 7 a.m. like always. He looked scared and told me that at around 7:20 a.m. he was rushing past my room because he was running late. He saw a figure. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and assumed it was me. Well, since my lights were still on and, left the house. That definitely freaked me out, and I couldn't sleep comfortably in my room after that for weeks. San Fang Department Store. In 1995, the collapse of San Fang Department Store shocked the world. This incident was more than just a building collapse. It was shrouded in a chilling legend. According to the legend, on this day of the incident, a mother took her child to the department store for shopping. The child kept insisting on going home, but the mother persuaded him with the promise of toys. However, the child continued to be stubborn, and eventually the mother gave in and took him out of the department store. Upon returning home, the mother turned on the TV and was horrified to see the news of San Fang Department Store's collapse. The child looked at the news and said to his mother, "Mom, I told you to leave quickly." Surprised, the mother asked the child why he knew to leave. The child replied, "Everyone in the department store was tied around the neck with black ropes by a man wearing black clothes." After the incident, investigations revealed that the San Fang Department Store was aware of the building's structural problems due to illegal construction. The collapse resulted in the deaths of 502 people, making it one of the worst building collapses in history. Despite knowing the risks, the CEO of the relevant group was only sentenced to 7 years in prison, sparking outrage amongst the victims' families. Following the collapse, numerous supernatural occurrences were reported at the site of San Fang Department Store. One man claimed to have seen a group of people rushing somewhere after work, all carrying the same paper bags. He described the logo on the bags to his wife. 3 circles stacked into a triangle, his wife exclaimed. "That's the logo of San Fang Department Store." This legend serves as a haunting reminder of the tragic San Fang Department Store collapse and the importance of safety and construction standards. It continues to send a chilling message to people about the consequences of negligence and the enduring power of superstition. A mimic of my sister answered the door. My aunt was telling me and she, and my niece, 12 years old, they came over to the house to drop some stuff off 2 days ago, around 8:30 at night. I try to leave my porch and kitchen lights off as much as possible to save, but I'll turn them on and answer the door for anyone. This interaction took place in the dark. No porch lights were on. The kitchen light wasn't on. My aunt was sitting in her car with her headlights on facing the door. So she watched this whole thing happen, basically. My niece knocked on my front door. I have a screen door. Said my sister answered the door but was behind the screen door. She said that she also saw my other sister's boyfriend standing behind her in the kitchen. She tried to ask for me, but my sister didn't say anything to her. Just stared at her through the screen door. She said something seemed off about her. She got scared, so she ran back to the car. Told her mom what had happened. My 2 sisters and the boyfriend moved out going on 2 months ago. I live alone. I was home alone that night, and I was in my room the whole night. I didn't hear the knocking or talking or anything. The only thing I remember happening was my dog barking. I paused my TV, sat in silence, trying to hear anything that would make him bark, but heard nothing. I don't know what time that was, but I'm assuming he heard the knocking. I asked my aunt over and over again if she was sure that that happened, because I was home alone and there's no way either my sisters or my boyfriend could have answered the door. She and my niece swear that happened. Now I don't feel comfortable in my own home. My dog this morning kept growling and barking, and he's very sweet and quiet unless he feels threatened or in danger. It's like there was something I couldn't see or hear that freaked me out even more. Recently, I've had this fear of encountering a mimic since living home alone, so I'm very on edge. I don't know what to think of this, but wanted to share. Son saw husband when he wasn't there. Son saw husband before he was there. This happened yesterday afternoon. My son is 16 and not the most observant or chatty. In fact, he mainly just grunts. Yesterday I was washing up. He said from the living room, "That's weird, I'm sure I've just seen Dad go around the corner in a work van." My husband took my blue car to work yesterday as the battery had been discharging. He wanted to see, if a longer run would charge it. His work vans are gray with a logo on the side. He's maybe borrowed a work van 5 to 10 times in the years, so it's not really a frequent occurrence in the 10 years that he's worked there. A few minutes later, my husband was still not home, so I asked, "Are you sure it was Dad?" Son said, "Yeah, I think so. He was wearing a blue quarter zip and looked like Dad." But it was weird because he looked younger. It looked like his work van. So I went and stood at the front window to see if I could see him coming or something. We occasionally park around the corner in the cul-de-sac. Parking is quite tight outside our house. When my husband drives past in a gray work van, he's parking up outside and Son says, "That's what I just saw." So I said, maybe he couldn't find a space and he had to drive around the block. A minute or two later, my husband comes in and confirms it couldn't have been him. He hasn't driven past. My son and I are curious, so we walk around the corner to the cul-de-sac expecting to see a gray van. We wouldn't be able to, go to the driveway without seeing it, basically. He was wearing a blue quarter zip, his work uniform. It's a buff hoodie. There was no van at all around the corner. The road's approximately 4 meters from the front window. Poochie the Haunted Pooch. For those of you that are 90s babies, you may remember the huge Furby boom. And just as popular but slightly less known in my area, Poochie. This was a robotic dog toy that sang little tunes when you pushed the right button on the head or placed his bone by his nose to activate him. So this was basically back when Harry Potter 1 first came out. My mom used to read a chapter at night to me, pretty much every night. And on one of those nights, at around 8 p.m., we suddenly hear one of the tunes coming from my room. Weird, but I had that toy for a bit. Maybe it was faulty wiring. After a few nights of it activating on its own at around the same time, it stopped working when I intentionally tried to play with it. About a week more of this goes by and I get irritated and just take out the batteries. Silence for about 2 weeks. And then, one night at around 10 p.m., the sing-song tune begins once more. No batteries, no prompt from me. Began to feel afraid and weird about it. This led me to throwing it hard against a wall, popping its head slightly out and breaking a leg. I thought that was that. I loved it too much to get rid of it, but didn't want it turning on anymore. So, except that wasn't it. It continued to turn on every night, around the same time. I took to burying it at the bottom of my toy box, under plushies to quiet the noise. But every morning it would reappear in my shelf. I was afraid, I was so scared I decided to just throw it out. I threw it out 5 times, in fact. It kept appearing back in my room, with both the maid and my parents denying having taken it out of the trash. One day, without me really noticing what had happened, it disappeared. I never saw it again. Is there a scientific explanation for this strange thing I saw in the sky? I've Googled this and I can't find any answer. So this is my best option for now. Somewhere between 2 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. on 7/25. I was so surprised and freaked out that I texted my mom about it, so I was able to go back and check the date and time. My boyfriend and I were driving down Main Street in our city. We were on our way home from my parents' house. I saw a bright star in the sky. I pointed it out to my boyfriend and was like, "Wow, look at that really bright star, babe, it's moving." The quote-unquote star shot from the right side of the sky to the left side pretty fast. It was almost like a shooting star, but it was extra bright and moved smoothly and far without the light dimming or going away. Then, and this is when I really started freaking out, by the way, it stopped in one spot. It started to elongate. I literally watched it look like it was growing and getting bigger. Then it turned into a fucking crescent moon. My mind was literally blown, still is. There was nothing tall on the ground to obstruct my view of the quote-unquote star or the quote-unquote moon. So the fact that it was moving like that and changing shape right before my eyes made me feel like I was in the middle of the Twilight Zone. All of this happened over a span of 13-20 minutes. Like how long it takes me to get maybe from my house to my parents' house. I've been looking it up here and there and haven't found anything that describes what I saw. Maybe somebody here knows. It's just something I don't really know about. I feel really stupid, but I'd rather at least have some answers. Anybody know what that is? Turning into a crescent moon. Never heard that one. I went back to where I saw that gnome and halfling thing to get you guys some pictures. Suffice to say, I'm never going back. Some people requested I get photos. Photos of that spot where it happened. Well, I had some extra time today and I was in the area, so I thought it'd be cool to get some pictures. It was pretty uneventful at first. It hasn't rained in a while, so the mushrooms weren't great. I didn't get many spooky vibes, and it was just another place in the woods. Kind of forgot about it for a little while, and that's when I started finding some mushrooms. I didn't see any other picker trails, so it was pretty clear nobody ever came here. I take my time, fill my basket, and enjoy the day. I get back to my car. Well, maybe I guess people on Reddit were right, but I was just tired, maybe I was dehydrated, maybe I saw an animal. Maybe my brain just filled in something that was, never really even there. I hydrate, load my mushrooms in the trunk, and suddenly from the tree line I hear, "Hey!" It was like the way somebody sort of says it, kind of loud in a movie theater. But it's kind of so loud that they may as well just be talking, that sort of whisper. Hand to God, I expected a person to be standing there. A lost hiker, or a hunter, or somebody else capable of slipping under my radar. I zero in on the spot where the sound comes from. There's just empty space and trees where I full-on expected a person to be. I've never moved so fast in my life. I jumped back in the car and got out of there. I'm cool with little gnomes doing favors and stuff that save me from an oil pan repair or whatever, but I'm not cool with invisible things that talk to me. Everybody has a limit, and this is clearly mine. Mushrooms and gnomes. Nice theme. Old house. Back in 2009, my family rented a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house. It was like 2 small houses connected by a long corridor in the middle. Had a couple of stories from family and friends there. I never saw anything, neither did my cousin, who at the time, they were all 8. My brother went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and started picking at some leftovers late at night. Then he heard footsteps behind him. He saw nothing. Thought it was me, maybe my mom. My brother's friend went inside the house to pick up something that left behind in my brother's room. He walks past the corridor and he thought he saw my cousin, who at the time was renting one of the rooms on the back half of the house. He turned on his phone flash and saw nobody there. To this day, he still talks about it. My uncle one day slept over on the couch. Said he felt like somebody was pulling on the blanket. I got up, checked to see what it was. No one was awake. Final story. My dad, who's your average blue-collar worker, loves football and beer, but never drinks too much. Maybe 1 or 2 beers. Case usually lasts him about a month. He was one day painting some walls, like around evening. He said what he saw staring at him was something that he'll never forget. He saw, like, what's described as an outline of a man with a goat head and horns. He never believed in anything like that until that day. Could we have been living with the demon? After taking into account the stories shared by my family, the entity there seemed to be like a troll and just fucking with people. The goat man story from my dad sealed the deal. I was only recently told about that because my parents didn't want to scare me. A possibly paranormal, weird encounter I had today at home. Today I think I experienced something very weird. I was home alone in the afternoon. I was thinking about groceries for the week. I was in the kitchen and I decided to go to the living room to check the available food. In order to go from the kitchen to the living room, I have to pass through a small hallway connecting the rooms. As I stepped to the hallway, I saw a white shadow, slowly moving toward me. The moment I took a good glimpse at it, it just vanished. I was shocked. I couldn't believe what just happened, and the goosebumps were intense. The distance between me and the shadow was less than a meter, so we're talking about an almost face-to-face, contact. A few details I noticed on the shadow. Fortunately, I didn't see the face or torso. I mostly saw the leg area and the left hand of it. It was all white and should have worn Eastern Orthodox priest's liturgy uniform, worn during the church's liturgies. I could make out the design and the pattern of this, clerical uniform. On the left hand it held something similar to a dagger, or a knife with a small curved blade with a line in the middle. Something worth mentioning is that my mother, once home alone while she was in the kitchen, she felt a presence, saw something with the corner of her eye. It appeared from the same spot and followed the same path. The house's history is clean. The only owners that have ever lived there are my family. The house also has many religious imageries. It is pretty much incensed every Sunday or at least once a week. Generally, religion is a strong aspect of it. So what could this be? My imagination or something else? I seriously don't know what happened, and if I just imagined something or something was actually seen, any help is appreciated. The house I currently live in is haunted, and I don't know by what. A bit of information about me. I'm a 17-year-old boy, and I've been known to be a bit sensitive to the supernatural. I've told this story to multiple people, and so far they've all been shook by it. But I want some answers, so I figured this is the place to be, and if it helps anything, I was in the Netherlands. It's been a few years since all this went down, but I can still vividly remember all of it. So, when I was 14, it was the first thing that happened as I was lying in bed and I blinked. But this blink felt like 15 minutes had passed, even though no time did pass. But I saw during this blink that in the hallway a kind of black smoke with bright yellow eyes, which I could basically feel piercing through me. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like it knew something, like he knew me. I have absolutely no idea how to describe it, but it wasn't something that you want to feel. So after that, I was a bit uncomfortable, but I tried to ignore it. So after that, some time had passed without anything happening, until one night I was up late and wanted to go watch some Netflix on my TV. Went to check on my brother, who sleeps in the room next to mine, and he was sleeping, so I didn't annoy him with it. No, that it was like 2 or 3 at night, and as soon as I walked in, I heard him and he was snoring. He was snoring so loud that he was laying like so comfortable. So I let him be. Next morning I said to him that he was snoring really loud and asked how he slept. He turns white as soon as I said that. He's extremely scared of ghosts, by the way. He said he felt odd in his room, so he slept the whole night in our mom's bed with her mom. Her room's downstairs on the other side of the house. So this was the time that it got the better of me. After a bit of a hiatus, Ghost Girl is back. Our little ghost girl seemed to have stopped her antics for a while. However, in the last week, it seems like things are starting again, though it's possible she never stopped in the first place. We have a beautiful wooden display case that we have some Halloween decorations and stuff on. One particular decoration is a plastic doll that my husband made to look like the doll was holding its own head. It's on a doll stand. I was just on the couch studying last week. The doll flew off the cabinet. Our animals were nowhere near it. A couple of days ago, we have another cabinet with bloody gauze draped over it, a couple of fake candles, and a cranberry rake. What is a cranberry rake? I was in my basement and kids weren't home. Both the cats and dogs were with me. That's when I heard a crash. Of course, I raced upstairs and found one of the candles and the cranberry rake on the floor. Yes, Gecko. The gauze was half hanging off the cabinet. I've had things go missing while she was, or so we thought, gone. Nothing major, just stupid little trinkets, and I've found them in the oddest of places. I have sort of an Art Deco framed photo of my grandparents when they were young. I found that a couple of weeks ago off on the stand on the floor, half out of the frame. That photo's in our china cabinet. There's no possible way for that frame to rest against the plate holder that it was on without someone physically moving it. Now that being said, someone mentioned on a previous post that it could be something posing as a little girl. I'm choosing to believe that it's a little girl. Sounds like a good bet, or at least what I would do. Or think. On a sunny summer day in England, 20 years ago, I was sat in my friend's bedroom in the new house his family had just built on the side of an old barn. We had the windows open, and a soft breeze and the distant sound of people in the park were drifting through. We were watching movies, eating snacks, having a lazy summer holiday afternoon. There's nothing eerie or scary about any of it. No scary films, no talk of anything of the sort. In between films, my friend got up to replenish the snacks. That's while I was changing the disc. He called my name from the door, and as I was turning to answer, I felt the distinct, unmistakable sensation of an ice-cold hand tightening on my neck. I dropped the DVD case as my hands instinctively flew up to my throat to pull this hand away. But of course, there was nothing there. It had completely restricted my breathing. I couldn't take a breath. My friend ran over in a panic and led me to the sofa to sit down while I gasped for air, utterly terrified. He kept saying, just breathe, while he fumbled for his phone and started dialing 999. Then on one of the just breathes, I was suddenly able to just take a breath. It probably lasted less than a minute, but I broke down shaking and crying. It's the only unexplainable thing that's ever happened to me. I've always been enthralled by ghost stories and tales of the unexplained, but this is my only real-life experience. I have no medical conditions or allergies. Nothing that's developed in the 2 decades since this has happened. Nothing that could explain what caused this freak accident, but when I asked my friend about it years later, he said it looked like a ghost walked through me. Not that he saw a ghost, but the terror on my face and how I turned sheet white and frozen. Ghost of Mark Twain. This happened in 2010 at a church in Elmira, New York. I gave a talk about, lighting for the church there. They put me in the sanctuary for my talk. As I'm sitting up in the front pew, corners of my eye, a man suddenly appears in the left aisle. They're dressed in white and with poofy white hair. I say to myself what I usually do. I have abilities, so am I really seeing this? I glance to the left and he disappears. Weird. I continue booting up the laptop and projector. A few minutes later he appears again. I ignored it and let him sit there for about 5 minutes before darting just my eyes quickly. He disappears again. I give my talk and there's no problems. As I'm clearing up after I look up at the main aisle and I see a stovepipe hat cross the front door window from the outside. What on earth? I walk up to the doors and I see an open horse-drawn carriage with 2 horses and a half dozen people dressed in period clothes. Black hoop skirts, suits, stovepipe hats. As I'm standing there wondering, a woman comes up to me inside and says she couldn't believe how much detail they put into this. I ask what's going on. She says, oh, they're recreating the funeral cortege, or how do you say that? Cortege? From the church to the cemetery. Today is exactly 100 years since Mark Twain's funeral was in the church. I grew up in Connecticut and his house is in Hartford. I know he died in Reading, Connecticut, but I was told by his wife that he was in Elmira, or rather from there. They summered there each year. He's buried in his family's plot. So I'm guessing that was Mark or Samuel Clemens visiting that day. Now he knows all about the compact fluorescent bulbs. Apparition in a customer's car. I've seen a few things over the years, and most of them are quite long stories that I dare say will take some time to commit to writing. However, this is a shorter and stranger one from a couple of years ago. Back about 3 years ago, I worked in a branch of Halfords. I was an audio tech fitting radios and cameras to cars. We also used to repair chipped windscreens. It was this task that led to the event in question. The customer had come to the desk to ask if we could look into repairing a chip in his windscreen. His car was an old Saab 900, a car that I'm particularly fond of. Wandered over to inspect the chip, and it wasn't too bad. I told the customer that, sure, we can sort this out for you. Wandered back to the store. I said that we needed to fill out some paperwork, and I informed him that this passenger would need to leave the car. He looked puzzled and said that he was traveling alone. Could have sworn I'd seen an old lady sitting in the car on the rear driver's side of the car. Anyways, I instructed our windscreen guy to go and fix the screen and gave him the keys. Came back in a few minutes later pale as a ghost. No pun intended. He informed me that upon approaching the car, he had noticed an old lady sitting in the back seat of the car. He had tried to get her attention to ask if she could leave the car, and he'd been pretty much unable to do so. He gently knocked on the window. She turned to look at him and promptly disappeared. Funnily enough, there was a slight disagreement at this point as to who was actually going to fix the windscreen, as we were both a little bit spooked. We both worked together on it. Well, mercifully, we completed the fix with no further dramas. And when we informed the customer of our experience, he just sort of nodded knowingly, mentioned that we weren't the first people to say something similar. Massage chair suddenly had a male voice come on and gave me a compliment. So this morning, my wife was downstairs and was coming out of the laundry room when something unusual happened. This is the first time something like this took place. We have an Osaki massage chair downstairs that supports only very specific voice commands and Bluetooth. The massage chair uses a robotic female voice. The voice commands are not nearly as smart as Alexa or Google Home or Apple Siri. Anyway, as my wife was stepping into the short hallway from the laundry room, she suddenly heard the chair start to power itself on. But it didn't start doing any massages. She only heard the initial startup of the chair. I was asleep, so she thought it might have been me messing with her. What happened next is the chair said a compliment in a male's voice. After the chair was done powering up, she heard a male say, "Hi, your hair looks different today." What? She quickly went upstairs to find me asleep, but I was already waking up and she was telling me about what just happened. Later that same day, my wife and I decided it would be good to do a channeling. She's far more experienced with channeling than I am. When she got into a sort of meditative state to channel, she asked, "Did the voice have anything to do with paranormal activities? Is it evil?" Yes, it was paranormal, but not evil. She asked a few more questions to clarify what had happened. She found it was just a greeting that came from my wife's male spirit guide. And me, as a male reading, now learned that if I claim to a female that their hair is different, that counts as apparently a compliment. Nice. Knocking and clicking noises in my bedroom at night. The keyboard clicking noises are apparently a common occurrence with other people who have the same type of mechanical keyboard as I do. It's a Razor Black Widow Huntsman. The clicking and creaking noises of the chassis are attributed to the changing air pressure and dropping temperature from day and night, causing the keys to release air and the plastic to retract. No ghosties after all. I've been dealing with some strange noises in my bedroom for the past couple of months. It wasn't every night, but the frequency seems to be increasing. Whenever I'm in bed trying to sleep, I hear knocking sounds and my mechanical keyboard clicking, like somebody's touching it or pressing keys. Not all at once, but like a random key here, but the frequency of the knocks and creaking and the clicking of the keyboard increases, especially when I'm in bed, lights off, actively trying to sleep. Last night the sounds were particularly frequent. I was so exhausted, but I couldn't sleep because the noises were keeping me awake. I decided to put in some earplugs. After putting in my earplugs, the second I laid my head down on the pillow, I heard a loud bang. It made me jump and really startled me. Made me jump. Second time, asked my partner if they heard anything because it was loud even though my earplugs, but they didn't. He suggested it could be something in the bathroom or noise from the neighbor. Felt like the sound was right next to me. I don't want to keep feeding into it, but it is really unsettling. Like I really, really want it to leave me alone, for the knocking and clicking to stop. Does anybody have a similar experience or can give some advice to stop these things from happening? Please let me know. I need advice from my fiancé. I'm kind of familiar with the paranormal, but my fiancé's not. But he does have a problem. He's afraid of the dark. The pitch dark, that is. He says ever since he was 6, he would see these, like, floating eyes in the middle of the room staring at him once the room was pitch black. Before he would turn the light on, in his later years, he commented to me that every time he stared at the eyes, it seemed like there was an intense pressure on his chest. He'd be scared he would die each time. My family lives on a big piece of land. Currently, U.S. or us, we live in an apartment about 20 minutes from my fam. My grandparents just had a house placed for themselves on acreage farther back in the forest that we own. I've known that their land is haunted or cursed or something. My parents and siblings live on the land as well as my uncle and aunt. We've all seen some crazy shit. I can elaborate on my stories if you wish. Now, this is relevant because due to the hauntings taking place in my parents' house where I've lived not even 2 years ago, and the things that have happened to me, I feel as if I might have an attachment. But not only me. I think those eyes that my fiancé sees as his own attachment. They show up on my family's land sometimes when we're around during the night and seems to give him the strongest reaction. I have no idea what they are. They follow him no matter what home, no matter what land, and we can just feel them. I want to know what they are. The closest I got was maybe a witch, but that doesn't make sense. Does anybody have a clue what could be attached to him? FYI, it stalked him and copied my voice around 3 times since we moved into our apartment. My vote also does not go to witches. Haunted by a black hound. The coincidences stopped when it culminated my neighbors being murdered. Family of 3, I believe. It was a vendetta by a man with a machete, but he was caught. After that, any hallucinations or dreams with said dog stopped. A couple of months later, I once again thought I saw or heard the dog. And that same night, cops knocked on my door. They had a flyer about a body who'd washed up near my canal. They were hoping I'd identify this. I want to say that during this entire time, I was trying to take care of my little orange stray cat. Well, last week while at work, me and this time a coworker I was closing with, we both heard a dog bark. It's not an unexplainable thing. We get customers with pets here and there, but the store was empty. It came from the back. But the walls are thin. There are other businesses next to us. Well, the cat passes away. And this was about a week ago. I'm pretty emotional about it because I thought I was actually helping it. Despite rushing it to the vet, the kitty just passed. I know how this all sounds. It's just a series of stupid coincidences and maybe stress causing me to see stuff. Kind of beating myself up for even thinking about it, but in the off chance that for whatever reason this shit is real, is there a way to, ward it? I might not believe in it, but also I don't want to be the stupid-ass character in a horror movie that could have just ended the whole thing in the first 10 minutes if they had just fucking saged their haunted apartment. Sorry in advance, I guess I'm a little bit panicked because that's a lot of death in the span of 4 months. Night shift security. We work for a TV company in the UK. You have 4 security teams who alternate, and it's probably a 60-40 split on weird stuff happening to individuals, myself included. My experience was within my first few months of starting. I was doing my lockup and I'd finished on the first floor. Went to the end, turned out the light, and started walking to the exit in a cupboard next to the door with its door open slammed shut. It was like somebody put a lot of force into it. I didn't say anything about it till other guys started mentioning weird stuff as well, such as a whistle in the ear, heavy footsteps and doors slamming the floor above them, internal alarms being triggered, due to doors opening and tripping the alarm, and overall just really bad vibes while walking around. Something's on you. Late night cleaners have mentioned stuff as well to us, like mop buckets being on the other side of the hall where they left them but always out CCTV view when we would look. Anyways, tonight my colleague went up to do his patrol. Left within 10 minutes of a 45-minute patrol and came back to the security lodge talking about multiple whistles, knocking and tapping, flickering lights. I'm thinking great. I go up at 3 a.m. So, out of interest, I checked the internal cameras and I swear, I could see a shadow just walking in circles. Luckily, when I went up, it was 5 minus heavy feeling. Luckily, when I went up there, I was fine minus this heavy feeling. My colleague is now getting his ear chewed out, but figured just post this here. It's been an interesting night. You and me both. Something looking outside my window. I'm 25 now, and this was maybe 5-6 years ago. That's when I lived with my mom. I was about 20 years old, and I'm doing my normal routine of the night. Call of Duty and some of that devil's lettuce. I always played with my lights, rather I played with no lights. So the only form of light was my monitor. Before I get into it, I always felt like something was watching me from the corner of my room, especially when I was trying to go to sleep. I ended up taking my break from Call of Duty to go smoke. I was outside for maybe 20 minutes or so. I come back inside, walk up to my room, and keep in mind, my lights are still off. I opened my door and my window curtain right beside my bed was wide open, almost like someone was looking out of the window. Thought it was my mom or sister, maybe just sitting at the window waiting for my stepdad to get home. He's a cop, works late hours. Or maybe even my dog walking by, maybe just brushed it. Nope. Me being scared to walk in, I called my mom's name, my sister's name, and my dog's name. Nothing was there at all. I peeked over my bed slowly to see, and all of a sudden the curtain fell back into place as if somebody let go of it. And no, my dog was downstairs on the sofa. I made a comment to my mom the other day recently saying that our house is haunted. She replies with, "I believe it. I hear things sometimes when I'm laying down, like somebody's walking around." Till this day, I have no idea what it was, and it still freaks me out thinking about it to this day. Somebody help. LOL. The haunting within the AIT barracks. Trigger warning. Suicide. I'm a soldier in advanced individual training. It must preface that I'm writing this on my phone and apologize for the poor grammar and paragraph structure. No problem. I cannot say the base nor barracks in case this gets me in trouble. I've heard of a lot of stories about the barracks being haunted and a high number of suicides in the building. There was one room on the first floor that somebody had killed himself. There's still blood on the ceiling and a piece of evidence taped on the door. Not much happened on the first floor, though, so I didn't really believe the quote-unquote activity until they moved me from the holds floor into the second floor with the other people from my MOS. I was told that 2 kids hung themselves in a closet in the same room. They wouldn't tell us which one, though. I got roomed alone with no swing mates, the people you share your bathroom with. Or even my roommates. My room connects to another through a bathroom, so nobody's on the other room, and for the past couple of days I've heard knocking and banging coming from the other side. Today I walked into my bathroom to find the door connected to the other room ajar. I walk in and smell an awful, putrid smell. All the lights were on. I checked the closets, nothing was in them except a rain of except some sort of black paint on a shelf. I closed the door and heard the drawer open from the closet, and I just closed and dipped. If anybody wants pictures, let me know. Haven't told drill sergeants about it because I'd rather deal with a sad spirit than be moved into a room with another person without a roommate. I see spirits after they die. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but please hear me out. I know people say it's hallucinations because you miss your loved ones, but this is not that. It started when I was 4 and my Auntie Pat died from lupus. Before my mom told my brother and I the news, I saw my auntie. She came into my room while I was watching TV and sat on my bed and rubbed my hair, sort of. She had just done my braids, and it wasn't uncommon for her to come around any time, so I assumed that she was just visiting. She walked out of the door, and I found it weird that she hadn't poked, but I was 4, so I left it alone. I only remember this vividly because the next morning my mom told us that she had died the previous afternoon. After I asked her why she visited last night, she looked shocked and told me I was dreaming. This has happened to me with every loved one since. I've lost several aunties and uncles, my 2-year-old cousin, my grandpa, my great-grandpa, my best friend, and several close friends since then. Every time they come to me and sit quietly before leaving. The next day, or even a few hours later, I always get news that they've passed. The most recent was about my baby's father, who I had just saw last in January. I live in an apartment now, and when I saw him standing at my room door on May 22nd, I knew he was dead. He came, sat with me, holding my hand and kissing my forehead when he left. I broke down knowing once again somebody I loved would be leaving me. Got the call a few hours later around 5 in the morning. He had passed at 12 a.m. I saw him at 2. Rest in peace. Kuchisake-ana. In the quiet town of Matsumoto, whispers of the Kuchisake-ana and the slit-mouthed woman had long haunted the streets. It was said that she roamed the night, seeking victims to ask her dreaded question, "Am I beautiful?" One chilly evening, Hiroshi, a young man known for his curiosity and bravery, found himself walking home alone after a late shift. The streets were eerily silent. The only sound was the crunch of the footsteps on the gravel. As he turned a corner, he saw her, a tall woman with long black hair, her face partially covered by a surgical mask. She stood under a flickering street lamp, her eyes fixed on him. "Am I beautiful?" she asked, her voice carrying an unsettling calm. Hiroshi's heart pounded. He had heard of stories. If he said no, she would kill him on the spot. If he said yes, she would reveal her grotesque slit mouth and ask again, leading to a gruesome fate. But Hiroshi remembered a piece of advice from an old friend. He took a deep breath and replied, "You look average." The woman paused, her eyes narrowing. It was not the answer she expected. For a moment, the air was thick with tension. Then, without a word, she turned and vanished into the shadows. Hiroshi stood there, trembling but alive. But he had done what few had managed. He had escaped the Kuchisake-ana by giving an answer that neither flattered nor insulted her. From that night on, he became a local legend, the man who outsmarted the slit-mouthed woman. Any thoughts? For context, this happened when I was 21. I'm 35 now. I was living back with my mom in a 2-story, 3-bedroom house. I had just moved back home from Virginia and was sleeping down in the basement. I was in an old bar room, which had been fully finished. I slept on the bar table since I didn't have my own bed to sleep on. One night, I can't say definitively when, but I was sound asleep after going to bed at maybe 2330 that night, which is 11:30. Suddenly, out of my REM sleep, I was physically lifted 3 feet and thrown 8 feet across the room. I distinctly remember waking up and then being in the air and finally hitting the floor, way too far away to have been propelled myself on my own, with a sharp pain in my elbow and back. Sadly, I must say I didn't have any other similar incidents in that house. So that's unfortunately my only experience of that type. I will state, though, that I didn't feel any malicious intent, nor was I afraid. And at the time, I was much too tired to care. So I forced myself to go back to sleep the rest of the night. I moved out about a month later, and since I've nothing even remotely similar happening. I'd truly love any insight into what this may have been. I firmly believe it was nothing to do with myself, as for the potential muscle spasms causing me to be thrown that far. I will say I have sincere doubts. I'm a fairly strong person, but Even I can't push my body from a sleep state, force myself 3 feet off a wooden surface, then propel myself across the room. I've also never had any sleep disorders or muscle spasms in my life. Yeah, that would wake me up. Childhood experiences. These experiences date back from what I recall to be 2007 to 2010. That was before we moved house. When I was super young, we lived in this old-ass house. From what my parents said, they'd think it was built in the 20s. The walls were plaster and it was practically crumbling around us. Sometimes during a very hot summer, some of the walls would crack a bit. I don't want to rule out an overstimulated mind or anything like that, but sometimes I had an overwhelming feeling of being watched, like somebody was at the door of my room. I remember feeling this way and feeling very uncomfortable. I'd take the PSP from my bedside and play games whilst I hid under the covers till it subsided to go back to sleep. We had a long hallway from the kitchen and living area to my parents' bedroom. Second lounge space, and we'd often hear footsteps, and when going out to check, the entire hallway would be empty. My dad, he was a bigger bloke, so you knew if it was him. When telling him about this, he would say similar things when he'd be watching TV late at night, hear footsteps or expecting me and my sister. Nothing would ever show up. We never saw any shadows or figures, but I just wanted to share these things as we recently went back there. The place has been knocked down. Replacing it is like units. I wonder if anybody living there is now experiencing anything similar. Ever since moving, I've never felt anything out of the ordinary or felt like I was being watched. I want to try and debunk it, but I want to believe it wasn't my mind playing tricks and it was something paranormal. Creepy 3-year-old story. My 3-year-old grandson, we can call him Adam. He's a rainbow baby. Of course, he doesn't know this or why he's considered to be a rainbow baby. He also has a little brother 19 months younger. We're going to call him Josh. So, I'm over babysitting and he said, "Grandma, I have a friend. We live in a different world and she had really big sores." I said, "Oh no, I'm sorry to hear this. What was her name?" "Rainbow, and she has really big sores." So freaked out and quickly text my daughter, their mom. She was too busy at work to answer. I mention this because I've gone back to read over the texts to verify my memory. Happened 3 years ago. So after thinking about this all day, I put both boys into the tub for a bath and asked Adam to tell me more about the rainbow. Adam said, "Well, first Rainbow was in Mommy's belly. Then I was in Mommy's belly, and then Josh was in Mommy's belly." Now, how would a 3-year-old know about any of this? He hadn't been to daycare or around any other kids, so it wasn't a story that we had heard. I will say that he has an amazing memory. He can remember back to his first birthday. He's extremely smart, and at 4, was multiplying in his head. I'm stumped. And the narrator over here is going to go look up what a rainbow baby is. And the narrator is back from looking, and I do recognize it. It's when you have a kid after you've had a miscarriage or something of the sort. It gives the family hope usually. Is it actually possible to dream the future? The reason I ask this is because I believe I have dreamed my future and future events on several occasions. These dreams are relatively rare, and they've only had a handful of them in my real life. These dreams, when they happen, are different. They're so vivid, it's like I'm actually experiencing them in that moment, but they aren't like lucid dreams where I can control what happens. These dreams are so vivid that I've been able to remember every single detail that happened in them even years after. Unlike most of my regular dreams that are usually cloudy or I struggle to remember everything. There are also dreams about things that I would not dream about usually. What happens in the dreams can either be really minor stuff or major life events. The events in the dreams that end up happening are things that usually I wouldn't expect to happen. But once I dream them, I think, is this another one of my dreams that's going to happen? And when it does, it's not too far away from when I've had that dream. Maybe a week to a month after, something odd about the dreams is, well, it's never a one-to-one exact copy of the event that happens. But soon after, however, the outcomes, or even if it's something somebody says to me, is always exact like a copy. But it could even be that the location is different. These dreams have warned me of good things, but mostly they've shown me like pretty bad things that are going to happen. And then they actually did. And separately from ghosts, I will say that is sort of the job of what your dreams are. In general. Hearing voices coming from the cornfield. This happened last summer in late July. It was me, my sister, or cousins on their farm. We were sitting in their UTV with one of my cousins driving alongside the cornfield. We weren't going all that fast, so the noise coming from the vehicle wasn't that loud. That's when we heard what sounded like either my uncle or my dad's voice coming from the direction of the field. But at that point in the year, the corn was above our heads, so we couldn't really see anything. I told my cousin to stop driving for a second and asked if anybody heard that. They all nodded their heads and said what they heard, and we all heard the same sentence. Forgot what it is now because it's been so long, but it was something along the lines of, "Come back," or "Where are you going?" Which is strange. It was because, well, once we were already far enough along the trail that no one would be near, the closest neighbor was on a completely opposite side than we were. And what really made us scared was that both of our dads had left a few minutes ago. There was no chance that they would have been out there. Anyways, because we're all so shaken up from that, we turned back and went inside and asked if it was possible if our dads had come back already or if they had left later than we thought. They were definitely not on the property during whatever happened. This confirmed it for us, so my cousin and I went, got his gun, got some other weapons for us to go back to investigate. We spent probably 30 minutes back there trying to find a source for what happened. But we didn't find anything. I've heard other stories of people hearing voices of people they know or even themselves coming from another room. That's when no one's actually there. Shadow person at the window. I was 7 or 8 at the time. I liked to sleep with my feet facing the wall. One night it was raining hard and thundering outside. You could literally feel the vibrations of the thunder. I was typically a hard sleeper in my childhood days, but it was so loud that I opened my eyes a little bit and I just so happened to be facing the window when I slightly woke up. It was pitch black outside. My windows have sort of, jalousies, I don't know this word, and a screen. All of a sudden there was a crack of thunder and lightning. And for a split second, which felt like forever, what I saw in the brief flash of light from the lightning was a dark silhouette of a person looking into my window. The two hands gripping the ledge of the window on both sides of what I'm assuming was a half-circle shape of a head. It was not a real person, because where their eyes would be were instead two faint white oval-shaped cutouts of the dark shadow just hanging on my window looking inside. Needless to say, I quickly covered myself with my blanket, trying to process what I just saw. I did get brave after a few minutes and snuck a peek, but there's nothing there. The next day, being morning, I went to the back of the house to see how everybody could peek in. I was confused and curious. First of all, there's no ledge to grip on. Secondly, my room window is about 10 feet high. Thirdly, You can't see in because of the jalousies, or whatever that is. A crud-covered screen, a light curtain, and let alone night. I've only ever mentioned this to a few people. I still think about it every now and then, and I'll probably never forget it. May Knack. In a small village along the banks of the Phra Kanong River, there lived a beautiful woman named Knack. She was deeply in love with her husband, Mac. Their love was the talk of the village. Knack was pregnant with their first child when Mac was conscripted to fight in a distant war. Despite the sorrow of separation, Knack remained hopeful for a safe return. Tragically, during childbirth, both Knack and her baby passed away. The villagers mourned their loss, but life did have to go on. When Mac finally returned from the war, he found his home just as he had left it, with Knack and their baby seemingly waiting for him. Overjoyed, he ignored the villagers' warnings of his wife being a ghost now. Mac's blissful ignorance was shattered one evening when he saw Knack stretch her arm unnaturally long to pick up a fallen lime from the floor. Realizing the truth, he fled in terror. Knack, now a vengeful spirit, pursued him relentlessly. Mac sought refuge in a temple where the sanctity of the grounds protected him from her wrath. The monks of the temple performed rituals to exorcise Knack's spirit. They first confined her to a clay jar, which was thrown into the river. However, her spirit was too powerful and continued to haunt the village. In a second attempt, the monks trapped her spirit in a waistband, which was said to be kept by the royal family of Thailand to this day. Despite the exorcisms, the legends of May Knack endures, a poignant tale of love, loss, and the supernatural that continues to captivate and terrifies those who hear it. The crying noises. In 2019, I woke up in the middle of the night. It was out of nowhere, but I couldn't move and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't speak, and I was hearing very, very strange noises on the other side of my wall, which is shared with the living room. I played it off as sleep paralysis because after a while the noises stopped. I could move again. I can only describe the noises as wailing from maybe a woman or child. I really thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then my mom's door opened, who's right next to mine. She checked up on her dog who was sleeping in the hall. Our dog shook himself awake. I hear his collar jingle as he shook. And this also made me try to hold on to that thought that I was the only one that heard this noise, because my dog barks at every single thing, and yet he slept through a whole crying ordeal. I was restless for a little while until I was able to go back to bed. The next morning, my mom's boyfriend at the time left for work. My mom was driving me to school when she told me that her and her boyfriend heard weird crying sounds out in the living room. I told her that I had heard the same thing, but that I didn't get up to see what it could have been, because I thought it was just sleep paralysis. This happened again 2 more nights before it completely stopped. I still don't understand what could have caused this sound. A weird thing that happened days after the noises stopped was that my mom was alerted that somebody she knew had passed, and after the news was shared with her, we never heard those specific noises again. A Korean urban legend, the girl in the bookshelf. In a quiet library, a diligent student was burning the midnight oil, preparing for his final exams. As he flipped through his textbooks, he felt an unsettling sensation, like somebody was watching him. Glancing up, he saw a girl peering at him through the gap in the bookshelf. She had an unnerving smile and rested her chin on her elbows, her eyes fixated on him. Dismissing her as just another late-night student, he returned to his studies. Hours passed. Then the library began to empty. The boy noticed the girl again, this time through a different bookshelf, still smiling that eerie smile. He tried to ignore her, focusing on his notes. As the night wore on and the library grew silent, the boy heard a strange tapping sound. Looking round, he saw the girl again, now standing at the end of the table. Her smile was unchanged, but something was different. The tapping grew louder. He realized it was coming from her elbows, which were tapping against the table as she moved closer. In a horrifying moment of clarity, he saw that the girl had no lower body. She was floating, her torso ending in a ragged, ghostly mist. The tapping was the sound of her elbows hitting the table as she moved toward him with unnatural speed. Terrified, the boy grabbed his belongings and fled the library, never to return after dark. The legend says that the girl was a student who died tragically in the library, and her restless spirit now haunts the shelves, searching for company in the lonely hours of the night. Haunted Intercontinental, Manila. Back when I was still living in the Philippines, I worked at Intercontinental Manila. It's long been demolished. There were so many paranormal stories that employees shared throughout the 4 years I was there. Some I've experienced myself. One night while working night audit, I decided to use the lobby bathroom instead of the employee bathroom in the basement. It's because I was the only one at the desk and it'd be more convenient. When I turned around the corner leading to the men's room, there was an older gentleman, balding, stocky, and wearing plaid polo that was standing there. It was not a very clear image of him, but I saw more of an image pictured in my mind. I did my thing, and as I was getting out, he was still there, but I just shrugged it off and walked back to the front desk. The following night, I felt the need again to pee, and so I started walking toward the lobby bathroom. As soon as I turned around the corner, the same guy was there looking exactly the same as the previous night. I quickly turned around and ran back to the desk. Called our bellman who'd been working there for over 10 years. I asked him if there was a guest who died at that area. Across from the bathrooms was a lounge and a bar. He said yes, and without him describing the guy to me, I instead told him how he looked like. The look on his eyes was something I clearly remember to this day. My description completely matched what the guy looked like the night that he had a heart attack just outside the lounge. I have many more experiences at that hotel that I still remember clearly. I've heard of that hotel. Something sprinted down the stairs. So I was in my living room playing Xbox, sitting on the couch. It was late, like 1 a.m. My parents were at a wedding that weekend. As I'm playing the game, I hear ruffling going on in my room upstairs. I don't care because I just assume that it was my brother and I continue playing. Then all of a sudden, somebody's full-on charging down the stairs, like fucking sprinting. When they reach the end, they start straight into the kitchen. I hear the fridge door open, then slam close. My cat on the left side, my dog on the right side were sleeping. They both jumped up when it happened. The running sound jump-scared me too. I yelled, "Why the hell are you running down the stairs like that?" I got no response. My dog went back to bed, but my cat stared at the kitchen doorway and was meowing a lot, which is uncommon, being he's usually very quiet. I wasn't scared at all at the moment, though, because I thought it was my dumbass brother. I walked at a quick pace to the kitchen while saying, "Scared the shit out of me with how loud you were running." And I see the kitchen's empty. I felt immediate chills. Some alarm bells were going off, but I thought, guess he somehow snuck back upstairs quietly. I was feeling a little bit scared and wanted confirmation in my explanation. So for relief, I went upstairs, and halfway up, I get a text from my brother. "I'm sleeping over at Lizzie's. I'll be back around the afternoon." No one was home. Familiar footsteps. In January of 2012, my aunt passed away unexpectedly. Her sister-in-law lived in the apartment next door, and that night my aunt's daughter, my cousin, and I were sleeping over. We were woken up by her dad, my uncle, banging on the door to tell us about the news. After my aunt passed, they quickly began the process of moving out. But one day my cousin asked if I could go inside with her to wait. That was while she was getting something from her room. I said yes, and we went inside. She went through the living room and down the hall to her room. I waited by the door and I looked around the empty space. That was the living room, and out of nowhere, I hear my aunt's bedroom door open and then close. Her footsteps, the bathroom door opening, and then the bathroom door shutting. I stood there completely stunned and waited silently for my cousin to come back to me. When she came back out of the living room, I quickly told her what happened and she believed me. But she said that she hadn't heard it, and her bedroom is right next to her mom's. We left the apartment and I never went in there again, but also I never felt my aunt's presence afterwards either. During that time, I had lost another aunt to cancer 2 months before this. She also lived in the same apartment complex, so I spent a lot of time in between those 3 homes and those 3 apartments. I know for certain that those footprints were my aunt. I had those sounds memorized. I hope she's okay and I wasn't scared, but I sure miss her. My boyfriend saw his brother standing on the stairs when his brother was actually in his room. My boyfriend Alex and I went to visit his brother. His brother's name is Brian. That was during one weekend. Every time we stay with Brian, he shares a new paranormal story about strange sounds or unexplained movements in his house. Alex and I are usually pretty skeptical, but we do humor Brian and let him tell his tales. However, this time, Alex was the one who experienced something odd. We went out to pick up dinner, leaving Brian at home. It was dark outside and the inside of the house was fully lit with all of the curtains open. This allowed pretty much a clear view of the inside of the house from the streets. When Alex and I returned and parked the car in the driveway, through the large window of the house, Alex saw his brother inside, motionless, just standing at the bottom of the staircase that leads to the second floor. Alex was confused as to why Brian was standing on the staircase. By the time we went inside, Brian was no longer on the stairs. We called out to him and he answered from upstairs in his room. We asked Brian what he was doing at the bottom of the stairs just a moment ago. Brian then answered that he was in his room the whole time that we were out. So who was the figure that Alex saw? Fortunately, I was focused on parking the car that I didn't see the figure myself. Anybody else have experienced something similar? Front door activity. About a year ago, my fiancé heard a loud and clear double knock on her bedroom door. He was home alone and went around the house and yard to make sure that no one was there. All the doors were locked, everything was secured. Then a few months ago, my fiancé and I heard rustling outside and our side gate open, which is right outside the wall our bed's headboard is pretty much up against. He got up and checked the backyard and made sure all the doors were locked. The next morning, my mom, who lived there, said that she heard the doorbell ring at exactly 3 a.m. When I told my fiancé, he said it was also 3 a.m. when we heard the side gate open. And after that, we put a new master lock on the gate. Tonight, my dad was out at a restaurant with his friend. Wouldn't be getting home until late. I was in the bathroom with my door open and I heard the front door unlock. Somebody came in, relocked it, threw their keys down into our key bowl near the front door and came down the hall. I assumed it was my dad getting home as expected. 10 minutes later, I heard my mom come out into the kitchen and went to ask her something about Dad. She said, "Oh, he's not home yet. I was just on the phone with him. He's still at the restaurant." My fiancé and everybody who has a key to our house was fully accounted for and had been in their bedrooms for the past hour. Checked all the doors and everything was locked and undisturbed. I do have a 3-year-old and I'm starting to get freaked out for her safety. Planning to install a camera doorbell in case there's something human, but I have a feeling it's paranormal. Anybody else experience anything like this? A strange happening in a very old house years ago. Back in 2011, my then boyfriend and I moved into a house that was almost 100 years old in Springfield, Missouri. It was a little thing near the MSU campus. We picked it because it was only $400 a month for rent. I should have known something was off when my landlord was giving me a tour and he took us through the back into the laundry room. What he said was, "This is a laundry room, the entrance to the attic's up there. Don't ever go up there." I remember thinking, why would I go into the attic? And in his next breath he said, "It's not haunted or anything." Anyway, I was back in the same laundry room doing laundry one day. Now, what you have to understand is that my boyfriend was a huge skeptic. I've always been interested in the paranormal, but the idea that, till I experience it, I'm not sure if it was really real. I was putting clothes into the dryer and suddenly my boyfriend comes running full speed into the laundry room. "You okay?" he asked. I was obviously confused, told him I was fine, and I asked what was wrong. He stared at me and then he said, "You weren't coughing?" I told him I wasn't. He said, "You sounded like you were coughing so hard you were going to get sick." I said, "No, I wasn't coughing." He stared at me for a long time and then he said, "I guess I heard something else." I wish I could say that we had other examples, but that was it. I just wanted to get thoughts. Nights in the province. I've seen a lot of posts about spooky stuff in Southeast Asia, so I wanted to share a weird experience from my childhood in the Philippines. When I was a kid, I shared a room with my brother and cousins in our old family home. I slept in the top bunk right next to a sort of jalousie window. Is that how you say that? Jalousie. Jalousie? One night while my cousins were asleep, I was reading an ebook, and suddenly I heard tapping on the window, like long nails scratching against the glass. I figured it might be a neighbor or something. Tried to ignore it, but it kept going. I started to feel really uneasy. After about a minute, I got nervous and peeked out. There's nothing there, no shadows or shapes, just darkness. I thought maybe I was just tired. This continued every night around the same time. On the third night, I decided to check again. I wasn't going to open the window. I'd seen enough horror movies for that. I looked through the slats. I still saw nothing. I ended up using earphones to block it out. Years later, when the most of us are in university, we had a sleepover in one of our other cousins' flat. We started sharing spooky stories. I told my cousin about the tapping. To my surprise, my older cousin said that she heard it too. And that really freaked me out because up until that point, we both thought that we were just imagining things. Were we really just imagining it, or was there something more? My dad crawled out from under my bed. I was around 6 when it happened. My parents had tucked me in for bed. I live in the rural countryside, so nighttime is very quiet. No sounds of cars. It's usually very peaceful. I was laying on my back when suddenly I heard the sound of long nails scratching the wood under my bed. The reason this incident sticks out to me is because I can still remember the feeling of my heart dropping out of my stomach and feeling paralyzed with fear. I was about to call out for my parents. That's when my dad crawled out from under my bed and stood up in the dark looking at me. He said, "You forgot to say your prayers," then walked out of my room. I was understandably shocked. I didn't leave my bed afterwards and must have fallen asleep at some point. My dad would normally tell me to say my prayers before bed, so it seemed like something he would say, but I have no idea what would possess him to hide under my bed. My dad denies ever doing this. I brought it up numerous times over the years, but he's never admitted to doing it. I never really considered until, recently that he definitely doesn't have nails long enough to make the deep scratching sounds that I heard. What do you guys think? Maybe I fell asleep and had a vivid dream. I also considered it could be something paranormal too. Well, I will say that things that you feel guilty about do show up in your dreams. Either or. I saw a ghost in the woods last night. Last night, me and my friend decided that we wanted to go into the woods to get a little bit scared. So we brought flashlights and a knife, went down to a creek in our woods. To get the best experience, we turned the flashlights off and stood there. Both of us had an overwhelming feeling that we were being watched. So we got out of those woods. Later that night, we're hanging out on a small street. It's near our houses. We wanted to get scared again, so we went to a dark corner of the road, where it's just suspicious houses in the woods. We both felt the same feeling from earlier that we were being watched. So we looked down into the woods about 50 yards away and noticed a certain part of the woods was pitch black. You could also sort of make out the rest of the woods, but part of it was definitely blacker than that. The feeling started to get more ominous. We started to feel surrounded. We heard walking in the woods and leaves being crunched and twigs breaking. The silence was too loud. Without even speaking to each other, we both had an overwhelming feeling of dread. We both sprinted back up the street. But while I was sprinting, I turned to look back, and for a split second I saw a girl in a white gown in the dark spot I had mentioned earlier. She didn't have a body. The only thing I could make out was a body that looked like a gray aura. It was outlining where the body should be. We ran back to my house and couldn't even describe what we were feeling, but I know I'm staying out of the woods for a while. Heard Mom and Dad while at Mom's grave yesterday. So some context would help, I guess. Dad died when I was 5 or 6. Can't remember for sure. It's been over 40 years now. He died from complications with a genetic disease. We didn't even know he had it. I have it too. It's hereditary. Mom died of bone cancer when I was 27. Dad was cremated and his ashes scattered in the marshes that he loved to fish in. Mom was buried here in town that we moved to. Yesterday, I took advantage of a break in the rain to go leave flowers at Mom's tombstone. I just wanted to talk to her, I guess. I was emotional. I've been through it the last 2 years and nearly died 3 times bad. I was leaning on my walking aid in the car nearby as you drive into the cemetery as long as you're respectful. I'm glad the car was there. Cried a bit and how scared I was the 3rd time. I really thought I was going to die, and I don't want to leave my sister alone. That's when I heard Mom and Dad clear as day. "You're fine, son. It wasn't your time to join us. Don't worry. We're still protecting you." I won't lie that scared me at first. I feel kind of relieved though, I guess. Relieved that my parents are still watching over me, despite me abandoning the family religion years ago. Methodist. "2.5-year-old said that she sees a little boy today, biting her toes. Imaginary friend." Okay. The last few days when my daughter wakes up, she tells me how Grandpa's dead right away when she opens her eyes. Why is Grandpa Dad Mommy? Or Mommy Grandpa's dad? My dad passed away 6 weeks ago. Anyway, I just calmly say yes, Grandpa's in heaven. Last night she wakes up at 2 a.m. hysterical. That something bit her. We sleep together, and this hasn't even happened before, but I just figure she's had a bad dream. She was hysterical, saying, "Mama, I don't want to stay in this room. Let's go downstairs. I'm scared." Today, she's on the toilet going to the washroom, and I hear her saying, "You're bad. Stop it." I come around the corner, and I say, "Who are you talking to?" She's like, "This boy here, he's a bad boy." Just points and stares. I'm like, "What boy?" She just looks at me and back to the same spot. "The boy here, Mama. He bites my toes." Now I'm like, this is weird, but okay. Maybe he's tickling your toes or biting them. And she replied that he's biting them and he's so bad and naughty. Anyway, so imaginary friends are common at 2.5. Like, here I am thinking, do I need to burn some sage in my home? Shadow people or Hat Man lore throughout history. It seems strange to me that the Hat Man seems to be mostly a story told starting online around the early 2000s. But so many people have seen it, like myself. Without having any prior knowledge of the myth, you'd think that the accounts would go back much further, and perhaps be more prevalent in historical lore. The best I could find is the Scottish myth of the Brolican formless shapeshifter. Had red eyes, and it attempts to possess its victims. The possessed can be identified by the red eyes. Or the Middle Eastern tale of the Jinn, describing them as being of smoke and fire with the ability to possess people and animals. The modern accounts vary a bit, but it's commonly seen as a tall, shadow-like figure with a wide-brimmed hat. It's made up of shadow. At the time, seen with small glowing red eyes. I couldn't see the eyes myself until it was extremely close. That's seconds before it jumped in me, at which point the last thing I could see were those red eyes. A strong feeling of malevolence or evil often accompanies the sightings as well. I don't personally believe in evil, but evil would be the best way to describe the feeling I felt in its presence. Anybody know of any other tales, lore, or accounts throughout our history? My friend's basement is haunted. My friends Sparks and Frosty have a creepy basement. It's finished and nice, but when you go down there, the energy is very off. We hang out in the basement every time the crew's together. We usually just ignore the energy and continue about our day. One day I went up to use the bathroom. My friends Sparks and Frosty decided to pull a joke on me. They snuck upstairs and went out to the backyard. That's where the shed is. They hid inside of it. They didn't set anything up in the basement, they just hid from me to scare me. So I returned to the basement to, hear giggling from the storage closet. It sounded like them. I called them out and I heard, "Shh, hush, she's right there." I called out to them again, saying it wasn't funny. That's when I could hear them. I swung open the door to find, drumroll, nobody. What the hell? There was nothing, no phone playing a recording or something set up to prank me. Absolutely nothing. I felt the color drain from my face. I ran upstairs in a panic and I saw them opening the shed. I told them everything and they looked confused. But they were out here the whole time. And they showed me that they had their phones with them and they weren't messing with me. So every time I'm alone in their basement, I hear that same giggling coming from the closet. Nobody else hears it. I think I may have a new friend, a ghost called Simon. Well, this is something that's been happening to me for about 5 months, I think. I don't think it's coincidence anymore, honestly. I don't know if his name is Simon either, but oh well. 5 months ago, I was left completely alone in my house. And I mean boredom with a mix of tranquility. You know the kind. Since I was bored, I wanted to do rituals, and the easiest one in my opinion was the bottle. Like that challenge from years ago, the bottle flip. The thing is, being alone in my room, I started asking the typical questions, as always. I'm horrible at that game, to be honest. I was surprised to get it right twice, especially when I asked it if it was male and when I asked if I could call him Simon. I don't know if his name is Simon, he didn't tell me his real name. Well, that day I put a censor because I really was uncomfortable. I felt watched. Simon's appearances are not very active. He usually throws a stuffed animal at me or throws objects that really shouldn't fall by logic. Today I was just drying my hair with the hairdryer. I think Simon pulled the hairdryer because there's literally no way that air could do that. Sometimes I feel watched, like now that I'm writing this, I don't know. I feel Simon behind me. I feel like it is Simon. It's like, man, stop looking at me, please. A voice warned me last night. I was laying in bed last night and I was having trouble falling asleep, so I was on my phone. I just had surgery, so I'd just been keeping my door closed so my dog didn't really come in. Around 12:06 a.m. last night, I started to hear my dog running around downstairs. Usually she's pretty quiet. She usually lays in her bed or at the top step near all of our rooms. While she was running around for about 2 minutes, maybe 3, sounded like there was something else running around with her. Sounded like my dog started digging in a pile of paper at one point, sounding like things being knocked over in the kitchen. After I heard the thing fall over, I got up to go look and I heard this voice in my head. It wasn't my voice. It sounded almost masculine. And it said, "Don't go." I've always been taught to listen to what you hear, especially with voices like that, so I stayed in bed. After I heard this voice about a minute later, my dog ran up the stairs and walked over to my door. It sounded like there were like 2 of her out there, like her breathing was distorted. She stood outside my door, whimpered, then walked away. Should I be worried, and does anyone or maybe have any idea about what was outside my door running around with the dog? Or what the voice was? Also, throughout the day today, my dogs have been acting really strange and distant almost. She also seems really tired. She hasn't laid down and slept yet. Ask Reddit. So the house I live in currently was previously owned by a guy who had a long history of defrauding people and just being a bad human overall. His first wife, terminally ill, killed herself in the bedroom above me. It's my brother's room. Then that guy got married again a few months later, just for that wife to run away with his money. Got married once again to a lady who didn't get along with his kids, so there were always clashes in the house. But when we bought it, he warned us. The house isn't the most normal house. I'm very used to hearing footsteps right outside my door at night, even hearing whispers at times. But this one incident sticks out. This was about 4 months ago. And I was sleeping in my room when I suddenly had this really bad gut feeling that something was wrong. So I slightly woke up, and before I could even sit up, I heard the footsteps. They were outside. Since it's normal to me now, I didn't pay attention to it. But then I immediately felt like somebody was beside me. I just couldn't bring myself to turn my head. I did, but the moment I did, the curtain to my left, where I felt a presence, opened like somebody was walking past it, and my gut feeling immediately went away. I'll never get over this. I also have other stories, but this felt the most gut-wrenching to me because of how close and how real it felt at that time. While watching a movie, my bedroom suddenly became foggy and smelled like weed. Back in the early 2000s, my cousins and I are laid up in my bedroom watching scary movies. The movie we were currently watching, that was Evil Dead. Suddenly, my room is heavy with fog. It's so thick we can hardly see around us. It smells like pot as well. Turn to my cousin and we both have a what the fuck face. As quickly as it came, it was gone. We laugh it off, mostly out of shock, and I tell her if somebody so happens to smell that, you let them know I wasn't smoking weed. I was a little paranoid because I did have some certain family members who treated me like shit. 100% thought I was going to do bad things only because I was a teenager and because I dressed quote-unquote goth. Later on the next morning, we find out a close childhood, longtime friend of my mom's passed away from cancer around the time when the fog appeared. My mom and her friends grew up together, spent a lot of time at the home. The bedroom was my mom's. One of their favorite movies to watch together was Evil Dead. I believe it was Todd who had to stop by a place that meant a lot to him before passing on. He also had to light up a blunt, sit for a minute enjoying a movie he watched as a teen when hanging out with my mom and the rest of their friends before crossing over. Haunted New Build. Just recently, some strange stuff has been happening in my house. Judging by the joists in the ceiling and their date of manufacture, I'd say the house is maybe 18 years old. After a week of moving in, we heard a loud crash upstairs to find perfume on the other side of our back bedroom. This was the first time anything had happened. I didn't think much of it. Every now and again, we heard creaks and cracks coming from that room, as our living room is directly below. Just recently, activities increased. I was in the shower around 7 weeks ago when I heard 2 knocks on the wall beside me. Again, backing into the same room, the perfume incident happened. On Friday evening, I heard what I thought was a child's voice say, "La la," at around 12 a.m., clear as day. Thought it was my girlfriend. Went downstairs and she was in bed, almost like somebody was mimicking a child. It wasn't her. Then this morning in the back bedroom again, we had a power socket switch itself on. I checked the OS maps and there's nothing but allotments on the area. Could somebody shed light, as I'm scared of that room now? Too many coincidences in such a short space of time. We've only been here for 7 months. Reporting on a UFO I saw years ago. When I lived in Pennsylvania, I would drive home from work at around 11 p.m. and drive on a pretty quiet road since it was late. One night I was driving with one person in front of me. I look up to see a ship of some sort in the sky. I at first didn't think much of it, but as I studied it a bit more, the way it was flying was very peculiar. If anybody's played Galaga, I swear the way it moved reminded me of that kind of thing, the moving left, right, up, down. Felt very much like it had sort of complete control over the sky. As far as looks go, it wasn't like a perfect saucer kind of aircraft. What I could make out is the green, like maybe oscillating lights which swirled around it. The thing was obviously foreign from anything I'd seen before. Finally, out of nowhere, it stops, then races downwards. It didn't go up into the sky, and then it just disappears. I thought a bomb had went off and something crazy, so I slammed on the brakes, and so did the person in front of me, actually. It was definitely a crazy experience, and I don't know what I saw, but I know for sure, though, that the person in front of me saw it too, and this thing did not go upwards. It went down before something just happened and it disappeared. Sister and I saw a shadow person as kids. What could this have been? When my sister and I were in middle school, we were both in bed in our bunk beds in the middle of the night. My bedroom door opened. A tall shadow figure with no discernible features but a masculine stature that didn't match anyone living in the house stepped inside. Instead of approaching either of us, he picked up my guitar off the floor, strumming it a bit, set it back down, and on his way out bumped his hip on the desk, knocking down some pens. As soon as he left, I heard my sister ask, "Did you see that?" I had no idea she was even awake, too. She and I both got up and turned the light on. I remember finding a little water on the ground that I didn't remember spilling, but that might have been from a cup or something left on the desk. But I can't remember if there was one there or not. So I don't know if the water was left behind by the figure or if he made some spill when he hit the desk. We found all their evidence of him being there, and we haven't spoken of it since. It's been at least 15 years since that happened, and I just remembered it today. And now I'm wondering what that shadow thing could have been, or if anybody else has had any experiences like this. My sister and I aren't in contact anymore, so I can't really ask her. Any input is appreciated. Ask Reddit. I was about 3 or 4 years old. My parents were moving, so we stopped at a motel. There was an enclosed part in the center that had a playground. You would pass through the rooms and into it. My parents let me go play while they unpacked or did whatever married couples do. There was another kid in the playground. He was on the merry-go-round. I said hi, and he stuck out his tongue and spit at me. He had Oreo crumbs all over his mouth. I was disgusted, and I walked away. There was a wishing well nearby, and I went over to look into it. The boy walked over and also leaned over. The bottom of the water was pretty deep, and there was a film of mold around the edge of the stone at the water's level. I reached down and touched the water. The boy, being younger, reached over too, and to my horror fell straight into the well. I grabbed onto his arm and pulled with all my force my little body could muster. It was too heavy in his wet clothes. I began to yell for help, and after what seemed like an eternity, my parents came out and grabbed me. The boy was gone. The water was mildly rippling from my hands at the edge. My hands were covered in the mold that looked like Oreo spit. My parents still don't believe me. Oof. There's a couch in my grandmother's house that I believe is cursed. I'm not sure what to really tag or to put for her in a cursed piece of furniture, but haunting seems, in my mind, to be the closest. When I visit my grandmother's house, among the living room, frozen in the 70s, lay a brown cloth couch. It almost lures you to sleep on it. When you sit on the couch, there's nothing notable that happens, but when you lay down and sleep on it, that's when it happens. Falling asleep on this couch is incredibly fast. And I don't fall asleep as fast in even not in my own bed. Upon falling asleep, you're afflicted by hellish nightmares, demented visions, and sorrowful tales. While dreaming, it's extremely hard to wake up. I'd provide examples of dreams, and I may if you come to ask me, but that would take forever. There's quite a few. That being said, it's every single time I fall asleep on that couch, and it's never been a pleasant dream. I believe this object to be cursed. Any insight into what this could be would be greatly appreciated. They say I screamed, but I didn't. The other night I was taking a bath. My brothers and I were home alone, and they were both in the living room, nearly opposite sides of the house. I was sitting, playing on my phone and listening to music. I hear my brother R come running. He knocks loud on the door, and when I answer, he asks if I'm okay. He sounded worried and a bit panicked, which is pretty unlike him. I tell him I'm fine. Apparently, R and B had been sitting on the couch and heard me scream. Like full loud in pain or in danger scream. R was freaked out because why would I be screaming? The thing is I didn't make a sound. This isn't the first time one of us has heard another family member when they didn't speak, but it's usually calling names. Heard my mom calling my name or nickname multiple times when she didn't. But we've never heard each other scream without a cause. So I thought I'd share. Yep, my house and family is haunted. I can also share 2 stories of my family seeing me when I'm not there. I thought it was funny that your friends' names were R and B.